Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, you remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Nutmeg Neighbours? No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it sometimes one?
Remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute one. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jack. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Cowboys football. KRLD FM and HD1 Dallas Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
First down and 10 at the Dallas 23. I formation. Fields will give it a hole. Huge hole on the left side. 15, 10, 8. Fumble! Who got it? Dallas got it. Dallas said they got it. Dallas got it. How about that?
The turning point, in my opinion, of yesterday's game at the Meadowlands. Good morning, Metroplex. It is a victorious Cowboys Monday with the entire morning squad here on 105.3 The Fan, your official home of Cowboys football. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy. Bobby Butt was at the game. He is back in studio. We have Peyton Russell in the back and Aiden running the fan camp, Twitch, and YouTube. 37-22.
I thought the turning point was the pregame warm-ups. That is a bad football team. It actually may have been.
I was worried after the first offensive drive. I was really worried about the first offensive drive. That was awful.
Well,
best opening drive of the year for the Jets. 13 plays for 7 minutes and 17 seconds. Brees is exposing their tackling. 12 men on the field. A 3rd and 5 with a sneak first down. Sam Williams is offsides. It had all the Cowboys bad.
Oh, yeah, had all the cobwebs.
All the cobwebs.
All the cobwebs up there. They had to get them out. Like
they got our 6 o'clock segment.
Yeah, right. Absolutely. Had to get them out a little bit, and it happens, and it's okay. And, Justin Fields, he drops back, and it's like his internal clock is sped up, because you would think 1, 2, 3. No, for him, it's 1, gone. Already out of the pocket. I've never seen a quarterback flee the pocket as fast as that guy does.
He probably has the worst pocket awareness in football. He's really bad at that. But, this was, that felt like it was about to be disastrous until, honestly, as that drive was going on where Brees Hall fumbled, that felt like a drive like, all right, Jets are about to score. And then Leofau punches that out, and then you just instantly flip things and score those 2 touchdowns. This is 2 weeks in a row they've scored 2 touchdowns in the final minute of the first half. Yeah. And that is just that when we talk about late game clock management or doing different things like that, this is 2 weeks in a row where when time's gotten crunched on them, Shotty's handled it pretty well, and the offense has managed to get down the field quickly.
And Choppy, you talked about this feeling old school Cowboy with an opponent that you're supposed to handle.
Yeah, with the Cowboys from, I don't know, mid-Romo era until, now basically, when they've played a team that isn't very good, that they're supposed to beat, they destroy them. They just now usually those games are at home. Right, there's like all those games against those bad Ram teams. They play the Titans. I mean, they just the Colts 42-10. They just beat the brains out of them, and that's what this felt like. I don't know what the crowd was like in terms of like how many Cowboy fans were there. It looked like a lot, but in the state, obviously it wasn't like this tough road environment. The Jets aren't having this tough road. They're probably selling all their tickets, but that's what this felt like. I mean, this felt like a game where they knew they were the better team. They were the better team. And they put the game out of reach so early that you can get some of those guys out of there because that turf sucks.
Well, and I think it did. That Leofau punch out is what snapped them into their game. Because if you looked before that, like that first, the first 28 minutes of the first half, they didn't look like they were in there beating down a team. And
I start writing star up, star down with like 2 or 3 minutes left in the half, and I have it in the draft so that I can just hit it, go get something to eat, check on the kids, whatever, try to be a part of the household. And in my star down, I had lead should be more. Well, I forgot to change that with the explosion of points scored. I hit send, but that's the way I was feeling. The Cowboys should be up by more in this game until Javonte and Ferg score.
Yeah, and I mean, that was a really fortunate turnaround. I mean, first, the fact that you only had 2 timeouts left. If the Jets just run the ball 3 times, the half's pretty much done. They run the ball. They threw the first time, stopped the clock, and then Shotty's like, oh, okay, cool, thanks. We'll take 2 timeouts and knock you out real quick. But there was concern early on for me when you saw it. Yeah, what was it, like 3 different times in the first half where Breece Hall, it felt like, broke a 20-yard run. I mean, he looked like if they wanted to just feed him all day, Dallas looked like they were going to be unable to stop him. But you managed to combine really bad pocket presence from Justin Fields with really good pass rush on this day. I mean, that's a Jets offensive line that have been pretty good. Olu Fashanu yesterday, who's been good for the Jets basically since he got drafted last year, he gave up 10 pressures by himself. Like, he was getting
that from PFF?
worked. No, that was from Next Gen Stats. He was getting worked by Dante Fowler in this game. And so, I mean, there are a lot of aspects of this game that were unique to anything they've done this season. The pass rush being as good as it was, the way that they were able to just kind of methodically do whatever they wanted consistently from start to stop. It was an impressive victory, but now you just got to ask yourself, all right, is this Jets or is it Cowboys?
First win at the Jets in 22 years?
That's a lie. That's not true.
I remember that game. Troy Hamburg ran for 197 yards that day.
Justin Fields is now 0-26 when the opponent scores 21 points or more.
That's also not true.
That's
not a real stat.
The Cowboys 30-3 lead, the largest lead that they had in a game in the last 2 seasons. Dak Prescott with 4. Ryan Fenoi, the breakout player, as Bobby tweeted, the Ryan Fenoi game. More on that in Star Up, Star Down coming up at 6:20 here on DFW Sports Station. And then the backup offensive line combined with the pass rush, maybe the storylines of the game.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that it was very early on, his first play of the game, you saw Fowler get rush Fields. And then after that, from then on, it was just like when he was dropping back, they were able to get pressure. That was stunning, the success that they were able to have. That looked like it was a bunch of stunts, a bunch of twists that they were able to get home with, because there wasn't like a ridiculous amount of blitzing from them in this game.
I thought they maybe blitz like the first play. I was like, did they bring a corner blitz? I did not go back and review it, but it felt like they tried on the very first play to bring some added pressure.
They may have, I can't remember. I know that the thing I kept noticing all day is the twists. Like, I kept noticing somebody like Dante Fowler coming up the A gap, like twisting inside. But yeah, the offensive line, which was, it was not perfect in pass protection by any means, but that's nitpicking when you look at the fact that you had a preseason offensive line starting for you. That's not a group that's supposed to be able to win you a football game.
4 or 5.
And 4 out of the 5, yeah. Only Terrence Steele out there was normal, and Terrence Steele has not been good in pass protection this year. So they gave up several pressures, but they were good enough. And the Cowboys, those players, all of them get credit for what they did, and you got to say Schottenheimer, Clayton Adams, Conor Riley, what you guys have done to get these guys ready, you deserve a ton of credit for having those guys ready to play.
With the 4 new offensive linemen, Brian Schottenheimer was asked how much the game plan changed.
No, I would say, we went in with a plan. We did struggle to run the ball early. It's a good front, man. Williams is an incredible player. Thought he played very well. Their backers are downhill. Takes a while to settle in. I thought the big run before the end of the first half was huge for us. But no, not really. I mean, we knew it'd be tough inside all day. And Aaron and Steve Wilkes love to load the box, and that's what they did. So, we just kind of tried to stay with it. I probably got away from it a little bit, in third quarter, I guess. And it was nice to be able to finish that way.
Cowboys ran for $180. I actually thought the pass protection was excellent. Excellent given the circumstances. 3 quarterback hits for New York. 1 technical Micah-type sack where Dak maybe was trying to go down more so himself. I heard the guys talk about it in the postgame with Wilchuk and Brian Broaddus. And then how did this defense all of a sudden look halfway decent?
I would say it starts with the coaches. Matt Eberflus, a hell of a defensive coach. He and his staff made some changes. I thought some of the changes that we made were good. We mixed it up. I thought he called a really good game, but it all starts with the ability to win up front. If you can win the line of scrimmage, which I thought we did, certainly in the passing game, that's a huge part of it. So it starts with the guys up front, and when you can affect the quarterback, and then we obviously were able to get a lead, which helped. It gives you a chance, and just proud of the whole defense. They've taken their bruises and they've come out on the other side. Got to do it again next week. This is one game. Midnight rule still applies. We won this game and it still applies. Last week we tied, it still applies. And as soon as I get out of here, I'm gonna have a shotty, get on the plane, and get back to Dallas.
And a pastrami. Shotty and a pastrami.
Yeah.
Katz's Deli.
Oh,
whoever's setting this up, do they always do this? What was the famous food for the other road game that they had just sitting out there? Was it cheesesteaks? Was it John's maybe?
So typically I always feel like it's just subs are sitting outside there waiting for them. I don't ever feel like it's anything big. But the last 2 weeks, it was in Chicago. It was Lou Malnati's.
That's it.
And then doing Cats, which I've never seen anybody set up like a 4-foot high stand of here's our branding here as we hand out our sandwich. It was impressive. They had a cutting board out there. They were cutting all of it up while they're there.
Now,
but I did not like the attitude of those workers who did not like us being so close to their setup there.
Hey, guys, get out of here.
Yeah, it was very much that.
Where's your ticket? If you don't have your ticket, you have to leave. Now, is that available to you?
No. The players are only supposed to have that.
What would you go, Chop? You go pastrami, you go corned beef, you go with a mixture.
No, see,
go the Reuben, go the mustard.
I am basically a strict pastrami, but I don't like it on the rye. I like it on the bun.
Bun.
On the bun. I don't get any Russian dressing either. Mustard. But the thing you got to get at Katz is the brisket. That's you got to get it. Now you wouldn't like the way it looks.
The brisket.
Yeah, because they steam it, so you wouldn't like the way it's very soft.
Looked like that gray beef that you had yesterday.
Oh my gosh,
way more gray.
That was so bad.
I was like, is that pork?
Nope. That was just absolutely killed and slaughtered and then cooked 2 times over is what it looked like.
Yeah, the brisket there is super gray. It's like grayer than your shirt.
Jerry Jones really wanted to attribute, he'll do it tomorrow at 8:30 with us. He really wanted to attribute this win to coaching. He said, let me get the actual quote for you. He said, the main thing I want to say is the credibility of our coaches just went up today in the eyes of the players. And everybody in my mind should have the same feeling. A great coaching job today. As you talk about the offensive line, you talk about Shotty with the game plan, you talk about the defense. He gave the props to Eberflus. And Shotty had his now frequent celebration in the locker room with the way it sounded.
We got a lot of things to celebrate. Okay, so when I call out all the stats, okay, we know what it is. It's hey, so here we go. Jake Ferguson got a touchdown. Hey! Javonte Williams got a touchdown. Hey! Jake Ferguson got another touchdown. Hey! George Pickens with a touchdown. Hey! And Javonte Williams goes with another one. Hey! Hey, takeaways. Woo. Force fumble by Marist. Hey! Recovery by Sam. Hey! Ocean got a sack. Hey! Houston got a sack. Hey! Houston got another sack. Hey! Kenny Clark got a sack. Hey! Sam Willie got sacked. Hey! Dante Fowler got sacked. Hey! Brandon Aubrey had 30 yards. Hey! And then Jalen Tolbert had a onside kick recovery. Hey! Then he had another onside kick recovery. Hey! And that's what it's about. Winning! Break it down.
So there's the now typical shoddy celebration.
I love shoddy. I think it's a little corny.
It is.
But I will say, the thing that stood out to me in that video is George Pickens standing behind him, like fully buying in on all of it. And being like totally bought into like having fun with it, stuff like that. And it's like, all right, look, then if that's the thing you tap into that gets George Pickens bought in and loving life here, sure.
Hey, good morning to Brian Broaddus, who has already listened to the program on his way to study and break down the film and the tape. 877-881-1053. A good morning to all of you in the chat. And the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line is now open for Star Up, Star Down. It's your Cowboys report card brought to you by Wild Fork Foods and Johnson Fitness and Wellness. Give us your Star Up, Star Down for yesterday's dominating win in New York on the home of the Cowboys with Sean and RJ next. But shout out to Tolo James Cole. He was the latest one to hit me up and said, Sharif, I stopped at Hurtado Barbecue before the Stars game for the El Jefe platter. I told y'all this is the best value in barbecue, and I appreciate Tolo James and everybody else for following the advice. He said it's the best value in barbecue. Open all day, no line, great food, great atmosphere, great price for all you get. I'm looking at 2 pork ribs. I'm looking at 2 slices of the best turkey you're ever going to have. I'm looking at 1 sausage.
smarter cameras, and better access control. DFW Security has secured Texans for 30 years with a 4.9-star rating on Google.
DFWsecurity.com.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. This segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-417-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Motion, Jets flinch. Free play. There's the flag. Here's a deep pass down the right side. Oh, Fenoi at the 25. A great move inside the defender and down to the 15. Oh, what a nice move by Fenoi. And Prescott is like a dog with a bone when he gets a free play like that.
Brad Sham with the call on your official home of the Cowboys. It's a Cowboys Monday with star up, star down after the 37-22 win over the MESS. And star up, star down brought to you by Wild Fork Foods and Johnson Fitness and Wellness. Let's begin with Ryan Fenoi. Where did this come from? 6 for 114, 19 yards a catch. He had a 46-yarder. He had 9 targets on the day. 9 different targets on the day. 46-yarder before the half. That led to a Javonte touchdown. He had a 40-yarder on a third down. He had a third down clincher in the fourth quarter for the first down that eventually led to the Javonte receiving touchdown. Ryan Fenoi reset us on his story. Star up.
Yeah, he was a guy who was...
your mic, too.
Yeah, I got it. I'm on it. He was a guy who, when he was coming out of school, he had gotten a lot of credit from the Cowboys for, like, just the way that he battled. So he was a guy who he started at Central Missouri. He then went to Iowa Western Community College. Finally got to Southeast Missouri State. And when he got to Southeast Missouri State...
The play-by-play guy yesterday said more on him later. He goes, Ryan Fenoi played at every directional school in the country.
Man, it felt like it.
It's a very good line.
It felt like it. So when he got to Southeast Missouri State, which was like his first opportunity to be around somewhere where like scouts might regularly see him. Then when he got there, he finally got his opportunity. And the week that NFL scouts were coming through to campus, he broke his hand and he wasn't going to be able to practice. And he was like, I'm not missing the opportunity. And he went out there and he practiced with the broken hand in front of the scouts because he was just like, I'm not. This is like 5 years in the making to get up to this point. And he had issues with COVID. Like during the COVID stuff, he had gotten delayed in terms of where he was going to be able to go to school. And it just gave him a bunch of challenges throughout his college career that I think NFL scouts really respected about him when they got a chance to talk to him. We're like, all right, this kid's tough. And he's obviously a really good athlete, and we like what he can do at the position, but this is somebody who, if you want to pick somebody on day 3 in the 5th, 6th, 7th round and think, all right, is this guy going to come in and compete? Like, we know he's going to.
It really is an awesome story because, like, when I first, yesterday during the game, I was like, all right, I don't remember him in college. Okay, let's see. Did he start at, like, Ohio State and then transfer down? No. And it was like, no one has ever said, they always say, I want to be a Longhorn. I want to be a Buckeye. I want to be a Red. No one's ever said, I want to be a mule. I want to be a Reaver, the Iowa Western Reaver. I assume that's like a golden retriever kind of mix. It's a Reaver. I want to be a. No one's ever said that, right? They never said that. But that's an awesome story to see someone persevere like that and then make it on the big stage.
He had one offer to play Division I football, and it was Southeast Missouri. That was his last chance to transfer, and so he was like, all right, I'm doing it, and he did it. And then for him to fight through what he did, and then he gets to the Cowboys as a rookie, and he gets a calf injury. It was calf or hamstring. Remember last year in training camp, like right at the start, and he's basically on the shelf for all the training camp, and it's like, all right, well, this is supposed to be your opportunity. It's a competitive room. He stepped up in a big way, and yesterday, you get the first catch he makes, which were, all right, he shows strong hands, and then he's showing good balance, and he's running down the field, and he's not going down on first contact. He picks up an extra 15. The adjustment on the catch at the end of the first half was insane, I thought. That was a great job by him coming back on the ball. Right before the Pickens touchdown, he took an end around. He picked up a first down on a carry.
Yeah, 2 carries, 10 yards.
He was really, really good yesterday, and that was something where when you know the backstory and you know what he's fought through, it was nice to see on a human level.
Dak Prescott on the Reaver.
Yeah, super proud of him. A guy that second year, very, very hungry. Is not a afraid to tell you how much he wants it. I had plenty of conversations with him, going back to like those Atlanta trips and just those off-season times of spending together and getting to know somebody. That guy he has a lot of, as an old coach, you say, shit in his neck. And he wants to be great, and he wants to, every opportunity and responsibility he can, he wants to make the most of. And I think tonight was just an example of just that, of him getting that opportunity, him making every play that came his way, whether it was the deep ones across the middle, the free play down the sideline, the arounds. He's just showing that he's very deserving of the ball, and he's going to make plays when he gets it. Super proud of him.
Did he say he had poop in his neck?
Oh, it's a saying that coaches use. S in his neck.
I heard somebody say to me this weekend.
I've never heard of that.
It's like
I got a kink in my neck from sleeping last night. Muscle relaxer.
I got some of those for you.
It's like whenever they say he's all pee and vinegar or whatever, it's similar. Say so. It basically just means like toughness and kind of a chip on his shoulder. And
my neighbor, right before half. Yesterday was like, as Shotty used those 2 timeouts, he goes, he better not save them timeouts like they're green stamps. And I had to go look that one up. What the hell is a green stamp? Apparently it was like a collectible item back in like the 40s, back pre-war.
Star Up, Star Down, brought to you by Wild Fork Foods and Johnson Fitness and Wellness.
Look, I think you got it. You got to give it to the pass rush. The defense is all over my star downs. I got star downs. I got more star downs for a 15-point win. When you're up 30-3, I have way more star downs than you should. But the pass rush has got to be on the star up. And we're Cowboys centric. I have no idea if it was Fields just sucking as quarterback, but I'm giving it credit to the Cowboys. Star up on the pass rush. You got to do it. 5 sacks.
Yeah, I mean, what they did yesterday was absolutely insane. This was genuinely, Babe and I were talking about it on the bus. That this was a Jets offensive line that was genuinely good. Like, they had looked really good during the first several weeks of the season. And I was watching the Jets postgame show yesterday, and they were talking about how, like, this offensive line, this is the worst they've looked all year by far. And they're like, this feels like a team that's regressing. But, man, for them to go in there, you've got 8 quarterback pressures from Fowler, 6 from Ezeraku, 5 from Clowney, 5 from James Houston. They were all over the place.
And I want to play a clip of my new favorite D lineman.
3rd and 19 for the Jets at their 30. Fields in an empty gun. Snap is back. They run a stunt. They flush him out. They've got him again. The stunt worked. Who is that flying the jet? James Houston with his 2nd sack of the year.
Yes, sir. They came in with 5. They had 3 in the first half. Osa with a sack that sets up a 3rd and 10. Then Houston back to back. Fowler, Kenny Clark, and Houston combining. Sam Williams on a 3rd down. Just kind of stomping out any Jet momentum at the start of the 3rd quarter. Ezeraku was held on a play, drawing a flag. Bobby tweeting that James Houston has 5 pressures today, and he's only rushed the passer 12 times. We are going to ask Jerry Jones and Brian Schottenheimer this week why James Houston cannot get more playing time. Here's Shotty with a little more on the pass rush.
Yeah, I noticed it. I think, there's definitely some more pressure. We were bringing more 5-man pressures, but Dante Fowler, I thought he was incredible today. The speed and agility that he had, but it was multiple guys. I mean, and when you hit a quarterback, especially an athletic quarterback like Justin, and you keep him in the pocket and you don't let him, we let Breece Hall get a couple of runs on us. We got to look at that. But I thought the pass rush was so disruptive. And from having played the position, coached the quarterbacks forever, man, it's hard when you're getting hit like that because it does affect you.
5 sacks yesterday. 5 sacks coming in, and of course, there's a Micah graphic making its way around social media. James Houston has more sacks than Micah Parsons on the season, 3.5 to 2.5. The salaries, of course, are going to get lined up $1.1 million to $188 million, and Jerry Jones just could not resist again afterwards.
Well, it just shows you that he's got those kinds of skills. He always has it. We know that he needs to work on the run. Guess what? We had a pass rusher around here that the way to box him in was run at him, but he could really rush the passer. This guy's rushing the passer beyond my expectation.
Dude! random drive-by, random Jerry by right here towards number 1.
It's going to be that way for several years, I think. I don't think this is just going away in a couple weeks. I think he's going to take his shots for the next few years.
So why isn't Houston playing more?
I mean, I think it is probably run defense related, but I mean, you look at the fact that I know he's on there for 3 plays yesterday. He was on 3 run defense plays yesterday. He had the best gap of anybody in terms of yards per carry when he's on the field versus off the field. So when he was on the field yesterday, and it was just a couple of carries, so it's not a very big sample size, it was 2.3 yards per carry, which means they gave up 7 rushing yards on the 3 times that he was out there. When he was off the field, they were giving up 7.2 yards per carry. So to me, it's like, I don't totally care. Get him out there. Like, make sure he's out there consistently for pass rush opportunities because he is your best pass rusher.
They also contain Justin Fields with the legs, costing me money on underdog. I'm like, he's definitely running for 55 yards or more. No doubt about that. 7 carries, 26 yards, 3.7 a carry. The longest rush he had, Bobby, was 11.
I feel like that was on the first drive, too, wasn't it? I think it might have been.
Probably. And I mean, he was not able to get them the way that you would have worried. And every time that he would start kind of moving his legs, he would generally get cornered and just have to kind of throw the ball away. And so yesterday, they did a really good job containing him. Not so much Breece Hall, but did a really good job containing Justin Fields as a runner and managed to get him into some bad positions where they were able to finish off sacks. My star up has to go to the NFC's leading rusher through 5 weeks.
Woo!
Oh, yeah.
I formation behind Prescott. Williams the deep back. Handoff, Williams coming right. There's a block. Williams tiptoeing through traffic. Williams to the pylon. Touchdown, Cowboys! Touchdown, Javonte Williams!
He has almost 80 yards more than second place in the NFC, Kyron Williams. He has 447 rushing yards at this point. And you're talking about 5.7 yards per carry as the guy who has the 5th most carries in the NFC. Like he's it's not like he's getting used a decent amount, and he is still the most efficient runner.
I'm loving him so much. I'm like dying to hear from him. I'm like, can we get a training camp sit down? Can we get a call in from the locker room? I need to remind myself what Javonte Williams sounds like, because we're not playing a lot of audio throughout the week from him. We need to get a microphone in front of this guy's face.
He's not a big talker.
The 66-yarder before the half, longest of his career. That leads to the Ferguson touchdown. That ended things basically at 23-3. The turning point touchdown after the Leofau fumble that was forced, and Javonte had 9 for 108 at halftime. The last time a Cowboy had over 100 rushing yards in the first half was?
It's got to be Zeke.
No.
Pollard.
No.
Dowdle.
No.
Avion Cason.
DeMarco Murray, 115 at Tennessee, and then Javonte added the receiving touchdown in the fourth quarter, and Jerry Jones sang his praises after.
Well, first of all, we all see he's violent, the way he to overuse the word. He runs with that kind of strength and that kind of determination. He's very talented, got great balance, but he was behind an outstanding offensive line today, believe it or not. And that was not chopped liver they were running against. That was one of the best ones. And so that and the way we were, our game plan so that we could keep them off balance with Dak and his leadership out there, pre-play calls, all of that was a big victory for this game didn't have to turn out this way, but it did, and did with a lot of people that we weren't expecting to be out there, much less as many of them were out there together. It's one thing for one to play with the rest of the guys that we've been counting on that we without injury, or 2 of them to play. But to sit here and have a dozen of them out there playing, and boy, Jets needed to win this game too. So hats off to our coaches.
That's the tracking only goes back in terms of splitting up halves like this, goes back to 1978. That's the first time on record that the Cowboys have had a 100-yard receiver and rusher in the first half of a game. Wow.
Javonte with 135 and 2 touchdowns. Let's keep the Cowboy party rolling with star up, star down, and RJ Choppy with a lot more star downs than you would think after that type of win. He explains on the home of the Cowboys with the 6 a.m. Club, our best audience of the entire show. We continue with your Cowboys report card after this.
After we get you over to Underdog Fantasy, promo code TOLO, boys and girls. That'll get you a special offer of $100 bonus cash with your first $5 entry. But how about tonight? We got some football. Xavier Worthy, higher or lower than 51.5 receiving yards. Mahomes, higher or lower than 1.5 pass TDs. Kelsey, higher or lower than 43.5 receiving yards. T-Law, higher or lower than 217.5 pass yards. You can do it. Underdog Fantasy app.
And you get $100 extra in bonus cash once you download the app. Sign up with our promo code TOLO, T-O-L-O, to score $100 in bonus funds or bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code TOLO, T-O-L-O, with Underdog. Make picks, win money. Must be 18 plus and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
to Love of the Star, wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Fake pitch, going deep. There's a shot for Pickens. He got pushed. He cocked the ball to the post. Touchdown to Pickens. Dagger.
Brad Sham with a call on your official home of Cowboys football. This is Star Up, Star Down, your Cowboy report card, brought to you by Wild Fork Foods and Johnson Fitness and Wellness. Bobby Belt back from the Meadowlands. I'm Sean Trafe alongside RJ Choppy. Pickens with that 43-yarder on Sauce Gardner to make it 30-3. And you can see that Sauce Gardner storyline from last week where he said, they target me because we're losing. Because we haven't won any games, we get called for more flags. Then we had the Jets reporter come on the show, and he goes, he's a grabber. And that was 1, 2, 3, 4. Jab. It looked like a boxing routine as Sauce was trying to slow up George.
I was glad they let them actually fight through that and just let them settle it. They're in man-on-man coverage down the field, and they're not tackling each other. They're just hand fighting a little bit. That was, to me, that's George Pickens. That's who George Pickens is supposed to be. The fact that he fought through all that and then, tracks the ball the whole way and comes down with it, that's the guy that they want. That's the guy that they think could be a real difference.
And props to Sauce for traveling. Everyone knew he was going to travel. I think Brian Broaddus put it out in the scouting report, and George was relatively quiet until that. 5 touchdowns through his first 5 games. That's the most all-time for a Cowboy. Can that be true?
He has, that's now his career high in touchdowns, and it's Javonte Williams has a career high in touchdowns, both of them already through 5 weeks.
Archer tweeted that Dak's touchdown pass to George traveled 43 air yards, second longest touchdown pass of his career by air yards. Wow. That is his first completion of any kind on a throw of at least that length since Week 16, 2023. Star up, Dak Prescott. He's going to deserve more of his own time on this program moving forward with 4 touchdowns, playing like an MVP. What are the Tolos saying on the fan text?
908 says star up yesterday to Jerry Jones for flipping the bird to the Jets fans. That was impressive. 214 says star up to Clayton Adams, the offensive coordinator for the Cowboys. And 817 says star up to Eberflus.
I know. I can't believe it. Like, what is happening with this defense? Star up, star down. What else do you want to knock out?
It's just quickly on Eberflus. It's a positive, and it's something good to see. I don't know that there was much done differently yesterday. Guys, I think, played better. Guys were communicating better like they want them to.
Well, this is what they've been saying.
Yeah.
This is what they've been telling us, kind of Zach Wolchuk's rant of, look, we have things kind of simplified out here. We're running zone 90% of the time. We just have to know what everyone is doing.
Yeah, and I think, look, I don't think he's just a complete, inept coach. Like, he's clearly not. The question is, how stubborn of a coach is he? How stubborn is he if things are clearly not going the right way? Is he willing to make adjustments? They played a little more man yesterday. They blitzed a little more often yesterday. It was not much, but it was a little more. And to be honest, yesterday, Justin Fields, all of the damage he did, in essence, because his 2 touchdown passes, they were all in man coverage. So he was 7 for 9 against man with 2 touchdowns, and he wasn't sacked a single time. When they were in zone, he was sacked 5 times, and he didn't have a touchdown. And so I don't think that the concept, in general, the concepts are bad. They're very basic ones. It's just a question of, this communication's got to continue to improve, and that's going to be something that really rides on him.
I know a lot of we've been focusing on Donovan Wilson. I get that, but I do just have to ask this question. Some Tolos have tweeted it from a coincidental timing standpoint. Since Malik Hooker went out, have things been that much better? Malik Hooker was not there yesterday. Why all of a sudden the defense looking as good as they did since 1/2 against Philadelphia?
No, if there was one guy going out that seemed to they played better, it was Sanborn. When Jack Sanborn went out, and I don't want to be it's not like a yay he went out, he got a concussion sort of thing, but it's just when that occurred. That's what Malik Hooker went out and they gave up 5 straight scoring drives against the Packers, and we're not able to really stop anything. I think Hooker's still a good player for them. I think Wanye, we'll see in post-hut tomorrow, but I think Wanye was okay, but I think he had some problems yesterday.
And let me give a star up to the rookie Shamar James. 15 total tackles. That is the most by a Cowboys rookie in a single game since...
Let's see here. Since Leighton Vander Esch.
Good job,
Rookie.
Roberto. Leighton Vander Esch in 2018, and the most in a single game since Sean Lee in 2019 had 17. This guy hits hard. He'll stick you. Shamar James may be taking Jack Sanborn's job.
Yeah, and this is why it is funny to look at like responsibility of who's in coverage. Because if you look at the numbers from yesterday, he gave up 10 receptions for 88 yards, Shamar James, because he's just a flat defender. And so it's like, and Shotty talked about it after the game a little bit, like, yeah, they were throwing some throws to the flat, and we know that's an area that they like, and Shamar James really attacked it. And that's what he gets credit for. They're going to complete those passes. Now it's just a matter of, do you let them pick up big yardage on it, or do you wrap them up? And he did a good job with that.
All right, Chop, you want to bring us down a little bit? Bring us back down to earth?
I don't know how the hell y'all are. I sit here biting my tongue. Y'all are way too high in this defense. That was, first drive, right down the field. And then the fumble. That ain't on coaching. The fumble isn't on coach. It's on Maris Leofow. That fumble's on.
Well, they are coaching him to punch the ball out.
Every coach coached him to punch the ball out.
No, not the same.
That is not. Do not give Matt Eberflus the credit on that one. This is the same guy with 12 men on the field penalties. Now, is that on the DC? Probably not. Like every team, I'm sure, does it differently.
I think 12 men on the field penalties oftentimes are on the coaches. They lead the NFL in that on defense
coaches,
this year.
Maybe not the actual defensive.
Well, they lead the NFL in that right now, and they led the NFL in defensive 12 men on the field last year too.
We need to ask Jerry and Shotty about 12 men. To be clear,
I asked a college football player yesterday. I said, a former. I said, "Who's that on?" He says, in college, it's on the grad assistant. Hash marks, down and distance, and personnel is on. So I don't know what it is in the NFL. At the college ranks, that's where it is. The run defense. Dude, you allowed 8 yards of carry to a guy who had fallen out of favor with the team. All right? You had Braylon Allen had taken over as the main guy for the middle two games. I'm not going to sit here and wax poetic about how great this defense was. You allowed 8 yards of carry. I don't care about the Justin Fields numbers bringing it down. You allowed 8 yards of carry on defense. And then penalties, and not just on defense. Penalties were a problem for the whole team. We had 11
the whole game.
Another game with a dozen or so penalties.
21 penalties total accepted. 21.
That's absurd. And half of that, some of that is on some of that on the referees of being a little bit too ticky tack. Sure, but some of them also were penalties that are not really subjective. It's like, oh, here you go, procedure penalties or whatever. So
no, there was a bunch of dumb procedural and pre-snap penalties.
Yeah. Look, I have to speak up for myself here. I'm the only one in this room. I'm going to remind both of you.
I'm going to remind you that I said Breece Hall was going to trash him on Friday. I believe I said that.
Well,
I knew exactly where you were going with this. You're about to throw it in my face.
Yeah, because y'all wanted to kiss the ass of the run defense and agree that it was fine, and I told you it wasn't fine. I stopped down in a segment. So I am not praising the defense for being good. I'm praising the defense for not giving up 4 60-yard bombs. You got to crawl before you walk. Crawl before you walk. Okay. By no means do I believe that it's fixed. Yeah. I think they're probably understanding their assignments a little bit more. The pass rush was a revelation out of nowhere, but I didn't believe the run defense was fixed. The run defense is not fixed. I am not confident that this is an average defense whatsoever. So I just want to be clear. But comparatively speaking, this was a really, really nice performance with what they've been, which is the worst defense in the league and the worst third down defense since 1982 in their franchise history. But by no means, I'm giving individual props. I am not suggesting they're even average.
Do you remember
the time?
Yes. See, I was going with Phil Collins. Do you remember Now It's Over?
No, I thought Michael Jackson too when I started saying it by accident. I think that we talked about this the first 4 weeks of the season, where it's like, if they just are where they're supposed to be, if they communicate, that's half of the crap they're giving up.
I'm giving them credit. It's like giving my kid credit for not falling asleep during class.
That's
like, what, you stayed up today? Okay, that's good. Now let's see if we can get a D. Then let's try for a C. And if we can get a C, I'm giving you ice cream. That's how I treat the Cowboys defense.
That's what the defense probably should look like when they aren't just having middle school communication issues. Like the fact that if they're just communicating and standing where they're supposed to be, they can play like that, which is not, I don't think they're a great defense, but that's what it should look like if you're just executing what you're supposed to do. They weren't doing that for the first 4 weeks. So yeah, if they can
and you are playing the Jets.
Yeah. And the Jets still, I mean, they got, like we said, 145 yards rushing or whatever it was. They were not having problems running the ball on
90 in the first half. Brees had 9 for 78 till it looked like he got benched for the fumble.
You are probably not pressuring the quarterback that often every week. I mean, I'd love to think this is just all of a sudden it clicked on for them, but I would guess that's not going to happen every week. So adjust it a little bit, but for the most part, yeah, that's what execution looks like. And as long as they're doing that, as long as they're on top of things, even a average to below average defense, when they execute zone correctly, should be able to like get a stop every now and then.
And, you know, the good news with defense is, you know, you have another week, I don't want to say a break, right? Because what Rico did yesterday is going to be troubling next week. But, yeah, you're not playing an elite quarterback next week at Carolina.
Right.
And, you know, so you get a little bit of break there. And then you have Washington and Denver coming up after that. You know, Denver could be hit or miss depending on the day. Washington obviously had a great. I mean, after the first 10 points, I mean, they were just dominant in that football game. So that's where you'll really see it. You get a little break this week.
I have a star down, maybe the first time and only time this season for Brandon Aubrey.
Oh,
I'm sorry, I have to. He missed an extra point, kicked it out of bounds after the Ferguson touchdown. So a little minor star down for Aubrey.
See, he's just trying to change the analytics so he can show that he has a miss there, and that way other teams might let them get into you know, field goal territory, and you know it's just helping things out. This is okay.
It does feel a little bit like when he misses something like that. You're like, is there something wrong?
I
like,
know.
oh dear God, is this the start of a Dan Bailey meltdown? What is that?
Star Up, Star Down, brought to you by the greatness of Wild Fork Foods and Johnson Fitness and Wellness here on a Cowboys Monday. And man, I was just in football heaven. You win the early game, other things go right to you, including your fantasy squads, and that takes us inside the NFC East. Philadelphia gets their first loss. Are their wide receivers even more unhappy? Choppy talked about a Washington statement win. Kellen Moore gets a W. And do we have to be worried about Rico around the rest of the NFC East on the helm of the Cowboys with Sean and RJ after this? And this is the Tolo team of attorneys. They're always going to hook you up at Frank.
Denver.
Good morning, Metroplex. It's a Cowboys Monday, and it was a blissful Sunday for me when the Cowboys win like that early on, and then you get a couple of other things that fall your way. The drinks taste better. The food is so much more umptious. The you know what, maybe you know what, later on at night in your particular room, in your house. And that's what happened after the Cowboys beat down the Jets 37-22.
What was your umptious food then last night?
Rigatoni, penny vodka, but rigatoni. Ooh, I was thinking about bringing you some.
Yeah. Should have.
But you've been having some stomach issues.
Oh, boy. Today, I could feel it. I already had goosies. I could feel it. We had shrimp last night. We put some spicy chili oil on it.
Oh, that'll help.
Yeah, that won't help.
No.
That won't help at all.
Is it penny? I always thought it was penne.
Penne.
It is penne.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But this is rigatoni.
Yeah.
Catch more of the sauce.
It does.
Maybe I'll bring you some. Tomorrow morning. 877-881-1053 in order to hit us up on the Franklin Frankel Injury Attorney text line. I like that you asked me what food I had versus what relations I had.
Well,
the Cowboy game was
you
made.
said your son sleeps in the bed.
Yeah,
sometimes,
you were right
so.
to ask. Your instinct was correct. Cowboy win made even better by this.
Mm-hmm.
Philadelphia taking on the Denver Broncos. Did Philly get cheated a little bit?
They go to Ingram, balanced and dives. Touchdown, Denver.
Jim Nance, CBS, my bad, Pepe. We came back with an audio clip. So the Denver Broncos are trailing in this game. They're down 14. They score 15 straight to drop the Eagles. 21-17, Denver with their statement win. Filthy's first loss in 287 days. Of course, a lot of wide receiver drama, which we'll get to in a second. But two key calls in this game. Zach Bond with a late hit on third down that extends things for the Broncos. This is after Sean Payton with a ballsy call. He goes for two with 7:36 left in the fourth quarter to go ahead and take the lead. And I was like, is it way too early for this? It ended up working out. Did you see the Bond hit?
Yes.
What did you think?
I don't have a problem with the call.
Players down, then it's one of those, I'm coming in afterwards and I fall on top of you.
In college, I would have a problem with it, right? They give you an extra step in college. It's NFL, it's like control your body, man. They're trying to make these things safe for the players.
Huge call.
I don't have a problem with the call. And if they didn't call it, I don't know that I would have a problem with that either. I think it was, though, a late hit.
So I think by the letter of the law, it is a late hit. It's tough when it looks like that. Because it doesn't, normally I think most people think of late hit and what they think of is you're 2 steps out of bounds and you're standing up and somebody knocks you over. Or you delivered a pass and somebody knocks you over a second later. This is a guy who's already on the ground and somebody just flops down on them. So it doesn't have the brutality of what I think we normally think of late hits look like.
Yeah.
Or the Leofow one we got last week where it's he blows him up because he thinks he has the ball. So I think visually it's a hard sell, but letter of the law, I think it's probably right.
I agree with you. The second one, I think Philly got screwed over. The Dallas Goedert pass interference, that was not called. Did you see that?
I don't remember that one.
Okay, so I think what happened here is the referees were not going to throw the flag on the same play back-to-back. Goddard drew a PI, a player a couple before. You don't think it's PI that he's grabbed?
No, I'm saying that's bad that was not thrown.
Yeah, Philly
that's interference.
That was interference. That's huge. They would have had it inside the 5.
Yeah.
They would have had it inside the 5 with a chance to win the game. But I think because Goddard got the flag for the same thing right before, they weren't going to do it again. So it was beneficial for us and Philly haters that Goddard got that first flag. This one was really bad. The Bond one, okay. This one, Philly got screwed. I'm not crying about it. I'm happy, and the Broncos win.
Yeah, this one's bad. This should have been called. The Bond one was fine. But you know what? Here's the good news. Philly finally losing, they can be happy now because they're so unhappy winning games, I guess. That now Devontae Smith, are you thrilled now that you got your what was it, 114 yards receiving, and you lost. I guess that's what he wanted. This is
Diana Rossini with the report that it's not just AJ, it is Javonte who is unhappy, and they're specifically unhappy about red zone targets. As Bobby said, Javonte with 8 for 114. AJ had 5 for 43, and Hurts missed him on a deep ball in which Brown had won the matchup.
Yeah, this is more an instance for where if I'm Philadelphia, I'm trying to figure out what the hell's going on with Barkley. Like, why is he not? He's not been efficient for them this year. He's at this point now. He's got 83 carries on the year. I believe he leads the NFC. If he doesn't lead the NFC, he's right near it. He's got 83 carries this year. He's averaging 3.2 yards per carry. This has not been the same Eagles running game.
Well, he did have a long touchdown catch, but yeah, for the running game, you had suggested that Saquon would take a step back. There was a lot of fantasy people.
A lot of steps, though. That's like 3 steps back for him.
There was a lot of fantasy people who said, no, you take Bijan and you take Gibbs.
Yep.
You take those two. And I was like, over Saquon? Really? It peer pressured me into taking Jahmyr Gibbs, and I'm glad I did. But, Bobby, you were thinking Saquon would go ahead. People just didn't think that he could replicate last year in terms of those 60-yarders that he would break off.
There are 62 players in the NFL this year who have a longer rush than Saquon Barkley's season long of 17.
Wow.
17?
62.
God,
17 is the longest rush he's had this year. 62 players in the NFL have a rush of at least 18 or more.
I bet you 10 quarterbacks do.
Oh, yeah, there's a ton of quarterbacks on here. There's Puka Nakua's on this list.
So, Filthy loses a tough one. How much do we need to be worried about this?
First and goal at the 5. Bills the back. Here's the snap. Handoff Krusty Merritt. Cuts to the edge. They're not going to get him again. He's a two-timer. He's in again. Bill Krusty Merritt. Touchdown. Touchdown, Washington.
Jaden Daniels returns. Another loss for Bobby Belt and you Justin Herbert Chargers supporters. They score 10 points. The Commanders go into L.A. and win 27-10. Jaden Daniels, 231 in the air, 8 rushes for 39 yards. The Chargers didn't score after the first quarter.
No, it was 10-zip. It was 27 unanswered.
Yeah.
That's a statement. Now, I didn't know there was, like, I thought the Commanders had, like, no fans. Like, their fans were, like, in D.C. That was that's embarrassing. And the same thing happened on Thursday with the Niner fans.
That's Los Angeles. Los Angeles doesn't have fans.
That's embarrassing, man. I mean, you have back-to-back home games for your two teams in town, and it is a complete sea of red for both games.
Krusty Merritt, 8 yards a carry, 14 for 111 and 2 touchdowns. Debo is doing some work, 8 for 96 and a touchdown. And Justin Herbert, 5.7 yards a pass.
No, that's not good.
He was sacked 4 times. He threw for 166. Bobby, do we need to be more worried about the Commanders, or this is just exposing the Chargers more?
So the Commanders, that's going to be tough because obviously they missed Daniels for 2 weeks. So like all we've got is really a 3-game sample, and one of them him banged up of being able to see like what Washington looks like this season. They don't look like they're as dynamic throwing the ball as they were last year, but that running game's been really good. Cliff Kingsbury, when he walked away from the NFL and he went back to college for a little bit and he investigated things, and he actually went and took his lessons he learned in his barn and applied them in real life and not just to get a job. Cliff Kingsbury has shown that he knows how to really attack defenses with running the ball now. And a lot of the different concepts that he had, they had a lot of success running last year. They've even this year, while they kind of struggled out of the gate, they had easy pickings running the ball with him out there so far. So I'm concerned about the way that they run the football. That's concerning. And obviously if Jaden Daniels comes back and shows he's healthy and he's ready to play, then yeah, that offense is scary. There's just still things about that Washington defense that'll leak.
Around the NFC East here on Sean and RJ. Back to the boys at 7:20 in the commercial-free expressway. Bobby's favorite highlight of the day.
Snaps the dart, inside handoff to Scatterboo. Ball's loose. Sage picked it up. That's Jordan down. 30, 40. Midfield, 40, 30. They're not going to catch him. See you later. Bye, Jordan Howden. Touchdown, Saints. Woo!
Saints radio with the call as Kellen Moore and Spencer Rattler get their first win together. 26-14. NOLA. The Giants fall to 1-4.
I knew I could count on my boy Kellen to snuff out this ridiculous chatter about that frat boy.
God, I bet on Scattaboo yesterday, too. I bet on Dart and won. I was like, I'm going to do the frat bros together. I'm going to headbutt my wall, and I'm going to get ready here. You know, I'm going to sit there.
He had to go higher than number, right? 59 yards.
It was the score.
Oh, it was the score.
It was the score. Yeah, he ran 15 for 59, 3.9. Gave that one up. Dart ran for 55, threw for 2 touchdowns and 2 interceptions. And now I'm trying to figure out, when do I start rooting for some Giants wins to keep them out of the top 5?
Well, hell, I thought they were going to get it early. They're up 14-3. Dart started 8-9, a couple of touchdowns, and then he blew up. I mean, like, blew up in a bad way. He could run a lot better than I remember at Ole Miss. I mean, I knew he could run, but he's running better than I thought.
He's athletic, yeah. I mean, the Giants are so bad. Brian Dable's going to get fired I would imagine he gets fired before the season ends. I know that's not generally a Giants move, but I would bet he gets fired before the season ends.
Is Cam better than you thought?
No.
This is about what you thought?
Mm-hmm.
Which is like right around 4. Right,
what he does is
below.
he's a brick.
He looks for contact. It's crazy.
He is a brick, so he will have his moments of like, oh, there's a play where he bounces off some guys. But what he is he's a 3 yards per carry guy generally, which is what he's done for most time. And then he'll bounce off of somebody and hold it with both hands like he's like John Riggins and try to bounce off people.
He's better than I thought. I think he's lost some weight. He looks more athletic than I thought, and he is fun.
He quit the drinking? Is that what it is?
He doesn't drink, he said, I think, after the Texas game.
Oh, he's a liar, too, then.
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up on DFW Sports Station. So that is how things look within the NFC East.
I will say, because I know you guys always like whenever I can take an opportunity to say I was wrong about something.
Yeah, you just had it.
I am feeling a little wrong, not totally, a little wrong about Spencer Rattler. Spencer Rattler does have a little bit more moxie than I thought he did.
The Texas Rangers have a Jerry Jones type Brian Schottenheimer coaching search. It was a cocaine heartbeat. That's how long it took for them to replace Bruce Bochy with Skip Schumacher from within.
Just a wonderfully extensive search. I mean, they went to the ends of the earth trying to find their next manager. I mean, they made phone call after phone call. I got to see, this was back in the late
Down
90s.
The hall.
Yeah.
They just hit the,
that's right.
Hit the one button.
If this was back in the late 90s, CY would have had to wait for nights and weekends for all of his minutes to kind of rejuvenate on his cell phone plan. You don't get that, Peyton. You're not old enough yet. But what an extensive search for Skip Schumacher. Again, just the amount of guys that we heard rolling in there to interview.
That's not cool, guys.
Vetting process, FBI probes. Tremendous job by the Rangers in finding their new manager. Really taking, no prisoners.
Are you not happy with it, judging by the mocking?
I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it. If that's what they want, that's what they want. But this is it.
Scared of him getting out of the building?
Yeah, this is just it's a fraudulent search. You didn't search. If they had searched and they found they came across the same guy, fine. I don't know. It's just this was premeditated.
Is it better to just do this versus these fake Rooney Rule interviews?
I don't have a problem. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to fight you on that one. Major League Baseball hasn't historically had a major minority hiring problem, although I think right now they kind of do. If you go back and look, I think there's only 7 minority managers in the sport. Now there's only 24 jobs that are taken, so you're looking at about a quarter of them. But this is kind of you didn't go anywhere. You didn't make any phone calls. You talked to Brett Boone. You talked to who else? Yadier Molina.
Wash.
Yeah, you talked to Wash. You talked to Albert Pujols. I mean, who'd you talk to, right? You talked to Skip Schumacher. Fine, that's what you want. Not going to fight you on that one. I just thought it was kind of a fraudulent search.
I mean, they didn't even hide it. They gave their press conference on Friday, and they were like, yeah, we're only talking to Skip. And I was like, okay. Sure, he may be good or whatever. It feels narrow-minded a little bit from that. And for an organization that at times gets, I feel accused of their way and the way that they like to do things, it feels a little too narrow, especially after 2 years where you've been disappointed. Your process hasn't been right the last 2 years. So,
and real quick, one thing I do he is a developmental guy at the major league level. Supposedly he's a developmental manager. Boch wasn't a developmental manager at the major league level. The minor league system developed these guys to get them there, and they never really got any better. Josh Young hasn't gotten better at the major league level. Carter hasn't gotten better. You got to get these guys to get Langford. You get these guys to get better, and that's what Skip brings.
And he's won a Manager of the Year.
He did. They had 33-1-1 victories that year, and we know how that works.
Sounds like he's a guy who will win in big moments to me.
Maybe.
So there it is. Skip Schumacher will be joining the KNC Masterpiece moving forward because we are your official home for Rangers baseball and Cowboys football. Back to star up, star down. And what's the best way to celebrate a Jets win in New York? With 2 middle fingers from Jerry Jones. Commercial free with the Expressway. The Cowboys party continues on Sean and RJ. And the party continues for the month of Porktober. It's not October. It is.
Oklahoma rooftop poolside at the coolest watch party in town at the Highland Hotel with The Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On-Time Experts, and the HOV lane of the Expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
Little screen right, Ferguson, 25. Good blocking. 15-10. Ferguson's going to walk the dog. That's a well-executed screen. Prescott to Ferguson for Ferguson's second touchdown, 26 yards. Touchdown, Dallas.
Jake Ferguson, all of a sudden, just finding himself in the end zone, the weekly guest of the Gag Nation on that call. That's Brad Sham, the voice of America's team. This is the Cowboys official station. In case you did not know, and every day at this time, we go commercial-free to the end of the hour, so no reason to change that dial. It's Sean and RJ, along with our Cowboys insider Bobby Bell, back from the Meadowlands. Jake Ferguson, 7 for 49, 2 touchdowns. I didn't give him a star up, because I just wasn't going to be like a slave to the stat line and say, 2 touchdowns, Jake. Because everything is that Dak rollout little 3-yard pass.
Oh, and every defense now knows, like, here it comes. That used to be the comfort throw. That used to be all right, let's get him going. Let's get Dak going. Let's get him in a comfortable look here, comfortable throw. Now it's outside of that 26-yard touchdown pass, which was on a throw behind the line of scrimmage, by the way. Outside of that 26-yard touchdown pass, the next 5 receptions he had went for 10 yards. He was averaging 2 yards a catch. But look, he's getting the job done.
Yeah. I'm hoping for a little bit more explosiveness and elusiveness from Jake.
They're not hitting that seam throw. They still are missing that every time. And that felt like a bad throw from Dak when I saw it live. The one where Ferg had gotten, I think it was the first drive, Ferg got behind the defense and they threw it, and it just... They are not connecting on the seam throw with the tight ends for some reason this year, and that's usually one of Dak's favorite throws.
Did it surprise Ferg that all the backups stepped up yesterday?
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all either. I mean, the way that O-line works, the way, the leaders of that room hold that room accountable, it doesn't surprise me at all. The guys stepping up. I remember going in there, and there were a couple different guards every once in a while, and it's the same outcome. It's domination, and it's locked in, laser focus, and that's what you need. It's next guy up mentality. This is the NFL. I think they did a great job.
I love Jake Ferguson. I think he might be fibbing when he says he's not surprised at all. You've got to be a little surprised at those guys playing that way. That is a preseason offensive line. That's the offensive line you roll out there for the very first preseason game. Oh, all the starters are sitting out except Steele, who needs some reps or something. Like, that's the line you run out there.
And they looked as good or better than the starters. Like, we're going to have a separate segment on whether Tyler Guyton has lost his job. And I think Brad Sham in the postgame says, I think, Nate Thomas right now is better than Guyton. We're going to have a replacement job segment for a bunch of guys, as a matter of fact. We need to figure out if we're just overreacting, or did Jalen Tolbert lose his job? Did Jack Sanborn lose his job?
It's, the offensive line is a strange lady, as Bros would say. I don't know if he says about the offensive line, but football in general. Because we've seen, the Nate Newton line was not all first-round draft picks. It's a mismatch. It's about guys playing well together. Some guys play well together.
It may not have. In fact, now I'm trying to sit here and think about it. It may not have been any of them were first-round draft picks.
I think, it was like they were just thrown together, and they turned out to be the greatest offensive line in league history. And it was just like, hey, they played well together.
I was a little surprised. Is Nate Newton coming in this week?
He said that he would come in this week. I'm supposed to text him today and give him a time either Wednesday or Thursday, but he said that he wanted to come in this week.
What a perfect week. Like, you got Cowboys Hour tonight?
No, that'll be Wednesday.
Okay. Perfect timing. Backup lineman, doesn't have the great pedigree, coming out all these first-round picks. Sham, I was surprised by him saying in the post that he actually was not concerned about the offensive line because the only unknown was, I'm going to butcher his last name, Adeniji. Adeniji. We knew about Brock Hoffman. Nate Thomas had been getting some love throughout this season, and he was not concerned about it. But Dak Prescott, this clip kind of went viral. Nick Harris tweeted it out. This is Dak on how he encouraged the young O-line during the week.
I had a conversation with the young lineman earlier in the week about, how I became a starter. And so if there's ever a guy who's going to believe in somebody having to step up to the plate and when their number's called and people don't think they're ready, it's going to be me. And so to me, it's just about encouraging those guys and motivating those guys to understand that you're meant to be here. You're here for a purpose. You're here for a reason. Like, don't overthink this thing. It's football. It's a fun, great team game. You've got teammates to count on and lean on. Just go out there and trust that and to let it go. And so going from Nate, who I've talked about all offseason, right, to Keem or Keaton, who's that's the one I had the conversation with, to TJ and, Brock, who've gotten tons of snaps and have started numbers of games here. I've got so much confidence in those guys, and it just grows with each play and each moment when I see how much pride that they take in their jobs.
Yeah, and he talked about, and the part that went viral there was right at the very beginning of just him, like, having a frank discussion with somebody and saying, like, this is how I got my job, guys. Like I took over because I was given an opportunity and I didn't let go of it. So just go out there and attack your job a certain way. But Dak also talked about after the game, he was like, Nate Thomas came up to me and was apologizing and was like, hey, man, I'll be better out there. I know I had this or that. And Dak was talking about it. He's like, that right there is enough. That's all I got to hear. I told him, I was like, I know you'll be better. You're good. But he's like, but I like hearing accountability from guys and guys who they want to push themselves to be better. That's their first thought after a game where we win by 15 was, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I didn't do a good enough job.
And we should stop down and focus a little bit more with the star up for the coaching staff.
Yeah, and
that was Jerry's big star up.
Dak, that was clear. Like that
makes Jerry look good too.
Jerry was very clear right out of the gate. Jerry was like immediately going like, well, coaching was the difference tonight. Dak, even after the game, talked about, in terms of the offensive line playing the way it was, he talked about Clayton Adams, Conor Riley, the offensive line coach, the assistant offensive line coach, Ramon Chinyoung. And he just said that the way they have those guys prepped is such a credit to the staff. And that's the thing, is that in the past, you lose one offensive lineman for this Cowboys team, and it feels like disaster.
Yep.
They had 4 gone yesterday, and
I picked the Jets to win like an idiot.
And they managed to win a game convincingly and managed to put up the same. This is 3 out of the last 4 games that when the fourth quarter has ended, they have 37 points. The Cowboys do. And so it's something where they're playing the same football regardless of who's in there on offense right now. And that's a big credit to all those coaches right there. Somebody had the stat this weekend, and I can't remember what it was at before this week, so I just went and looked at it. Last year, the Cardinals were 5.3 yards per carry, and Dallas was 4 yards per carry. That was with Clayton Adams in Arizona. You flip them over here, the Cardinals this year at 4.7 yards per carry. They're down more than half a yard, and Dallas is up to 5.4. They're up a yard and a half. Like,
they'll probably
all the talk that was out there about, hey, Clayton Adams is going to come in here, and the way he really attacks the run game, and Dak gave him a lot of credit yesterday, but the way he attacks the run game is a difference maker for them. And so, as much as we give credit to Javonte Williams and different things like that, those coaches right there, Ramon Chinyoung, Conor Riley, Clayton Adams, and then Shotty overseeing all that, they all deserve a lot of credit.
Shotty with his overall message to the team after the big win.
The power of all about the ball. It's 2 weeks in a row now. We've won the turnover battle. We were 1-0 this week. Took care of it again. Got a goose egg for the second week. I think that's huge. But we talked a lot about the complementary football, and the defense, getting stops. And again, we didn't get as many out, but I'm telling you, when we watch the film, there's going to be, you guys should do the math, because I'm not going to give you the numbers, but how many punches we had on the ball, I'm not going to give you guys the numbers, but there was going to be a lot of them. They were serious about and intentional about trying to get that ball out.
Star up Brian Schottenheimer, the play calling, and the entire staff. Dak Prescott gets his shine by himself at 8 o'clock this morning on 105.3 The Fan.
And I know we've been fans of Schottenheimer so far and like what he's doing with the culture and stuff like that. It really, to me at least, feels like these first few weeks, like it's a legitimate schematic advantage with him right now, the way that he's drawing things up. Like, I feel like a lot of the different plays that he's drawing up and the way he's attacking defenses, it's not just, oh, this is all execution. There's design to it that's giving them an advantage.
Let's get to that in just a second. I have some side broadcasting notes on yesterday's game. But I guess we got to give a star up to Jerry Jones celebrating in the perfect New York way. Are these middle fingers from JJ to the Jets fans? Is this what happened there at the Meadowlands?
You got to understand where you are.
Carter, let's get that up on the fan cam.
What's your point?
Nice. You got to understand where you are. That's not a middle finger in New York City. That's a hello. Okay? It's like, what is it? The peace sign means something different in Europe.
Oh, they all like when
right?
you
It means something different.
When you have the volume up on the video, he's like clapping, he's pointing. When he points at whoever he points at, and then he turns his finger up, all the Jets fans in attendance start laughing. Like they like it.
Yeah.
They enjoy that. That's
I don't know what
you do that somewhere else. Yeah, maybe it's not received the same way. But they're in New York with all those people in their Mark Gastineau jerseys and things, their Braylon Edwards jerseys. It was received well. They laughed at it.
So this is a big nothing burger for me. You're in New York City or Jersey.
Do you miss kind of that human interaction with the way they do it versus us? The nice old South here.
Look, man. The long I've been down here almost 30 years now. 1997, almost 30 years. I get more. I roll at those people more every day. Every day, they're so obnoxious and so loud. And this is coming from me.
I know.
It's so over the top and just relax.
Yeah, just the interactions.
Now they have their home crowds are generally better because of that.
Yeah,
but it's just too much. I can't do it.
There's this elevator operator yesterday for the Jets that was taking us down, and we're going down at the 5-minute mark. Cowboys are up big, and some Cowboys fan gets on the elevator and he says something like, "Well, they could always blow it." And I said, "No, they'll win this game." And this guy, he's in a wheelchair, the elevator operator. He must be 70. He's got the thickest New York accent. He goes, "You know what? People thought it was over when it was 45-3 against the Dolphins. I remember that." Yeah. He goes, "But I could also walk back then. So that was a very long time ago."
The irreverence, the irreverent humor is I miss. But other than that, I don't miss anything.
Choppy and I were in the production studio Friday after the show, and I was working on Brian Schottenheimer's dinner reservation. And I had the chef owner of Rayo's, sauce in the store, on the phone. And I said, "Wait a second, I should have recorded it. I got to put this on speaker for RJ." And this guy, this dude was such a New York meatball, going off on the Giants. Yeah. And I mean, you can't fake that accent.
You could hear.
Am I wrong? Am I wrong?
Yeah, you're not wrong. You could hear the ragu in his voice. You could just hear it.
So Jerry with the middle fingers, he will address that and probably go viral tomorrow when he joins us at 8:30 on DFW Sports Station. Did you see it?
I saw the video of it. I didn't see it live, obviously, but yeah, I saw the video of it.
All right, let me get to some of the side notes that I had on this. Rich Cimini, who's their archer for New York, said at halftime 23-3, "I've covered the Gase Jets. I've covered the Kotite Jets. That was as bad a half as I've ever seen." We may go live later on today and this takes a lot for me to do it because I can't stand this guy, but I want to hear Mike Greenberg cry. I want to hear his rants. I want to hear his little meltdowns. Mike Greenberg, the diehard Jets fan, I was just searching his Twitter account yesterday, and he tweeted at one point, "This is as low as it gets." So that was hilarious. Rich Cimini, 23-3, saying this is as bad a half as I've seen.
That was halftime. Did you see what he said after it was all over?
No.
Oh, he went back to the same thing. He goes, "I've covered roughly 600 Jets games.
Oh, poor guy.
This was one of the 10 worst performances. It was Kotitian." He says Aaron Glenn's team was ill-prepared and largely non-competitive, outplayed and outcoached by a mediocre team that was missing 4/5 of its offensive line. No plan on offense other than haul between the tackles. Defense was pathetic. Poor tackling. No fire. Turned a former practice squad receiver, Fenoi, into a star. Wilkes isn't doing the job. No one is.
Look, they're gonna get on him, Aaron Glenn, and he might be a nothing as a head coach, right? And teams try to tap in. They try to tap into Sean McVay. They try to tap into Kyle Shanahan. Well, this offseason they try to tap into Dan Campbell, and they're trying to change things. And some guys can do it, and some guys can't. And it's
dude, I feel bad for him.
Yeah, he's
watching
got nothing to work
him.
with.
He's depressed. He's answerless on the sideline. Aaron Glenn.
Oh, I'm thrilled. The way he handled everything this offseason, walked in there thinking like he was Bill Parcells and he was going to get snippy with everybody when they would ask basic questions. He did Rodgers the way he did, which I'm not a Rodgers fan, but that was awful the way he said him
or whatever.
That Aaron Glenn walked in there thinking like, I'm going to show you guys how this is done. And so I love the rude awakening for him.
And he keeps saying, they're saying up there, the Dan Campbell Lions were 0-10. And he was about to get fired. And then they started 1-5 or whatever the following year. There's not a whole lot to work with. Like the Lions had a ton of draft picks to work with. This Jets team is not that.
Well, they got Sauce. They got Quinnen. By the way, I didn't even hear Quinnen Williams' name yesterday.
No.
I did not notice him. You know,
they got Garrett.
Garrett Wilson.
They need a quarterback. You know, like the Lions had a stable quarterback.
Someone tweeted me, Aaron Glenn's hair is going to be Snow White by the end of this game. Like, he's answerless. He's got nothing. Greg Olsen on the broadcast was talking about your Schottenheimer point. They asked him, what's the difference between this and McCarthy's system? And he said, this feels like more of a married system versus Mike's being, this is the pass offense, this is the run offense. And with Schottenheimer, everything on first and second down looked the same. And I thought that was interesting observation from Greg Olsen, who is so much better than Tom Brady. I only got two Tolos. I only got two Tolos who disagree with me. Greg Olsen is so good, but there he is talking about Schottenheimer's offense.
Yeah, and that's something that was a big point of his when they said, what does your offense look like? His very first opening press conference, he said, I think the very first thing out of his mouth was marrying our run and pass looks together.
Yep.
Like he wants it to look a certain way. And, you know, I just say that it's amazing what the last 10 games of 2023 and the first 5 games of this season look like when you have an offense running competently.
Keep taking shots. It's okay. You know, that's small man energy. You got to keep doing that. Got poor guys out of work. Poor guys out of work. And you're
small
kicking
man
them.
by comparison. Yes, you're right.
Dak Prescott on what he appreciates the most about Shotty's play calling.
And something just as a play caller and, you know, from our relationship that I appreciate is a guy who takes heavy accountability. And what I mean is, there was some drives today that didn't go well. I'll take responsibility for a number of them where there's third down, should have got to this play or that play, but just to him even in my headset say, let me get something going for you. You know, let me do a better job of calling plays. And, you know, whether it was his fault or not, when you're the quarterback, you're like, man, you know, I appreciate that. You know, maybe it's not all on me and they weren't your play calls. It's just taking accountability and then, you know, he called the touchdown to GP. So, you know, and then he goes, hey, I'm back in my bag. And I go, yeah, you are.
I was getting a little worried. I was being a little spoiled fan with a couple of drives in the third quarter. I'm saying you guys are effing around too much. There was 2 straight second half drives. They were up 23-3. Atolo tweeted me, said, I hope they don't get cocky with this defense that all of a sudden they've got some shutdown unit. But the offense just felt like they had fallen asleep. They were sleepwalking a little bit in the third quarter. So I'm glad that Dak addressed it right there post game.
Yeah, and look, sometimes if you get
then George Pickens happened.
Sometimes you get a big lead. Some teams will fall into the trap of, hey, let's work on some things. Let's try some new play. I don't have a problem with that if you do that. The problem is if you just kind of look like you're mailing it in. That's where the problem starts to happen. So.
Yeah, there's a certain take your foot off the gas energy that exists. Like, I mean, he even talked about Schottenheimer after the game. He's like, yeah, they had some plays they picked up in the second half. We were also kind of in a different coverage at that point where we're just kind of like easing off. You're not trying to, you know, go a million miles per minute. But, I mean, that's a big thing to Dak, clearly, is the connection there that he has and that sort of relationship. And then he's playing really well. It's wild. If you look at the top 3 leaders in QBR in the NFL right now, Daniel Jones, Sam Darnold, Dak Prescott. Like, nobody would have ever guessed that's the top 3.
This play-by-play guy, though, TV-wise in this game, I'm going to have to mute it if this happens again. If Joe Davis continues to call baseball, Jason Benetti, holy crap, this guy annoyed the S out of me. He was sitting there talking about, oh, blisters, really? Like, they're a big deal? He called Sanborn a big loss. He's like, a huge loss with Sanborn going off the field. But this guy, even his jokes, he's trying to be funny, just annoyed me. Had my skin crawling. Jason Benetti, whoever that is.
Which I had seen you tweeted about it, I think. And I like obviously was not watching the game live. Worst TV setup in football in the press box, by the way. What the Jets were doing. Everybody is standing around there. I mean, you have people from Fox walking around going like, there are a million TVs in this place. They all have just a spinning Jets logo on them. We're like, can somebody put the Vikings game on? Like, can we actually watch football while we're sitting here waiting? And it's a bad setup. But I couldn't hear any of it. So I made sure to like go back and check some of it when I got back home last night. And I was like, oh yeah, this dude's like, I've never heard him before.
I knew I had seen him before because he's the Tigers guy. He does Tigers baseball, and I for some reason I never cancel the baseball package. I never cancel it, right? So I keep getting it every year, which is fine. Yeah, I watch a lot, but yeah, he's the Tigers guy. I was like, And it completely slipped my mind that Joe Davis was going to leave. I don't remember what Buck did and how Joe did it. If he would do, I remember Joe doing both certain days.
And
I think Buck took a timeout.
Are we, since you just referenced it there, are we saving for a later segment the Louis Vuitton discussion?
No.
So I thought this was kind of interesting. I didn't think of it this way at all. There was a discussion among some people in the press box who were like, do you have to tattle on him for the Louis Vuittons? Like, that's why he got blisters.
Explain it.
So Jaden Blue went out there and was practicing in Louis Vuitton cleats the other day, which, if you're just now getting active and they're like, he's doing things the right way, I don't know, that first practice you're like, Louis Vuitton, baby, here we go.
Activated, here we go. Get them game checks.
That alone, like, that has a little bit of Shador energy to it, it feels like. But he goes out there. He ended up getting blisters during practice. And Shoddy apparently told him, like, yeah, dude, it's because those Louis Vuitton, like, cleats that you're wearing. And he talked about this in the press conference. So everybody came back in and asked Jaden Blue the next day.
So, like, this is the first time he wore them? Like,
yeah,
breaking them in when you're about to be activated.
Yeah. And so Shoddy talked about it, people in the press conference, and then it got brought up during the TV broadcast. And there were a couple people who were like, do you need to bring that up? Like, should Shoddy have brought that up? The Louis Vuitton thing? Because now, like, Jaden Blue's going to get questioned. Couldn't that have just been a quiet thing? To me,
I think if Jaden Blue is acting the way that he has reportedly been acting, or some of the stuff we've been hearing, you don't have to quietly hear it. He's been inactive. There's no reason that he shouldn't be active over Miles Sanders. It's taken too long for him to get on the field. I think that could be a way for, keep him in check.
I'm totally in favor of doing it. Because to me, it's like, if you're going to walk out there wearing Louis Vuitton cleats and you want people to see that, I think it's totally fair to go, by the way, those Louis Vuitton cleats he was flaunting around, they gave him blisters. He couldn't wear them anymore.
I wonder how often guys do they wear new cleats every game?
I don't know.
And Olsen was, like, making fun of it. And this play-by-play guy is like, oh, so it's not, not worth it to wear Louis Vuitton cleats? And Greg's like, no, they're blisters. There's literally nothing that's worth you running around as a professional athlete with blisters.
Right.
And I know they were trying to joke, but the guy was still like, oh, really? I was like, oh.
Yeah, and to be clear,
comedy.
the fan text is blowing this up right now. Yes, I know. They were Nike cleats that had LV painted on. It was a very Louis Vuitton look. They're being called the Louis Vuitton, but it's the fact of breaking in the new cleats.
Oh, so they're not Louis Vuitton.
No, Louis Vuitton doesn't make cleats, but it's the Louis Vuitton cleats because they were custom Nike ones, and they were painted on Louis Vuitton logos that he was like, all right, I'm going to break these in. And that was the problem, is that you're breaking in these cleats right there. It's like, that's why you've got an issue.
Is DAK MVP? We're going to do that at 8 o'clock this morning here on Sean and RJ. Right now, let's find out what y'all did over the weekend.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
I'm having a bad fucking weekend. Best and worst at 877-881-1053. We go around the room, and the Franklin Frankel Injury Attorney text line, 877-881-1053. And I think real quick, we have to start with somebody else's weekend. The Mark Sanchez story.
Oh, man.
What the heck happened in Indianapolis? Mark Sanchez gets stabbed. The initial story has you feeling sorry for him, like, oh my God, Mark Sanchez, the victim of just senseless crime. Kurt Menefee and Dan Orlovsky and everyone is giving their flowers. Dan Dakich giving their flowers to Mark Sanchez, who is a Fox broadcaster, someone I've wanted on this show as a guest, seems to have a fantastic personality. Well, then the details emerge here that Mark Sanchez is in the wrong, and he's getting arrested and charged while in the hospital bed from the knife and lacerations.
Yeah, like it was a fight in an alley with a 70-year-old, 69-year-old man,
an oil truck driver.
Yeah, grease. He was getting rid of the grease from some restaurant. I guess
69-year-old.
I guess that's a thing. The restaurant's got to get rid of their grease somehow, and they send it to. I had no idea.
Yeah.
Throw it down the drain. Let the city worry.
No.
I know. I'm just messing with you. So he gets. I guess the guy it was after midnight, and he confronted a man and told him to move his vehicle, which was this truck.
Parked in an alley.
And Sanchez is like, hall monitor, like, you're not allowed to be parked here.
What?
And it's not even like he lives, it's not even like at a building he lives at. He's visiting at a hotel. He's like, I got to take up the case of the West End or whatever.
Yeah.
Like, why do you care
And Mark's
so
like,
much?
I know you're not allowed to be here. And the driver's like, no, I talked to the manager, like the building. I am allowed to be here. I need to get the grease.
Yeah, you hall monitor. What are we doing here, right? So he gets into this confrontation and he becomes physical and he gets stabbed.
He goes into the guy's vehicle.
Yes.
Goes into his car.
Into the cab of the truck.
Starts trying to beat on him. The guy
throws the guy against the wall.
Yeah, the guy pepper sprayed him first, I think is what they said. And then that didn't stop Mark Sanchez. It kept going. So then he said, fearing for his life, he broke out. And the pictures of the 69-year-old in the hospital bed are bad.
Have you seen the pictures?
No, I have not.
They're awful.
What in the bath salts? How are you able to withstand pepper spray?
The 69-year-old, by the way, he has like lacerations from the knife. Like, it looks like in his face.
Mm-hmm. I obviously don't know, and I don't want to make claims, but I'm just saying that behavior does not sound like a drunk person to me.
Nope. Sounds like a lot more.
That sounds like, messing with something a lot worse.
Get in his system. But man, this is like, if this is true, if the police report is true, Mark Sanchez has to be fired. This is not a one and done warning. This is over. This is done.
It could be jail time.
Akeem Talib basically got fired for something his brother did. And they're like, no, we're not going to have you around on the broadcast.
Yeah. Who did they bring in yesterday to replace him?
It was Brady Quinn.
Brady Quinn.
Imagine, it's just, imagine whenever we got people coming to town. Greg Olson comes into town for a game. Just imagine how insane that is that Greg Olson arrives for work and later that night he's beating somebody up in the alley of the Jewel because they were trying to park back there. It's like,
the alley.
What?
Yeah.
How the heck? That was a noon game. How the hell did Brady Quinn get there on time?
I mean, he's a Notre Dame guy, right? Does he live in Indiana?
Maybe he does. I don't know. Just take Brady. Just drive down. 90 minutes.
The
Let's
insanely crazy Mark Sanchez story as he is charged. He's charged with 3 different things here in this crazy incident with a loading dock.
Yeah, and he got released from the hospital last night and then immediately was taken to jail from leaving the hospital. So, because he was
police are on their way, mofos.
They were talking about him being in serious condition. That was breaking like as we were on the Cowboys plane, and it was like it kind of had this energy of like you didn't know what was happening yet. It's like, well, is this going to complicate things for like, I mean, if something happens here, like Shottenheimer, this is a whole other added element to it.
Sanchez told police he didn't recall what happened after grabbing for a window. He said while being interviewed in the hospital, he didn't know who had stabbed him or where it had happened. Battery with injury, unlawful entry of a motor vehicle, and public intoxication. The victim was not arrested. Best and worst from New York City, Bobby. What pizza place did you go to?
I did not go to a pizza place. So noon kickoffs in New York are the worst. Because here's the thing. That is a 3-hour plane ride. You go through security. You're going to sit on the plane for about an hour. Then you're going to take off. You're going to fly for 3 hours. Then you're going to sit for a little bit longer while you taxi. Then you're going to ride the bus to the hotel. So basically, you've just been sitting in place for 5 hours. So a lot of times, especially if you're going to the East Coast and then it's already later in the evening when you get there, then when you get into the hotel, you're just kind of like, I kind of don't want to leave the hotel room now. I would rather like stay in. And typically, if it's a night game or even a 3 o'clock game, it's a little bit easier to just go, all right, tomorrow afternoon or tomorrow morning, I'm going to go out and I'll go see the city. So that's typically what I've gone when we've gone to New York. When it's noon, I was looking at it and we are leaving the bus is leaving at 9 Eastern, which means you're supposed to get to security at 8, which means you need to wake up at 7, which is Eastern time, 6 o'clock. I was basically getting up for the show on a Sunday because since that's usually when I wake up at 6 o'clock to actually drive in here 40 minutes late. But when that whole setup, I was just like, all right, fine, I'm going to order in. So I didn't end up doing the pizza thing. I didn't order pizza from the hotel either, but my goodness, it was the fanciest like hotel food setup that I've ever seen. Like everything that was on the menu was like super ridiculously expensive. They had like $300 bottles of wine on there. Like you can get a bottle of wine to your room for $300.
Oh boy.
And I was just like, all right, I ate a little bit on the plane. I'll get just some meatballs. Let me get some meatballs. And they deliver this thing up with like ricotta on each one, like just a dollop of ricotta dropped on each one. It was wheeled in by this gentleman in a tuxedo who brought it in on like a cart and was like, "May I come in, sir?" And then he like brought it in and it had this like dining drape over it and a 25% surcharge.
Oh, God.
Which is wild. And then still has an area where you can tip, which I'm an idiot and I feel guilty. And so it was a quiet night indoors. in New York City. But it was a great view of downtown New York because we were right near the Hudson. So, like, you could actually right out the window just
City is
see
massive.
it. I did take the window could open a little bit. And so I was on the 17th floor and I actually held my phone out the window and I was just like panicked that it was gonna slip out of my grasp and I was gonna drop it on somebody.
Pay.
So I have a best and worst. Best, you know me, gambling addict. I had to go to the casino Friday night. I was down, I know again, but look, once a month, new month, Sean, new month. It's over. You know, everything restarts after we get to a new month here. 3-game winning streak for me. 3-trip winning streak. Won again. We were down 200. We went to the craps table. We said, you know what? We'll turn 250 into 500. So we did that. So, but only profited a little over 100. But then the worst happened, and my relationship was taken to an all new level on Saturday. So Mackenzie is buying this furniture. You know, we're still trying to get stuff for the house. There's walls that have nothing on it. She's like, we got to do something about this. They look fine to me. You know, they're just white walls, but can't just leave the walls white. Can't just put up a picture frame or anything. Got to put furniture and cabinets there. So she ordered a cabinet here, and it's one you got to put together. Everything's already there. The screws are there. You just got to screw everything in, put it together, and I'm getting frustrated with the directions here. So pictures like, okay, is this the front? Is this the back of the? What is this here? Is this the the door, the handle? What is this? And so I'm putting stuff on backwards. She's just going through whatever. She's doing fine, but I'm getting frustrated. I'm slamming stuff around. And she's like, "What's your problem? Why? Like, we're having fun here. Let's just relax." And I'm like, "Well, it shouldn't be this hard." And it took us a couple hours, but we finally got it put together, and it looks fine, looks great. And then she was like, "Well, I ordered another one because we need 2. This one's not big enough. We need 2 side by side." And I was like, are you kidding me? So we're going to do this all over again this week, maybe next week. And I'm not looking forward to it. But man, geez,
test. That's a test right there.
Directions. You got to figure this stuff out, man. Make it easier on us.
They do a poor job. They just do pictures on these things, right? Instead of.
But how many times out of 10 do you not get all the pieces you're supposed to have? I feel like it's 2 or 3.
I feel like
I don't have the right nails, the right amount of nails. I feel like I've lost them myself.
Something always happens. Like it's poorly cut, right? Something's poorly pre-cut. Does it fit right? I usually have like more nails and screws than I need, which always kind of concerning.
Yeah.
But that's a test right there. She's going to see if this thing happens again, you get fighting again.
Yeah.
She's test driving this whole thing.
And yours was nothing but relaxation?
We had no baseball. We had no kids. We hadn't had that since like mid-August. So we got some good stuff done around the house. Relaxed. But, did have some tummy issues. All right. And, on Saturday, cooked a little steak. And, I usually take it off around like 123 to 125 and let it sit.
Ooh.
And I feel like it cooks too much.
Cooks too much, okay.
So I took it off like 117 and I let it sit longer.
She eats it that rare?
She didn't have anything to do with this. I was doing the
Well, she
grilling.
has to consume it.
She has to consume it, yeah. So she likes it rarer than I do. She would do like rare plus. That's how she would like it.
Okay.
So I took it off like 117. I let it sit a little bit longer. And I thought it was fine, but the next day I woke up and I was like, ooh, tummy.
You've had some issues.
Oh, yeah, I have.
Salmon,
it's all the fruit.
homemade
it's all the fruit
ice cream.
I'm eating fruit like crazy.
877-881-1053 for best and worst of the weekend. Is Dak Prescott your NFL MVP? Let's give him his props after the performance yesterday. Next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. But it is a Service Industry Monday at Hurtado Barbecue, the Dallas location.
driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
We got a bunch on the right. Prescott under center. Play action. Boot wide open. Flips it out to Williams for the easiest touchdown of the day.
Brad Sham with the call here on DFW Sports Station. Got the entire morning family with you on a Cowboys Monday. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Bobby Belt back from the Meadowlands. Peyton and Carter Freeman right now in the back.
Boy, it sure is interesting that in the segment where we're going to talk about how good Dak is, we come back playing a stat padding. That's what that is. That's just stat padding, giving him that 4th touchdown. That is, I don't respect it.
18 for 29, 237, 8.2 a pass, 4 touchdowns. Again, no CeeDee Lamb, no Turpin. Sacked one time, if you want to call it that. The QBR was an 87.9. The QB rating was a 127.4. You know how I can tell that Dak Prescott is playing at another level?
Bobby's talking about it.
There's
hell yeah, baby. I was quiet this offseason.
We have 23 Dallas Cowboy cuts on this cut sheet today. Nice job, Peyton, Kevin Walker, the entire team. Not one of these is a Jerry Jones or Brian Schottenheimer clip praising Dak's play. Now, maybe it was in there, and I'm not saying that they're being negative whatsoever. What I'm saying is, I think this is becoming expected play. This guy is reminding me of Romo towards the end, in which he has all the answers to the test. Brian Schottenheimer said something on Friday with us, and by the way, that is must-listen golden radio. That has nothing to do with us. He could go on with anyone, and this man is electric and must-listen, the way we knew he would be when we heard his early press conferences. But he said something that made me think about the way I used to remember Dak in a game against Tampa Bay and his rhythm. And Brian Schottenheimer said, judge the back foot. Drop, 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 plant out, rhythm. Drop, 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 bam, go, rhythm. And that is the rhythm in which Dak Prescott is playing right now. He's totally in control. It feels like he is going to guide you wherever you need to go, whether it's late in a clutch situation, whether it's without help. And no CeeDee Lamb and no Turpin and 4 backup offensive linemen. And I just think it's so expected nowadays that reporters are not going out of their way. And maybe they did, Bobby. You were there. Were you there?
Were you there?
And it's just not on this cut sheet, but it's a good thing when it's taking us till 8 o'clock in the show to talk about Dak throwing for 4 touchdowns because he has been playing at this level.
Yeah, and I mean, I had I can't remember if I know I put it in my email, but I don't remember if we actually said it on Friday. I know I said it during the pregame show. Dak is playing at a level that naturally I wasn't as concerned as I normally would be thinking they had 4 offensive linemen out. Because I saw what he did against Green Bay, and I saw the way he's playing and know, the kind of...
That Micah game told me everything.
Yeah.
The whole PFF fight. I'm glad that I had this PFF fight. And I looked at Brian Baldinger and his tape breakdown, because that was masterful. That was artwork in quarterback play, speaking to your point of the sack being a quarterback stat. Because not every quarterback is not getting sacked by Micah Parsons because there's hesitation and not knowing where to go with the ball. The receivers have to be open as well.
Receivers got to be open.
But Dak Prescott owned that game.
4 years ago, that's a disaster game.
Yeah, it is.
Like it's not just another quarterback.
The Falcon game?
It's not just another quarterback. It's if that's Dak 4 years ago, he probably it's not as positive of a game.
Yeah, I mean, there's and yes, some quarterbacks just they see pressure. Especially as you get older, or if you're just a pocket pass, you get down, right? I'm not taking the hit, live to fight another day.
Yep.
But those same guys also, set protections, put the other players, the offensive line, shift the protection, the running back.
Shift.
Yep. So you make sure did I not pronounce the F?
No, you did.
Okay.
I just thought it was close.
But you make sure that the protection is where it needs to be, and then you go away from it.
You got shift in your neck.
I do, right? you gotta go away from it. It's like you throw you move in the pocket to get away from that pressure. And that's what the great quarterbacks, especially as they get older, they really become sound at doing, and that's where he is. He's playing at a very high level now.
And you said last week, throw $10 on it. The Cowboys are going to have to be a playoff team to win this money. But heading into the weekend from Bet Online, he was 66-1 to win MVP. The following quarterbacks were ahead of him. This is before the weekend. Josh Allen, that took a hit last night. Justin Herbert, it's like Bobby made these damn odds. They're so stupid. Mahomes, he's got one great game. They're just betting on tonight and moving forward with his weapons returning. Jordan Love, Lamar Jackson, that's over. Matthew Stafford, Jalen Hurts, no. Jared Goff, Baker Mayfield, Daniel Jones, Jaden Daniels, Dak, and Sam Darnold, 66-1. Now you look at Dak's numbers. Today. Now, the numbers may not... I'm going to guess. I haven't even looked at his particular ones. I'm going to guess when you're about to read them off. They're not sitting there on top in all categories. It's really just watching him and the way that he's orchestrating everything. But the Cowboys' offense is number one in the NFL. Dak is second in the NFL in pass yards. Javonte second in rush yards. Pickens second in receiving yards. Ferguson second in receptions. Nick Harris was throwing out some of these numbers.
Do you want to know where he is right now on MVP? 9th. So he went from 66-1 to 22-1. Now the guys ahead of him, he's at 22-1.
Yep.
Hurts at 18-1.
That's okay. That's not happening. It's not going to happen with the way that they're throwing it.
Goff at 16-1.
Okay.
Herbert at 15-1 still.
That's not going to happen.
Stafford at 14. Mayfield at 14. Jordan Love at 8.5-1. Mahomes at 6. And Josh Allen is just a tick over even money at plus 110. So basically even money. You should have gotten on it. If you got on it last week, you did great. If you didn't get on it, there's still value there. 22-1. I mean, you still throw $10 down. I mean, that's still $220. You know, you're still doing all right.
He is the NFL leader in completions. He's the NFL leader in attempts. He's second in yards. He's third in touchdowns, and he's third in QBR. I mean, he's playing at a really high level. But yeah, this is going to be, you're entering a stretch here where you've got Carolina, Washington, Denver, Arizona before the bye week.
I said going into the year, 7-3 was the number at the bye week. You had to be 7-3. Now with the tie, it's what, 6-2-1.
Yeah, I mean, they'd have to go obviously undefeated. But I mean, if they're 5-3-1,
you'll take it.
Entering the bye, and they're coming out the other side with the Raiders. You feel like, all right, you've now put yourself in a competitive position. And look, their schedule's daunting in the second half. It doesn't look as bad as it did 3-4 weeks ago, where it's Philly, which is a tough team,
beatable.
but you've played with them. Kansas City, Detroit on the road. Detroit looks like a juggernaut right now. But then it's Minnesota, the Chargers, the Commanders, the Giants. It's not as intimidating as it looked a few weeks back.
Minnesota doesn't look the same. That Daniel Jones is 25-1. Like that's some value there. Because I think if you were to look at it over the first 5 weeks, Daniel Jones probably the MVP right now? If you were to vote,
I would have said Allen before last night.
I would have thought Allen too. I think the thing with Daniel Jones, I would
have said Jonathan Taylor.
Because I mean, he
scored 3 more yesterday.
He's having a good
not enough for Medford's fantasy team, but still nice for Jonathan.
You could vote Lamar based on how bad the Ravens looked yesterday with Cooper Rush.
Cooper Rush threw 3 picks.
Oh my gosh!
But I mean, if you're Daniel Jones, he has gone out there and done tremendous, and he's put up good numbers, and they're not where they are.
Sandler's so happy. Side text me. He's like, our Daniel Jones take isn't looking that dumb. It took a lot of years for it to be. And by the way, Shane Steichen is the reason I'm firing Brian Daboll if I'm the Giants.
Yeah.
Shane Steichen's the one who should have Brian Daboll fired. You're the offensive genius. You're the Bill Belichick disciple. Why is Shane Steichen getting this out of this kid? And we forget about losing Saquon. That's not what hurts. It's losing Daniel Jones and having him doing this. Saquon wasn't going to do anything in a lose-now situation for New York. Dak, last 2 games, 556 and 8. I'm going to throw out a little mini topic. Brad Sham has already responded to it. I had a Tolo tweet me and say, should we have dealt someone like Lamb instead of Parsons? And again, this is one game reaction, right? We do this. But Dak, it's meaning to pay a compliment to Prescott in that he can make Ryan Fenoi or you can score 40 points without CeeDee Lamb, and you have a Daniel Jones, you have a Josh Allen in MVP races without a true one. So my answer is still you keep Lamb and you deal Micah, especially with Micah and some of that stuff behind the scenes. I get the question, but I thought I'd throw that out there because they're trying to pay props to Dak.
There's a replacement cost, with both positions, and you pay a $60 million quarterback to find the next CeeDee Lamb or the next whatever.
Who's the kid who went to Cedric Wilson?
Right, Wilson.
Dalton Schultz.
Yep. So, but there also is, the pain of a defensive player of $47 million. Where if you go look, how many of the top 10 paid defensive ends have a Super Bowl right now?
I don't know if that's a fair stat.
I don't know.
I really don't know if that's fair.
I honestly don't know if it is either.
Everyone throws it out though.
But it's like, all right, you would not see the top 10 quarterbacks in the highest paid. You would think not have been to a Super Bowl.
Yeah,
but you also got to remember the top 10 highest paid edge rushers. Like for instance, in recent history, the team that's won all these Super Bowls the most in the last 5 years or whatever, it's Kansas City. Kansas City has paid for their pass rush to be their defensive tackle.
Yes, that's true.
So they don't pay that position because they've got the pass rush from the interior.
But if you go to next week, this team puts up 35, 40 points every game. The over-under next week is only 49 against Carolina.
Bobby, what do you think of just the fun hypothetical of Dak is good enough to do this? I was against the Jets. He's good enough to have the offense be good enough, and you keep Parsons instead of someone like CD.
I understand why somebody may be trying to think through other aspects of how you can make it happen, but no, to me, CD is. I saw,
and Micah's probably more of a lock for the Hall of Fame. As still, we're saying Lamb.
Mm-hmm. I saw what that offense looked like in Chicago when CD went out, and it was like, okay, that they can't. All of a sudden, this is it. It doesn't matter that you added Pickens and everything else. Now, to be fair, they didn't plan for it, and that's the thing. When they've planned for it, these last 2 weeks, he's 71% completion, 7 touchdowns, no interceptions without CD. So, I understand seeing that and going, wow, that's really impressive. I think it also felt like there was a little bit of an exposing of the secondary in Green Bay, and we knew the Jets. We talked about it the other day. I was like, I don't know. You've only got 4, you've got 4 backup offensive linemen. But what I see on tape is throw the ball all day long against the Jets. You can throw it against Sauce if you want to. They are not covering very well.
How did Dak manage to throw for 4 touchdowns with 4 backup linemen?
There's not many teams in the league that can put four guys who don't start into the game and feel confident about going and winning a game, especially on the road, against one of the most premier interior defensive linemen and some good rushers as well. Credit from the front office of getting these guys, but just as important, these guys don't see themselves as backups as they shouldn't. They've just been waiting on their opportunity. It goes back to April and OTAs all the way through minicamp of guys taking advantage of each rep that they've gotten and knowing that their time's going to come. Our OC Clayton says it all the time. If you don't like your position or if you're a little upset, you know that you're not the guy. Wait 10, 15 minutes. You never know. That's the way that this league goes. And those 4 guys and Flo and other guys showed that tonight that you just keep your head down, you keep working, you control what you can control. When your opportunities come, you don't have to look around, you can take advantage of them.
And the TV broadcast actually said before the game that Dak told them, yeah, I've had the Great Wall, and we saw the documentary, DallasCowboys.com. He goes, this one could be a deeper line, though. He said that before they went out and protected him like that the depth on this, better than Zach and Tyron and Travis.
Depth is so incredibly rare in the NFL at offensive line.
Yeah.
It is considered widely. If you talk to personnel people around the league, they will tell you we have more offensive line spots than we do NFL players to fill them. It's not, most of the time they're not there, and Dallas does have really good depth right now.
Back to the boys at 8:40 in Below the Belt. We are your official home of the Cowboys and Rangers. Yesterday, all of our power rankings took a hit at the top, and the craziest loss and craziest touchdown of the season with absolute devastation for a future Cowboys opponent. Around the rest of the NFL after this.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
The Fan segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
The shotgun snap to Allen. Back to throw. Underneath for Palmer. He makes the catch in a triangle of Patriots and nowhere to go. The Pats are going to win in Buffalo as they snap the Bills' 14-game home winning streak, and more importantly for New England, it's back-to-back wins, 2-0 in the AFC East for the first time since 2019, and a marquee victory in the 5th week for Mike Vrabel as head coach with Drake May as his quarterback.
Listen to that stunned crowd in Buffalo. Did you stay up for Sunday Night Football? We talk about the Broncos with a statement win. Here it is for New England. A sexy pick in the offseason. Bobby's guy, Drake May, threw for 273. This was a low-scoring game. The Bills' offense totally shut down through 3 quarters. They had 3 points at halftime, 10 points after 3 quarters, and Mike Vrabel, 2-0 away, 3-2 overall. New England beats our number 1 team in the power rankings, 23-20 in Buffalo.
I was out Wednesday. I actually did not have Buffalo. I was not going to put them in my top 5.
Oh, yeah, I
was
see that.
I was going to have the Patriots ahead of them.
That's fair.
Not fair at all.
Yeah, look, if you
convenient.
Look, Josh Allen
and a lie
is what Justin Herbert was supposed to be, and Drake May is what Josh Allen hopes he can be.
Oh!
Not seriously, it's not that deep. But Drake May, dead serious. If the Patriots continue on to be a competitive football team, like if they continue to win games in their division, this is a great win. Getting a road victory in prime time against the Bills is a massive win.
Big time win. Big time.
That's an instance where if they are a competitive playoff team, that's the dark horse name you need to watch for MVP is Drake May. Because Drake May through these first 5 weeks is playing insane at the quarterback position.
They have a chance to rip off 6 straight overall, maybe 8 out of 9. All right? So they've beaten the Panthers and the Bills now. Here's the schedule. Saints, Titans on the road for both. Cleveland.
Jeez.
Atlanta.
Ooh.
Then you're at Tampa. Then you get Jets, Bengals, Giants. It's right there.
And Burrow won't be back. Boy, Browning is awful.
Gosh, and then even Buffalo,
Bobby's guy.
They just beat Buffalo. They're getting Buffalo at home after that. But then they close with the Ravens, who look like a total mess right now, and then the Jets and the Dolphins again.
Yeah. I mean, there might be 3 losses. You could argue. I think they're still going to slip up here and there. I don't love them as much as Bobby and others. You could argue there's 5 total losses on the schedule.
That's realistically, I think looking at that and seeing how they're playing, that should be a 10-win team right now. Mm-hmm. That team should be 10-7.
Yeah.
And so looking at that, if that's a 10-7 wild card team and Drake May does what he's done the last 3-4 weeks where he's played at a really, really high level, I mean, you're going to that's going to start picking up some momentum in the MVP conversation.
What is he doing so great? The QBR is a 63. He's got 7 touchdowns.
63 is a good floor.
He's 15th in both, like middle of the league.
Yeah, if you look at, I can't remember what the exact...
Sounds like a Bobby spin here.
It's good for a guy who was, like, it's second year, right? And the fact that he was in a race with Joe Milton last year.
I mean, there's forget numbers for a sec. There's also just the fact of, A, like when you watch him, he's playing the position really, really well. B, road against Buffalo, against the reigning MVP in a division where this is a team that's been kicking your ass lately, and he goes in there and makes some big throws to Stephon Diggs, and they have the game that they have. That's the kind of stuff that sticks out, and that's memorable.
Diggs 10 for 146 in his return. I mean, this guy, he's a new man. NBC pregame, waving at the crowd. He's just so joyful and happy. And that Cardi B in his life, like Klay Thompson's
10 other women.
Significant other. Craziest touchdown, craziest game, most devastating way to lose a game yesterday.
Clock running inside of 5 minutes. Ward goes through his progressions. Everyone covered, slings it back. It's deflected and picked. Taylor Demerson, and then the football came out. Who recovers? Tennessee.
CBS Radio with the call. The Arizona Cardinals were up 21-3 to the Tennessee Titans. And the Cardinals become the first franchise since the merger to lose 3 straight games on a game-winning field goal. Their running back pulls again, this happens. A Deshaun Jackson drop before the goal line. I thought Kyler got freaking concussed by a football. He ended up twisting his ankle. He had to go back to the locker room. There may not be a worse and craziest loss of the year than Arizona dropping this one to Tennessee 22-21.
Cam Ward did not look like an NFL player in the first part of this game. Like, he looked completely lost. And then the fourth quarter, I know he had the pick, but overall, like, he threw the ball well in the fourth quarter. In fact, in the fourth, he was 13 for 18, 193 yards. I mean, that's basically the vast majority of his stat line yesterday. He threw for 265. 193 of it was in the fourth quarter. That was when he stepped up, and that's when he finally started showing a little bit of what they thought he could be.
How do you pronounce the last name?
DeMarcado, right?
DeMarcado.
Mm-hmm.
If he scores, they're up by 22. Teams ahead by 22 in the fourth quarter are 1,276-1 over the past 25 years. If he scores, it shows that they win. It was the 6th time since 2008 that play you just heard, 6th time, went from a touchdown to a touchback. DeMarcado's run was the longest rushing play to end in a lost fumble since 1978. It's also tied for the second longest play from scrimmage to end in a lost fumble.
Yeah,
crazy, devastating.
And it was that whole game, the way that it played, that like tossing the ball, that was insane. But then, like, yeah, you get the scramble, catch, fumble, pickup thing that we were just playing. Like, this whole game was wild, and
cost me a 5-0 degenerate Sunday.
Oh,
that's
I had Arizona -7.
That's a Scott Van Pelt bad beat right there. But no, this is good for the Titans. They get their victory, whatever. But that is not a football game that team should have won, and that's still a really bad Tennessee team.
The Cowboys open up as favorites on the road against the Carolina Panthers, despite this.
Young under center, Dowdle the running back. Here's the snap, the give to Dowdle, up the gut. Does he get there? Touchdown! Rico Dowdle punctuates the drive with a 1-yard touchdown, and the Panthers down 17-0 at one point, take a 19-17 lead.
What a day of comebacks.
Yeah.
Panthers radio with the call. This was a wild one, back and forth. I thought the Jalen Waddle bomb was going to end it. Bryce answers with 2 minutes left, and the former Dallas Cowboy, Rico Dowdle, 23 for 206. And some smack talk afterwards when he was asked about taking on America's team Sunday in Carolina. This was Rico in the locker room.
Oh, for sure. They got to buckle up. I think they know for sure. I've been there 5 years. They didn't keep me there for 5 years for no reason. I definitely say that. But looking forward to playing those guys next week. We'll get to it. We'll handle that when we get there.
They need to buckle up. They know for sure.
Yeah. I mean, it's 23 for 206. That sounds like 10 yards of carry almost to me. Not a bad day. Cowboys are 3.5-point favorites. The over-under's 49. Which one you feel better about?
3.5. But I just picked the Jets to win, so what do I know?
Upsets happen. You got to pick upsets sooner or later, right? 49 seems low with the way this Cowboys offense is humming.
Yeah, and the way the defense has looked at times.
And the over hit for you yesterday.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You were worried first.
I was worried for a while.
It was 10-3?
Yeah, 10-3 until that punch out and then going down and scoring those 2 touchdowns at the end of the first half.
The Jets had a long first drive, 7-minute first drive and a field goal. I mean, that's not a good way to start for the over. But the Jets had to score a couple times late.
I'm really, really happy for Rico Dowdle because that's a guy who I think we all, by the end of last year, came to appreciate him as just a good football player and somebody who has dealt with a lot of injuries, dealt with a lot of hardship growing up. And he's somebody that I'm glad he got his day. And I know yesterday we're walking out of the press conference room after Shotty's done talking, and obviously Shotty's been on the football field. He's not paying attention. So Clarence Hill had told him he said, "Hey, did you see your boy Rico?" He goes, "No, what?" And he goes, "Rico got 200 yards rushing," and Shotty lit up. And he's like, "Are you kidding?" And he's like, "It was on 20 carries too." He's like, "What?" And so Clarence pulls him up and he's sitting there and you watch it. He looks like proud dad watching Rico run. And so I know there were a lot of people. It's fun trash talk, but you heard him there. He's like, they kept me around for 5 years for a reason. I think he knows that there's still a lot of love for him over here in this building.
Brian Callahan, Brian Daboll, and now maybe add this name to the hot seat.
2nd and goal from the 4. Marks to the left of Stroud, who's in the shotgun set. CJ fakes the toss to the left, throws back to the right, got a man. Knoll, touchdown, Houston. Jalen Knoll, first career TD. And CJ Stroud throws another touchdown pass for CJ. That is 4 on the day.
Texans radio, 44-10 in Baltimore. Yes, Lamar was out. Cooper Rush, 3 picks. 44-10. They fall to 1-4. And they want John Harbaugh's head on a platter out there.
So remember,
they want some Old Bay sprinkled right on it.
Remember, they had Flacco when he first got there. Flacco, rookie deal quarterback. Right? They had a lot of good years. They had they won the division or went to the playoffs, I should say, for 5 straight years. Then they pay Joe. Immediately after winning the Super Bowl, they pay Joe. Then they go for the next 5 years of missing the postseason. And then they get Lamar. And now they're right back to it. Well, now Lamar's out, and you're looking at a team that can't get out of their own way.
Go ahead, Bobby.
It is statistically easily, even with the Cowboys doing everything they've done, it is the worst defense in football. By far. They're 32nd in points allowed. They're 31st in yards allowed. They are 30th in rush yards allowed. They are 31st in passing yards allowed. They are getting crushed every which way by every single team except the Cleveland Browns.
I want you guys to appease me for a second. Can I save the Ravens season somehow?
Well, is Lamar coming back?
Well, Lamar's out from saying 3 weeks. He's going to miss 2 more. They're all right. Mark it down. Rams next. You're 1-5. Chicago loss.
The way that defense is playing,
but not if they have Lamar.
No, not if they have Lamar. But you said he'll be back out 2 more games.
Well, for my argument, let's just make it 1 more game.
Okay,
so he's out 2 weeks
with Lamar.
With Lamar, Chicago.
I'll take a win.
Miami,
win.
Minnesota,
win.
Cleveland.
Where?
At
loss.
I think they lose. Rams, Bears, Vikings,
Jets,
win.
Bengals.
Win.
What would that get them to?
For me,
minimum
that's
5.
1, 2, 3. That's 4 more wins and 3 more losses, so they'd be 5 and 7 at that point.
5 more wins, so 6 and.
Can I get them to 6 and 5?
Yeah, I think you can get them to 6.
But that's with Lamar coming back for the Bear game,
and that's what, like I said, Lamar being gone doesn't have anything to do with them in these games allowing 108, 115, 224, 118, and 167 on the ground. They have 2 takeaways all year, and they both happen in the Browns game.
And the Jets still have none.
Yeah, they're basically the Jets, an awful defense that doesn't take the ball away.
Are the Cowboys showing improvement, or are the Jets just that bad? That's next in Below, right here on Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan.
you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else. All priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
I do know ball a little bit.
Crosby knows ball. Hey, he knows ball. He's a ball knower, and we just talk ball.
2nd and 5. Fields play action. Lots of time now. Chased and sacked. Odigizua got him at the 31-yard line.
Good bet or just the Jets? Let's figure out what's real and what's fake about that game yesterday for the Dallas Cowboys.
I don't even like doing this on a Monday. So yesterday I sat there and I don't even have the word. It's pathetic and it's lame and it's corny and it's probably going to make Choppy happy. I am becoming, for this Dallas Cowboys football season, I am Jason Garrett process guy. This is the way I'm living my life as a Cowboy and sports fan. I don't care who it's against. I'm valuing all the wins. Mm-hmm. Everything is a challenge.
Don't apologize for wins.
I got 24-hour rule. Like today, I'm not saying, yeah, but it was. Yeah, no, like my sober assessment come like Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Today, I just want to celebrate. I want to be happy. It changes my day. It really does. If they lose at noon, it makes me not enjoy the 3 o'clock games, the primetime games. Yesterday, I wanted to cook and, play with the kids. I wanted my children around. All this stuff. It just changes. I enjoy life and football so much more. And I'm just like, hey, get the win and we'll worry about the other stuff in the days to come and the preparation for Carolina. I'm acting like a damn coach and player as a sports fan. It's sad.
You need to record Ollie afternoon victories screaming it's only 3:15 then.
That's
right.
The
celebration.
Yeah.
See, that's the thing, like, I think a lot of coaches fall into the you don't style point road wins.
That was a home game they played, though.
What, yesterday?
Yeah. There's nothing but Cowboys fans there. You say that's pathetic. You know what's pathetic? Was sitting there after the game and getting ready to send my email and me literally going to Chat GPT and saying, is there a synonym for improvement that begins with J so that I could say J word or just the Jets? And I couldn't find anything, so then I just had to rhyme Jets and say good bet.
RJ is the king of topic titles.
Right.
What would it have been then if it was a J?
So what are you trying? Give me what are you trying to create here?
Like, is this improvement from the Cowboys or is it just the Jets?
Oh,
that's the thing. There's not really a good word for it.
Jubilation from Corey Major.
Jubilation, but that's
jet setting into the week.
No, he's trying to ask. It's got to be an either or, but catchy with Jets in it.
This wasn't headlines.
Like, is this legit or not?
which like is that? I ended up just going with, I was like, I'm just going to write Jets.
Or not.
High five. That's what it is.
Or not.
Bam!
There we go.
That's money.
That is good.
Legit or not?
So let's see if this is legit or not, these things. Trademark RJ Choppy. 4 things yesterday I think were really, really impressive, and 4 things that were good or better than we've seen recently that I think there just has to be a thought of like, all right, have you fixed something or do you risk lulling yourself into a confidence and saying, that's better now. We don't have to worry about it. So we got some of these things.
Because you were worried that the Green Bay tie was going to lull them into a confidence.
I was worried the Green Bay tie was just going to be so conflicting. They didn't know how to address things that fell short. It seemed like they genuinely, it was exactly like a tie. They didn't know to celebrate or to be sad, like in the immediate aftermath. So number 1, and the biggest headline from yesterday is the improved pass rush. They were getting after Justin Fields. And Justin Fields walks himself into several sacks on his own.
And you said the Jets' offensive line was decent?
Yeah, the Jets' offensive line had been good. Like, really good in pass protection, actually. They'd stunted TJ Watt and the Steelers' pass rush for an extended period of time in that game. And throughout the course of the season, everything I had seen was, all right, that's a pretty good Jets offensive line. So the Cowboys did, even though Justin Fields walks himself into some of those, they got pressure. And they were able to win their reps on their own. It wasn't just
5 sacks.
It wasn't just stuff that was on the quarterback. These were earned.
Dante Fowler looked like Micah.
Yeah.
I was like, 13, he's got like overshown speed. I was getting my numbers mixed up. But Dante Fowler looked like he had shot out of a cannon. Our guy, Justin Houston, that's all I care about asking Schottenheimer about. on Friday at 8:20. Why isn't Justin Houston getting more snaps?
So the improved pass rush, is that legit or not?
I will say not. I have zero explanation for yesterday, but I have to take the first 4 games of the season and what I saw with them not even getting anywhere close. Now, yesterday they had a lead, so they could also tee off. Right. I got to factor that in. We saw that in plenty of Cowboys games over the years where they handled scrubs, especially at home, destroyed them, blew them out, and you get a, Oprah. So I'm going to lean, unfortunately, towards not, because I've seen them play the other games and they didn't have a 20-point lead.
Yeah, I'll say not. I think it has a lot to do with the other what was happening on the other side of the ball.
Yeah, I think there's some aspect of this that they won their reps, and that's a good Jets offensive line. I just think it's very possible, and we'll know a little bit more when I look at the tape today, but I think it's possible they also just came out there with a different mode of attack than what the Jets were expecting. Like, I do think they threw more twists and stunts at them than they had maybe anticipated, and that caused a lot of issues for them. Number 2, legit or not, Ryan Flanoy's breakout performance. How do you feel about it? Because it's not like we have a long history of just Ryan Flanoy. Not this isn't like right. Jalen Tolbert popping up out of 3 years and all of a sudden playing a game. This was kind of the first opportunity Ryan Flanoy got.
I'll be honest, man. I mean, I think that's more legit. Now, here's the problem: when CD comes back, he's going to be down the pecking order a little bit.
Sure.
I also think it was obvious they must have seen something on film or whatever that that Sauce was gonna travel and that he was gonna have a favorable matchup. So I'll err on the side of legit. Like, look, Tolbert has not had a great year. Turpin has had his moments, but he's more of a pocket knife kind of thing. So give me this as legit.
10 catches all of last season. He's got 10. He had 10 catches on 14 targets last year in 11 games. In 5 games, he has 10 catches on 14 targets. 15 yards a catch, 150 in terms of the production. You answer this.
I obviously don't think he's a week in, week out 120-yard receiver guy.
Sure.
I think he's a good player.
All right, let's do this then. Turpin's healthy next week. Who's your 3?
Turpin. I mean, Flanoy, if he continues to show it, could work into that role. But to me, I would definitely play Flanoy more over Tolbert right now.
Here's my take. What's your answer?
Let's see it. Let's see if it's real. I would put Flanoy out there. Let's see if it's real. That doesn't mean that you don't use Turpin, because you got to use him because he is a good weapon.
I mean, those were not, to me, it was just those were real, genuine plays he made. It wasn't just he's wide open. Like, he catches a ball in a tight window and then he keeps his balance and runs down the field. He adjusts to a ball down the field in the first half. Like, he was doing things that were him making plays.
I got to say something. You guys are going to hate me so much for this. The radio station may like me. It could save them money. The Cowboys won't like it. There's no point to going to Oxnard at all. None.
Don't say that.
I was thinking about this driving in. I'm like,
what's your point?
Who was the receiver we loved in Oxnard? I already forgot his name. This year.
This year?
Yeah.
It was
you know what?
Trayshawn Holden.
Trayshawn. You know what? I'm glad you said when. When is the perfect point to illustrate what I'm talking about?
Hawkins one year, or
nothing from we didn't talk about
Holland.
We didn't talk about Ryan Flanoy whatsoever. We didn't talk about Javonte Williams whatsoever. Justin Houston was the preseason games.
Yeah.
None of us were tweeting about Justin Houston. There's no reason to even go.
There's
no reason to go.
I'll
We're not
see you in Oxnard,
these
sir.
backup offensive linemen. Maybe I guess Wolchuk was the only one he said, saying now all these guys stepping up. We're going to do what they did. These backup offensive linemen. No one's sitting there talking about. There ain't
young man.
There ain't no point.
Correction.
There's no point.
There ain't no point in going to practice. Okay. There's plenty of point in going there. The interviews.
Okay. All right.
There's no point in going to practice.
I'll give. But think about some of these.
Think of the days we'd go back for walkthroughs with JG.
Yeah.
JG's.
This rookie linebacker, I don't remember hearing his damn name. The guy who took Sanborn's spot yesterday, we didn't say anything about Shamar. Nothing. There you go, bosses. You're welcome.
It's no, look, I mean, I think that Flanoy is a guy who he's working his way in. Like he was banged up last year in training camp. He didn't get the opportunity. When he got the opportunity late in training camp, he performed better.
They knew something though. They had a plan. Like I was looking for Jalen Tolbert underdog numbers. Like, all right, can Jalen get a 30-yarder, something down the field, like happened against Green Bay? And they're like, no, we're going to unleash Ryan Fenoi, not Jalen Tolbert.
Yeah. And
as we were sitting here ready for Jalen Tolbert to be locked into the 3 off of the Packer game.
Yeah, I mean, they like him because they obviously went that direction. They've had Jalen Brooks here for a couple years. They've seen Jalen Brooks make plays in games. They had him in there above Jalen Brooks, too. So Fenoi is clearly a guy that they have plans for or that they like, and I think he's somebody who's been a somebody who has shown enough when he's been healthy that you can feel better about it.
Jerry Jones,
excuse
me.
Uh oh!
I got so excited thinking about
look at that rookie
not waking up early in California. Jerry was asked, "What did Ryan Fenoi show you yesterday?"
Well, he showed the ability. Those were very talented catches he were making. In other words, he had a lot to do with how he was coming back for the ball, his timing, that type of thing. And I know Dak would be the first one to tell you that. So he really should go up in all of our fans' eyes, went up my eyes.
Yeah, I think he's somebody who they are going to give more opportunity to, and somebody that they clearly have a plan for and that they like a lot. You want to wrap here? Or you want to do one more?
Let's save it.
Okay, we'll save these for later.
What's it have to do with?
Defense, both of them.
Yeah, we need to fill time.
We want a happy day today. Let's not talk about.
Yeah, 24 hours. 24 hours. Below the belt every single day at this time. Tomorrow, Jerry Jones at 8:30 on Sean and RJ. I guess we will break our rule of being happy. Why is Brian Broaddus trying to sun some Cowboy fans? Some audio I'm being told we need to hear from the postgame show. A Cowboys Monday continues on 105.3 The Fan.
gotta forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
You said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
First down and 10 at the Dallas 23. I formation. Fields will give it a haul. Huge hole on the left side. 15, 10, 8. Fumble! Who got it? Dallas got it. Dallas said they got it. Dallas got it. How about that?
I thought that was the turning point in the game. This is the final hour of the Monday edition of Sean, RJ, and Roberto Payton Fist Pump. We got Bobby Bell, Cowboys Insider, back from the Meadowlands. He's RJ Choppy. I'm Sean Sharif, and it's a 37-22 win. Everyone agrees? That was the turning point right there, the Leofau punch out. He got lucky, by the way, with a no hands to the quarterback face call later on.
Yeah, well, that's making up for the very ticky-tack late hit that he got against the Packers. You're just you're balancing that out there. No, that was definitely
wasn't ticky-tack.
It was very ticky-tack.
No, well, you're the only person with that opinion.
It violates the spirit of the rule.
Yeah.
No, it was. Then
that, you think Zach Bond should not have been called? This here he defended.
No, that's different because he's got an Eagles helmet on.
Oh, okay.
So no, when you look at this game, that was the turning point. But that turning point is meaningless without them driving down the field and executing the way that they did in that final minute. I mean, this is twice now, back-to-back weeks, they've scored 2 touchdowns in the final minute. So, like, when we're talking about in the final minute of the second quarter.
Is there any fool's gold in that? You get a 14-point flurry in 2 minutes. It was 10-3, though, the majority of the half.
I don't think so, because, I mean, you watched the first drive and you thought...
And the Jets were going down the field on you before Maris forced it out?
Yeah, I mean, that aspect of it is maybe a little more, like, randomized. You're not going to be able to count on that consistently, but, I mean, Dallas...
Javonte ripped off a 66-yarder.
Dallas showing, like, the first drive, they should have scored a touchdown. Like, and they ended up kicking a field goal. Like, to me, it was just, they actually were able to execute. I don't take anything away from the design or execution of a team who back-to-back weeks orchestrates 2 touchdown drives in under a minute. And so, like 2 separate times where that happened. So they've outscored their opponents 28-0 in the final minute of the second quarter of the last 2 weeks.
I did feel like when they were up 10-3 and they get the ball at their own 11, I did feel like the first play was like it was just a regular run, right? It's a couple yard run. I was like, all right, are they gonna try to sit on this and not be aggressive? And then you get a penalty, and that moves the ball up a little bit, and then you get the big run. And at first I was like, are they gonna not be aggressive here?
Those were 9 plays, 157 yards on that drive. They picked up 6 first downs in a 57-second drive. That's really impressive. And the way that they move the ball right now is unlike they've done in quite some time. 2 90-yard drives in that second quarter alone that they had.
877-881-1053, the way to hit us up on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. I'm in a great mood. Everyone on the show in a fantastic mood. Pepe, you run the post-game show. Everyone in a good mood. The callers calling in happy.
This man was not. You should have been on the mic with me during the break.
What?
This man was, yesterday in the pregame show, was in a sour little mood.
Because of you and Mackenzie's little cabinet?
No.
To the point that Tim, the engineer there locally, looked at me and cut off his mic, and he goes is he okay over there?
Bobby's trying to tell me how to produce here. Yeah. He's saying, hey, are you using this mic Talkback? I can't hear you right. It's not on our end. It's on
Ben
your
Rogers
end.
over here.
Yeah. And I was telling Bobby, I said, don't tell me how to board up. And he said, well,
no, that was not the only time. You were also just going because he was getting annoyed.
What were you correcting him on?
We couldn't hear him talking down line. And Tim, with the engineer, Tim, the engineer, was trying to talk through him with it. And he was getting pissy about it. And so I was just suggesting, I was like, Peyton, are you using the Talkback or using the mic? I was curious what it was. And then he goes I'm using the Talkback. And I was like, you settle down, you big baby. I'm just asking you.
Too early for this. But yeah, so on the postgame show, and look, if you've never listened to the Cowboys postgame show, it's Brian Broaddus, Zach Wolchuk, and it
is by far the best in town. I've sampled the other one. It's not close. It's not close.
And hour 3 here, Brian, he's an older guy, he's trying to get out of here. He's like he gets a little testy with these callers. If you call into the show, whether it's negative or positive, you better bring your stuff and have your A game, or else he's going to call you out on it. So there's a caller here, I believe it was David, who called in talking about how Dak, great game, thanks for all the praise and giving him flowers, but he's not that great of a quarterback. And Brian kind of has a little back and forth with them.
Dak is a good quarterback, but it's like I said, he needs that offensive line.
Sure.
He can't get us through the playoffs. So we are what we are. So I appreciate all the excitement. We want the Cowboys to do well. They played their hearts out, a great game, but are they Super Bowl contender? No.
David, was this a call? Was this a call to attack Dak? Was this call?
No.
What was this call? What was your call then for? I'm not saying that I'm not saying you're not wrong. I'm just saying why did you call? Yeah. It's Dak. You're going after Dak here, aren't you?
No, I'm not going after Dak.
You are going after Dak. You are going after him. No, you're going after him. You're going after him. You're going after him. You really are.
A good guy.
You feel bad because all your buddies you've been talking about how crummy Dak's been all these years, and now he's starting to have some success, and now you feel obligated to come on the radio and talk about that you don't feel he can lead this team anywhere.
Okay, will you let me talk?
All right, stop. First off, man, I heard someone the other week say there's nothing better, nothing is more painful than insulting someone calmly with a smile on your face. Broaddus just did a textbook job of it.
All your buddies.
He was so calm and cool and chill. He was doing it in a very relaxed manner, and we know Broaddus can still pop off. He's got an old fastball left in there. Let's hear the caller.
And now you feel obligated to come on the radio and talk about that you don't feel he can lead this team anywhere.
Okay, will you let me talk?
You talked I heard what you said. I got it. It's my show too. It's my show.
I like that.
Yeah.
I like that. Dak is a great guy. He's a good quarterback. If you have the right team around him, can he get us to the promised land? Maybe. But I'm just saying, when you go against the Jets and Carolina,
Green Bay, Philadelphia,
and you're the highest paid quarterback in the league.
Now you're showing your colors.
Yeah, but David,
you're showing your colors
here. I don't think anybody said the Cowboys are going to win the Super Bowl in the entire 2.5 hours we've been on air, have we?
No, not at all.
So what is it that's so like you can't believe what you're hearing?
He's been ripping Dak to all his other Cowboy buddy friends, and now he feels like he has to justify.
His Cowboy buddy friends.
Look, I take Broadus' side on this and print this T-shirt, please. And this is my one message to every Dak Prescott hater today. Don't be a Bobby.
I'm a big fan.
Put it on a shirt. Print it. Don't be a Bobby.
It's my show, too.
People have that saying opposite from people like, find a Chuck in your life. I guess right now it's be a Charlie. Don't be a Bobby. Don't be married to your narratives. Dak loves Bobby. It's just, no. Bobby loves Dak. Dak doesn't love Bobby enough to go back on the station.
Yes, thanks for that, guys.
Bobby loves Dak, but he's still married to all of his other narratives. Be like me. FAF.
Be like Sean. Be wrong half the time.
Judge every situation for itself. If the man's balling out, just be honest. You don't have to be married to your narrative. And don't take the lazy Stephen A approach of just wait till the playoffs.
Yeah, move on.
Just wait. The other 17 games don't matter. If he's balling out and playing like an MVP, just acknowledge it. Show some growth. Show some maturity. Don't be like that caller and all his buddies right there. Don't be a Bobby. Judge the individual situations.
Damn, Bobby, stop being such a wuss.
There you go.
I don't know why you would encourage ignorance to say don't be like me. I've got
nothing worse than a stubborn mule. You said no one wants to be a mule?
Do you have the Bobby nose ball?
Whatever a reaver is.
Bobby's a damn mule. Just be stuck and married to it. Don't. Give the guy credit. If you see growth from Prescott on the field and he's got the X's and O's down pat and he's a step ahead of the defense, just go ahead and acknowledge it versus you trying to win your 10-year-old fight and argue.
Just like he has been for basically the last 5 years, other than 1 year where Mike McCarthy was in charge.
All right.
Yeah, when he finished second in MVP.
Yeah.
No. That was Schottenheimer's offense for the last 10 weeks. We all know that.
All right.
877-881-1053. Franklin Franco, injury attorney, text out. But this speaks to what I just said in Below the Belt about being a coach type fan. That's what I'm doing. Yes, I don't believe that the Dallas Cowboys are going to the Super Bowl or that they're a legitimate playoff contender or that they're even better than Washington right now to make the postseason. But I'm going to take the performance, especially what I thought could happen, the fear that I had all last week with this defense and Justin Fields running around and all the injuries, 17 on the injury report, and you go out there and have that type of win. I'm celebrating this for a day or two.
It's the not style point and road wins. If this is a home game, you could do that. You know, you could kind of look at how you win. But in a road game in the NFL, the way these margins are so thin, where you had New England go to Buffalo last night and beat them, like you don't see that. This is. You got to look at where your expectations are for the season. If your expectations for the season were they weren't going to make the playoffs, and now they're sitting here and they're fun, right? You score 30 points a game, 40 points a game. That's a lot of fun. You can't be miserable. It can't be Super Bowl or bust every year, because if it is, you're never going to find enjoyment in this. You just never will. It'd be nice to actually luck into one every now and then. You know, how about luck into an NFC Championship game? It'd be fun for that one.
While Wolchuk is listening right now, because he just texted me, don't you dare screw up our daggone Oxnard trip. Keep your mouth shut about training camp. Would you, I'm going to give you an opportunity for growth here. Would you like to pump the brakes maybe on Wolchuk's rant after yesterday that it was way more about the players than Eberflus, and the players finally decided to rush the passer? Because Matt, we don't think, did much different schematically, and maybe Wolchuk was a little bit right.
No, because Wolchuk's point was that schematically, there's nothing wrong with what Eberflus is doing, and that they have bad players that need to be replaced. Those were the same players who things were schematically clicking yesterday. Regardless, Eberflus has done some things wrong, and Eberflus ultimately, if it did not change, and that's what we're waiting around to see, Eberflus 8 weeks into this, if they still had communication problems like they've never heard of cover 2 before, if that was a problem that has not existed for these players for 5 years, that's a him problem at that point.
So I saw something over on Friday. I lost it. It was on social media. I tried to find it, go back to it, lost it. But somebody was doing, like, this NFL guy was doing a film breakdown of how schemes have taken a back seat. Not taken a step back, I should say, this year. Have you noticed that?
Meaning what?
Again, I didn't see the whole video.
I don't know what schemes take a step back means. I don't know what
like
that means.
They've kind of gone back to like the mid 2000s, late 90s, like I didn't finish the video and I lost it. I can't get it back. I got to find it.
Dallas is playing more coverage styles that they would have played under Marinelli. I mean, it has in that sense here in Dallas, but no, defense is. Somebody said this to me, there's a coach who's like, there's not really a thing, so to speak, as defensive philosophy. Like, because what you're trying to do as defensive coordinators, you are trying to constantly evolve and respond to what offenses are doing to attack. And so you cannot be married to, I'm going to do this scheme. Like, you can have concepts and ideas and certain things like that, but you can't just like go, this is my scheme and it will beat offense for all of time, because offenses are constantly trying to figure out how do we find your holes and how do we attack that.
Brian Schottenheimer on the defense playing their best game of the year.
I would say it starts with the coaches. Matt Eberflus, a hell of a defensive coach. He and his staff made some changes. I thought some of the changes that we made were good. We mixed it up. I thought he called a really good game, but it all starts with the ability to win up front. If you can win the line of scrimmage, which I thought we did, certainly in the passing game, that's a huge part of it. So it starts with the guys up front, and when you can affect the quarterback, and then we obviously were able to get a lead, which helped. It gives you a chance, and just proud of the whole defense. They've taken their bruises and they've come out on the other side. Got to do it again next week. This is one game. Midnight rule still applies. We won this game and it still applies. Last week we tied, it still applies. And as soon as I get out of here, I'm going to have a shotty, get on the plane, and get back to Dallas.
There you go. Matt Eberflus made some changes. As Brian Schottenheimer said, okay, all right, if that's the case, well, then that means that Matt Eberflus was responsible for the bad concepts the first 4 weeks. Exactly. Be a Bobby, guys. Print that shirt. Print that one.
Yeah, Frankie, shut up. Stop listening. He said,
Frankie, come on.
He said, be like Bobby, ball.
Hell yeah, Frankie.
Frankie J.
Ask Mason Crosby and Brian Schottenheimer. They'll tell you.
877-881-1053. The way to hit us up on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. Your star up, star down throughout the entire show, brought to you by Wild Fork Foods and Johnson Fitness and Wellness. Let's continue to party it up with Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com. He was in the locker room with Roberto, and he is pointing the finger at one group for the most credit yesterday at the Meadowlands. Nick Eatman joins us after this.
Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
1 yard line with 19 seconds. Under center, play action. Prescott looking. He's got a man wide open, left side. Ferguson for the second time today. Touchdown, Cowboys.
Brad Sham with the call right here on your home of America's team. We're also your home of the Rangers. We talk about the new hire, and RJ has some Diamond Calves coming up at 9:40 when we crosstalk with the KNC masterpiece, 37-22 Cowboys over the Jets. Nick Eatman was also there, and he joins us now from DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. You agree with Jerry Jones? This win starts with the coaches, Nick? Why?
100%. I just think that when you look at what they were facing, all the injuries, and just how prepared they were, and they got these guys ready to go. Not just that offensive line, but the receivers as well. Young guys stepped in. I'm sitting here looking at rookie records for Shamar James and tackles and stuff like that. When you just look at the guys that had to play that were ready to go, it looked like they were practicing well all week, and I think it starts with them, but also that confidence that the coaches seem to instill in these young guys, and it just was an impressive win. And we don't give them enough credit sometimes. They're the first to get the blame, but when the wins, sometimes we forget them about the coaches. So I just thought it was really good, and I'm glad he said it because I'd already written it down. I was like, I wrote this down and went down and he said that. I was like, oh, I'm using this in my story. I agree 100%.
More surprise with the pass rush or the backup offensive lineman?
I think, that's a good one. I think probably the offensive line, just the fact that they really didn't. I mean, that guy hit a couple of times, and maybe there was a 1 0-yard sack again.
Yeah.
But I think for the most part, I mean, that offensive line was just really, really good. And I don't know if they've got tough decisions to make when they come back, but I just think that they've got capable starters now that they know Bass can start. They know Hoffman can start. And the interesting one's probably Nate Thomas because he seems to be playing really well.
Yeah.
So we'll good problem to have. I'm not trying to start any controversy. I just know it's a good problem to have. But to your point, the pass rush was good. And it sort of looked that way now for 2 weeks. I know they gave up 40 to the Packers, but we watched the game, and it looked better the way that they were getting to the quarterback, and then it looked a lot better in this game.
Nick Eatman joining us here on 105 through the Fan. Nick, this was the Ryan Fenoi game, particularly in the first half. He showed up in a very big way for them, and I know he's dealt with a lot of injuries and different things along the way over these past 2 years. But is this an opportunity? Have they found a gem here, or is it just it was his day to step up against a bad Jets defense?
Yeah, well, if he would have scored some touchdowns, I mean, it was it could have been Miles Austin-like game.
Yeah.
Which I believe the Chiefs were winless in that game that the Cowboys won. Maybe not. But I know that it was a game, and that's a completely different game. But what I like the most about what Fenoi did is that he was breaking tackles, and that's something that we don't see enough from this offense because they definitely give them the underneath. Ferguson, he catches the ball, he doesn't break a ton of tackles, that's fine. But I think Fenoi, that was what impressive to me. But I thought the biggest play of the game for him wasn't the two that he had over 40. It was the 10-yard slant out of the goal line at the end of the half. That, I thought, was the play that changed everything because then it said, you know what, instead of burning the Jets timeouts, let's go score. And they scored so quickly that they were able to stop them and then score again, and then the game was open. But that 10-yard slant, and it's a possession type of catch, that's one that I think that the Cowboys really have something here with Fenoi. I think he's probably going to be your third receiver now, and that jumps. I mean, that's what I would do at least. I'm jumping Tolbert and probably Turpin because I think Turpin's role is a little unique. But I think Fenoi has a shot to be your third guy, at least your fourth.
So even when he comes back and he's healthy, you're still jumping Turpin.
Well, I love Turpin, the way he plays. I love that, and I think that there is a huge need for that. But it still seems like you wouldn't even slot him in anything. He does everything. He's a runner. He's a great gadget player. But I think that there are some opportunities. I'm not just saying, oh, you're the 3 and then that's it. But because they have different packages. But I think there will be packages for a guy that can make possession catches, and especially one that can break tackles. I think he's on the field probably more now than he would have been before that game.
Nick Eatman from DallasCowboys.com joining us here on 105 through the Fan. Okay, Nick, so you watched that game yesterday, and the fact that they are able to continue to run the ball efficiently, Dak is able to throw the ball efficiently, and all these different players are out. Is that a testament to there's not a decline when they're having guys who need to step up and play, or does this mean, hey, there's another level that this offense might be able to tap into once everybody's back and healthy?
Yeah, I think that there's probably another level, because I think CD is on another level. And I said this about, Turpin. I mean, I think he comes in and just has a speed element. And so not to sound hypocritical about kicking him off the field. I'm just saying, I just think it's another weapon. I think Fenoi adds another weapon that they're going to have to figure out how to get them involved. But, to me, it all starts with running the football. And, I going back to the coaches, I think this is just another example of when we look at the draft, we look at the free agency, and we say, oh, this guy, he's not that great, or he didn't do well here. When the coaches have a vision for players, and when Clayton Adams said we're going to be a violent football team, and he was like, this is the type of runner that I need for what I'm trying to do, and he was right. And we all didn't see the vision that he had, but he wanted a violent back that did not get tackled for loss, that ran forward, that could break one every now and again, and that's what he's got in Javonte.
Nick Eatman joining us on the D&M Leasing Hotline right here on Sean and RJ, back from the Meadowlands on 105 through the Fan. Are you also going to make Nate Thomas and Shamar James new starters?
I think Shamar James, that'll be interesting. I mean, because he's only going to get better. He's a guy that probably still awareness is not, not going to be at the highest level. He's only played 2 games. But he gets there quicker, and that's the decision the Cowboys have to decide. Do you want a guy that maybe gets there quicker, but not sure what he's doing when he's there, or a guy that reads it, sees it, but maybe doesn't get there as quickly as you want? But either way, I mean, I think there's another linebacker you added to the list in James, and I wouldn't be surprised if he plays a lot more. Guyton, I think Guyton comes back and starts. I really do. I think he'll still be your starter, but I think you've got a really good swing tackle in Nate Thomas, and you're going to need it. You're going to need that. You've already needed it.
Why isn't Justin Houston playing more?
Is he not? I mean, I feel like he's on the field a lot. I don't know the snaps. I don't know it. I feel like he's on there a lot. And when they were needing to get off the field against the Packers the other night, he was the guy. So you got me on that one. I feel like he is the pass rusher. And if he's not playing more, then that's just the way that they're trying to rotate it. But it seemed to light a fire in everyone's game. And, I thought Dante Fowler played. I mean, it wasn't saying a lot, but I thought he played his best game by far, and maybe one of the best games he's played since he was here. I mean, I just thought he was very, very active in the game.
And James Houston. I don't know why I keep saying Justin. My bad. James Houston.
Everybody's got it in their head from the pass rusher. When you look at the defense, Nick, there's the rotation.
Do you think his reps are down, though, Bobby?
I mean, so he played a little bit more in garbage time yesterday, but he had 12 plays through 3 quarters. So he had 5 pressures on. It's just Nick. Is it just the run defense with him? Is it just they're concerned about him in run defense?
Yeah, I would imagine that was it. I mean, I would have been shocked if you told me he played 12 snaps in the first half.
In the first 3 quarters.
In the
first 3 quarters, and it seemed like he was up there to have 3 sacks. I think they only gave him 1.5, but he could have been in there because it felt like he had a half sack with Sam Williams and a half sack with Kenny Clark. He was all over the place, so it has to be the run defense and all. But I think that however it's working is fine. That they've got to get him in 3rd and long situations a lot more. But he's going to play. I mean, it's a good rotation. They're getting Clowney more involved. But yeah, I would have definitely thought he played more than that.
Nick, what is this team's now that everybody seemingly is healthy in the secondary? I mean, in terms of a corner, Kalen Carson's still come back, but what is the rotation at corner? Because this was it was essentially Reddy Stewart, Trayvon Diggs, and Deron Bland for the first 2.5 quarters, but then Kaiir Elam really kind of finished out the game for them. Are they just still in a feel-it-out process, or was that more about giving Kaiir Elam some snaps when the game was out of hand?
Yeah, that comes down to me of that they feel like Reddy Stewart is a better nickel or slot guy with Bland on the outside than to slide Bland inside with Elam. And I think that's something that we're not talking about a lot is Reddy Stewart playing pretty well. I mean, like that's, it's kind of a surprise. I mean, but I mean, he's a guy that has done a good job, but I could be wrong on that one, but it's not like we look up and go, man, Reddy Stewart again. They don't pick on him. I think he's quietly making plays, and I think because of that, he gives them when you're saying, all right, when it's 3rd and 9, who's our best 3 corners? I think because of the way he's playing in the slot, I think that's what they're doing. Now, remember that Bland's had injuries this year, so is Diggs, and so the fact that they could put Elam in there, and I thought Elam made a nice play too. So it's just a good situation to have. Now you have your guys back, and then it's getting closer for Revel. I'm not sure what the plan is with him. And you mentioned Kalen Carson. I don't know if Kalen Carson healthy jumps into the mix there of your 4 best. I wouldn't think he would be one of your 4 best guys.
Were you in view of Jerry's middle fingers?
No, I didn't see that, and I looked at the film, and is that what's happening here? I mean, he does that kind of point thing. It obviously did, but what do you think he was getting said to him for the previous 2-3 quarters, whatever? I mean, that's the way it is. That's the thing about Jerry. He takes it well, and then he'll give it back as well. All fun. And I think I heard you guys this morning. He's just speaking the language, right? I mean, he's just sitting in.
That's what he'll say tomorrow. That's what he'll say tomorrow at 8:30. What would you have gotten in the Katz's line if that was available to you in the hallway?
Say that again?
Do you know what the players were eating afterwards in the hallway?
Oh, I saw it, but I didn't. That food's not for me, so I didn't even look at it.
Oh yeah, so, but are you a deli guy, like a Katz's Deli?
No, I'm not. No, I'm sorry. I just plain white bread. I don't need rye or pastrami or whatever that is. No, I'm good. I'm good on that. Hey, I'll venture out in other ways, but that's not my thing.
Thank you, brother. We appreciate it. We'll talk Wednesday.
See you guys.
No rye bread in Arkansas.
We I think this happened with Roy. We went to the Super Bowl and he ordered a turkey sandwich at Katz's, or was it steak?
No. We had a big fight. Oh, maybe because Roy hated Reubens.
He wouldn't eat a Reuben, but he had turkey sandwich on white. I was like, you can't come here and get a turkey,
especially when you're paying $30 a sandwich. Let's crosstalk and let's talk about their new weekly guest when baseball rolls back around. We crosstalk with the KC Masterpiece on the home of the Rangers next.
But
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, get me out of the bed.
Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
You got to throw
Hurts
it.
is back. Here comes the rush. He
You got to
loads up.
throw it.
He's looking. He is
Keep it in
firing it
play.
high, and it is incomplete. The game is over. And the Eagles have lost for the first time this season. And the home winning streak is over. There were a million things that they could have done to keep the Broncos from getting back in the game. No, they did not deserve to win.
His voice like cracked at the beginning. Like he's just like, here's the play.
This team doesn't know how to lose.
Oh, I guess they do.
The Denver Broncos, with their statement win of the season, got aided a little bit by an official no call on Dallas Goedert, but the Eagles lose, and the Tolos immediately start tweeting Peyton Russell to spy on Filthy. What did you get this morning from their station, WIP?
Oh, it's a meltdown, Sean. They're already calling for Sirianni's job. No, not really. But they had callers go after Jalen Hurts. They said, look, this isn't the same guy we saw in February win the Super Bowl. And the host, I give the host credit here. You know, they kind of snap back at the caller calling in here. And this is a WIP in Philadelphia.
So let's get to Paul in Downingtown right now. Paul, good morning.
My primary concern is where's the quarterback from the Super Bowl? Where's that guy? I need Jalen Hurts to step up and play 60 minutes of football the way he did in the Super Bowl, because regardless of everything else or anything else, the guy that played in the Super Bowl, if that guy shows up and has those 38 passing opportunities, that guy gets a hell of a lot more than 17 points and 280 yards. So regardless of the whining, regardless of the play calling, regardless of the injuries along the offensive line, I need that guy to step up and play 60 minutes of football. And I don't want to get too mired in Hurts, but that last drive kind of was the epitome of what I'm saying. The unnecessary sack, the check down, over the middle to the running back.
You know what, though, my man? Listen, Paul, the first two plays stunk. Hold on. The first two plays stunk, but he got that ball down to the 3-yard line, essentially.
Yeah, he did.
And I thought that was pretty freaking impressive.
I thought that should have ended with a tush-push for a touchdown.
Well,
and the ball was in Javonte's hands. I know it's tough, but at the end of the game, they had a chance to win at the end. That ball was right there. That Hail Mary,
you're right.
Not Hail Mary.
It was a great Hail Mary throw.
We need Angelo back.
Too calm. Go back to talking about go talk about the Phillies.
That was a long
Too calm.
This is over.
My biggest concern here is Peyton's defense of that, where he goes to the Philadelphia host's credit, he pushed back on it. It's like, Hurts hasn't been awesome this year. What are you talking about?
More notable than that interaction is what was their clock set to today in terms of the segments? How did they decide to approach?
Oh, this was both WIP and The Fanatic. They both had, I think, Phillies segments, 2 out of the 3 in the first hour. Talking about the Phillies.
Playoffs. I get it. Philly's a good baseball town. I mean, it's football first.
They only got a few days left.
If we would never do that, and they're the defending champs.
We would never do.
If the Rangers were playing a divisional series or a wild card series on a Cowboy Monday, 2 out of the first 3 would never be Rangers.
Maybe not,
and they're the defending champs.
Every city's different, though. Like in New York, I bet you, I don't know.
You think they're more of a baseball town than football?
I think that they are a very good baseball town. They're more the. It's weird.
They're not more than football there.
No, they're not more than football there. But it's weird. It's like we kind of. I feel like we said if the Cowboys are playing like we separate the seasons really, poorly. Not us, but we just forget about everything else. They do a good job. Like I've seen the Eagle game of the day, Philly game of the night. They'll go. These got fans go to both games. So where the hell are you getting the money for that?
Ooh.
It's like I don't know about all that, but they do. They're a good baseball town.
But I think they're doing.
What are you doing right now?
What?
Yeah, that's the most passionate defense of Philadelphia I've ever heard,
people.
man.
What is this?
It's a good baseball town.
They're a good baseball town. They're a Mark Sanchez town. They're going to stab you and break into your truck.
What's coming up on the show?
Guys, we do have Stephen Jones joining us at noon today. We start with the 5-play sequence that told you it was going to be a good day yesterday for the Cowboys.
Skip Schumacher is the new Ranger manager. How sad are you guys to be losing Boch? And have you ever spoken with Skip?
I don't think so. I thought about that a lot
I never
over the
saw him
last few days.
while we were out there either.
I'm sad that Boch is leaving, but I also reflected on those betting odds when they said Skip was 1-2, and I was like, "Do you mean 1 to 2,000?"
Yeah,
like they have no other candidates. That's their next manager. So this was the least surprising thing ever, but he was a hot commodity before he came over here.
Yeah, I think he's going to hold the players accountable. He has a fresh look at this thing. He also, like Schottenheimer, had the opportunity to sit there and observe for an entire year and say, all right, this isn't good enough. This isn't good enough. I can fix these things. So I got a lot of trust in what he's going to be able to do. By the way, I did want to compliment
thank you.
Schottenheimer on y'all's show.
Oh, thank you again. Thank you.
And I told you this last week.
You were here for this.
Yes. And actually, you asked the question that led to this.
We can't all just go to Germany and forget that.
Over the weekend when I was at the Bearded Monkey this weekend, a lot of Tolos wanted to talk about Schottenheimer's interview with you guys and how he broke down multiple things. The spy and how he broke down his moment that Bobby asked about on the 4th down play where he just basically admitted, I got beat, and that whole decision. And
did that part make you feel any better, Bobby?
I respect.
I love the way you
I respect it. I didn't want it. I respect his thought process.
But does it worry us? His explanation seemed to be, I only had one call for that moment.
And so that's what I was. I probably would have followed up. I would have followed up with, and this is also in retrospect. I would have followed up with, well, what did you learn from it then? Like, how would you treat it differently?
I'm guessing when he said I didn't like my play call and they had something beat. I'm guessing my interpretation of that was he was not getting a good sense of how they were trying to throw different things at him late. And so he was like, I don't trust what I may call here from the 4.
But basically every single person was saying, like, this dude's not giving us coach speak when he's talking in these interviews like McCarthy and Garrett have in the past. He's really opening up and having tough conversations, and that's a compliment to what you guys have done.
And let me pay you back with a compliment. That's Stephen Jones. I got messages last week. He was laughing and giddy with you guys. I mean, that is the big accomplishment.
He was like, hell, I guess we tied. I thought we won for a second.
And the Jerry answer on the lawsuit, I almost drove off the road. I knew he wasn't going to be down last Friday, but he gave not one, but then he did pull the old patented, I'm not going to talk about it much, but here we go. And then he gave two detailed answers.
Including the most amazing answer there is. But I'm not going to complain about the justice system in America because it's the best in the world or whatever. And I'm like, thus insinuating that you are the one being held down by the justice system as opposed to continually postponing the trial.
I had somebody tell me yesterday, they're like, I walked up to them, hey, look what's up. They're like, is that you guys that asked that question at the end of the jury interview? I was like, no.
Kevin will ask it.
They're like, I was just curious. They're like, he answered it well. And so it was funny that they came with like, was that you? I was like, no.
Are we allowed to talk about me and you with that kind of situation?
Oh my gosh, you guys are gonna.
I don't know about that.
About this?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think so.
You're not allowed to say?
I don't think we are.
It's 2025. It's safe now.
I don't think we're allowed to talk about that.
No?
I don't think so.
Hey.
Y'all have a pending trial?
Love is love.
We have kind of an involvement in something legally.
What the hell does that mean?
I'll get the clarification.
You're really not going to tell us?
No, I don't think we can say it.
I think we can.
I mean,
I'll get the clarification.
All right.
I'll get clarification.
That's a hell of a segment.
Then
that's a segment.
Tease for crosstalk tomorrow?
Segments here, right?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I think 2 + 2 = 4.
What does that mean?
He's just saying.
I can't say now. I'm saying do the math.
Chop, let's recap the rest of the baseball playoffs real quick, including we have to sit back and watch this team.
And the 1-0 pitch, swinging a line drive, left field line, fair ball, into the corner. Cal rounding third, being waved in. He's bringing home the mail. Julio in at second with an RBI double, and the Mariners have the lead, 3-2 here in the bottom of the 8th inning.
Must be like Philly radio.
All right, so the Mariners even up the series at a game apiece.
That's been a fun series already.
Julio Rodriguez, some late game heroics in both games. Julio Rodriguez with the go ahead and game winning RBI there
with the mail.
Toronto has just so I went and looked at this. So Toronto did not have a great run differential this year. They outscored their opponents by 75 runs. They have in these 2 games outscored the Yankees by 20% of their entire season run differential.
You know, this is the most runs in 2 postseason games the Yankees have ever given up.
It's a lot. I mean, they played a lot of games.
Yeah, don't be fooled by the score looking like the game might have been interesting the whole way.
It was 13-2.
Yeah.
It was 12-0.
You savage, man.
And you know, like Aaron Judge never hits in the playoffs till this year, and it's not even mattering.
Yes.
He's got like a 1,100 OPS. So he hasn't hit more than a double. But he's finally hitting, and they're not doing anything.
I know it's only. You think they're done? You don't think they can win 3 straight?
They got to win 3 straight. That's tough. And then, you know, now they might be able to have Fried in Game 5, but not the way he looked yesterday. He gave up 7 runs. So in the National League, but wait, shout out to Major League Baseball. Who are the 2 biggest brands in Major League Baseball?
Yankees and Dodgers.
Yankees and Dodgers. Very good. That is the correct answer. That's the answer we were looking for.
Thank you.
The Yankees played 2 games at 3 o'clock. The Dodgers are playing the early game tonight.
5, right?
The Padres and Cubs are getting the late game. And the Dodgers-Phillies are getting the early game. It's going to be 1 o'clock in L.A. when that game starts. What in the hell are they doing over there?
Is it Dodger fatigue and they think people want to see Cubs?
I mean, maybe, but it's like, you know, both. It's not like you have with the AL. I get it. The Mariners were at home. It's on the West Coast. I get that, but both teams are playing in the Central and the Eastern time zone here. Like it's in Philadelphia. It's in Chicago. It makes no sense. You would think the Dodgers Phillies would be a bigger draw, but I guess not. Those games are going to be on TBS tonight. They split them up, and then tomorrow you'll go back. Now they're going to switch it up tomorrow, where Toronto and New York will get the night game, and then Seattle and Detroit will get the early game tomorrow on FS1.
Jerry Jones tomorrow at 8:30. College football kegger as well. The KNC Masterpiece is next on a Cowboys Monday. Enjoy.
by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hageland. You got, Corey Majors and the famous Alec Medford. Gentlemen, how the heck we doing today? Welcome to the program.
Kevin, the Cowboys won.
Hell yeah.
People can hop
Super
on
Bowl?
today. No.
Oh.
What are you doing here? Come on, man. But I think people are going to have mixed emotions. It was the Jets. That's fine. It was a win.
Fair.
And I'm going to accept the win and move on to the next win. Like that. What tomorrow? Tomorrow I'll move on to the next win against the Panthers.
Better
and
watch
Ted
out.
McMillan.
Rico Dowdle.
Dude, I'm excited for
I
that.
know.
You better buckle up.
So
yeah, but I'm going to celebrate a win today, Kevin, so y'all get used to it.
Okay. I'm there with you. I think that you can be like, hey, the Jets absolutely suck, but also I'm stoked that my team won.
You aren't the team that's the Jets today.
It's a good point.
And you did what a team that's trying to win football games is supposed to do, and that is go out into somebody else's house and defeat them. And I know the score looks a certain way. It wasn't that close.
No.
Like it was, you take those last 16 points and just be like, all right. However,
it kind of felt like the inverse of the Green Bay Cowboys playoff game.
I will say this, Kevin.
Stop it. I know what you were going to say.
This team is not good enough
to
not close it out even better. That game
How
should
did
have been
they not
37-6.
close it out? It was 30-3.
Shouldn't even be 22 at this point, Kevin. It should be 37-6. That should be. They need to be better. And I think every coach out there would say, you know what, we need to be better today. No matter who's on the field, we got to be able to close this sucker out 37-6.
Let me ask you something.
No touchdowns.
If you lead off the Steven interview, will you ask him if he's disappointed that they couldn't close out the game?
I think I have a question that is in that vein.
Oh, do you?
I really do think I have a question somewhere that is kind of in that, like, how much better do you need to be?
Okay.
I have to go back and look at my questions.
All right. I am actually super excited to hear that breakdown. All right. Wanted to see if you guys would indulge me a little bit about the breakdown of this game, because I wanted to go to a kind of a particular sequence in the games that I think made all of the difference in the world.
Okay,
like
let's do it.
This 5-play sequence is, I was like, all right, it's gonna be a great day. We're gonna win this game.
Were these all in order?
Yes, it was so, and that's why I wanted to say 5-play sequence. I'm not just giving you 5 big plays. This is the specific 5-play sequence that I thought made all the difference in the game. And I was like, all right, we're gonna win. All right, there's 12:27 left in the second quarter. It's 3rd and 1 at the Jets 28.
Okay.
And the Cowboys hand the ball to Javonte Williams. And you know what I liked about that is they handed the ball to him for him to go straight, unlike the Jets, who were like, what if on 4th and 1 we go sideways? Which, that was a bold call. It didn't work out for them, but a bold call. So Javonte Williams gets hit 3 yards behind the line of scrimmage and 4 yards from the first down. He makes his way through contact with not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 defenders. And it takes the 5th and 6th Jets defender to make the tackle after the most awesome 2-yard run I've seen this season. Because I realize when you look at the stat sheet, you're like, oh, 2 yards. But realistically, that should have been a negative 3-yard carry.
What was the Romo against the Rams where the snap went over his head like 30 yards back and he turned it into a 2-yard gain? Marion Barber had one of those, and you're just like, what a heroic run.
Exactly.
For 2 yards.
See, exactly. Because what is the alternative? The alternative is you're going to settle for a field goal right there. Like, let's say that the Jets do finish out and they stuff that tackle and you end up having to kick a field goal. Well, now it's 2 series for the Cowboys offense, 2 field goals, and you're ahead of the lowly Jets 6-3. But instead, that immediately led to this. Cut number 1, the very next play, we get this.
A little screen right, Ferguson, 25. Good blocking. 15-10. Ferguson's going to walk the dog. That's a well-executed screen. Prescott to Ferguson for Ferguson's second touchdown, 26 yards. Touchdown, Dallas.
All right, so at that point, it's 10-3, and I know it's still early in the game. How are you gonna endure on the very next Jets drive?
It could have been 11-3 though, Kevin, if we had not false started on the second option, the second opportunity. I'm just saying.
The number of penalties on extra point tries yesterday were baffling.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, you ended up costing yourself probably 2 points because, first of all, not going for the 2-point conversion from the one cost you one, and then getting the penalty on the extra point that kicked it back to a 48-yard extra point that ended up going off the upright and cost you another one.
How does Aubrey not make that, though? You know,
that's a good
if he's that
look,
great.
At this point, anytime he doesn't make it, I'm amazed. Quite frankly, at this point, anytime it's even close to the upright, I'm like, hey, buddy, come on, let's
what
get
are we
it
working
together.
on here,
Yeah,
man?
which is completely unfair. All right. But you take the 10-3 lead, but what's your defense going to do? Because we have talked crap about this defense all season long. Breece Hall straight away 5-yard run, and that would be emblematic of the rest of the day when the run defense didn't look particularly good whatsoever. But now we're at a plays 4 and 5, and it was after these two plays, even though it was still a touchdown game, I was like, this game is over, and the Cowboys are going to win. Go ahead and give me cut number 2.
2nd and 5. Fields play action. Lots of time now. Chased and sacked. Odigizua got him at the 31-yard line.
Now, you've gone from a 2nd and 5 to a 3rd and 19. All right, so I don't know if we're all thinking the exact same thing, but on the next play, I'm like, just don't commit a penalty. Just don't commit a penalty. And then you get cut number 3, and for the first time in what feels like at least a year, you got back-to-back sacks. Go ahead and give me cut 3. Here's James Houston.
3rd and 19 for the Jets at their 30. Fields in an empty gun. Snap is back. They run a stunt. They flush him out. They've got him again. The stunt worked. Who is that flying the jet? James Houston with his 2nd sack of the year.
Now, do you think that Babe knew who that was, or he was just trying to set up Brad Sham for a great James Houston moment?
Yeah, I think that was a dramatic setup. Yeah. I do believe. So then all of a sudden, it's a 4th and 29. So you force a 3 and out on the Jets. You ended up getting 5 sacks yesterday. After the first 4 games total, you had gotten 5 sacks. Now, I know technically the game, well, not technically, the game most certainly was not over because then the Cowboys would get the 3 and out, and then you wouldn't really break the game wide open until the fumble that started the onslaught. But it was that 5-play sequence right there where you got the tough run, where you connected on a touchdown pass that obviously the Dak and Ferguson connection was awesome yesterday, but you did have that one other hiccup that could have been a touchdown pass. And then in the ensuing drive, you get back-to-back sacks. All of this encompassed what I feel like I so desperately have wanted to see out of this team. And when you got it in essentially back-to-back sequence, I was like, it's only 10-3. I think we're going to rule all over this game today. And by the end of the half, it was clearly going in that direction.
And I think one of the things that helped you feel that way too was it looked like your defense was standing up against what we knew what Justin Fields was. You said, who do you fear? Breece Hall was one of them. He had a really good game
and rightfully
yesterday.
so. Yeah,
their offensive line had been pretty good up to that point, and then the Cowboys, they were able to apply pressure, and we got to figure out why that pressure is. Is it because, as Greg Olsen was saying, hey, Justin Fields holds on to the ball longer than everybody else, or was the pressure just good enough? And now here we go because this team's finally starting to pick up what they're supposed to be doing. Somebody did say, Kevin, head coming out.
Well, while you look for that, you'll at least credit, I think, that Osa sack to holding on to the ball too long. I don't think I would say the same thing about the ensuing James Houston sack, but you even heard it in Brad Sham when he was like, oh, he's got forever to throw the ball, but he just held on to it too long. It was a weird dynamic, though, because they had talked so much about the continuity of the Jets' offensive line being pretty much as opposite as possible
for the Cowboys.
The Cowboys' continuity on the offensive line yesterday. And so I have to admit, I was surprised by not only the sack that they got, the consistent pressure they got on Justin Fields. They were getting a pressure rate of almost 50% on him, and especially early in the game. half of his dropbacks ended up in him getting knocked down.
Wow.
How about that D, baby?
Yes.
From the 817, I think it was the 2 scores before half that made me think this game was over, and that lends itself to exactly what you discussed there, Kevin. And I think the other thing, too, is flip it around to the other side real quick, just before we go any further. Obviously, Quinnen Williams, that 13% isn't enough, as I pointed out last week, because of the greatness of Javonte Williams. So
I have to admit, I did not think about that at all.
But
50%
pressure rate, I will absolutely take.
Now that you say that. And yeah, for the person who added the 2 touchdowns right before the end of the half, it was incredible. I'll go ahead and throw this out there now. I was going to put as a potential no thank you, and I was like, well, now we're ridiculously nitpicking. I wanted to see the very rare triple dip, because you got the ball at the end of the first half, and then you were going to get the ball at the start of the second half. And so you
had a minute and 21 seconds left when you scored that 17th point, and then you had 14 seconds left, I think, when you scored the other touchdown.
And so
you wanted to do it again.
I wanted a triple dip, but then I was looking at it, I was like, look, you dominated the game. Was I hoping to see some sort of historical triple dip? Yes. But in the last 2 games, and this is bananas to me, in the last 2 minutes of the first half in the last 2 games, the Cowboys have outscored their opponents 27-0.
Dude, we came in 3 weeks ago, and we're saying we have not been successful at scoring before the half at all. And since then,
yes,
they've corrected that, and they've been able to. Now, I think that comes to a lot of what Schottenheimer's learning about his team. His team's learning about him, and they're starting to get the same similar type mentality along what they want to accomplish. These small details of, guys, we can't fail before halftime. We have to be able to get some points at this point because it's going to set us up for better success. Look, I think those are things they're all learning together right now.
And somebody threw out there, maybe yesterday the Cowboys traded some of that rush defense for pass pressure. Look, if that's the case against this team, and specifically, I love that philosophy, because even though I know you can look at the overall numbers from the game and be like, whoa, Cowboys run defense did not look that good. The amazing thing is, even while they were in the midst of not looking that good, it made no difference for the Jets on the scoreboard. Like, you go into the fourth quarter, it's 30-6, and your run defense is not doing very well, but you've given up 6 points, and I'm like, that works.
Yeah.
Like, that's fine. I don't care what the stats look like. If you're giving up 6 points, like, that's fine.
Yeah, no, that's the thing, Kevin, that you were talking about, the feeling of feeling pretty good because your defense was doing its job. You had not looked great, but you felt like you were just waiting for the moment to crack the thing open.
Yes.
And that second quarter was when they said, okay, we've felt our way around this game a little bit. Now let's take advantage of what we found out. And once they started their offense started really getting into a groove. One thing, Kevin, I that's kind of beaten me down about the Cowboys for a long time, though, has been their slow starts. And that's like a consistent thing in Dak's career of certain playoff games, something, whatever. But I would still like to see them. But I love the fact that they can feel a game out and then say, all right, now let's ramp this thing up a little bit.
And that is another thing, going back to the Javonte run, which helped lead to, I don't know, maybe they would have gone for it on 4th down. But I get the sense if you would have, especially when he got hit at that first contact, if you would have been looking all of a sudden at 4th and 4, I don't feel like they would have gone for it. I liked it because I think that helped prevent a slow start. I know they only had 3 points in the first quarter, but they only got the ball one time. And so I think that run in particular, springing the touchdown, helped avoid another potential dreadfully slow start.
This might be for the next segment, but the way the Cowboys run the ball right now,
it's unbelievable.
The McCarthy era felt like they were like, we need to run the ball a certain amount of times.
Yes.
This feels like we run the football because we're good at it.
Yeah.
And
I agree.
And because of our balance and our ability to be, I think it's top 8 in both categories. I think 2 in passing yards and then 8 or 6 in rushing yards total, something like that. Because of their good balance and efficiency and production, they're like, this is just who we are. And whenever you have that identity, people aren't asking, well, what is your identity? Your identity right now is balance.
Yeah.
Your identity is we can do both of them well, and it's just which hand are we going, which jab and uppercut are we going with on this drive? And that's what they're figuring out. I like what this offense is giving us right now.
I wanted to point out one thing, and maybe people disagree with me. I thought this was an insane statement yesterday on the TV broadcast. I can't remember if it was Brady who said it or not, but he was like, well, there's no questions about this offense. And I was like, really? You had no questions about the offense going into this game when you were without 4 of your 5 starting offensive linemen, when you were without your all-pro wide receiver, when your backup running back had to be somebody making their NFL debut because you were also missing somebody there. If he was really trying to say their offense has been good, I get it. But when he said there's no questions about this offense, I was like, they had an insane amount of questions going into this game because of injuries, and I thought they did a phenomenal job answering
Would you
them.
give the game ball MVP then to Clayton Adams and Connor Riley?
And
Shoddy for having this team ready to win this game. Like, that was a very well-schemed game.
I feel like I would probably start with the offensive linemen themselves, but you were out there. You did it. Whatever. But I do see the benefit of that. And this is probably another conversation for another day, and it will depend on how you do against Carolina and other things. But I can't help but wonder just a little bit if all of these injuries in the long run could help people get a better sense or positivity of the depth on this team.
Or, Kevin, we did gripe. I bitched and moaned a lot about how nobody got enough playing time during preseason on our starting group.
They knew.
All the guys that are backups look like they're in like mid-season form because they all got the playing time. Nobody knew that all these injuries were going to happen.
Okay.
But they needed to be prepared, and they absolutely have been.
So here's a radical concept. What if you played like all the players that were going to be on the team in preseason? Is it possible?
Start the backups and then put the starters in late in the game.
Maybe. Or I might flip it, but then, like, what if everybody was ready and in mid-season form at the beginning of the year? I know, that's a stupid concept. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, more Cowboys, Jets, and Javonte. Let's talk more about the biggest success of the Cowboys off season. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course I have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, it's your name. No, I'm Chad. My name's Chad. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Farm Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
I formation behind Prescott. Williams the deep back. Handoff, Williams coming right. There's a block. Williams tiptoeing through traffic. Williams to the pylon. Touchdown, Cowboys! Touchdown, Javonte Williams!
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I know we got a lot to talk about from yesterday's game, and I'm certainly open to hearing from y'all. Frankel & Frankel injury attorney text line 877-881-1053, or the Twitch, or the YouTube, forever, whatever y'all want to get into on the Cowboys game yesterday. But, Mr. Majors, I was hoping that we could take at least a few minutes to talk about what a staggering success thus far it has been to pick up Javonte Williams. And the reason why I wanted to talk about it is because I was very much in the group of neat, but who's actually going to be running the ball for us?
You're such a hater.
I agree. I accept. Sorry. Hey, that's one of the points of this segment. I can very much admit that thus far it looks like I was colossally incorrect on this.
I knew he would be the first one to get the football. That was, and Alec, we had lots of discussions about Miles Sanders, and I was like, I get it. I just feel like they want this guy to be the guy that totes the rock, and Miles to be kind of the change of pace guy. And that's kind of how it looked. It looked like it was two possessions, one possession. 2 possessions, 1 possession. And that made sense. And then Miles Sanders gets hurt. And now I'm not sure what we're going to do with Jaden Blue, guys. We'll have that discussion another time. And I know fantasy isn't everything. Week 1, 20 points. Week 2, 24.
These are his fantasy points?
Chicago, gotcha. 11. Green Bay, 18. 26 this week. Saquon Barkley's averaging like 16 points,
man,
and he's averaging almost 18 points. Like he's at a point, Kevin, where he is running the way, as Steven and Jerry both said, like they saw him that first year when he was a rookie, and we were all kind of like, "Whoa, hold on, is this guy going to take the league by storm?" Injury happens. Cowboys are very fortunate to be able to add him in the offseason and him be at the place that he's at. I did ask Jerry, "Hey, did you talk to Sean Payton about his?" And it was weird how he danced around that answer and kind of ultimately was like, but yes, it's important for us to talk to the guys that have coached him. And so they got an idea of, look, he's good. He's just not what we need right now. And the Cowboys said, well, we'll take that. And he fits perfectly with what Schottenheimer's scheme is right now. And he knows exactly where to go. And he's a physical back. And he breaks through for those extra yards that turn into big 66-yard runs. This should be touchdowns, but he was a little too slow. A lot of compliments there.
Man.
A lot of compliments. And I really appreciate him helping my fantasy league. He's doing a great job. I would like a touchdown, though.
So what? Yeah, if the compliment sandwich is compliment, negative, or room for improvement, compliment, what do you call it when it's compliment, compliment, compliment? At the very end, you put the negative or room for improvement there.
That's compliment dessert.
Okay.
Or put down dessert, if you will.
All right. So Javonte Williams it looks like he's on pace for by far his best season in the NFL. He's on pace for 1,520 yards rushing. Now, I don't know if that's a sustainable pace, but that's the pace he's at. You know what his career high is? 903 yards.
Yep.
And think about this. He's already set a career high for rushing touchdowns. So, in your face, Corey. You wanted a touchdown right there, so I'm going to try to make it a compliment sandwich.
And he's a good receiver on top of it, too.
True.
Like, he's the complete back for this team right now. I am interested because, again, I don't know what Jaden Blue's going to be able to offer. Right now, he's running really well. When his legs start to tire out a little bit, how effective is he going to be? Because I think he's going to get a lot of usage. A lot. Cowboys are going to use him as much as they can because, A, they know they can run the football right now. Their offense is built for it. And you got to give credit to the guys up front, too, as we just did.
Absolutely.
For creating this space for him to run, but he's running tough.
Okay, so let's talk about where the offensive line gets credit and where we'll give some Javonte Williams some solo credit. Because you're right, it all works together. Cowboys had 180 yards rushing yesterday. The Cowboys have had 100 yards, more than at least 100 yards, there we go, rushing in every game this season. Last time they did that for the first 5 weeks was 9 years ago.
Wow.
That was the rookie season of Ezekiel Elliott. And look, I realize it didn't end up going well in the long run, but that 2016 season was so much fun. And Ezekiel Elliott just felt unstoppable. Like every time you gave him the ball, I felt like
a big play could happen.
Exactly.
Or the right play is going to happen.
Exactly.
Like DeMarco Murray, when he had his successful year, that was the year Dez caught it.
Yep, 2014.
I remember somebody, I can't remember who it was, they were with G-Bag, and I think it was the day Mike may have had to open the segment by himself because nobody was sitting at the table, and it was like, that was a ridiculous moment. But Mike did a great job. But whoever the guest was they had, he said he used the term, he's like a train. He's on time.
Yeah.
He gets you exactly what you need. Maybe not more than you need, but he's not going to get you less than you need. Javonte Williams feels like he's a little more than a train, where you're getting what you need from him, but then you're going to get a little bit extra. Maybe it's just 4 or 5 extra yards, but it's not. But you're getting what you're supposed to get from him, as you just pointed out with that 2-yard run, how important that was, and what it could have been, and then it turned into 2 positive yards instead of being yards that were negative.
And so, plenty of credit goes to the offensive line for that. I wanted to throw this out there, though. This is the part where I definitely think Javonte Williams deserves plenty of credit. He forced 7 missed tackles yesterday. Felt like at least 4 of them were on that one play. And 76 yards gained after missed tackles.
That's impressive.
After the first person had the opportunity to tackle him yesterday, he had 76 more yards of rushing after that. He also generated 92 yards after contact in the game as a whole. For this season, it's only been 5 games. He has 357 yards rushing after first contact. So that means he's averaging 71, give or take, yards per game after first contact. That's the second most in the NFL. So absolutely, the offensive line deserves plenty of credit, especially yesterday. We'll talk more about that. I am blown away by the job that the offensive line did yesterday, especially given all the moving parts and changed up pieces they had. But Javonte Williams being able to power through after that first contact has been amazing this year.
I do want to just make a quick comment on the offensive line, because I was listening yesterday to the pregame show, as everybody should. Best pregame show in America.
If you wanted honesty from that pregame show about, 15 or 20 minutes before the game started, Rodis goes, "Look, people, this game is going to suck." That is an actual thing that he said. And then he got Babe Laufenberg to say suck 3 times in the ensuing interview.
All right.
About the concept of the game.
I think Greg Olsen hopped on with the pregame show, and the line of, it's very difficult in the NFL to find 5 offensive linemen, let alone 9.
Yeah.
And
yes.
And that's when I was thinking to myself, he's right. But I'm sitting there driving out to the Bearded Monkey, hearing him say that, and my mind goes, but we have Clayton Adams and Connor Riley, who I think are 2 exceptional coaches, and I think they're going to have. We saw what Brock Hoffman and TJ Bass were able to do last week, and we felt I felt comfortable with both of those guys. I felt very confident. And I was like, so I think I'm gonna feel confident again. Kevin, the Nate Thomas train is continuing to roll on here.
I'm not here to stop that.
And we had the conversation last week about him, and he looked fine. Adeniji looked pretty good. I had questions about Adeniji, and at his position that he felt comfortable. I can't remember who it was that was discussing that. Hey, look, he did play for the Bengals. He was on that Bengals team that went to the Super Bowl, and he was playing guard, so he's comfortable in that spot. And he looked pretty comfortable out there yesterday too.
And the combination of Hoffman next to Bass is working.
Comfort.
Yeah, it's working just fine.
And so when you have that balance in there, and then they already fear your quarterback right now.
Agreed.
And now they also fear your running back and offensive line. Your offense is clicking. Like it is exactly where it's supposed to be. I think it starts with Javonte. Dak benefits a lot from it. Javonte benefits a lot from Dak as well. That's a very symbiotic relationship they have.
Yeah, no, I
That's
agree.
a big word.
That is a big word. And most importantly, he used it spot on correctly and didn't even down himself. So Javonte Williams had more than 100 yards rushing in the first half. Now, obviously, that 66-yard run, which was a career high and the longest the Cowboys have had in a game in 8 years. Think about that.
Could have been a touchdown.
I know, but even then, it still wouldn't have been longer than Alfred Morris, who had 70 yards. So it would have been close, but wouldn't have got it. But yeah, that was the longest Cowboys run from scrimmage in 8 years. So Javonte Williams became the first Cowboys running back in 11 years, to have more than 100 yards rushing in the first half. And then that whole other dynamic, we haven't even gotten to him yet, Ryan Fenoi. You combo up the fact that he had more than 100 yards receiving in the first half. That's the first time the Cowboys have ever had that. A wide receiver with more than 100 yards receiving and a running back with more than 100 yards rushing in the same game in the first half. It's never happened in the history of the Cowboys. When you think of all of the amazing players that they've had over the years, it's never happened.
From the 832, I want you to listen better. Go back and listen to the first segment. Let's not get carried away.
Oh.
It was the Jets, and they've been ass. We addressed that earlier, too.
Yeah,
and
I don't know what
you
to tell
just won yesterday, so celebrate the victory, and then we'll get back to reality tomorrow.
Okay.
All right? Is that okay?
Because then you face an unstoppable Carolina team.
It's not.
I'm sorry, is that not correct?
It's not every day, Kevin. We got to celebrate the wins, all right?
Yeah.
Because the wins are very few and far between in life.
Okay.
Just in general, there's more losses than I think there are wins every single day for everybody out there.
Okay.
So let's just enjoy the wins for now, and then we'll get back to reality.
Yeah, and look, I think at the same time you can balance it and say, man, that was an awesome game, and the Cowboys achieved so many things that I haven't seen from them so far this year, and they're also 2-2-1.
They can be better.
Yeah, okay, I'm not going to go down the train of they could be better because they didn't win the game. What would have been your preferred final score? Because I know at one point it was 30-3, then they got it to 30-6. What do you think is a reasonable, acceptable final score for Corey?
37-6.
Okay,
would have been those 2 touchdowns late in the game. We don't need those.
I agree.
So let's just leave it at that. 37-6 would have been really nice.
If it would have ended up being 37-6, would you have shut down any Discord from anyone today? If they're like, oh, the Jets suck, would you have been like, nope, shut up, not today, we won 37-6?
Maybe so. I'd be a little more. Because whenever you got to bury those teams.
Yeah.
Now they did, and that's ultimately why those last points. There was kind of a I don't care, whatever. This game's over. But man, it's a 60 minutes, right? You got to play the full game. You can't. So and that's the thing that if I'm Brian Schottenheimer, I'm complimenting. I'm giving the compliments. Guys, I love it. I love it. I love it. And then I'm going, but we could have been better.
Yeah.
And it's not a put down on you. It's absolutely not. But don't y'all want to be better? Don't y'all want to be the team that buries teams 37-6? I'm not asking you. This is what I would be saying to my guys.
I got you.
To get them in that mindset of that's what I expect. because I think y'all are capable.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, more Cowboys Jets, but also starting with Broncos and Eagles. What was the most interesting or surprising result of the NFL weekend? We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, your name. No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen. Right, but I just feel like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Here's the rollout, the throw, it's there. And the Broncos have taken the lead.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, starting with Broncos-Eagles, was the most interesting or surprising result of the NFL weekend. Or we'll see how far we get into this segment before we bail to talk about Mark Sanchez. I can't say how long that's going to be, Alec, because that story continues to get weirder and add new layers and is going to maybe cost Sanchez, I assume, his job and his freedom.
Yeah, it's evolving.
And just 48 hours ago, it was poor Mark Sanchez was the victim of a stabbing and a robbery. At least that's what Adam Schefter told everyone, and then never corrected it and just waited 24 hours to delete his tweet. But whatever. All right, now let's start, I would assume, if that's okay with you guys, with the Broncos and Eagles. It feels like every single week you are pretty much, man, that could be a new segment. Every single week, what's the guaranteed weird outcome of the NFL weekend? Because it feels like every weekend there's one game that you're like, the hell? And we talked about this game.
This wouldn't have been mine.
Okay, so we talked about, because maybe the Patriots, we talked about this game being a fascinating test for Denver to figure out, like, what exactly are they? And, I mean, if you're a Broncos fan or Bo Nix fan, you got to walk out of this and feel pretty darn good, right?
Yeah, the Broncos, they haven't gone to another level.
Agreed.
That I think that they can get to, and that's kind of concerning. That's scary because they still can get to that place. They're a strong running football team. That's what the Sean Payton basis usually is when he had Kamara and Ingram, they were at their best.
Yeah.
And, but he has a couple of good running backs. J.K. Dobbins looks really good for Denver right now. When it comes to Philadelphia, though, because everybody in Philadelphia is going to make this more about Philadelphia's failure than the Broncos' success.
And you've already seen it because A.J. Brown was like, we just missed it. And everyone's like, A.J. Brown threw Jalen Hurts under the bus. Or Jalen Hurts didn't do his press conference that I've heard yet where he's like, maybe don't slow down.
Yeah, maybe A.J. Brown was upset that they were throwing to Javonte Smith at the end of the game. And he was like, you know what? I'll show you guys. Do you think a couple years ago, the Eagles had that? I told you, I was like, dude, no, they're falling apart from within. And then they did fall apart that season. Well, then last year I was like, hey, I can't believe it until I see it. And then they did not. They looked like they bonded. And maybe Sirianni is like, look, you're going to, with this high profile group, with this much talent, you're going to have these ups and down, ebbs and flows, but I can't overreact too quickly.
Right.
And I'm going to have to let them work it out together before I step in. I don't know exactly how he handles that, but Kevin, doesn't it feel like the Eagles just are not right?
Yes. Yeah. And like, that was one of the things that I applaud the people who are trying to dissect the issues of the Eagles while they were still winning, because that is that is a trap you can fall into. It's like, hey, we have problems that we probably should identify better and maybe try to solve, but we're winning, so who really cares? There were plenty of people out there who pointed out the flaws of the Eagles, and I feel like we continue to discuss the fact that they hadn't really played a complete game and somehow got to 4-0.
Yeah, that was the concern, was they haven't even been good yet, and they are where they are. So, yeah, Miami Dolphins of 72 probably worse. They're being a little concerned that this team might go run the table out there.
Now, there are a lot of weird things walking out of this game. So Sean Payton got his 173rd victory as a head coach in the NFL. That surpasses Bill Parcells.
Good for him.
Let's talk about Bo Nix down the stretch in the fourth quarter. 9 for 10 on his passes for 126 yards, including the pass to Evan Ingram. And obviously they converted on the 2-point conversion to really lock down the Eagles' failure. Just to show what a failure it was, consider this. Going into the fourth quarter, it was 17-3 in favor of the Eagles.
Okay.
That should have spelled doom for Denver, as heading into that game, the Broncos were 1-112 on the road in the fourth quarter when trailing by 14 or more points.
That was a different time, though, Kevin. That was,
but they had John Elway.
Those were other teams.
What did you think? That somebody in the Hall of Fame?
But that just stick with a team. I guess it did stick with the team for 130 games or something. You know what, though? I'm pretty sure Sean Payton went into that locker room in the third quarter and said, never ever quit, guys. And that was the driving force.
Well, first of all, if you just walk off the field into the locker room, I don't think people are going to follow you. Maybe back in the day, Antonio Brown would have followed you in there. But
like, dude, I was so waiting for us to do this.
So those teams were 1-112.
Wow.
Now they're 2-112. So look out, home teams, with a 2-touchdown lead over the Broncos.
That is impressive.
All right. Now, you brought this game up. I guess I was surprised that it was just an offensive palooza. It was Seattle and Tampa Bay.
Yeah.
I'm not saying necessarily that the outcome was surprising, but the fact that there was an air show between, let's be honest, two quarterbacks who've played very well this year in Baker Mayfield and Sam Darnold.
Drafted in the same year, too.
Yeah, 1 and 3.
Yeah. Yeah. And I know it was kind of a toss-up between which one would be one. And I don't even know. I think Baker kind of skyrocketed at the very end. A lot of people are having the same conclusion right now about Baker Mayfield, too. And that is, I didn't really care for him much at Oklahoma. I didn't really care for him much in Cleveland. But since he was able to leave Cleveland, I like that guy.
Right.
And he is, I've said this week after week, he is the center of that universe in Tampa. He is the whole thing that makes that thing run. And dude, what an amazing rookie they have in Igbuka. Like that, that dude is playing like a stud right now. But you're right. This was a bonus for any fan out there that just wanted to watch a show. And you absolutely got that between these two quarterbacks. Sam Darnold's having he's very comfortable in what he's doing and being asked to do up in Seattle right now.
Those two combined for 6 touchdowns and 1 interception passing and more than 700 yards. Now, that's all fine and well. The Bucs ended up winning 38-35, and that game, this feels like a game that we could reflect on, and it might be massively important in terms of like the NFC playoff standings as we go forward, because early on, it looks like Tampa Bay and Seattle both have like the staying power. Sam Darnold takes the loss, but he threw 4 touchdowns, 341 yards, also had an interception in that game. And then there's this. This remains amazing to me. So the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, they win the game by 3 points. And they win the game because they kick a field goal at the very end of the game. And that means that,
is that 4 out of 5?
Yeah, but they lost the other one.
That's
so
right.
Think about this. They're the first team in NFL history to win their first 4 games all in the final minute.
Okay, so that brings you to this conversation we had a little bit about the Rangers a long time ago.
Right.
is that sustainable to be able to win or play this many close games and come out with a good enough record to be successful and truly be a good team?
Yeah.
And I always do come to the conclusion of, I think it's good whenever you experience these moments and win. I know Coach Westerberg would say there's nothing I couldn't have gotten from a blowout. Like, I understand that.
That was an exact quote he told me.
But whenever you go through these moments, it's good for your kicker. It's good for your players to know, like, we got to buckle down in these big times. A blowout will be important for them at some point, but these are going to benefit them, I think, later in the season too.
I agree. Well, and the good thing is, if you're following the Bucs or you're a Bucs fan or whatever, you'll figure it out in the next 2 weeks, right? Because their next 2 games are against the 49ers and the Lions.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, whether you're ready to sink or swim, I think you'll get a great indication of that in the next 2 weeks. Otherwise, if you want to dissect victories while you're still winning, I think you can look at that Jets win, and clearly the Jets are terrible. And then you can look at the Texans, although the Texans might now be on the upswing. You won those 2 games by a combined 3 points.
Yeah.
So I understand the level of concern, if I can steal from the
level of concern
later in the week. But I think for Tampa Bay, you'll get a real indication of what they are in the next 2 weeks, because they go up against 2 of the better, probably 2 of the best 3 teams in the NFC.
I'm glad you brought this up. So they just went up against the Eagles.
Yep.
And that was unsuccessful.
Correct.
Does that tell you anything? Or because the Eagles, you're still trying to figure out what they are. And I guess what it tells me is they're good enough to compete with one of the best teams in the NFL.
Yeah.
Also,
I
think they're going to keep games close no matter who the opponent is, because that's the kind of quarterback Baker is.
Yeah.
And that's the kind of mentality I think that the Bucs have.
And that Eagles game is a little tricky because you were getting your ass whipped in that game. Then you took over in the fourth quarter. Now, did you take over?
Garbage.
Yeah, because
the Eagles started that game defensively on fire. So, yeah, that's a very valid question.
We're the Candidacy Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on The Fan.
Tolo. Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where Corey is in the middle of a conversation and said, I have to go do the show. I'll get back to you. Right now, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Glad Corey made me a priority, right?
That's true. That's true. Always, Mick. Always.
I love the way I got to go do the show as if it just started,
it was
too.
our boss, though.
That's okay. I was just sitting here going, I got to turn my mic on.
Yeah, your timing these last 3 days has been absolutely impeccable. Now,
lucky.
There are a lot of I accept. There are a lot of things to break down in this game, but I wanted to start with this. The Cowboys desperately needed someone to step up in the passing game, and it felt like Ryan Fenoi was as good as anyone could have conceivably hoped for, and probably even better than that.
And out of nowhere, right?
Oh, my goodness, yes.
Second start in his career, first start of the season, and for him to... And I don't know if maybe the Jets didn't think about him, but for some reason the ball kept going his way. So my assumption was, well, they're making sure Pickens doesn't get a lot of one-on-one coverage, right? They're probably got a safety over the top. And I'm thinking, well, Dak's just going through his reads, and it's like, well, it says to go to Fenoi, and... you know, you got to trust him, right? Because, and he did. And the guy makes that deep catch, and it wasn't easy because the ball was short, and he had to come back and get in front of the DB and then break away. It was absolutely an amazing deal that 4 catches at, 114 yards,
right.
Set up the 1 touchdown, and showed that, you can trust him. Well, the other thing is, he can't do what he did. Dak can't do what he did. Javonte Williams can't do what he did unless 4 backup offensive linemen play their ass off.
Agreed.
Are you kidding me? When have you ever seen that?
No, even Shottenheimer was like, I do not recall an instance like this ever.
That was a recipe for disaster, right?
Agreed.
And thinking that, this Jets, the defense had played decently in those first 4 games, although they didn't win. But they stood in there. Cowboys rushed for 180 yards with 4/5 of the our backups on the offensive line, and then Terrence Steele. Last week, Nate Thomas played his first 17 snaps since 2023 in a game when he was at Louisiana. And then he starts, right? Adeniji starts his first game for the Cowboys. Now, he had some experience in his previous starts. Hoffman, the 3rd start at center this year. Bash, his 2nd. And it just kept coming again and again and again. And to me, that was a story of the game that they didn't create a disaster up front and actually played well. You guys know all the numbers. Javonte Williams, 135 yards rushing. The team 5 straight since 2016. That's the last time they had that many 100-yard performances. And that was 15, all but 1 game, right?
Yeah, and that was incredible. And we talked about that season being the season that regardless of the scenario, it felt like Zeke was going to get the yards.
Yeah. And this is a guy that, most people... and no fault of their own, that weren't at training camp or watching him in the offseason, it was like, okay, Javonte Williams, right? They weren't expecting much from him. And, we kind of saw a little bit of a spark, and now we've seen it game after game after game. And, the 66-yard run, he had to break. There was a hole there. He shot through, and then he had to break a couple tackles to keep going.
Corey is disappointed in that run.
Yeah, but you know what, Corey? I heard that. But I was thinking, and I don't know if this, because I'm sure he's trying to score, right?
Yeah.
But he had the foresight to get out of bounds because they were out of timeouts. And think about it. If he goes down at the 1 inbounds, do you think they're going to get 10 guys downfield in time before the clock runs out?
Absolutely not, yeah.
I always worry about the false start on that because everyone's running, trying to get into place when they snap the ball.
And so I think it stopped with 19 seconds, if I remember correctly. But can they have all got down there in time at 18 seconds to spike it? I mean, you're talking 5 offensive linemen got to go.
Wouldn't have had to worry about it if he got in the end zone.
Oh, well.
No, it's great to watch what he's doing. And at the efficiency that he's doing it at too, like
it's unbelievable.
It's a big number, and I think it's a lot of what you just pointed out. The scheme that Clayton Adams and Connor Riley and Schottenheimer are putting together, in addition to the fact that you have an offensive line that's patchwork together and giving him the space and the holes to run through, and then he does the physical part of taking advantage of the next level. I'm loving everything he's doing right now.
And on that run, it was Thomas and Hoffman had a lot to do with clearing the hole that he eventually shot through, right? On Pickens' touchdown, Dak, I went back and looked, it's pretty accurate. He had 4 seconds to get that ball off. So that's not common, right?
Yeah.
And not only do you have to have time to get it off, right? But you got to have time to look and see, okay, I got to make this decision. I can throw this pass, right? And you know, those guys kind of hung in there. And even on Fenoi's catch, 3-point-some seconds to get the ball off. So those guys were holding up for him to throw 4 touchdown passes. I just thought it was incredible. I wrote about it on Friday, and I was like, okay, if you got to worry, here's the worry, right? But previously, they finished with 3 of those guys. In the game, they scored 40 against the Packers, and now you add 1 more. And I was thinking, this is why... And I remember this conversation I had with Brian Schottenheimer when the assistant coaches had their first interviews back in, I guess it was late February, early March. And Clayton Adams is an offensive line coach who they named offensive coordinator, right?
Yeah.
And that's how he made his bones in the NFL as a offensive line coach. And then they doubled down hiring Connor Riley as the offensive line coach. They kept Ramon Chignon as the assistant. So they intentionally put emphasis on coaching that offensive line, and I think we're seeing the fruition of their efforts to say, hey, this offensive line and running the football is a priority, and it's working. So credit to those guys. And I know what they'll say, and I know what Shotty said. Hey, it's the players, right? But somebody had those guys ready to play. Mm-hmm. That just doesn't happen. You know, and one of you made the point that it's hard to find 5 starters in the NFL on a team. And even if you find 7 or 8 guys that can play, normally 1 at a time, maybe 2, but not 4 all at the same time and play at that level. I just thought it was one of the more credible things I've seen. And I know it was the Jets, and I know they're 0-5, but they, you know, that defense, everybody was worried about Quinnen Williams ruining the offense. He had 3 tackles. You barely heard his name. So yeah, those guys, that was one of the more, I think Schottenheimer called it unique. I thought it was amazing.
Yeah, they had every excuse to scrub it up and be like, oh, well, I mean, we were missing all these guys. Every single excuse. And they were like, no, that's not going to work for us.
And they ended up with 416 yards offense. I mean, it was amazing to me.
Well, and I know the focus is on this game, but let me ask y'all both something then. One of the potential positives in sports that can come from injury is you can get a better sense of what you do or do not have. Now, hopefully everything gets back to normal and you're super healthy the rest of the year, but it's also football. How encouraging is this for y'all in terms of your sense of offensive line depth? Because I don't want to have to continue to go through this, but I am unreasonably more confident than I would have been otherwise.
That's how confident I am.
No, yeah. And if something happens, you know, because the big thing is the quarterback's got to trust it, right?
Sure.
Because a lot of times you go in there and you got a bunch of backups and, you know, their head is looking around like, okay, I better watch over here, right? And he just stepped up and played and went to receivers that, you know, he barely had used. And the tight end now, 3 touchdown catches in 2 games. And then, you know, so yeah, And I thought Dak, he talked about it afterwards, saying that, when he was trying to motivate those guys, he goes, hey, here's how I got my start. There were injuries, and I had to step up and play. And that's how I got my starting job. So he said, hey, just, cut it loose. And I thought it was also, kind of indicative of where they're at. Nate Thomas, again, his first start in the NFL, with 17 snaps of experience, he came up to me afterwards and apologized. He said, Dak, I can do better.
Ooh.
And it's like, whoa, okay, because you did pretty good.
And by the way, did you see Dak's response to that?
Yeah.
He goes, I know that you will.
Yeah.
I like that.
And, so they just had guys come out of nowhere, and all of a sudden they kind of came together. And look, those 4 guys had never played in a game together unless it was preseason, maybe, right? And so, I was watching Thomas, and I thought he was awfully good. He didn't get overwhelmed. He didn't get intimidated. He kind of hung in there.
Does there need to be a standing role for him then?
Well, maybe. I mean, if you think about the previous game, they were giving him first-team snaps, and it was at right tackle, and their intention was to give him a series or two in place of Steele. And so he got his first series, and then Guyton has the concussion, and now he's got to go from right tackle to left tackle where he wasn't practiced in training camp there, and goes in and finishes the game and now gets his first start out of nowhere playing at Louisiana? Seriously? And I had Clayton Adams tell me, I think it was before the season started, I asked him about him, and he said, this guy's going to be really good. And so, well, maybe he's going to be, and Guyton better keep an eye on himself.
The defensive side of the ball, Mickey.
Yeah.
They were able to get pressure. This James Houston kid, not a lot of people knew anything about him.
We did it!
You did. Boy, you guys had it pegged.
They did a really good job yesterday of getting the pressure they needed to make Justin Fields uncomfortable, but then also actually getting to the quarterback, too.
Yeah, and they used a few blitzes that they hadn't been doing. They took advantage of the rookie at right tackle, Membo.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to say University of Missouri guy, first round draft choice, but he struggled mightily,
Whoops.
right?
Yep.
Dante Fowler really took advantage of his inexperience. But yeah, and it was like, well, where did this come from? Well, I don't know if it was because, for the majority of that first half, they were playing man in the secondary. They didn't play as much zone until they got up 30-6 or whatever. And then I think, now I got to ask, but I think they were playing the clock in the fourth quarter. Like, we're going to make sure we're going back to zone, keep everything in front of us, and if they're going to score, they're going to have to go, 80 yards in 5 or 6 minutes. We're not giving up a big play. And I think that led to maybe those 2 drives for touchdowns that you really wish you hadn't done. But again, they ended up milking the clock and recovering onside kicks. So it kind of worked in the end, but that's where the Jets got all their yards. But they had done a really good job. Now, I don't know if they sacrificed getting pressure for not playing the run as well.
It kind of feels like that.
I was going to ask Steven about that a little later today, too, because Breece Hall had a pretty good game.
Yeah, no, big runs.
Yeah.
And so, but again, you had a lot of young guys at linebacker. Sanborn goes out with the concussion, so now you're out there with Murray, Leofau, and Shamir James. But good. Play James. The guy's got so much athletic ability. I know he was only a 5th-round draft choice, but this kid's got some talent, and he's got some speed. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm glad that you said that because Shoddy has talked about having a violent defense. Sam Williams echoed that at training camp. In addition to all the tackles that you just mentioned, did it not look like Shamar James enjoys some defensive violence?
Yes. And Leofau.
Yeah, I agree.
Right? So, get those guys out there. Get them going. And so now, can you do it again? It can't be, one-hit wonders. You got to have consistency, but they finally gave up only 22 points. I mean, that's a significant improvement. Don't worry about the yards, I guess. They were actually making plays when they needed to make plays, and that's part of playing defense.
Mickey, can you just tell Corey to shut up? I know he didn't say anything, but he just gave me this look again because he wants them to finish the deal, and I want him to shut up. If you could just help me with that.
I just feel like they can still be better, and that's what they're working on, and I'm proud of them.
Well, here's another thing. It looked like Trayvon Diggs was comfortable playing football again.
That's good.
Deron Bland, after missing his 2 games, played last week. He looked like he was more comfortable. And I think it made a difference somewhat in the secondary that you could put both guys on the outside, and Reddy Stewart has been playing well in the nickel. And then later on, they brought in Elam and Diggs on the outside, and Bland went inside. In the slot on the nickel. And so they were able to kind of mix it up and change things out. So at least they didn't give up 40 points or 38 points or 37 points. It was 22, and I'm sure that surprised everybody. And I know it was the Jets. I know it was Fields. But he nearly beat the Cowboys last year at Pittsburgh, right? They were up 17-13 going into the final minutes of the game.
Well, excellent stuff as always, good sir. We will talk with you tomorrow, and we'll try to rein Corey in then.
Yeah, we'll see what we can do. Just remember that them backups played their butts off.
Heck yeah,
as long as you remember that first-round pick for the Jets went to Missouri. All right, there you go. Thank you very much,
all right,
Mick.
I'll
Mickey
see you.
Spagnuolo from DallasCowboys.com.
And at Dinergy went to Garland, right?
Yes, that is correct.
Yeah.
Big day for Brandon. We're the Candidacy Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus how not to celebrate winning the lottery. Next on The Fan.
to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Plus, they only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
First down and 10 at the Dallas 23. I formation. Fields will give it a haul. Huge hole on the left side. 15, 10, 8. Fumble! Who got it? Dallas got it. Dallas said they got it. Dallas got it. How about that?
I love that call. Also, what I love about that, Alec, I don't know if this is the same vibe you got, is Brad Sham is resigned to the fact that it's going to be a touchdown. The way he's like 15, 10. Oh, it's a fumble. They said we got it. We got it. They did get it. Right now, we're celebrating Cowboys Victory Monday. We always celebrate when it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time, 4 a.m. on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the Pride of Mansfield, Texas. Yeah. 877-881-1053, the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day. Plus, I'm going to tell you every way not to celebrate winning the lottery.
Before you get to that story, can I ask you about that? Have you ever thought about for too long how you would or would not celebrate a lottery victory?
Absolutely. Every time the Powerball gets up north of like 500 million, me and my dad start recklessly speculating about the things we would do. Like every single time.
I like it.
And then half the time we don't even buy a ticket. You know, it's just fun. It's just fun to be like, yeah, I would do this. But it's not going to happen. So,
are your lottery dreams, I promise this will be my last question probably, are your lottery dreams big picture purchases or how to like spite people that you don't like or do lower tier things?
I like both POVs, but I'm more like big picture.
Okay.
And it's not going to be a bunch of immediate stuff. I'm pretty tame with my money. I know Reggie and KG like to say that I'm not because I like to go to events God forbid a man has fun every now and then. But speaking of that, I'll be at Monday Night Raw tonight at the American Airlines Center. So Section 117 is where I'm going to be hanging out if you're going to be out there. Not to steal somebody else's bit, but if you see me, beer me, I'll be there. Be hanging out, having a good time. But yeah, I'm more of a big picture guy when it comes to the lottery. Thinking about I could get into the real estate market.
Okay.
That'd be pretty cool.
Because just every now and again, I'm like, if you just took $2 million to dedicate to making someone's life miserable for revenge purposes, you could.
I don't hate it. I don't hate it.
Yeah, I would be in the real estate market too.
Okay.
Flying over that one spot in the middle of the ocean and dropping a rock one at a time to build my island. Real estate.
You'd have a lot of time and a lot of assets to make that happen, Corey.
Thank you. Kevin's always acting like that's a ridiculous plan, but you just pointed out the truth.
You know what I would do? First thing I would do, I would call Bobby Lashley and get his financial advice because he's a wizard with money.
Yeah. And his suit guy.
Exactly, yes. I'm going to be living lavish. But the question of the day today, gentlemen, look at the National Day calendar, and it's National Coaches Day. National Coaches Day. So I want to know, what is the best coaching you ever got? And if you weren't ever coached, if you weren't a sports person growing up or in your current life, what's the best advice you've ever gotten? 877-881-1053.
Best coach I ever had, this fella named Ray, because he knew my personality well enough to know how to motivate me. And one of the ways he would motivate me was by saying my last name wrong, especially when we were running and doing stuff like that. He's like, "Come on, Hageland, let's get it going." And it would piss me off so much every time that I would pick up the pace, and he knew it worked, and it worked on me every single time. So he figured out the specific way to connect with me. Now, was it through negative means? Yes, but that's what I needed.
That's pretty impressive. Just by saying your name wrong.
Come on, Hageland, pick it up.
Maybe that's what all those other coaches that we used to cover in high school were doing. They were just trying to motivate you.
Yes.
When they'd be like, "Hey, you tell Hoagland. You tell Hoagland I told him not to pick against us."
Isn't that what your Amazon Alexa called Kevin?
Yes. Yes.
Kevin Hoagland.
Seems like it had a decent breakdown except for my last
Now
name.
Kevin is very motivated by Alexa.
Yeah.
So I did have a coach that I loved, like whenever I was very young in baseball. 5th grade, I want to say, something like that. He was a great coach. He was just a dude that was like, he decided to coach a baseball team. Didn't know any of the kids, just wanted to coach, and spent his time. He was young, like 26 or something like that. He was awesome. Like just a really good coach.
Did you think he was young at the time?
Yes,
Okay.
I did, because he was cool. You know what I mean?
Because sometimes I wonder if we have perceptions of people that were super old, and you're like, that person was 31.
I have
and you're like,
I have a friend whose parents right now, like they're in their 70s. And when I met him, they were old. And I'm like, how are they still the same? Because they were old 30 years ago. And now they're 7, like they're old now. So I get it. But I threw like a no-hitter, and I was on my way to a second one, and he pulled me out because he thought I said I was tired. And I was like, no, I can keep going. And then we gave up the no-hitter. Anyway, difference. He was great. But yeah, I'll give my high school baseball coach, Coach Knight, Jason Knight. He was awesome. He helped us all grow as a team. We got along with him really well. He drove us to be better. And we had some of our best successes. Some of my favorite times in my life were on that baseball field with that group of guys.
Okay.
And he was the main key for it, because he did a good job of making the group the group.
I like that. 877-881-1053 for National Coaches Day. The best coaching you ever received, or the best advice you've ever gotten in life. And see a couple early entries here from the 469. Shout out to Coach Benton, who is currently coaching at Byron Nelson for cross country. That was my sport back in the day. He always told me it was PR weather no matter the weather. And I really like that, because my coaches were always chasing times. That's the goal in running. You're trying to beat your PR every single time. And cross country season, when does that start? Well, July, August. What is that here in Texas when it's 105 degrees outside? So practices were were not fun, but they always had the right messaging to make you forget about it in the moment and just realize, hey, there is an end to this run. Let me make it there as quick as I can. Those were the best coaches. Just simplify it a little bit. Even if it is a little bit backhanded, where it's like, all right, you jerk, you're not the one running. I am. Kind of like that. It's PR weather, It's like,
oh,
really,
man.
dude? It's really...
it's a beautiful day for football, boys.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it's 100 degrees outside. No, it's not. You are lying, but I get the point. But let's see. Elsewhere on the fan text, I like this from the 682. Again, simple coaching. Coach found out that I was a logical thinker. When I wasn't motivated, he would pull me to the side and say, whether you like it or not, you are here right now to play. You may as well play your best because you will be mad at yourself later for being lazy.
Love that line.
Yeah.
I love that line. If you give everything you got, then you can never say that you didn't do your best. And that's always the preparation part of it. Just real quick, out of all the coaches we've talked to, is Bochy your favorite? He's mine. He falls under my, I just had this great relationship. I felt like I was just so happy to be around Boch.
I could see that for sure on a lower tier, just because we haven't talked with him as much. Every time we talk to Ron Washington, I think it's delightful.
Yeah, Wash was always wonderful. Yeah.
I think for me that I got really lucky and I had a lot of great coaches growing up. And I had a ton of those that were actually educators, that I didn't play their sport, but they were coach to me. Like in middle school, Coach Pringle. Yes, like the chip. He was the most wonderful human ever. Married his high school sweetheart and had all of these great stories and life advice. And I remember our last day in his leadership class in 8th grade. We're about to go to high school, right? And he kicked out all of the girls from the class. He said, I need to talk to the men here about something. And he told us about our responsibilities as men. He was like, y'all have the unique ability to, change your life and change a woman's life, just by the snap of a finger, by total accident. He was like, just be smart and realize that people are going to be depending on you for the rest of your life, this point forward when you become adults. People are always going to count on you. And he gave us such great advice. I did end up being on his hurdles team in 8th grade, so I did get to see the not so nice side of things when I wasn't doing my job right. But him and then this guy, I hope he's listening. I know he's a Tolo, Coach Mutt at Summit High School in Mansfield. He was on the Today Show just a few months ago because he hand wrote a letter to every single one of his graduating seniors this past year, which was in the hundreds.
That is wild.
And he knew every single one of them. He had some sort of personal thing to say to them in each note. It wasn't just, I'm proud of you, good luck on what's next. It was, hey, you're really great at doing this, and I hope you keep doing that as you venture forward and grow as an adult. Good luck at this school that you're going to. I know you really love this. And he put a $1 bill in every single note, too, just as a small act of kindness. Yeah. And it was a, hope you hold on to it or spend it well, whatever you do. Most amazing man ever. He taught me more than I'll probably ever put to use in life just because he was such a wealth of information. He was my first leadership coach in high school too, so learned a lot from him. Great to give him some love here, as he calls it, Summit love. Appreciate the interaction here, 877-881-1053 for National Coaches Day. The best coaching you got or the best life advice you've ever gotten. Now, guys, this is a little bit more on the negative side.
Oh, no.
This is how you don't celebrate winning a $1.3 million scratch-off. So, a British man... Yeah, this is not a Florida man story. This is actually a British man story. His name is Adam Lopez, 39-year-old, who resides in a small village outside of Norwich, England.
Brother of Mario.
That's where Paige is from.
Oh, yeah, that is true. And he had about $17 in his bank account this past July when he saw that number balloon by about, 8 million% after getting a scratch-off Millionaire Maker lottery ticket that won for $1.344 million. According to local news outlets in the British lands, if you will, he ended up just quitting his job as a forklift driver, which, sure, You know, you want to leave that lifestyle. It's a brutal lifestyle. I get it. I know plenty of people who do the warehouse work and stuff. It's not for everybody. And when you get a bunch of money,
you double bird everyone.
Yeah, you just go ahead and say, I'm done and I'm going to go enjoy my life. Well, he enjoyed it a little bit too hard because he went on a 3-month bender of partying non-stop every single night. And he said in an interview with the local news that he had been burning the candle at both ends in the wake of his lottery win, which resulted in him waking up in an ambulance traveling to the hospital the emergency room after partying too much. His body started to give out on him. And he said that it was a massive wake-up call here in the month of September is when this all went down. So he said 3 months of straight partying ended up giving him some sort of embolism and a blood clot that formed in his leg that made its way all the way to his lungs and left him unable to walk or breathe for a period of time. It seems like he's on the mend now, according to the local news, but yeah, straight partying after quitting his job, burning all of his money, ended up almost costing him his life.
This probably isn't the right question. Do you know if he has money left?
He did not say. Yeah, he did not say in this interview. Hopefully he had some sort of plan there. But hey, if you're partying every day, it doesn't seem like you planned out very much. So yeah, don't go on a 3-month bender. That's my advice.
Good advice.
It's my coaching.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, where we visit the wacky world of Titans Cardinals. And every game is the Super Bowl for somebody. Next on The Fan.
What was it? Pepper Lady.
is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all price to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Third and short. First down. DeMarcado off to the races. 20-10. Touchdown.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where that was just the beginning of a crazy game.
Epic collapse.
Indeed. And we've got a follow-up from DeMarcado, who had an insane quote, I think. Let's talk about it all as we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. Dip. So,
dip and rip it.
Jonathan Gannon, and this is probably, I guess, the right thing to say, he said about DeMarcado, who ended up dropping in at like the 1 foot line. It wasn't even the 1 yard line. He goes, it's never about one play. And that's true. And you've discussed that. But the picture making the rounds on the internet right now is DeMarcado with the ball in his hand at the 1 yard line, about to score a touchdown, and it says 21-6. And the caption is, the Cardinals lost this game 22-21. And if you look at it, you're like, that's impossible.
Because of that play.
And
like that's what you think.
I mean, the Titans then got the ball, 80 yards, 6 plays, scored a touchdown.
You're right. It is the liars situation, conundrum, or whatever it is, where you stand up and say, I'm lying right now. And everybody's like, hold on. Is he lying? That moment right there is exactly what you're dealing with.
It boggles the mind, but that probably wasn't even the weirdest play in that game. So let's go to the fourth quarter, where I'm going to describe what's going to happen. Cam Ward is going to roll out, escape pressure, throw an interception that then gets fumbled and kind of kicked in advance into the end zone for what turns out to be a touchdown. Now, here's what it sounded like on number 19. It was as weird as it sounds.
Clock running inside of 5 minutes. Ward goes through his progressions. Everyone covered, slings it back. It's deflected and picked. Taylor Demerson, and then the football came out. Who recovers? Tennessee for the touchdown in a crazy sequence.
I like that he said crazy sequence, but also shout out to the color guy for just going, what? Because I thought that is how I would boil that play down.
I think Cam Ward would be like, let's keep it a buck. That was ass. Like he would. I'm pretty sure.
But we won.
Yeah, but we won. Like what a insane game. Kevin, we were talking earlier and we were discussing like the games that were the ones that were the surprises. That's got to be everybody's surprise. The outcome, that the Titans won.
True.
Is the surprise, but also the way that it just exploded.
It was a weird day yesterday because like the Saints were winless and they won. The Titans were winless and they won. The Bills were undefeated and they lost. The Eagles were undefeated and they lost. So that means
any given Sunday.
That is
or
true.
Monday, or Thursday.
Or sometimes Saturday. And I guess also Friday. There are no more undefeated teams left in the NFL, but there is, of course, one remaining all-defeated team, and that is the New York Jets, who, by the way, made their own history yesterday. First team in NFL history to start 0-5 while also forcing 0 turnovers.
Wow. They haven't forced a turnover this year?
Nope.
Okay, so yeah, you know what, guys? Everybody that texted in, but it's the Jets. You're right. You're right. My apologies.
But you know what's even weirder? There are 4 other teams in the AFC alone that have a worse point differential than the Jets. The Jets have won nothing and have not forced a turnover yet. First team in NFL history to start like this. And there's still 4 teams in the AFC alone that have a worse point differential.
They're still not the worst, is what you're saying. But at the same time, the worst.
Yeah.
Doesn't make sense.
It is super confusing. But guess what? Confusing is going to be the name of the game today in Gridiron, of course. Brought to you and powered by the Men's Tea Clinic. Let's talk about Mac Jones. Mac Jones saw a dead body. before the game against the Rams. I thought at first that this was a joke story. However, it is not. He said he was on his hotel balcony and saw the body floating in the water. Police were contacted, and the 49ers saw investigators and the coroner's van pull into the area as they were getting on the team bus to go to the game.
He reported it?
I believe so.
Wow. Dude. This is... I'm sure there are people out there that have seen plenty of them.
Sure.
Or had these interactions too many times.
Unfortunately, yes.
I don't know that I have had. I'm trying to think.
Just at a funeral is, I think, the only time.
I feel like if I had found a body, that it would be very stuck in my brain of having that moment.
Right.
And that's got to live with him for a while. And then he goes out and wins the game.
He does.
Wow.
But, like, players are superstitious, right?
What do you mean? Did he say that? What
are you doing? Yeah. I'm just saying, this isn't going to start a weird cycle for him he thinks he needs to see a dead body before games to win, right?
He loses the next game, and then he's like, I have to go Dexter somebody.
Okay.
And then he disappears during the meeting. You know, he's like, I got to go, and he disappears for a meeting for a couple hours, and then comes back and acts like everything's normal.
Okay.
And then he has a good game. They win, and he's like, I have to do this every week.
The police are on their way, mofos.
I hope. I mean,
kind of like, isn't it Garth Brooks that they were making that? Where the bodies? It was a joke by Tom Segura, and I'm going to leave it there.
Okay,
Tolo's.
Sorry, I don't know that one. Christian Watson returned to practice for the Packers today, and also looks like Xavier Worthy is going to be good to go for Monday Night Football. Let's go from that to the Panthers and the Dolphins and the unstoppable machine that is Rico Dowdle. Rico Dowdle had 206 yards rushing and a touchdown on 23 carries.
Why was he a backup?
That is a great question.
Why was he Hubbard's backup? That doesn't make any sense. Why wasn't he a Cowboy?
Well, and he's already said he's looking forward to this game against the Cowboys. But also,
buckle up
for the Dolphins. The Dolphins were ahead 17-0 in this game. And they lost. So it's another week and another depressing factoid for the Miami Dolphins. What are they going to do?
Change coaches pretty quickly.
Yeah.
I don't think that
they're 1 wins over the Jets.
But yeah, and that's the thing that you have to really decide is are you saving this season? Probably not.
No.
So if you are moving on from a coach and you're going to make that move, are you looking for the guy that's going to be the replacement for the future, or are you just saying we just need an interim coach to make it through this season? How long do you hold on to that? Miami fans can't be happy with what they got right now. It's poor.
Now let's talk about Cincinnati. Are you prepared for the wildest football stat you'll hear all day?
I bet it's not.
I will take my chances.
I challenge you to try, sir.
All right. Did you know at one point during the Bengals game yesterday that Jamar Chase was tied for the team lead in tackles with 3, having made each one of the tackles following a Jake Browning interception?
Dude,
what are your thoughts about that?
He should get fantasy points for that.
Oh, that is a great point.
Like, anybody that drafted Jamar Chase, they probably drafted him high. And they were like, dude, this is going to be great. He catches everything. And then they're like, son of a bee, this Jake Browning guy. And you should definitely get tackle points.
And then you win by 0.5 because you're like, I got those bonus points on the tackle. I mean, Jamar Chase did end up having a monster fantasy day.
Mm-hmm.
6 catches for 110 yards and 2 touchdowns. But like that game,
tackle points.
That game was not competitive past midway through the third, maybe. But yeah, Jamar Chase had 3 tackles off of all 3 of the interceptions.
And they are, did I hear correctly that Zach Taylor said that they are considering other options now aside from Jake Browning?
See, I thought they had said they weren't considering getting a veteran.
Okay.
Maybe that was before the game.
I feel like that was last week.
And then they were like, never mind.
Yeah, I feel like they have to be open-minded about something like that, especially whenever you kind of look at this team and say, are we that close? You know, are we right in that window? And can we recover from this? Or keep ourselves afloat long enough to when Joe Burrow comes back in 4.5 months or whatever it is.
Look, Jake Browning has 6 touchdowns and 8 interceptions so far this season, and I believe all 3 of those touchdowns that he had yesterday were in the fourth quarter of a game that was over. Did that live up to the hype? That's a crazy statistic,
It's an amazing stat,
All right.
Kevin. I can't believe I doubted you.
Thank you. All right, let's go from that to my goodness gracious.
Overreaction.
I didn't even say the thing yet. You know what? In fact, because you said that, I'm totally going to change it up.
Reality.
I was going to talk about the Sunday night game, but here's what I really want you to hear. Let's go ahead and go to cut number 22. Josh Allen had an overthrow in the end zone, and the ball went into the stands. And I'm going to let Mike Tirico take it away from here.
Catch there. Oh, he's gone. Milano's going to go. He's in row 10. He's in row 15. He might get a beer. Milano, where are you going, man? It's your moment. Milano, row 40, led by Allen. He's going to take it the distance. Maybe it wasn't his seat. Maybe he doesn't want to be on TV. He's gone.
Or what I think actually happened was he knew they were going to come take the football back.
Yes.
And he was like, the hell you are. I'm taking this football and going on my way.
Yeah, what else? I mean, the rest of the game, you're going to lose. Like, you kind of knew what was happening there.
They did, though they made it very competitive.
And so, like, yeah, absolutely, you get that ball and you disappear. And the NFL, like, they might find you later, you know?
Yeah.
Because they have long tentacles.
I hope they don't go chase down somebody because they took a football from a game.
That they do, man.
By the way, the Vikings put Ryan Kelly on injured reserve, further hurting their offensive line after a second concussion in 3 weeks. And then Amarion Hampton, after the game yesterday, he had a walking boot on. Now, I know a lot of times that can be precautionary, but still a little concerning. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones right here on The Fan.
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's the hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to talk with Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones right now. Brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, guys.
Man, right before the kickoff yesterday, Jerry said that if the Cowboys could beat the Jets, especially given all the injury concerns, it'd have to be a real team win. Does what you saw yesterday feel like the epitome of a team win?
Absolutely. I think no question. We played complimentary football yesterday. We did, had great improvement on the defensive side of the ball. We got great pressure. We kept Stroud in the pocket, accomplished what our coaches were trying to do. And then, of course, Dak's just playing at an extremely high level, was getting the ball out, helping the offensive line group. It's no secret to anybody. We had, 4 starters that weren't able to play yesterday. And I thought, all the guys stepped up that we needed to step up, from Nate Thomas to Bass, to Hoffman, to Adeniji. They just did a great job. And then you got guys like Flournoy stepping up as well. So it's a good group. All in all, I think we were missing, especially if you count guys like Overshone who are on IR, DTR. I think we were missing 9 starters plus Sanders and a couple others. So it was a great job by the guys to really when you say next man up, they certainly accomplished that yesterday.
And Steven, we celebrate it too. Like it's a victory. We're excited. We're happy about it. I feel like Shotty's very grounded too, though. He has his rule. He celebrates, and then he's very grounded in what he does. Do you like that game was that good for you guys, but you also feel like Shotty would still say we can get better at some things? Not that y'all were sloppy, but we can still be better.
Oh, we can be better. I'm convinced this is a work in progress. I don't think anyone's satisfied, with where we are right now. We know we have to get better in a lot of areas, and feel like that can be done. I mean, this is a new staff, certainly defensively, as we've talked about, we've had 3 coordinators in 3 years, and but I do know our guys are grinding. They believe, that it's only going to get better from here, and we're getting healthier. I know it didn't look like it yesterday, but we do have, a chance to get most of our guys back over the next couple of weeks.
Now, then, I'm glad that you said that, because just the ones that I was immediately thinking about were Lamb, Tyler Smith. I know he was ready in case of an emergency. Tyler Guyton, Tyler Booker. Are those are some of the people that you think are possible to be back in the next 2 weeks?
Yeah, Turpin. I put Turpin in that group. The guys who might be a little longer are BB and Overshown, but not a lot past the bye. So, this is a team that's getting healthier. Same thing with Hooker. Those 3 are probably the furthest out. I mean, obviously we put Hooker on IR, so he's going to have to miss a minimum of 3 more games. But I do think, the health of this team, the air is up. And, the good news is we get to go back and get better this week. We've got a full week to get out and continue to improve. But I think everybody's feeling and seeing it and starting to get a feel for what Coach Eberflus and his staff want out of the defense. And we've got a long ways to go, but we sure made a lot of improvements, especially in the pressure area, and I think we'll continue to improve in our coverage.
Now, you're just talking about the defense, and you already mentioned Shotty talking pretty consistently about next man up. With that in mind, what have you thought about the performance of Shamar James these past 2 games?
Yeah, he's a young guy who's certainly coming. And, speaking of next man up, you said it, Sanborn went down during the game and not even counting him, and had to go into concussion protocol. And, I think Shamar had, 14, 15 tackles yesterday.
Yeah, it was 15.
Depends on who's counting them. But, he's just doing a real nice job playing physical. Maris made a huge play on the punch out, which I thought was a game changer. They were on their way to maybe tie us up, and we take the ball and score and then convert another score. And, that was a huge game changer, the play he made. So, the guys are getting a feel for it. We have to continue to get better. I know no one's satisfied with anything around here. And as you said, Coach Shottenheimer setting the tone. He enjoyed the moment, but, we're back hard at it.
You talked about that, the turnover that was forced when the Jets were marching down to potentially tie the game. The possession right before that, Javonte Williams had a hell of a run to keep the drive going. And, we've talked with you for years, and Lord knows we've questioned plenty of decisions and probably asked you questions you didn't love. But I need to take this moment to admit that I was wrong at running back, and y'all look like you were really spot on in your evaluation of Javonte Williams.
Well, I give credit to our staff, Will and his staff, and our coaching staff of really pinpointing him. I mean, we are huge fans. We're going to see him this week. I think he went for 200. Rico did, but we made a conscious decision to go for Javonte, even though we had a lot of love for Rico. And just felt like Javonte was the right guy for Shotty and his staff. And like I said, my hat's off to Rico, too. What a hell of a game he had. And he'll be a handful for us. I know he'll be motivated to come in here and play great, but he also knows we have a tremendous amount of respect for him.
Just because we're on the position, do you feel like you got enough, you saw enough of Jaden Blue to get a good evaluation after his first game, or is there like, oh yeah, we have to see a lot more from him?
Oh, I think there's a lot more to come from Jaden. I mean, we saw flashes of what he could do. I tell you, he stepped up and made a hell of on a pass protection, made a hell of a block, which we were curious as to how that was going to go. But we can do some things to really get Jaden in space, and I think he's going to make a lot of plays for us. It was great that he got his feet wet, and I know he's going to play a big part of making some big plays for us this year.
I wanted to go back to some of the injury conversation too. How much does Diggs and Bland's health look like it helped this defense's outcome?
No question. I mean, it's a big part of it, and they both hadn't been totally healthy, and when they're not, I think Eberflus's thoughts were to help them out and put them in more zones and cover twos and help them out that way. I think now that they're getting healthy, he understands that they're really do a great job in man as well, and then to be able to mix it up, I think it's only going to help us. So. I really firmly believe this defense is only going to get better as the year progresses and the guys, get more and more dialed in terms of what we're trying to accomplish. They understand the concepts, and like I said, I think they're as up.
The other thing too is I'm interested in how when y'all interviewed Clayton Adams and Conor Riley and the conversations y'all were having. Was it a big drastic change you were expecting out of those? Because this is very impressive work that they're able to do, like you said earlier, with a bunch of injuries, but they've been building this for the entire season with this offensive line.
Absolutely. I mean, those were two huge hires, and Shotty knew it was going to be a big one for him, and we were able to get the pick that he wanted, being that he was the head coach and going to be the coordinator. You could use that, that job title description to be able to get your pick of an offensive line coach. And, he was the guy that, really fit the bill. But one thing we found out about Clayton, or at least I have, is he's a hell of a, he's got a hell of a mind when it comes to coordinating the offense with Shotty. And when you're a head coach, you certainly need that. Certainly Shottenheimer gave it to Mike McCarthy when he was here. But I do think between him and Conor, we have they do a great job. And, you're talking about, the most people at a position on a team. And I think one of the best things Jerry and I have talked about is how, it was we didn't necessarily know we were doing it at the time, but to have two really top-end offensive line coaches helping with the concepts, I think has really paid off for us.
I know the players and the coaching staff will talk a lot about one game at a time, and I certainly understand that. But when you look at, you just beat the Jets, you've already talked about Carolina coming up. This feels like potentially a more advantageous run in the schedule. How important is it, especially in the month of October, that y'all continue to build up momentum and stack up wins if you want to go where we all know y'all want to?
Well, every game's huge, and I'll tell you what, the best way to get really beat in this league is to look past the game. And I can assure you, Carolina, as I mentioned, I know Rico is going to be driven. This is going to be a big challenge for us, and that's all we need to focus on, one game at a time. You get the opportunity to go out. We all know how hard it is to win in the NFL, and that's what we have to do. And Coach Shottenheimer certainly walks the walk and talks the talk when it comes to not looking past anybody. And I know the 1,000% focus will be on Carolina.
Stephen, Kevin and I, big Wanye Thomas fans on this show. A, what a cool moment for him and his brother and mother yesterday. But B, also looks like that dude can absolutely play out there.
Yeah, he's just Wanye's always been a top-notch guy for us. He does whatever it takes. He's a great special teams player, steps up when you need him, like we do now with Hooker, going to miss a month. And it is, that mama has to be proud to have two men playing in the NFL with her two sons, and to have them all out there on the field had to be special for their family, and certainly well-deserved on Wanye's part and his brother's part.
I know y'all are focused on winning games. We've talked a lot about how well Dak has played early this year, and people have started to wildly speculate about MVP and everything like that. Wanted to get your general thoughts on the fact that MVP seems to have really boiled down to which teams have the best record and how did their quarterback do, as opposed to like, what did you actually contribute to the team? What do you think about that MVP like shift to your team's got to be 12-5, 11-6 to even be in the mix?
Yeah, I mean, I get it. It's a team sport, and at the end of the day, it's all about winning. And I think if you talk to most MVPs in this league, the most important thing to them is winning a football game, not necessarily winning the MVP. And that's a big part of it. And candidly, I don't have a problem with it. And I know Dak's number one goal here is to win a championship, to win a Super Bowl. And I know he knows in order to do that, you got to take one game at a time, chop wood, and win games. And that's what most people in the NFL are in it for, is to try to win the championship. And certainly he leads the way in being that guy. And I'm sure he'd be the first to say, if we don't have a good year, then he'd probably say, well, then I shouldn't be considered. But a big reason why we're where we are right now and could be even better is because of his play. And I know he's really leading this team. His play speaks louder than words, and we're just fortunate to have him.
I think I know the answer to this, but just so everybody out there knows, when you say this team could be even better, like, you look at this team and this coaching staff and think this can be a playoff team.
I feel like we can be. Absolutely. That's what we're in it for. And I do think this staff has done an outstanding job. I think you don't have to look any further than yesterday to see us. As we said, we've lost Sanborn in the first part of the game. I mean, we're down 10 starters theoretically, and the coaching staff led by Coach Shottenheimer, or have our guys out there playing winning football, and that's what it's all about. And I know that's how we feel. We feel like, obviously, we've got a lot of room for improvement. We're going to have to play a lot better if we want to get accomplished what we want to accomplish, which is, you certainly can't win a championship unless you get in the tournament, as Coach Parcells used to say. But certainly that's our goal. But it all starts with chopping wood one game at a time.
And, Stephen, before we let you go, Kevin gave you a great compliment on identifying Javonte Williams. That was phenomenal work there. Kevin was out on the forefront of James Houston. Would you like to compliment him on identifying him as one of the work he'd do this year?
Jerry told me that's his guy, that he found him. So success has a 1,000 fathers. And certainly we were actually just watching tape in here with Will and my son John Stephen, and we were talking about how we found how we had found James, and Will's been watching him since he was a rookie at Detroit, and I think he said Houston had 8 sacks with about 20% play time.
Wow!
And he's kept his eye on him, and certainly doing a great job for us right now.
And you're right. As we know, failure is always an orphan. Thank you very, very much for jumping on with us. There you go. Congratulations on the win. We'll catch you next week.
Thank you, guys.
There you go. Stephen Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we have a jam-packed Expressway. Dallas Cowboys thank you and no thank you notes after that thrashing of the Jets. Plus, a big move for the Rangers and maybe the Stars, too. Next on The Fan.
I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
Fake pitch, going deep. There's a shot for Pickens. He got pushed. He cocked the ball to the post. Touchdown to Pickens. Dagger.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got a lot of ground to cover here as we move into the Expressway. Let's start with Dallas Cowboys thank you and no thank you wins after a thrashing of the Jets. 877-881-1053. Do you want the no thank you notes? Because there's only a couple.
Yeah. Go ahead and throw the no thank you notes out.
Trayvon Diggs for the big Olay tackle on Breece Hall. That was part of him running for 22 yards on the play. You saw that, right? And then right after that, Dallas had too many men on the field to create a 3rd and 1. But I thought what was most fascinating about that is it went from 3rd and 5 to 3rd and 1. And I was like, just admit it was really closer to 3rd and 6. And that's why he changed it to 3rd and 1. Yeah, Trayvon Diggs flew through there and was like, nope.
Kevin, I don't think it's becoming a problem because we've seen this through his entire history.
Right.
You just have to accept that is
probably
with Diggs at this
because
point.
I look, but the thing is confusing because I thought there were a couple other plays where he was getting in on the contact. That felt like one though where he flew over the pile and he's like, "Nah, I'm good."
Yeah, it goes back to a couple weeks ago whenever he got Brandon Jacobs just destroyed him and he ran the wrong way and then made a big circle around himself and you're like, what just happened, dude? And sometimes you've had the, hey, are you afraid of contact?
Right.
Are you Dion? And and whenever you're covering that great, they're like, hey, look, if you're doing that great in coverage, we'll let it slide. But then you got to be that good all the time, though. So, you know what, Kevin? No, thank you. You're right.
All right. I have one more maybe controversial one. Jake Ferguson had an amazing day yesterday, so I'll let you decide. Is it either Dak for missing Jake Ferguson over the top on the touchdown, or, to be fair, go full speed the entire way, Ferguson, and I think he would have caught that ball.
I think it's. I'll give Ferguson the no thank you for now.
Okay.
Because Dak's playing at such a high level. He is going to Ferguson a lot, though. Ferguson's benefiting, second interceptions in the league right now because of it all. So
unbelievable. Had a multi-touchdown game.
Yeah.
Tremendous.
Kevin, I guess we do need to add one other no thank you note.
I'm going to cut this off preemptively. No thank you to getting the penalty that forced Brandon Aubrey to hit the post on the extra point. Don't get that penalty and he makes it.
I was at training camp, and the first 4 kicks that he had, he missed. And
that was Alec. He's not kidding about that. We were sitting there, and the ball was like zooming right over our head, and we're like, "The hell's going on over there?"
It wasn't even close at times, Alec. Like, it was concerning.
Oh, so he's human.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe
cool.
he kicked it with a different leg just to try to keep things entertaining.
Which one?
Like Greg's?
No, I meant. Never mind. This is going to give me
You know what
nowhere.
Greg's nickname is, right?
Nope. Greg the leg. Greg the 3rd leg.
All right.
What, dude? You're not supposed to say that.
Oh, okay.
I think.
My bad.
My son just heard that song for the first time, and he was like, "Dad, did you hear about him?" And he was like, "This is hilarious." I was like, "Stop it." Yeah, no thank you to Brandon Aubrey, who missed an extra point. Extra points are like gimmies, all right? And he just
except
missed
for
it.
us yesterday.
He just missed it.
When we got the extra point, and then we were going to go for 2, and then we got a penalty and decided to go back to the extra point, and that still made it. But then on the other extra point, we got another penalty, and then I hit
From the 806, bring in the kicker competition? Question mark?
No!
I think that's a bit of an... you know what, Alec? Here, I'll say it. Overreaction. All right? Not reality. Kevin gets upset when we overreact. We say overreaction to everything, so...
That's right.
Maybe we should just say reality on this one to appease him.
All right.
But no thank you to missed extra points. Let's fix that.
Thank you note to Ryan Fenoi for so many reasons, but also the fact that you can hear him on the Cowboys Hour tonight.
What?
Reality.
Good.
Good job.
Good timing. And also, we should probably clarify this for some people. Thank you note to Justin Fields, not CJ Stroud.
What do you mean?
For now, you heard the same thing that I did.
Don't have a clue what you're talking about.
Yes, you do. You heard Stephen Jones say they kept CJ Stroud in the pocket. Justin Fields is now 0-26 in games where the opponent scores 21 or more points. 0-26.
He can't score points.
You're right.
He can't. His offenses are not good, and that's very unfortunate. It looks like there's no consistency or fluidity in the offense that Justin Fields runs, and that is not. Kevin, I will admit I was very wrong about Justin Fields at this point.
Yeah,
I saw a lot of things that I really
cosign,
and he has not turned into the player I thought he would become.
Alec, can you give me cut number 9? Because I believe this fella right here deserves lots of thank you notes for yesterday.
Fields in the gun with a play fake. He's hit behind the line of scrimmage, and he is sacked. What a play that is by Fowler.
Dante Fowler. Holy smokes. Talk about making up for lost time. I believe it was him who got the pressure on the very first play from scrimmage. Then Dante Fowler also had that third down pass deflection that ricocheted off the sky cam. And I want everybody, including Pro Football Talk, to shut up about how that play should have been called differently. If it weren't for the sky cam, the ball would have hung up in the air and it would have been a pick 6. So I don't want to hear, well, the rule says we play the blah, blah, blah. Shut up. That had no impact on the rest of the play except negatively for the Cowboys. And then in the second half, Dante Fowler had a play where he annihilated Breece Hall on a day where that did not happen a lot. And Sam Williams, bonus thank you note for him for registering a sack right after that.
Kevin, you say deflection. It bounced off of his face mask.
That is true.
Was that an intentional deflection or an accident?
I'm going to say that was an accident, but actually, I'll disagree that it's luck, because if not for his head, it looked like his hands were going to get to the ball. Like, his hands were right there. It just happened to drill him right in the face. But, like, I think it would have deflected off him either way. And by the way, before the close of the third quarter, Fowler had that sack, and then the Cowboys followed up by getting a holding call. Like, they drew a holding call, and I thought that was good. But you're right, that was a weird play. It drilled him in the face and then went off the sky cam.
I'm a little curious about Fowler because there have been a lot of question marks on where is he the last 4 weeks. We've been saying, whoa, hold on, what's going on with this guy? Was this just Eberflus finally saying, okay, I'm going to let you loose? Was it just the Jets? Was this Fowler saying, I've had enough? I really want to know where this came from. This is because you're right. This was a good game for him this weekend, and we had not seen anything like this leading up to.
No. Agree with that. Alec, are there any thank you notes that you would like to throw out there?
Yeah, there's one that I feel like he's just been so consistent this year that people aren't even really talking about him because we're almost expecting it subconsciously. Thank you note to Solomon Thomas.
Man.
Solomon Thomas has been everything that I imagined him to be and more. He has been so steady across that defensive line no matter what they ask him to do. He's been just as good sometimes as Kenny Clark in the run game, but he's created pressure in the pass game as well. He's doing everything without getting the marquee play that's going to make, everybody's Twitter highlights and stuff. but he's doing everything that I feel like I would expect a longtime veteran defensive tackle to do. He's really, really sound, and he made some impact yesterday too.
Is he your defensive version, maybe not perfectly, but kind of Javonte Williams in terms of like, it was a run-of-the-mill signing. You're like, hey, you got this player for cheap because they were available and not a whole lot of other teams really wanted him, but damned if they haven't made an impact.
Yeah, that's exactly it, where it's like, it's one of those moves that you look at it when it happens and you say, good, that's what they needed to do. They needed a body there, so they did it. And it's like, yeah, he's had good years in the past. He hasn't been amazing in the past couple seasons, but he's been consistent. He's been really good at that defensive tackle spot, which you just have not been the past few years. So it's almost like even just a string of consistency or just average at that position can impress me at times, which I'll admit that's a downfall. But, it's nice to say that your defensive tackles are playing really good football in 2025.
I believe it was in the second quarter, combo thank you note to Cooper Beebe, Dak Prescott, and Ryan Fenoi. So Dak Prescott saw the penalty flag, and apparently Cooper Beebe did as well, to go ahead and snap the ball. Hoffman. I'm sorry. Hey, thank you note to Cooper Beebe for whenever you do get back.
Yeah, man, we miss you, buddy.
Yeah, we do. Thank you for that. So Hoffman apparently saw the penalty flag as well and snapped the ball, but Dak was like, essentially, this is a free play, and you always love it when you use the free play, not to check it down, but he's like, let's go for it, and he went for it, and Ryan Fenoi, I thought, did a really good job of breaking off of his defender, because I thought the coverage was good. Maybe the ball was underthrown just a little bit, which allowed this to happen, so maybe it wasn't actually underthrown at all. But Fenoi was able to break off his defender, and that ended up being a 46-yard catch. I just thought it was a heads-up play from Hoffman, from Dak, from Fenoi. I thought that play was just beautiful in terms of football IQ.
Yeah, Kevin, we talked
Not
a little...
my football IQ, because I said Cooper.
We talked a little earlier in the season about how there were some weird moments in the snaps, too. Like, didn't we say, we were like, let's clean this up just a little bit? And that moment right there, you say to identify that it's a free play.
Yes.
How many times we've seen that happen, and for whatever reason, we don't take full advantage of it the right way.
Yep.
This is one of those little things that I'm talking about with Dak playing at a different level this year, is that kind of moment right there. Noticing there's too many men on the field and making sure the snap gets off early. Noticing that they're a little tired and we need to keep pushing the tempo. These are the little things that, like the Aaron Rodgers, the really great quarterback, the Tom Brady's, they see the field differently than everything else. And when they have an opportunity to take advantage of the opponent, they do, and they make them pay with it. That's a great example of it right there.
Yeah, and another example, this statistic remains amazing to me, but thank you to the Jets for running the soft shell coverage at the end of the first half, which allowed Javonte. Look, I also wouldn't have thought this is probably going to be a run play, and it allowed him to break off a career-high 66-yard run. The Cowboys have outscored their opponents 27-0 in the last two games in the final 2 minutes of the first half. In that 4-minute span, they have scored 4 touchdowns, and that is bananas to me.
Kevin, I asked Steven this about Jaden Blue. Did you feel like you got a good idea of him, or I don't know, man? I thought questions. He looked timid,
but it was only, what was it,
4 carries?
4 carries. I thought he looked awful running the ball.
He just looked very timid.
But that's probably not fair because it was only 4 carries. But I think you saw in the return what they're hoping can translate to running the ball.
Okay, I got you. Yeah, I see what you're seeing there.
And then we already mentioned James Houston for continuing to be an awesome addition, as well as Kenny Clark. I know, Alec, you were talking about Kenny Clark maybe getting some of the more attention, but that combo sack that he had with James Houston, big time thumbs up right there.
Somebody just said give Houston more snaps. But Steven just mentioned the percentage of snaps versus how good he's doing. Don't you just say, well, we'll just leave the snaps where it is? Because he's effective in what we're giving him, and maybe if we give him more, he wouldn't be as effective.
And that is something that not only did Steven just talk about, but Jerry alluded to that last week as well, is this is where you would get into trouble in NBA circles when you would do the per 48, right? And you'd be like, well, if you extrapolate those 14 minutes out to 48,
right, yeah, exactly.
And you're like, sure. And then you see it happen, and it's disappointing. I would like to ramp up James Houston play like 10%.
Okay.
And see what happens.
Let's go with 5.
Okay. 5%.
6.5%.
Shut up. Stop. I know where this is going. A certain percentage that is in the single digits, and see how he does with it. And then you can decide accordingly. One more shout-out note I wanted to throw out there. Hunter Lipke. Now,
Dude,
I
yes.
think he is really, I thought he'd really struggled the past couple of weeks with some of these blocks. But that Javonte touchdown that made it 17-3,
yes.
man, that Hunter Lipke block, I'm not saying Javonte Williams can't fight through contact, because we've talked about that all day, but that Hunter Lipke block, woo, lordy, that set up a significantly easier run.
And he had an awesome catch, too. And then I think he had a couple tackles in this game on special teams, but he had a couple tackles to add to it, too, man. He's just an all-around football player, you know what I mean?
Yes, I do. And I thought he needed it. I thought maybe the last couple of weeks were not particularly the best weeks for him. We're the Candidacy Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Let's keep the content going. Let's go to the Rangers and the Stars. For the Texas Rangers, worst kept secret in the league. They did, in fact, hire Skip Schumacher as their next manager, 21st full-time manager in Rangers history. He got a 4-year contract. We talked about this in Crosstalk. I thought it was absurd when they put the betting odds for him at 1-2. I should have cashed out every bit of money or assets I could find in the world and put that all on that, because that was a done deal a week ago. The second they laid out the vision with Bochy, it was done. Mm-hmm. Schumacher would be their next manager.
Not that it was a done deal a year ago.
Yes.
But
correct.
We saw the writing on the wall then. We kind of understood Bochy's contract was up. And here's my thing. I hope that didn't affect this season.
What do you mean?
And the way that Chris Young generally managed the season.
I don't think it
presidentially
did.
managed the season.
I don't think it did, because I think he truly was like, this team can win right now.
Merrill Kelly wouldn't have been traded here had not. You're saying, I still believe in him. Gotcha.
Because I think Chris Young thought this was going to be the outcome, but he hoped this was an outcome after Boch won his second World Series in 3 years.
Or gave a great playoff run.
Exactly. So I don't think it negatively impacted it whatsoever. And for Schumacher, and this is where you got to look beyond just the numbers. First year with the Marlins, NL Manager of the Year. Then the Marlins, and they seem to have stuck with this at times, decided the hell with paying or keeping anyone. Let's just gut every bit of our franchise. And so they had a terrible year, and Schumacher's like, I'm going to leave. He didn't get fired. He was like, I'm going to leave.
I got a lot of respect for somebody that sees it that way and says, I'll bet on myself to be able to do something special with somebody else down the road.
And I think he was very much in demand. I think we all kind of figured when he came here that this was the plan, but I thought this was the plan with Will Venables before that as well. So I'm happy for Skip. I am hoping that he continues to lead the Rangers and hopefully take them back to the next level, but I think this next season could be challenging.
Are you sad about Bobby Wilson and the Rangers moving on from him?
So doesn't that kind of go back to the Rangers end of season presser when they're like, yeah, we don't anticipate a lot of changes depending on what the new manager wants? And you're like, that's pretty big depending.
Yeah, absolutely.
I know he was part of the organization, but that's still do you think Bobby Wilson was like, if I don't get the job, maybe
that's a possibility.
I don't know that.
I'm not saying he was demanding it or anything.
I don't know that at all.
He probably felt like he'd worked his way up through this organization.
Sure.
Everybody that we know that's ever come in contact with Bobby Wilson thinks the world of him. They think he's great, and maybe he sees another opportunity out there that is better for him. Maybe that's another positive. And it does seem like But man, I hope Mike Maddox stays here forever. That's all I'll say. But it just does seem like Chris Young's kind of going, here's the direction. Let's mutually go on these different directions.
See, do you think it's any different from Maddox? Because it feels like that direction is going to vastly have more of an impact on the offensive and fielding part. Whereas I would be stunned if DeGrom or Eovaldi weren't still here, and like you're not moving on from Jack Leiter. And so you can look at that base right there and be like, all right, my guys will be here.
Yeah, they
bullpen.
Is this a reality, Kevin? I'm sorry. I'm going to answer your question real quick. It would be stunning if Mike Maddox was not around after how successful their pitching staff was.
By the Rangers' choice. If Mike Maddox was like, I got other stuff to go do, maybe.
It would also stun me if he was like, I'm leaving Nathan Eovaldi and DeGrom and Jack Leiter, who I've been working on. Like, I feel like he would be like, these are the best in the world. I love having these pitchers.
Yeah.
Was Skip Schumacher really on the 2011 St. Louis Cardinals World Series championship team that defeated the Texas Rangers? Because if that's the case, Kevin,
then I like it even more.
Because that means we're going to win a World Series in his first year.
Exactly. Think about it. He was a player on that team, but you think about it. One of the first questions we asked Boch was, do you want to apologize for the 2010 World Series? He kind of chuckled and said, no, let's get our own World Series. So
smart call.
That will be our first.
And then he did it.
Yes, that will be our
so.
first question for Schumacher as well. Do you want to apologize for the 2011 World Series and admit that MLB was cowards and they should have gone ahead and played Game 6 and not had the weather delay or anything like that? We would have won. Anyways, so we could do that, and he'll be like, no, I'll just get us an extra World Series.
Do you want to preface it with we asked Bochy this, and this was his answer, and then he delivered? Or
no, because I feel like that's a cop-out. We need to put him to the test straight away.
I got you.
And see how he responds.
Yeah.
And
then he calls up. He's like, I'm never talking to those guys again.
Yeah.
Like, what happened? It was just a joke.
Well, that'll help us learn a whole lot. And my response will be, it's in the contract.
I am excited. I am excited for
probably not
the future with him, getting to know him, getting to learn, what he's all about. And hopefully this Rangers organization will benefit tremendously from it.
Yes. Now, let's talk about the Stars. Oh.
There's just a lot going on right now.
So
I'm excited.
And by the way, they did just make a whole bunch of moves as you get ready for the regular season. So hockey starts tomorrow, and the Stars' first game is going to be on Sunday. But one of the things that came up that I know has caught a whole lot of people's attention is the Stars talking about moving out of Dallas.
What?
And Dallas proper. I feel like you're very familiar with this. By the way, the person who broke that story, you can hear on a brand new Spits and Suds podcast, wherever you find your podcast. But Brad Alberts, the Stars president and CEO, followed up about this in case you thought he was just saying things to say them, which the one part I thought was when he goes, maybe we'll go to Fort Worth. And I was like, okay, now we're just throwing it out there. But people are very concerned about this.
That's called chum in the water, Kevin.
Hey, guess what? It worked. And so he gave this breakdown that you can tell he is straight up for real about this as a possibility. Not to say it will happen, but he goes, for every inconvenience, there's a convenience. For the one person that's inconvenienced by a move, there's going to be some that don't have to drive down that tollway for an hour. Frisco on a Tuesday night to come to the AAC takes an hour or more. So, that's probably where he lives, right? If we went that direction, that is now right. That's
pretty good assumption. Yeah, deductive reasoning.
That feels like a very real life scenario right there. If we went that direction, that is now a race for people in and around that area. When you look at our fan base, and so they've broken down the metrics on this, our fan base skews right up the tollway north. If you start to project how the demographics and how the city is going to grow over the next 20 years, that's only going to get farther north. And so, first of all, they wouldn't move the team for another 6 years. Mm-hmm. And so he's like, look at it now. They've clearly already run their own projections or worked in cooperation with the city councils and stuff to figure out what it's going to look like in 6 years, let alone 20 years.
They have, is it the Comerica Center up there that's connected to their little Stars facility, Stars Center. They have hockey right there, and there's a concert venue right next door. That's right there in Frisco. They have the Rough Riders. They have FC Dallas. They have the Star. There's already a big love and desire for sports in that area. Anyway, Kevin, you and I know this from all the coverage we did in that. Plus, there's a lot of land. There's a lot of space still to be developed and worked on. And the city of Frisco, whenever I was covering the beat in Plano, the city of Plano was always complaining, why don't we throw more tax dollars at these big companies and even these kinds of things so that they'll stick around for us? And so, it makes a lot of sense. But when you're talking about the fan base, Kevin, we covered middle and high school hockey too. And
yeah, Plano was a great spot for that.
That is a growth area. It's a petri dish, if you will, of growth for that.
The Star Center in Frisco has already held several prestigious events there.
So so they know that the fan base is right there and will be very convenienced by being in that area and not having to go too far to get to a game. And as you said, on a Tuesday night, now I got to drive an hour home and like that. So he's right. It's an inconvenience for people in Dallas and people in Fort Worth, but they see the heat maps. They look at the where are most of our fans from, and they're going to dive in on that to help themselves out.
I still think Fort Worth should be a consideration. And like, by the way, all of this is happening as we're 55 hours away from the Stars opener. They are playing Thursday night against the hated Jets. And so all of this is happening while you're also getting ready for the season. But because somebody goes, well, that doesn't take into account people in Fort Worth. I guess, again, the breakdown of the fan base that the Stars did was like, hey, this is where most of our fans are.
Yes.
And so that would not be in Fort Worth. Because I have long thought, I think we've all discussed this, the curiosity about a team either getting established in Fort Worth or moving from like Dallas, actual Dallas, to Fort Worth, because there's a ton of people there too.
You know, one of the things, if I'm the Stars, I would come up with some sort of incentive package that would be like, stick around for the night. You know, maybe it's not during the weeknights because that's going to be difficult, but hey, there's this hotel right next. You got the Omni right there. You got all these hotels in this area. I would definitely add some elements to it to get people to stick, because you're right. Fort Worth, it's a long drive. But if you want to come to the town for a little bit and stick around for the day, the next day a little bit on Saturday morning, this is a great opportunity. I would definitely dive in on some more marketing for that.
Yeah, and I have wondered more, because you just said Fort Worth, that's a long drive. And I'm sure there's lots of people in Fort Worth listening right now. It's like, hey, Dallas is a long drive. Plano, Frisco,
absolutely, yeah.
That's a long drive. I have long wondered what it would look like having your two like true professional teams. And I don't mean like, minor league professional. I mean your true major professional teams in Dallas and in Fort Worth at the same time now. Like, not in the before times, but right now, to see what that would look like.
How cool would it be for Mark Cuban's old idea to have a floating arena and it just kind of floats over Fort Worth and Dallas?
Did you really say that?
It was an idea.
Okay, well, we'll keep an eye out on that.
We're still working on the technology, Kevin.
Man, that would be so confusing. Like,
and Dante Fowler deflects a football into the arena.
I feel like that would deter season ticket sales, because you're like, now we're going to float over here. And you're like, that's an hour and 20 minutes from where I am. I got season tickets in part.
Wait until the next week, and then it'll bring it back over your direction. Well, maybe you could have Dallas and Fort Worth season ticket packages. We're going to float over your city for 1 week, and then the next week, you get those.
Well, Corey, I always want you to keep dreaming.
Thank you.
I would say my guess is they pick an arena in a stationary place. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that.
But I'm going to ask this question, Kevin. Could my dream of one day getting Connor McDavid come to fruition?
Yeah. Because apparently Connor McDavid's signing a 2-year deal for $25 million. And ignore everything else about this deal, and all you really need to know is Connor McDavid just told Edmonton, you have 2 years to win a cup or I'll see ya.
Yes.
Like, that is exactly what this deal.
Build the team around me or else. Because that dude could make what, $20 million?
Yeah, absolutely.
$30 million?
Absolutely.
$40 million?
Just $20 million. Okay. I would probably. I am stunned that, first of all, he signed for this long, or this short, because then he'll be 30 when he's a free agent. But you would have teams across the NHL lined up to try to figure out a way to do a 10-year, $200 million deal for him. And instead, he took a 2-year, $25 million deal that very much reeks of win or else.
Yeah.
Real quick, Alec, can you go ahead and give me cut number 24? Because we're going to try to get all the content in today.
The 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 11 in 5 hitless innings for Trey Savage. His strikeouts match the Blue Jays' runs today, 11-0.
So Trey Savage will lead off as, thanks to Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement, we do some quick baseball nuggets. Now, let's stick with the Blue Jays, because if we could go to cut number 23, the Blue Jays won this game 13-7, but in reality, this game was an ass kicking from the word go, as I believe the Blue Jays eventually built up a 12-0 lead, and this was a big part of it. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. with the grand slam.
He's on fire, dude.
He is. But feels like the story of the game was Trey Savage. He set a new record for strikeouts by a Blue Jays pitcher in the postseason. The previous record was 8. And Savage had 11 in 5 1/3 innings.
Couldn't have happened to a better team either, against the Yankees.
Yes, because it's hard to root for the Blue Jays, but I'll root for just about anybody against the Yankees. Savage also became the second youngest pitcher with double-digit strikeouts in postseason play. His 10 strikeouts through 4 innings were tied for the most in postseason history with Patrick Corbin. And keep in mind, Savage was drafted last year and started this season in low A ball.
Wow.
Can you imagine right now if there's a Rangers pitcher that started in low A and you're like, man, he got us the win. Now I hope we can close out this divisional series. I realize obviously they're not even in the playoffs, but at one point
I feel like you kind of got a great coupon there, huh?
Yes, absolutely. You got 6 straight strikeouts from him, 10 Ks through 4 innings. The Blue Jays now lead that series 2-0. So New York back against the wall. They're going to have to win 3 straight to take that series. And then today you've got the Dodgers playing the Phillies and the Brewers against the Cubs. Both of those are game 2 with the Brewers and Dodgers leading those series. And then Tuesday we'll flip it over to the American League.
No day baseball?
No, baseball doesn't start until 5.
Broadus is going to be so
I know.
But you know what? That's during his show. He'll be happy.
That's true. And then baseball tomorrow starts at 3.
I like it.
So he'll get plenty of that during his show as well. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Atolo yesterday told me an amazing story that I want to share next during Hits and Misses on The Fan.
Extended Cowboys coverage this Sunday evening at 6 with the Specs Tailgate.
remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your hair.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
The ratings. Thank you, Tolos. You guys are rocking this thing right now. Appreciate you. So yeah, that was a shout out there. Also, one of the owners of the Bearded Monkey I went to high school with.
Oh.
And so that was kind of awesome. He graduated with Kenyon Martin's class, so he was a senior my freshman year. But it was really funny to hear him go, dude, I kept hearing your name. And I was going, I'm pretty sure I went to high school with that guy. And then I walked in, he was like, I knew I went to high school with that guy. And he was like, man, look at you coming up big time now. And
Did that scare you at all?
A little bit.
Okay.
A little bit, but I appreciate it, Carl. And we're looking really forward to being out at the Levon site on this Sunday. Dude, the last Levon site was so packed. Like, it was the coolest thing I've ever seen. I got a parking ticket because I had to park, far away.
I told somebody that story.
Hate it, by the way.
At Tolbert that is in law enforcement. I was like, man, we might need to tell the Levon people to relax just a little bit. And I said, that happened to Corey. Got a ticket.
For real. Seriously, though.
Sorry about that.
Hey, City of Levon. If you happen to see my truck, can you let me slide on this one? Or
Payola.
Custom parking spot.
Oh, plug-ola.
On top of the building.
Okay.
Your thoughts?
I feel like it's good to have dreams.
Kevin, I didn't want to bring this up during thank you notes because I wanted to ask you this during this segment. But I saw somebody post this to Sean a minute ago, and Sean was like, great point. You and I have been discussing this for quite some time. It has felt like maybe since the early part of Dan Quinn that we felt we had a distinct advantage in a certain coaching aspect of this team.
True.
And we talk about, like, you felt for years that was just a missing element.
Yes.
Of this entire team was you never felt like you went into it knowing your coaching staff gave you an advantage.
Yep.
Do you feel like after what you saw yesterday that Clayton Adams, Conor Riley, Schottenheimer are giving you an advantage right now?
So I'm not gonna say Shottenheimer yet.
Okay.
Because very specifically what stood out to me was the play of this offensive line. And I can say, if you want to shout out the play of Dak, I think that makes a lot of sense as well. But you've seen Dak be really good before, right? You've never seen this combination of offensive line be really good before because they've literally never played together in a game before. And so I'll give an advantage to I will say that for the offensive line coaches for now. Now, Shotty can get there, but we're also 5 games in and they're 2-2-1. So I'm not going to say that yet.
Mm-hmm. I feel like the Green Bay game, aside from Schottenheimer saying he didn't trust himself on that last series, I felt like he called a really good game there.
Yeah, I don't want to make it sound
a really good game here too.
Yes.
And listening to Broadus a little bit yesterday, listening to Fred and CA on the Tailgate show, it was definitely, they were giving a lot of credit to the coaching staff for having their team prepared. Even the defensive staff having their defensive front prepared for, look, yes, okay, say what you want, it's the Jets. You still have to do the job. If you go out there and go, it's the Jets, then you get pushed around, and next thing you know, you're in a gutter and everybody's yelling at you.
And that's the thing, what in the world have you seen from this Cowboys team and the franchise in general that makes you think, oh, we can totally always dominate bad teams?
Exactly.
What universe is that in?
Yeah, you got to show up and you have to be at your highest game. And that's why, Kevin, I keep saying I think they could have been better. And if they keep that mentality, they will get better. And that's something that I'm really hoping for because, man, I don't want a season we got to sift through. It's just bad.
And there's already been times this year that it felt like it could go down that way.
Kevin.
And maybe it still might.
I got to do a little bit of math here.
Okay.
Top 10 rusher records from this weekend, 5-5. That brings us to 31, 17-2 on the season.
Oh, yeah, because the double up tie.
Top 10 passing records this week, 4-6, which brings us to 19, 29-2 on the season.
So that's 64% for the running backs and 40% for the quarterbacks.
Yeah. Again, very raw stat. I want everybody to realize, oh my gosh, yeah, I get it. I'm very raw stat, but it turns out you get more wins whenever you're running the ball well. So the teams that run the ball well seem to be doing all right. Kevin, do you want the hits or the misses from this weekend?
Give me the hits.
Hits. Honorable mention, Shamar James, 15 tackles.
He only got honorable mention?
To lead the NFL this week. He's tied for the lead in the NFL. Now, Stephen Jones did say 14 or 15, depending on who's counting. ESPN is counting 15 for him. So,
I like it.
Also a hit of the weekend, CJ Stroud. I don't know. He didn't play for the Jets. He was playing for Houston.
He misspoke.
244 yards, 4 touchdowns, and annihilated the Baltimore Ravens, who still somehow are favored to win their division, and that makes zero sense to me.
I don't understand after that game yesterday how that could be the case
on them, dude.
And I know Lamar Jackson didn't play, but that doesn't totally change the fact that defense sucks.
They are bad. Zach Orr is got a little bit of trouble on his hands, and you know what? They weren't a great defense last year. They had limitations and holes defensively last year, but their offense covered up for a lot of it. This year, it's so much so the offense can't cover up, and now with Lamar Jackson out, causes even more problems.
By the way, it's a tough spot when your head coach has to come out and be like, no, I'm not going to fire that guy.
Yeah.
If Corey held a press conference and said, I'm not going to fire Kevin today, we all need to stick together, I'd be like, ooh, does it sound good about my future job security?
Speaking of, I'll be holding a press conference after the show.
No!
Where I might announce that I'm not firing Kevin after today. But, also honorable. I had 4 honorable mentions today, Kevin. That might be too many.
It's too many.
It's okay. It's my list. Jonathan Taylor, 3 touchdowns on 66 yards.
He's racking up some touchdowns.
Did you see the pregame? I think it was ESPN. Their little feature they did on him about how much he loves science, and it was the
science is cool.
It was supposed to be inspiring and cool and educational. It made me laugh so hard because it felt forced and weird. You need to go back. I'm going to go find it and see if I can send it to you. But you know what? I got a little more love for Jonathan Taylor. He always thought he was going to be a scientist, not a football player. So got to give him some love on that. Number 3 on the hits and misses of the weekend, Javonte Williams, 135 yards, a touchdown, 1 catch for 4 yards and a touchdown. Dude had a really good game and carried the load for us. Number 2 on the list, Rico Dowdle, 206 yards, 1 touchdown, 3 catches for 28 yards, and he told Dallas to buckle up.
Woo!
Is this going to be a revenge game for Rico Dowdle, who never really got the love he deserved here or never really stayed healthy enough to get that love?
All right. If that's the case, I'll take my chances. I never, ever thought the phrase Rico Dowdle revenge game would be mentioned, but that's fine. I'll take my chances with that.
I want to go back real quick, Kevin, to Shamar James, because I just saw a stat on him from Tommy Yarish. Through his first 2 NFL games, Shamar James has tallied 20 tackles, including 15 that he had yesterday. 95.2% tackle efficiency, the best among Dallas linebackers, which Kevin, a couple weeks ago, even last week, we were discussing how bad the tackling was on this team. It's good to have a guy that has a tackle rate that's that effective.
That is amazing.
Would love to get him to get that up to 100%, Alec, but
you've often said that.
No, I'm drawing my line right here. No, disagree. First of all, you can't get to 100% now because you already missed it.
Exactly.
95% would be an insane level. Keep it at that. I don't need it to go any higher.
Would 100% be more insane?
No.
Lies. You're just Liza Minnelli over here right now.
What a contemporary reference.
Number 1 on the hits and misses. I got to come up with a different lies for. Okay. Those who watched Seahawks versus Bucks, you got to show quarterbacks Baker Mayfield, otherwise known as BM, 379 yards, 2 touchdowns, no picks, only 2 sacks given up. Sam Darnold, on the other hand, 341 yards, 4 touchdowns, 1 pick, 0 sacks given up.
That pick came at a very
Yeah, it was
unfortunate
costly.
time, though.
Very costly.
But
for
you're
him.
right.
Honorable mention on the misses. Justin Herbert, 166 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 pick, 4 sacks. My question is, will the Chargers' offensive line injuries cost Herbert a good season, or is Herbert costing himself a good season?
Okay, and so can I throw in a third variable? At least yesterday, that stupid running into the kicker penalty that, was it McConkey who ran it back and had a nifty little jump there right at the end?
That was awesome.
So yeah, like that feels like you went to the half at 10-10 and it would have been 17-3 right there, I believe.
I like this from the Sethnicity. Lies. Eli's. Also, on the honorable mention misses list, A.J. Brown for trying to kill his teammate when he almost had the game-winning catch. He's just like, I'm just going to tackle my teammate. We're both not you. It's my football. Come on, dude. Let the game be won. Selfish. Number 3 on the misses of the weekend, Philadelphia Eagles run game. Miserable. 45 yards spread amongst 4 players.
Because the biggest play of the day for them was, from that position, was Saquon's catch.
Yes. Which he didn't even have big numbers there either. No. But yeah, their running game is...
It's a weird deal that's happening there, man.
Yeah, it is not even ept at the moment. Number 2 on the misses list, backup quarterbacks. Cooper Rush and Browning both had 3 interceptions in this game. That was not a good one for them, man. And then number 1 on the misses, yes, we all know, Amari DiMarcado, his 70-yard run, the Cardinals up 21-6, and they end up losing 22-21.
I'm just not cool enough, or certainly not athletically gifted or disciplined enough to understand what the harm is taking the football 2 yards into the end zone.
Or running all the way to the back of the end zone.
Sure.
And Kevin, here's the thing, too. We've seen this happen too many times in the last few years.
Or the last few weeks.
Yes. For anybody to be like, you know what? I can drop the ball. Don't drop the ball until you get to the coach on the sideline, is what I'm telling my players. And that's it, ladies and gentlemen.
We're the KNC
Press
Masterpiece.
conference coming
Shut
up
up,
after the show.
right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Wanker of the Weekend. Will we get to more stories besides just Mark Sanchez? We'll find out next right here on The Fan.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and...
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
1 yard line with 19 seconds. Under center, play action. Prescott looking. He's got a man wide open, left side. Ferguson for the second time today. Touchdown, Cowboys.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where we've been celebrating the Cowboys' 37-22 win over the Jets. Because what the hell else would you expect? Oh, I'm sad we won. That's stupid.
What a bunch of chumps.
You won a road game in the NFL, and your team, we're concerned, is not that good.
Also,
so now you're 2-1.
If you're new here and you've never heard us interview the Joneses before, you have some work to do going back and finding all the times we've gotten yelled at before. So good luck with that.
Get moving on it. All right. Time for Wanker of the Weekend. Now, obviously, I'm going to lead off by mentioning the Jets. In case you missed it earlier, they're the last winless team in the NFL. But also, the first team in NFL history to start the season 0-5 while not getting any takeaways.
Wow.
Although some people have now said it was only the first team in 90 years, and they still need to investigate those 33-34 seasons. All right, fair enough. The first team in 90 years to go 0-5 while also not getting any takeaways.
That's when football began.
Yes, pretty much at the professional level. But let's turn our attention to Mark Sanchez. What the hell? There's no way I thought Mark Sanchez would dominate much of the sports discourse over the weekend. And part of that falls at Adam Schefter for putting out a fakester tweet. So on Saturday, he tweeted out former NFL quarterback and current Fox Sports broadcaster Mark Sanchez has been hospitalized after being stabbed during a robbery in Indianapolis early Saturday morning, which most certainly makes it seem like Mark Sanchez got stabbed when somebody was trying to rob him.
That is true.
Adam Schefter did not issue a correction or even take this tweet down for 24 hours. So first of all, Adam Schefter, Wanker of the Weekend, your source was wrong or you misunderstood the story or whatever. Now, to what actually happens, because it started with, hold on, Mark Sanchez might be responsible for this and he's put somebody in the hospital. And now it's gone from 3 different potential misdemeanors to a felony, and I believe he faces between 1 and 6 years in prison. And at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Corey Majors to give us the breakdown of what theoretically happened, because it's amazing.
As explained by Jade Jackson of the Indianapolis Star, the victim was a 69-year-old truck driver who had parked a work box truck at a loading dock to collect used cooking oil from a hotel kitchen. Sanchez told the driver that he couldn't stop his truck where it was parked because Mark Sanchez is in charge of the parking lot.
Yeah, what?
Hold on.
Okay, go ahead. I know there's a lot more.
Because Sanchez added that he had spoken to the manager of the hotel about this specifically. Weird. The victim said he would call his own manager to figure out what was happening. Sanchez then climbed up into the cab of the truck, leaned over the driver's seat, and he looked toward the middle area between the seats. Obviously, that's where your keys, quarters, and your phone falls into. The victim told Sanchez he wasn't allowed inside the truck. Sanchez, who per the victim smelled of alcohol and slurred his words, kept repeating that he had spoken to a manager and they did not want him to replace the fryer oil.
Okay, so just hold on. I got a question because I know there's more. So, while I was not paying attention to Mark Sanchez's career trajectory, I accept that. Was he in charge at the hotel where he not only A, could tell people where they could and could not park, but B, had insight into when the oil should or should not be changed? That feels unlikely.
Security footage shows that Sanchez followed the victim as he walked around the truck, attempted to get the attention of the hotel security guard. Sanchez then blocked the victim's effort to get inside the truck, and then shows that Sanchez shoved him backwards.
And he was an old man, right?
69 years old.
Not now.
At one point, the victim pepper sprayed Sanchez in the face which only made him madder, I guess. The pepper spray appeared to have an effect on Mr. Sanchez for a moment, but he wiped his face and again advanced toward the victim. The victim then became fearful that Sanchez would kill him. He reached for his knife and stabbed Sanchez 2 or 3 times in the chest. Sanchez reacted with a look of shock, like, how could you do that? I was just hanging out here telling you not to park here.
Can I pause you once again? Because people are sending this in. This is eerily similar in one part to an episode of The Simpsons. I think it was like the 10th or 11th season premiere where Homer and Bart were going to steal all the grease from the school and sell it. No, I do not know that Mark Sanchez was protecting his retirement grease, as some people have suggested. I don't know that to be the case whatsoever.
Sanchez told police he didn't recall what happened after grabbing for a window. He said while being interviewed in the hospital that he didn't know who had stabbed him or where it had happened. He was hospitalized, was arrested on 3 misdemeanor battery injury and so forth. There's more to be added to it. And Kevin, a lot of people do have some very interesting thoughts on this. CT and alcohol don't mix well. Alcohol sounds like this was a huge factor in this based on the fact that the employee is saying he smelled of alcohol. And it just makes me wonder, what exactly had he done prior to this?
Yeah.
And will he even be able to remember what he had done prior to that put him in this position? It's a very bad thing, very bad situation. The frying oil is funny, but other than that, it's not very funny.
Yeah.
It's just like nobody's going to say, I talked to the manager and they said they don't want you replacing the fryer oil. Nobody's ever said that before, Kevin.
To be fair, I've not worked in the restaurant or hotel business, so I will take your word for it.
So there you go. It's not going to be good for him. The video footage, the situation that he's in, it just...
That old man looked like he was in bad shape in the hospital.
Yeah, I don't think this is going to be good for him at all.
Corey, by the way, did you enjoy... Somebody texted and said Ed Werder got destroyed on Twitter by people saying that Mark Sanchez was awesome.
I feel like every time I ran across Mark Sanchez, he was really nice. So I don't... I have no clue what I didn't see this, so no, I didn't get to go enjoy that. Plus, Ed Werder and I made up, all right? I know Peyton keeps trying to drive home that feud that doesn't exist anymore.
You know what that makes you? I hear it.
I disagreed with what he was saying. I felt it was rude at the time, so I had to say what I said.
Which I liked.
Let's call it what it is.
Are the Penn State and Texas football teams the wanker of the weekend because they were ranked number 1 and number 2 in the preseason? And now neither one of them are in the top 25.
Really? They dropped out completely, huh?
Yeah. And we'll talk about this more in depth tomorrow. Penn State, I think you can make a really strong argument, just had the worst loss of the entire season. But perhaps Carter will be here to correct us on that. All right, so I think they belong in a wanker of the weekend category as well. Now, what I know you've been waiting for. Tennis. Is it big tennis that is the wanker of the weekend? Is it Alexander Zverev? Or is it Roger Federer? Roger Federer had kind of floated this weird conspiracy theory out there. And Zverev has backed it up that he says big tennis. He didn't say big tennis, but that's what he means. Big tennis is getting the court slowed down to help Sinner and Alcaraz.
How do they do that?
You just make a tweak in some of the surfaces, like the grass and whatnot, and the clay is slow enough as is. But he thinks that the courts...
Paint the court with Rhino Shield?
I don't know that to be the case, but that the tournaments have become more homogenized with similar playing surfaces, and he thinks that Big Tennis is doing this so they can get Sinner against Alcaraz over and over and over and over.
Not that those are two very talented tennis players.
I think he probably concedes that, but it's like one of those things where you're like, hey, it's the Barry Bonds, Roger Clemens deal.
But wouldn't everybody else benefit from that too?
I think it fits to their game already, and his theory is they're already good.
So, if a horse runs well in muddy terrain, then you're like, oh, this is going to be a great day for him.
Left the sprinkler on a little bit too much that morning or whatever.
Yeah, Troy Aikman can't throw a wet ball.
Well, he can win 3 Super Bowls.
You go cloud farm and make sure that it rains that day. That
I
he's
don't
playing
know. Look, I'm not here to debate how much weather science technology we have. But what do you guys think about the concept of big tennis trying to slow the courts down systematically to create this specific matchup?
I think it's ridiculous, and we should strike. Strike now.
Strike who? Big
tennis.
Tennis?
We strike on tennis.
Oh, man.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
I say we'd go to tennis and we say we're not showing up to these events unless you fix the courts.
Okay.
And they're like, the court system. They're like, no, Jerry Jones told us last week that it's perfect. But yeah, I think we not perfect. He said it's imperfect. But it's still the best in the world.
What if their response is, no, I have seen the fans for the non-majors, and that's why I need to make sure these two make it to the finals?
Then I think we support them. If they're doing it for money, that's really what is important.
The 817, I wish y'all would talk about Michael Strahan's negative comments on NFL on Fox after Dak and the Cowboys game. He's a real wanker. All right, so the only thing I heard him say, because I just don't really watch those shows, I'd much rather listen to our post-game show.
Absolutely.
Is he goes, we all know this story already from the Cowboys. And at the risk of also being thrown into this category, it is hard to argue against that. You beat the Jets to move 2-2-1. I'm super excited the Cowboys won. I hope they beat the Panthers. I hope they go undefeated in October and rock on. But is that going to change your level of expectation for this season? If you make the playoffs, aren't you still going to go into the playoffs and be like, I don't know about this?
What's your point?
That was my point.
Kevin, I had the Cowboys at this point in the season 3-2.
Okay.
Does that feel realistic? I feel like a real homer would have had them at 4-5-0.
Yeah.
But I had them at 3-2. I don't think I would have never predicted a tie.
True.
And they could be in a very different situation right now, but I had them at this point. So I agree though. I have them at 9-8 to end the season. That's where which is drastic with some people.
I still go back to the person where we said 9-8 and they said they'll finish 7-10. And so we're homers. I was like, it's 2 games.
But it's a winning record.
Okay.
Kevin, from the...
I don't think it's crazy if you think the Cowboys will go 7-9-1 now or 6-10-1.
From the 972, gross, I'm turning the show off now. I thought this was Big Weather Technology radio show.
I don't know. Yeah, we'll call it. I don't know what's led you in that direction.
Big weather.
So, yeah. And yeah, we have our slew of big weather wives and girlfriends waiting. We call them the bwags. What are we even talking about? Hey, shut up. Yes, I did.
Bwags?
The bwags. All right. I got one more for you. Is preseason hockey the wanker of the weekend? Specifically, the Lightning and the Panthers. They racked up 65 penalties in the preseason finale.
Awful.
Or that was after the Panthers had an 8-0 lead. Or do you think that's exactly what's needed in A, preseason hockey game, or B, a hockey game that's 8-0?
I feel like the score should have been a lot different. I feel like it should have been 20-0.
Until you got that heated?
Yeah.
Okay.
I love it, dude. I want more of those.
65 penalties for 312 penalty minutes.
What was the most men in one box?
What are you doing?
The penalty box, dude. What are you doing? What was how many can they put in there at one time?
6?
It is 6?
I have no idea. That was a guess.
Oh, that's the hockey.
Yeah,
just a little bit.
He's gonna come running down the hall. It's 8.
How wild would it be if they're like, we don't have enough players. Everybody's been penalized. It's just 2 goalies going back and forth.
You know where that would happen to me is the FIFA game back on Nintendo 64. If I was really getting worked, I would just start slide tackling everyone into oblivion until enough of my players, especially in indoor mode, until enough of my players got red carded that I had to forfeit the match. I wouldn't turn it off.
I did that too.
I would just that's it. I'm taking all
Mike,
your
whenever
players
Mike was
out.
playing me in MLB The Show, and he just started hitting me every time. He was just like, screw it, I'm done. And then Nolan Ryan got ejected, and somebody was yelling at him from the bullpen.
See? Sounds like you get it perfectly. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak me out a little bit.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with the fellas from the Gag Nation. Gentlemen, How is you today?
Amazing. Hey, how are you?
I am doing awesome as well. We put out this mission statement at the beginning of the show, and it didn't really seem to click for everybody. Two things can be true. The Jets can be terrible, but I can also be happy that the Cowboys won a road NFL game.
Yes.
Is it fair to say those two things can be true?
And they didn't even eke it out, which I would have still been proud of.
They kicked their ass. Yeah, I was listening to y'all on the pregame show, and Eric, I think he did an excellent job facilitating everybody to say the word suck a whole lot leading into the final 20 minutes.
I appreciate that. Yeah, it was a big old suck fest. I think Babe Laufenberg, his direct quote was like, listen, the Jets suck. And they've sucked for a long time.
Yes.
And then Broadus followed up with it with during his prediction. Listen, guys, today's game,
it's going to suck.
It's going to suck. Between the referee crew that was ready to just throw flags at every turn, all the backups, the Jets are just one of the most disgusting teams going. So they weren't wrong.
And I agree, especially about the Jets. But, man, I will never, ever apologize for winning a game on the road, especially when you're missing 4/5 of your offensive line. And I think to have an alternate opinion is crazy.
Couldn't agree more, man. I was so impressed with the way they came out there yesterday, and they weren't just trying to not lose the game and win by a field goal late. They were aggressive, and they got after them. And I don't think that type of game happens with previous coaching staffs. So tip of the cap to Shotty.
Yeah, there's a lot going on with the way your quarterback's playing, with the way that your offensive coaching staff is getting the guys together and getting backups ready to go out there and execute a game plan, the way you're running the ball. And then defensively, shoot, I mean, are the Jets worse offensively than what the Giants and Bears were able to do just a couple of weeks ago?
I think Fields holding onto the ball too long definitely helps.
Fields is not good. Fields has a problem with that. Yeah, that's for sure. I'll tell you what, though, something got exposed. The run game stuff is not right.
Yeah,
that's not right. And and what happened, and it's not just Fitz. They blocked your front yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
They blocked Kenny Clark. They blocked, Thomas. They blocked your guys that usually play run defense. And you had James in there. He ran around a couple of blocks. No, he had 15 tackles, but there was their run game stuff. I know Zach and I were talking about in the post. If you look at guys on the field, they were averaging almost like 8 yards a carry. With your starters being on the field.
Yeah,
the tape showed that. So, and the one thing the Jets can do, I think they can hang their hat on running the football. They can't hang their hat on throwing it because that quarterback will hold it all day.
Yeah.
But if that thing was a close game and it turned into just run the ball, which team could probably run the ball better? Jets were going to beat you there on that one.
You've watched that tape. Mickey asked this morning, and we've kind of asked it as well. Did they sacrifice the run game to help in the secondary, or was it just they were beat up front?
No reason to do that. I mean, they played zone. They played zone about 83% of the game. They played man. They were better actually in zone. The touchdowns they gave up were in man coverage. That was it wasn't sacrifice. It was you physically, when they ran the ball, you just did not have answers for the ball coming downhill at you that way. I would call this a concern. If you think your run game's fixed, because run game got masked, I believe, because your secondary was so bad. And now you got pass rush yesterday, which is something you haven't had. And for God knows why. I mean, fortunately, your offense moved the ball well enough to get those points in the first half because you took the Jets out of their ability to run the football, much like the Bears took you out of the ability to run the football against them. But you should be concerned that Kenny Clark and others got blocked in this game.
What is it that Ryan Fenoi can do that you like? Now, obviously, the stats show he did very well yesterday, but what is it that he can do that we all like?
He's a tremendous, to me, it's the yards after the catch. Like, he's a physical player, and I think his route running's solid. I think he's always been a very willing blocker, but he was able to show off, and that was some of the stuff we saw when he was drafted, like on tape. Kind of mini Dez-like, with his ability to just be physical, break tackles, and be a violent runner after the catch. And he was able, all Ryan Fenoi really needed was a chance. And that's why back in training camp, I was preaching trade Jalen Tolbert if you can. maybe there's a team out there that values what he was able to do last year, because Ryan Fenoi, I think, is a player that's going to be better than Jalen Tolbert. And finally yesterday, he got his opportunity and he made the most of it.
Man, that was a slow wide receiver group playing yesterday. I mean, slow, but, getting stuff done. Tolbert did a good job of running some routes to the point where they were playing man coverage, and they doubled him with the safety, playing down on him on some crossing stuff, and it helped Fenoi get open a couple of different times. I mean, Pickens hand fighting with Sauce Gardner was a good thing, but the thing you have to like about Fenoi is he's got a lot of toughness to him.
Yeah, he's
like he's one of these guys that the routes are he gets a little bit of separation, but he's got such length to go get the football. Quarterback did a good job of putting it on him in that game yesterday.
He's really strong with his hands at the point of attack.
Yeah, I like the adjustments that he makes getting to the ball. I think there aren't many weaknesses to his game. Brian, did you say he's kind of slow?
The whole receiver thing, that was a slow. When you take Turpin off that field, that is a slow moving group. But man, they played so much man coverage against it yesterday that that Dak having to make some throws but you got guys that are big body guys going and getting it. That was the difference. But yeah, this is not a fast moving group by any means.
How much of your weekend sports focus was on Mark Sanchez?
What a fair amount. I mean, that was 7%.
Okay.
I enjoyed the people that were saying Godspeed, good luck, hope everything's okay in the hospital. Then they realized that he deserved to probably get stabbed.
Yeah. Because at first you're thinking, oh my God, Mark Sanchez got stabbed. Then the story comes out, you're like, oh my gosh.
He was harassing some old man because he was drunk off his ass.
Shame on you, sir.
69-year-old dude. And the pepper spray wasn't enough for him. That's why he had to get shanked.
Well, I think he was hyped up on some stuff.
This was more than just a couple of
coldies. Bath salts.
Oh no,
that's reckless speculation.
Alleged.
But you can't rule it out at this point.
I don't think it was just Mountain Dew.
Okay,
I'd say that's pretty good game prep. Getting ready for that game, he's got to call the next day.
He was.
He knew it was going to be a blowout. He said, "Screw this."
Went in Indy.
Now he doesn't have to worry about calling any more games ever again.
No,
he's got cocktail sauce at St. Elmo's. Really got him going.
It hyped him up. Too much horseradish for him.
He'll be calling the family from.
Did he get
bars.
fired?
Not officially.
Yeah,
not yet.
but surely.
Did they suspend him?
I don't think
no, they just put out a statement like we're monitoring.
Oh, okay. They're waiting for the justice system to say he was a fool.
Yes,
I think he's gotten enough punishment.
By getting
stabbed, nearly killed, and pepper sprayed.
Interesting. I haven't really considered that point of view.
I'm way down this rabbit hole, and I'm trying to get a reliable sequence of events.
Okay.
It looks like he just approached the dude, and maybe to have a disagreement about where he should be parking or not, and guys started pepper spraying him. Right? So now you're kind of like fighting, and now he's freaking stabbing you. So, of course, you're going to throw him up against a wall, and he got hurt because he's 70 years old and you're Mark Sanchez, D1
Do you think
quarterback.
that happened after he climbed in that guy's truck and said they don't want to change out their grease?
I can't tell who was the actual aggressor. Mark Sanchez might have just been drunk idiot that got pepper sprayed, pushed, and then got stabbed. I can't tell.
Do you think he ran at him and ran into the guy's butt?
I don't know. I don't know.
And that's what happened.
I would love to see a reenactment of the butt fumble. I did see a video of him rounding a corner and his entire shirt is all bloody.
Yeah, I saw that.
He's gimping.
Holding up pretty decent, but all in all, a tragic event. Hagee, I'll just pray for everybody involved.
That's
he body slammed that grandpa.
What? Pray for everybody involved.
I don't know what to say.
Grandpa.
You definitely don't want to overreact, as Dan Dockich found out.
Yeah, I did.
Holy cow!
What do you? Did Dan say he deserved to die?
Dan Dockich blamed it on black people downtown Indianapolis.
Of course
he did.
Yeah.
He did?
Oh, Dan.
Dan Dockich.
Oh, dear.
Hell.
Yeah.
What do you guys got coming up
Why
on the
listen
show
to Dan
today?
Dockich?
I saw it on Twitter. Pure Gold as always. Thanks
no.
for asking. We do have the shoddy presser at 3:15.
Okay, well, I'm going to go look into that. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say good night, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
K&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation. Pretty awesome little Victory Monday here for you on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. General at your service. If you see me, bear me. N.A. There's Brian Broaddus in his Roger Staubach t-shirt. He's caught the vibe of the Cowboys. Fan excitement here. Time to gear up for your Cowboys here. They're 500 after 5 games, which is very difficult to do. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup over there. Master Control here, 75 and Fitz. He's going to go 5 flawless right here this afternoon into the evening. Wolchuk and Chiafalo are in the house. And Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. You can watch us at 105thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. You do get Wolchuk and Chiafalo for 4 days this week. Friday, they're heading to a wedding.
We're going to a wedding. We're crashing it.
We didn't even get invited.
No, we just decided, you know what? We're going to go to this wedding. And if they kick us out, they kick us out. Maybe then we'll show up at cold beers and cheeseburgers. But I think we're going to end up owning this thing.
Yeah, we're going to tear it up. I mean, the buffet, open bar.
Rip the pants on the dance floor.
That's a collision course.
That'd be quite a scene.
It would be.
The woolly bully cutting the rug.
It'd be like the 3rd time it's ever happened.
I'm really nervous about it.
Yeah, we'll be at Cold Beer and Cheeseburgers on Friday. We'll have your 2025 G-Bag Nation flags. Lucius Alexander is coming with us.
on the trip, yeah.
Okay, so come on out and say hi. I mean, come in there and have something delicious to eat and drink, but make sure you go home with some of the burger seasoning that they have.
Yeah.
They sell their burger seasoning, and I mean, it was so good. Last time, I think I ate more burgers in a 3-week period than I ever had. All of a sudden, it was gone. And I've been waiting to get on back, so we'll be there on Friday at 2 o'clock. What was more impressive, you think, yesterday? The offense's ability to execute or the defense finding some answers, ceasing the big plays? We knew they were going to be able to run the ball, Brian, didn't we? We knew Fields and Hall was going to be a handful for this Cowboys team.
I don't know, man.
It was almost 9 yards a carry. That Breece Hall fumble changed everything. Or should I say
really?
The Hawaiian punch, known as Marish Leofau, changed everything.
Came up with that one, huh?
That's Brandon Laurie, I think.
Brandon Laurie in your bag, sir.
Big time, Brandon.
That was a big time play. Man, there was a couple of different plays that could have gone either way there. I think their quarterback, what happens when you take half your team away, you're kind of playing at the level of the Jets. You're kind of like, it's kind of equal footing. You had the better coaching staff and the better quarterback yesterday.
Yes.
That's kind of where this thing was. You take away all these, they on paper, with the way the offensive lines were, they had the better offensive line going in the game. The running backs could have been even. You're thinking Pickens or Wilson could have been even. Came down to, man, the way that Ryan played, I think was impressive. Williams, once again, we talk about that. They probably had an advantage at running back, right?
I still think Breece Hall, just pound for pound, like I would take Breece Hall in a draft over Javonte Williams, but Williams has still been absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Williams, fantastic.
That blitz pickup stuff that he was able to do, really impressive. But yeah, to me, I felt like these teams when they kicked the ball off, I'm like, man, this is going to be a pretty even matchup just with all the players that Dallas had lost, and for them to come out, your quarterback was fabulous in the game, and their quarterback wasn't. He holds the ball, he takes sacks.
You were getting multiple guys penetrating the pocket, and at that point, he's
they were winning on the edges.
Usually it's one guy, and he can run away from one guy, but
they didn't let him run away.
You're getting after him.
Yeah,
I think he ends up with 7 carries for 24 yards or something like that. So I yes, but your point on like that's what Dak does. I think he gives you a massive advantage against teams like that, and hopefully he can continue to play like that while you get healthy. I mean, 5 games in, Prescott's playing at a higher level than he ever has, and that wasn't even his best game. He just...
you wish you had that Chicago game back. They sucked that day.
That's for sure. Yeah, those are going to happen.
You're going to look back on that one and go, God dang it, what was...
I mean, occasionally you're going to have a Josh Allen game like last night. He loses to Drake May, and Drake May had his Tom Brady game.
Yeah.
It was
turnovers. That was huge for them last night.
Who was the player of the game in your post game? Was it Fenoi?
It was Williams. Williams was the player of the game. Javonte, that 66-yard run he had to set them up, and then the next play is a touchdown. I mean, really, the play of the game was Marish Leofau punching the ball out, and then they're able to go score. But then they're able to get the quick stop. Shotty uses the timeout. But then that run, because they're probably thinking like, all right, we're going to get Brandon Aubrey, kick a field goal, go into half, or win in the middle 8. But then Williams rips off the big run, and now it's like, okay. And literally that's where the game was won. You go up by 20 points at half. It's 23-3 because they stalled a little bit in that second half. Give the Jets some credit, but outside of the George Pickens touchdown, the offense really didn't do much in the second half of that football game. But yeah, Ryan Fenoi, he stepped up in a big way. I hope we talked about this in the post. When you get Turpin back, when you get Lamb back, it'll be interesting to see kind of how the snaps look with some of these receivers. Then Mingo get thrown into the mix.
They're going to slow play Mingo. They're going to take all 21 days there. He ain't coming back anytime soon, I don't think.
It's a good problem to have, man.
For sure. Yeah. And what are we thinking about CeeDee Lamb? Do we get any updates on that?
I haven't heard I need to circle back on that one.
Washington.
I was over there at the start of the day, and they were kind of whispering that Booker and Lamb could be available this week, but nothing's certain.
Watched the first half of the All-22 this morning, then had to play with Remy, took her up to the park, took her on a tour of looking at Halloween decorations. There's some pretty good stuff going up in our neighborhood already, so we had fun with that. But it looked like even with Tyler Smith out there, their offensive line had another solid day. So I think you look at Conor Riley and Clayton Adams, but also individually to a man, these guys deserve a ton of credit for being ready to play at this level.
Yeah, Nate Thomas did have some problems on some of the twist stunts and things like that. The movement gave him a little bit of problem. That's where McDonald got him a couple of times. The ball that went across the field in the first drive, Dak did a great job of understanding that Thomas got beat quick. And so he just kind of shuffled his way to his right, and then that way he was able to get the angle he needed to throw that ball. But yeah, Thomas I thought played well, but I know during the game we thought he was Larry Allen out there, and he wasn't Larry Allen. Mm-hmm. I mean, this is going to be it's nice to have this type of player. I think that they're probably going to stick with Guyton, and maybe incorporate him some more and some substitute stuff like they did in the Green Bay game. If you remember, he went and played for Steele first. Mm-hmm. So yeah, I think that it was a good game for him to get an opportunity. McDonald can be a unique pass rusher with his movement, and he got him a few times with that.
Yeah, last week against Green Bay, Thomas had almost a clean trip through his 18 snaps or whatever it appeared to be, and it was like, okay, how can he add to that? I think McDonald's a tough matchup.
The speed is the problem with McDonald.
He can be a little slow.
But he could also the Jets as a whole are one of the slowest rushing teams in the league.
McDonald's really the only one that has that initial first step, burst.
But it was the inside moves and stuff that gave Thomas.
And then Adeniji, I mean, much better than I anticipated. But I did think watching, there was a couple times maybe he was a little slow.
He was slow, and it was kind of like he was not sure on some of the pickups of who he exactly had. Williams saved the day a couple of times. They put him up at the line of scrimmage, kind of as that sniffer guy, and he was able to kind of sort things out, and he did a really nice job of helping him kind of keep the front of the pocket clean. But Adeniji, there was a couple of times where he almost like he was blocking for a punt. Where you try and get big in the hole and take two guys. He was kind of like, oh, who am I supposed to get? But just being a football player. But yeah, for a guy that, and I learned this yesterday, Chief, because you said it, or someone said it, that he was the starting guard of, Christy Scales said it, he was starting guard of the Super Bowl for Cincinnati. But he looked a little rusty that way playing.
So does this change your evaluation of who they are? In any way? Do you think they're more capable of overcoming adversity? Obviously, you take out worst case scenario, which was these injuries were going to bury you and you were going to look like a turtle on your back again.
I think what helped me mentally was the fact that there were some things that Eberflus did differently scheme-wise that tried to create some pressure. And
so many stunts.
Yeah, the movement of the line, lining up guys. He had some elements of what Dan Quinn used to do, with putting tackles together with ends and then creating loopers and things like that. The stuff with to me that part of it they found out. I mean, what a nice job by Fowler rushing.
Yeah, Fowler was awesome yesterday.
Fowler
best game of the year by far.
Fowler did a really good job of just winning with quickness right off the bat.
5 QB hits.
Yeah.
What's the play called where the inside linebacker goes and hits the tackle? So
that's like the pick. Yeah, it's just a pick. Yeah, just a pick. They ran that a couple of different times. They put their defensive tackles to the Houston sack. They put their defensive tackles, like they paired Thomas and Osa over outside left defensive left and ran them inside, they were able to get penetration into what Houston did. Houston came right over, as tight as you can come. And Fields had his tight end open right in front of it, and he didn't throw the ball. And so, by that little bit of hesitation, it got Houston home, and then he was able to get the sack right there. So it was penetration with a good tight path around that led to get that sack. So they had that a couple of different times in that game that was able to help them.
And, more Houston, better coverage, a better Dante Fowler.
I think let me ask you guys this question. Houston, do you think they figured out that if they play him more than 40 plays, he loses his effectiveness?
I think there is something to that. I think that when you look at the snap counts here, and I think that they also are very conscious of him as a run defender and thinking that's not really his game. But
probably exhausting for him.
Yeah, and we've kind of been talking more Houston, but he makes the most out of every snap that he's getting. And he had 27 snaps, which was the lowest among your 5 edges out there. But I kind of think that they figured out this is a good plan for him. And if he's going to be productive, why change it?
It might be that they might feel like that if they played him 40 snaps, his effectiveness would go way down.
Well, I'll take what we got yesterday. I think that's a good sweet spot, 27 or 30 or, somewhere in there, because he ends up with 2 sacks. And Jerry talked about it afterwards. He said we used to have a guy, you'd box him right in by running right at him. So, drawing the comparison to James Houston to Micah is pretty funny. But when Houston is right and when he's making plays, he looks like an elite player. That one where he ran all the way around, basically. He was playing. Was that the play you were just talking about?
It was his first sack.
They loop him.
Yeah, it was really well done by Osa and Thomas. I mean, they're both just attacked. And what happened is they figured out that the Jets were picking up their stunts with just man on man. So what they're picking each other off. And that's how they got some free runners, is because they manned their stunts. And Dallas figured it out. And it might have because Whitecott might have told him, listen, I know this group a little bit. Maybe we could try and do this. He has a little bit of an idea about that. But they did a good job with, the run defense. That was shaky yesterday.
Yeah,
that was really because they were blocking Clark. And they were blocking Osa, and they were blocking Murray, and they were, so
Clowney really. I thought Clowney's second game he'd be better. Yeah. They did a good job against Clowney. He really wasn't much of a factor at all.
They got after Dallas pretty good.
But if you had to pick one, giving up the runs or giving up the big chunk plays in the air, they got it more right yesterday, didn't they?
No, we always bitch about both, don't we?
Yeah,
we bitch about both.
They went with more man, and it was, Bland got beat off the line a couple times.
The 2 touchdowns they had were against man coverage.
And yesterday. Fields didn't throw the ball. There were open receivers downfield where they played man, and Bland specifically got beat, and Fields just didn't test them.
Very reminiscent of Dallas's offense versus the Bears, that they had some shots and they didn't take them.
Okay, not only do you get the win, guys, but
it's a good win, though.
The Philly luck ran out.
Yes,
finally. Their running game sucks. Did Mekhi Becton and Kellen Moore just evaporate the Eagles' run game on their way out of town? But the story is the Eagles are not trading A.J. Brown. He doesn't even want to be traded, is what insiders are saying last night and this morning. He did get 5 catches for 42 yards. Smith, Goddard, Saquon all doing more in their passing game. But the Broncos come back. I think they were down 17-3 and get the win there, 21-17. Jags and Chiefs Monday Night Football tonight in Jacksonville, where the Jags are 3-1. It's a chance for the Chiefs to say, we're back to taking care of business. Do you think they're going to do it? Who do you like tonight, guys?
I'll be rocking with Kansas City. I think they will be. I think they've started to find a little something, and especially when it comes to having Xavier Worthy back. Much more explosive.
He is, I think, questionable tonight with an ankle. Yeah. Are we getting an update on that yet?
Not for sure. I think I just saw he's a game time decision tonight.
Okay. All right.
But I'll lean Kansas City as well. They looked really good last week, but without Xavier Worthy, then that obviously I might flip flop.
Yeah, I really want Kansas City to be great. I just think the league is better. It's more fun. I've never crossed that point where Kansas City has become annoying like some of the great teams can. I just continue to root for them, and I do like dynasties. I like greatness, but it is cool right now. The league's kind of there for the taking. This is a year where if you can get your stuff together, maybe you'll end up as champions without looking like a juggernaut at any point during the season. All right, top 10 of 220s coming up after the G-Bag of the Day champion. Wolchuk, where are you taking us today, buddy?
It is National Coaches Day. Happy National Day to all the coaches out there. 877-881-1053. I got the top 10 coaches in movie and TV history. That's next in the nation. But let me chat Prize Picks, man.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Summer Sisters?
Waves Waves.
Sassy Squad?
Nutmeg Mayonnaise?
Pre-curb?
It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Into the Pimp Cup we go. Here's Lucius with your champ.
Chopper style. All right, man, G-Bag of the day. We do it every weekday on the Fan 530. Replay the champ right about here. This is day... Well, it's one day. It's day one going for two right here of this champion audio. MMA fighter, Murad Dvalishvili, huh?
Dvalishvili.
I don't know, man. I'm just freestyling.
He was dominant.
He won his fight, right?
He did.
So he beat up the guy that said it had the small balls.
Yep. He sure did. He proved you had the bigger balls.
Yeah, he disrespected his opponent by saying his opponent had small balls. This happened before the fight. Said it was like the last two Skittles in the bag.
I said I will finish Sean O'Malley second fight. I did. So now this is my second challenge.
Not happening, Murad. Not happening.
I'll show you.
You all of those guys. You shot 60 times on Murad.
Shut up, bro. You are selling your balls picture on OnlyFans. How dare you? How you talk to me?
Yeah.
And
I made $2 million. With that.
I saw those pictures. Your balls are very small.
They are kind of small. You're right, Murad.
Yeah. I have Georgian balls.
You got Georgian balls, big balls. You got two Skittles in a plastic bag, fam.
Man, that is tough. So you take the loss and then you get owned at the post-fight presser like that? Oof. I thought they were going to talk like that before the fight.
This is pre-fight.
Oh, this is pre-fight. Okay.
Way before the fight.
That makes sense then. Did he say he made $20?
He said he made $2 million, but I don't. That might be some cappuccino right there, bro, my guy.
That would be a surprise.
I don't even think he really has an OnlyFans.
The whole thing's a ball sack?
It might be.
Well done.
Let's just go, bro. Let's just go, bro.
Get out of this one. Oh, man. All right. Happy National Coaches Day. Top 10 most legendary coaches in television and film. 877-881-1053. I also want to give a big coaching shout-out on National Coaches Day to one Clayton Adams. I mean, it's pretty damn incredible what he's been doing here. Cowboys first in rushing success rate.
How about it?
His former team, the Arizona Cardinals.
32nd.
Dead last. So the Cowboys are going to need to money whip the hell out of Clayton Adams. They
make him for a couple of years.
Make him the highest pick. Well, I mean, if he gets some head coaching.
Yeah, if he gets a head coaching job, you can't fight a head coach.
No.
But this is the genius of not making him a play caller yet.
Yeah.
You know?
That's right. We haven't seen you call plays. You're not ready. You're not ready yet.
Maybe 3-4 more years.
I just don't want him going anywhere.
Trying to think of what the last offensive line coach that got a head coaching job that had success. Trying to think.
Yeah,
I'll think while you're thinking.
Was Doug Marrone an O-line coach? He did go to the AFC title game with the Jags.
That was a while ago, but I like what you're doing.
I mean, that one came to mind. I don't think Munchak had a lot of success.
No.
Mike Tice? Nope. I don't think he did. You're right. No point in hiring him.
Yeah, why? If you're a team, why do you want to hire an offensive line coach?
Absolutely not. You don't.
Sam Pittman was an offensive line coach at Arkansas.
Look what happened
there. He's a 500 coach.
Get out of here,
Don't
right?
need to hire those guys.
No need. No. Get away.
Running game Moses.
Just stay away.
Bill Callahan was a head
Get
coach.
away from my guy.
It just makes me remember the kind of the Clayton Adams party that we threw when we were at the Star in Frisco the day he got hired. And we were
saw
having
him.
ourselves and all that. We did see him.
Yeah, we met him for the first time.
I'll never forget shaking his hand.
Sweet, sweet man.
But we were fired up.
You'd have hugged him if you knew he was going to do this good.
You'd give him a little kiss on the cheek.
I would have hugged him. I would have given him a kiss on the cheek. Absolutely. All of the above. Probably an
They did a nice
baby
job.
slap
They
as
really
well.
did a good
A little
job.
slap on the tush. Say hello.
I'd have done it. I'd still do it.
We're just going to move seamlessly into the top 10 list here, shall we? 877-881-1053. We got a lot of coaches
If
here.
you could attaboy butt slap anybody on this Cowboys team right now, don't you think it would be Clayton?
Clayton would absolutely be top on the list. Ryan Fenoi, I would definitely give an attaboy tush slap to. Let him know.
Your quarterback's been really good.
Dak, 100%.
He deserves 5 attaboy tush slaps.
Javonte Williams.
That Bears game, I don't know about that. I don't know.
Maybe 4 attaboy tush slaps.
I've had
for
enough
Dak.
of your negativity today.
No,
Can we
no,
just celebrate for a Cowboys victory.
I'm celebrating.
Celebrate us. You got the shirt on and everything.
I'm absolutely celebrating.
Celebrate
right
them.
All right, you get one tush slap then for the season.
Who's your tush slap?
The quarterback's played
Could
great.
be Dak.
Yeah.
Be Dak.
Yeah.
And then probably Clayton.
Yeah.
Shoddy?
Shoddy deserves.
Without Shoddy, there is no Clayton. Somebody tried to one-up me on that when I said MVPs. They were like, you know what? There's only one. It's not Clayton Adams. It's Shoddy.
Yeah.
You can't have Clayton Adams without Shoddy, and that's a fair point.
Put a hell of a staff together.
That's a fair point. It is. All right. Who is your favorite coach in television or movie history? And this does not have to be fictional coaches. They can have portrayed real-life coaches. When I thought Herb Brooks in Miracle was phenomenal. Shout out to that actor's name, who I am currently forgetting. I'm sure somebody will text it in 877-881.
Kurt Russell.
Kurt Russell.
Yeah.
Kurt Russell did it. He was a legend in that film. We got Goldie Hawn, who played Molly McGrath.
Hell yeah, Wildcats, man.
And Wildcats.
She was a track coach at first, and she always had dreams of being the football coach, and she made it.
She sure did.
Through the adversity. People didn't want to see the woman as a coach.
No, and she was a trailblazer. You owe me a stopwatch.
Well, that's Goldie Hawn and Kurt
Please.
Russell. They're together, right? Aren't they good? They're a good coaching team.
Yeah, I believe they're still together, right?
Long time partners.
Yeah, I don't blame them. That's Goldie Hawn, fam.
Wow, I did not know
Yeah,
that.
they've been together 40 some odd years.
Pull.
Yeah.
803 texting Tony Sperano, talking about offensive line coaches.
Yeah.
Hey, he'll always have that 2008 Chad Pennington Wildcat season.
That's true.
And then they got obliterated by Ed Reed and Ray Lewis in the playoff game.
Sure did.
That Raven team, those Raven teams obliterate a lot of teams. I mean, teams are getting their
Now they're getting their licks in on the Ravens.
Yeah, they're getting their licks in on the Ravens
The
now.
Wounded Warriors that are Baltimore. Did you have some others you wanted to shout out, Lucius?
Oh, no. Keep going, bro. You got it.
You didn't make your list?
No, I was talking to Carter about the list during the break, and I was like, is Al Pacino's character in Any Given Sunday, was he a good football coach, or was he kind of bitter and pretty much done with it?
Hell of a halftime speech.
Hell of a halftime speech.
You got to claw with your fingernails.
He spit
Fez.
everywhere all over that place.
Yeah.
But that is.
I think he was
juggling a lot.
He was struggling with struggling with
bitter.
the way his life was going
Yeah.
at the time. Yeah.
I mean, you got an overzealous Cameron Diaz in that movie. You got a washed up quarterback that's still fighting to try and be the
Cap.
guy. It was really all about Stephen Willie Beaver.
Carter never seen that movie, by the way, so I couldn't have the conversation with him. It was more about, wow, you've never seen that movie. And you know that we always talk, everybody talks about that movie. Nobody not mentions that movie.
The championship was at Texas Stadium.
I think about that movie at least twice a day, Carter.
The eyeball.
Yeah, all the
Disgusting.
eyeball.
Disgusting.
You had Lawrence Taylor dealing with all sorts of issues.
I mean, Lawrence Taylor basically played himself in that movie.
Yeah, he did.
Just a crazy psychopath. I don't think he was on crack, though, while he filmed that.
Well, yeah, but you don't know that for sure, Walshuk.
No, we can't confirm or deny that.
I don't even think he knows for
very
sure.
possible. 903 said Will Ferrell and Kicking and Screaming.
What about
Good call.
What about Dwayne The Rock Johnson as Sean Porter
In Gridiron Gang?
Gridiron Gang.
Yeah, it's a great movie. Great film. Honorable mention, no doubt, Coach Klein and The Water Boy. Getting some love here.
Chuck, let me ask you a question. When you say movie's great,
Yeah.
what do you say to a movie that's really great?
It's amazing.
One of the best all time.
Phenomenal.
Oh, that's what you say?
Yeah.
So when like
All-time classic.
what's an all-time classic to you?
The Dark Knight. All-time classic. Remember the Titans. All-time classic.
Okay, so that's your answer for like The Godfather.
All-time classic.
Okay, so
Yeah.
then if a movie
Shawshank Redemption.
if a movie's just great, it's just okay.
Yeah,
right?
and there's some good movie, you know.
Okay.
But great. Like, The Waterboy is a great comedy, in my opinion. I love it. It's very watchable. If it's on TV, I'll stop and I'll keep it on.
So I'm just trying to get a gauge. If you say a movie's great, that means it's kind of mid.
No, it's better than mid. Mid would probably be good.
Okay.
Like Danny Glover, Angels in the Outfield. Good.
That's not mid. Mid and good aren't the same.
It's a step up. For me, yeah, it's my
See,
it's my
I never
scale.
watch movies, so when he says something's great, I think, damn, do I need to watch this movie?
Have you not seen Any Given Sunday?
Oh no, I have.
Okay.
But when you say like you just named a movie I hadn't seen and you go, it's great.
Which one was it?
You think he's just throwing around like generational talent?
I'm just curious.
generational talent has
I'm
kinda
curious.
started to be.
Do I need to really watch this movie or not?
All-time classic, you definitely should. If
There
we
we
get to
go.
one of those
That-
that you haven't seen, then I would say absolutely. Stop down and make sure you watch that one.
I got my top 5. Well, Chuck, you want it?
Yep,
Chubbs
I
and
want it.
Happy Gilmore.
Okay. Makes the
Ted
top 10.
Lasso.
Okay.
Miyagi. Mick.
Yeah.
From Rocky. And Rodney Dangerfield and Ladybugs.
I have never seen Ladybugs.
Pretty good little girl soccer movie.
Okay.
He's coaching his
Pretty
grandson
good.
who's faking like he's a girl. Dominating the soccer.
It's like the original Joanna Man.
Yes.
Might have come
Gosh.
out after Joanna Man,
Joanna
actually.
Man. Good
Same
movie.
time.
Morris Buttermaker, Bad News Bears.
Bad News Bears, man.
Honorable mention.
Walter Matthau. Now, that's a great movie.
Okay.
That's a great movie.
Not an all-time classic, but great.
Great movie.
Patches O'Houlihan, Dodgeball. Good movie.
If you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball.
How about the coach in the longest yard, Nate Scarborough? I don't
Yeah.
even think of the coach in the longest
Yeah,
yard.
Nate Scarborough. He's like the old, like in the original
The
Nate
74
Scarborough
movie had a bigger role.
Yeah, he had. Well, yeah, he was like. What happened is, I think Burt Reynolds then became Nate Scarborough
You're right.
in the new movie.
Yes.
But back in the original, he was like the old crusty New York Giants quarterback kind of a guy. Yeah, he's a good coach.
Jimmy McGinty in The Replacements.
Oh, yeah.
Honorable mention on here.
That's Gene Hackman, right?
Yeah.
It is. Gene Hackman, by the way. It's a good coach right there.
He is.
It's a hell of a coaching actor. I mean, that might be his best roles. George Knox was the coach in Angels in the outfield, played by Danny Glover, and he does do a very good job. Pop Fisher is on here in The Natural as an honorable mention.
Oh,
You've also got
so he's the manager of the team.
yes,
Okay.
Ed Gennaro from Necessary Roughness. is on
Okay.
here.
Ed was a good coach, man. He was a good coach.
But the top 10, we got Irv Blitzer, John Candy, and Cool Runnings.
That's a great movie.
Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
No, I agree.
I would say it's a great movie, and you need to watch it. It's a great
Agreed.
movie. A great movie.
We're on the same page here.
Okay. I now understand.
Now we got it.
Yeah.
Reggie Dunlop, Slapshot.
Slapshot.
Paul Newman.
That's a movie,
Great movie.
you absolutely have
Classic.
to watch.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's a classic.
Chubbs, number
Okay.
8 on the list. It's
Yeah.
all in the hips. Shout out to Carl Weathers. Rest in peace. Hayden Fox in the show
Coach. Yes.
Craig T. Nelson.
It was one of the greats in the late 80s. One of the
Dauber,
great
is that the
sitcoms.
assistant?
Yeah, I think
Dauber
so.
was the guy?
Dauber and
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Mike Bassick.
Yeah.
Dauber and Mike Bassick, same exact person. It's quite amazing in a sense.
We did get Coach Ballsack texted in here, by the way. It didn't make the top 10, but certainly is in our hearts. Tony D'Amato, that is Any Given Sunday. Al Pacino,
Yeah.
coming at number 6 here, LA.
You do what you're effing told.
That's right. I'm trying to figure out what his plan was, Lucius. I think you got me thinking about this.
Yeah,
one.
I don't. You know what? He
might be like the bitter guy, and then he got the GM job, and he's like, now he's kind of got a breath of fresh
Like
air.
he started playing the game and not like
Yeah.
really coaching, but
Yeah.
started
Right.
playing like that
he was,
political game of the side.
He
You know?
hated it because he wasn't coaching.
Yeah.
He was like a
playing
CEO.
Yeah.
And it was like, you know what, Willie, just
Yeah.
go out there and freelance.
He got mad because, like his real owner, the guy died on him, right? Then the guy kind of
Yes, and that's why that's why
Cameron Diaz.
Cameron
the
took
show.
over the team, and he was pissed off because he lost his buddy.
Nick Nolte and Chips getting texted in here.
That was really good.
Lou Brown, James Gammon's character in Major League 1 and 2 was number 5 on the list.
I never saw number 2.
I didn't either, but I think Matt Hicks is in it. Still gets royalties to this day.
Oh, good.
Hicksy makes an appearance.
Hicksy, man, he's got a theatrical kind of element to
Might
his
have to get hammered and
Well,
talk to him
and
about
shout
it.
out to his son. Went to USC for theater.
and he's killing it.
Yes.
Hicksy the broadcaster?
Yeah.
Wow. Was he at the Grand Ole Opry as well?
I think he
I
was.
think he did some time there.
Yeah. Very
What
talented.
Hicksy's doing? What?
A lot of
Grand
talent
Ole
in that
Opry.
body.
What?
Grand Ole Opry, bro.
Show choir, as Eric would say.
Yeah, a little show choir.
He's singing in the Grand Ole Opry.
I think he was doing some announcing or something like
Think
that.
about it, dude. Those pipes.
He
He could
tap
probably. I mean, seriously.
We have not mentioned Emilio Estevez from the Mighty Ducks. We'll get to him. And that movie 33 years ago came out. Shout out to Mike Osmond, by the way. He said, I saw that movie in theaters as a kid. Got dropped off by the family. I was like, damn, Mike, you're a freaking legend, dude. Mickey comes in at number 4. Rocky, 1 and 2.
Mickey, you're so fine.
Cut me, Mick. Norman Dale and Hoosiers, another Gene Hackman movie
Yeah,
coming
Gene
in at number 3. Gordon Bombay is number 2, the Minnesota Miracle Man. Mighty Ducks 1 and 2.
You know, we're getting a pretty good text here from the 214. Will Smith and Hitch as a bit of a life coach.
You know what? I love that answer.
It's a good curveball.
I think that could fit 100%. I mean, he's coaching up Kevin James, and they went ahead. What was the name of his love interest in that? She had a very unique name.
Allegra Cole.
Allegra. Yes, Allegra Cole.
Sounds like a popular movie over at the Giafalo household.
That's one of those rom-coms. I've probably seen it 1,000 times.
And it's an all-time classic.
Give me the rating on this one, please.
Oh, listen.
That's a great.
Okay, I'm glad Wolchuk said great, because for me, it's a great.
Yeah, that's a great.
Okay.
I mean,
Dawson would probably take a dump on it.
I'll stop down and watch Hitch.
Dawson calling it good?
I think he would call it absolute.
I'll pass.
You'd go mid at best, probably.
Because it's rom-com. You know what I mean? There's actual love in the air.
But number one,
brutal,
and you're gonna love this, Dawson.
Hugh Grant. If you see a Hugh Grant movie, there's always love in there on that.
Totally Notting Hill.
Hugh Grant's an all-timer.
Shout out to Notting Hill.
Three
but number
weddings
one,
and a funeral or some
most
garbage.
legendary coach, TV or movie history on National Coaches Day. Wax on, wax off.
Mr.
Miyagi.
Miyagi.
Look at that.
Good
Don't forget
pull.
to paint
I
the
was
fence.
surprised there was no Ted Lasso in the top 10 because I thought, prisoner of the moment. Everybody loves Ted Lasso.
Ted Lasso was in London for the Vikings and Browns game.
He shook hands with the commissioner.
Shout out to Teddy. Oh, I do need to give one shout out. Staff Sergeant Marquise Flowers, who came on out to East Dallas Diesel.
Yeah.
He won the Brandon Aubrey autograph signed helmet.
Wow.
Wanted to give a shout out to the Dice Air Force Base. Abilene, drove all the way from Abilene to come on out and get himself a G-Bag flag. Yeah. And he said that he's wanted to for years, but he's always been on deployment. So this was the first year he's been able to come out. So Marquise, it was an honor to meet you, sir, and shout out to the Air Force Base there in Abilene. Big time
and shout out to the people at Tolbert Garage.
Yeah.
Once again, great hosts.
And good luck to Ted Lasso for being better in season 4? They're bringing it back?
I think we're bringing
what's
it back.
happening
Yeah,
there? I think they've fallen off because season 3 was just, they lost it. They became too much about relationship psychology.
Yeah, season 2 was not good.
Okay, season 2.
3 found its roots
better
again, but they should have just left it at that. I don't know how good it's going to be with the season 4.
We got a college football darty coming up. Chief, what's in store?
Yeah, listen, all the upsets, right? A hell of a college football weekend. Let's recap it next year in the nation. But first, we get you to AdvancedHair.com and Advanced Hair Restoration. Tolos, if you're losing your hair, you need a simple solution that works. Of course you do.
Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
The market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back, #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in the all-price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Relax and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
All righty, welcome back. Thank you, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. Shotty's presser was scheduled for 3:15 last night. I don't know if that's still the plan, but we're planning on getting that presser coming up in about 30 minutes or so, unless there's been a change. So we'll hear from him, and hopefully we'll have some good injury news to start the week off. But it's time now for a college football darty. Here's the Chief.
So much to get to right after this.
Well, looky here. Mr. Cold Turkey put a mini booze bottle in his headset.
I've never filmed any of you guys when you're using the bathroom, so I don't know what faces you make when you're doing that.
Special teams, fucking joke.
I want them never to say our name again.
Well, I don't get. They bring the head cold.
All right, we start with a bit of a PSA. Tomorrow morning, 7 a.m. to 9 a.m., I'm going to be at the Home Depot in Lake Worth. That's going to be 3950 Jim Wright Freeway in Lake Worth, and that'll be 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. for Pro Extra Week. So it'll be G-Bag flag giveaways, free coffee, and we're talking member-exclusive offers, in-store giveaways, live vendor demos, and so much more when it comes to what Home Depot has to offer tomorrow in Lake Worth, 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. Looking very much so forward to that. Now, the other thing that we can talk a little bit more extensively about later, here just a few moments ago, LeBron James posted a clip saying the decision of all decisions tomorrow at 12 p.m. Eastern time. Hashtag the second decision. And he's got a video of him on a basketball court walking, sitting down in a chair where it looks like he's about to have some type of one-on-one exclusive interview with a gentleman who I can't really tell who that is.
The retirement tour.
I guess this is him setting it up.
That's
right?
my best guess as to what it could be.
There's no way he's retiring today or tomorrow and not playing out this season. Why would that be?
Off.
He wants the send-off.
Absolutely.
He wants the tour. He wants some type of pregame honoring at every road arena across the sport.
Watch this be a release for like some new gear, some new shoes.
It really could be, man.
Yeah.
It'd be a hell of a
25.
Yeah,
it could be a troll out, man.
Yep.
Really could be. So we'll find out. We also get the Cooper Flag preseason debut tonight, which is pretty exciting. But back to what matters. The tweet of the college football weekend comes from the Texas A&M police.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, gosh.
I told you I'd rent a friend. If you need a friend to get you out, if you don't have a friend, we have this opportunity. You could get released to a friend. You can rent me out as your friend, and I'll get you home, and then I'll come back and maybe I'll do 2 or 3 of these a game.
The old Rent O'Brien.
Yeah.
They could have used you on this one.
Uh-oh, we didn't have a friend, did we?
Oh, he did.
Uh-oh, friend was drunk too.
Public intoxication ×2.
There we go.
Tweets out the TAMU police. Responded to report of intoxicated subject in men's restroom near section 334. Called sober friend. Sober friend arrived intoxicated. Both arrested. Hashtag BTHO, Mississippi State. Which is exactly what they did. And now the Aggies are sitting, gosh, what are they? AP poll? Are they sitting at like 5 right now?
Yeah, they deserve to be, man.
I mean, they're legit. They absolutely are, especially in the SEC, which has plenty of good teams, but no just clear-cut dominator.
The best teams might be in the Big Ten.
Oh, the best teams, yeah. I mean, you have Miami
Oregon.
there in the ACC, but Ohio State and Oregon.
Yeah, the top 10, I think we did this last week. It was 5, 4, and 1, right? The SEC, the top 10 was.
You got Ohio State, Oregon, Miami, Ole Miss, A&M is your top 5. And then, so you've got Indiana, Oregon, Ohio State. 3 Big Ten teams are in the top 10. Otherwise, you do have more SEC teams.
Indiana's the real deal too, man.
Oh, you say that.
The quarterback, Francisco Mendoza, is, for sure.
Yeah, Mendoza's absolutely awesome.
Shout out to Texas Tech, number 9.
Yeah, Texas Tech. Mop the floor once again. I think every one of their wins is by at least 24 points.
Our defense is really good.
Real quick,
go into
can
Houston.
You give
tear them up.
Top 10 again, please.
Ohio State, Miami.
Okay, wait, real quick. Just real quick. Ohio State, chance for a loss?
Yeah.
Okay, next one.
Miami.
Chance for a loss?
I'm going to stay out of the Miami stuff. I've been a hater all year, and they just keep winning games.
Who's 3?
Oregon.
Chance for a loss?
National champion.
Ooh, 4.
Ole Miss.
Chance for a loss.
Always.
Yeah.
And then A&M.
Chance for a loss, right?
Always.
Wow, this season ought to be a lot of fun.
It is.
I mean,
Playoffs
it's ought
gonna
to
be great.
It's
It's
that's what I'm
great.
saying. If these teams have a chance for a loss, then that makes it even better. You know, if they play one of those garbage games where they don't show up.
Yeah, I think Miami closes it down like on the road in Virginia Tech, on the road at Pitt. They'll find a way to fumble fart one of those games.
Yeah,
Cristobal will.
They were
always give you
8-0
one.
last year. I think did something crazy. Then they go lose at Georgia Tech or something like that.
I think that was 2 years
Shout out to
ago.
Haynes
but-
King, Longview. He's got Georgia Tech balling. I know Tim and Carthage is really they're not a top 10 team.
That's his Heisman candidate right there.
Yeah, Georgia Tech is good this
They're ranked at 13. They've moved up 4 spots.
Yeah.
But how about this, man? Preseason number 1 Texas, number 2 Penn State, number 4 Clemson.
All not
combined 8-7 after week 6.
Are they all out of the top 25?
Yes.
Yeah, they all are. And it was bad. I guess we'll start with Penn State because that was even worse. They go to UCLA. I think they were like 24
Jerry
and a half point
Neuheisel
favorites.
dialing them up.
Yeah.
Dude, he looks just like his dad.
He does.
It is freaking crazy.
It's amazing. What a great story. 33 years old, Jerry Neuheisel called plays for the first time in his career because you had head coach Deshaun Foster and the offensive coordinator, Tino Sunseri, both fired. So he's 33 years old. He's now the head man. He's calling plays. And
so he never coached with a headset on.
That was funny. Yeah, he said he forgot to pull the mic piece down when he was calling plays.
He said they revamped like everything that they wanted to do. They had like 2 days to install it.
Yeah.
And Nico Iamaleava and company looked freaking fantastic.
They did.
What an unbelievable game. And now like James Franklin, dude, like it's got to be over. It's got to be. I mean, unless they have some type of crazy turnaround the rest of the way.
Oh, they'll find another loss along the way.
That is bad. Like
Yeah,
we
they
always
sent
talk
them to
about
Ohio State.
We always talk about Penn State losing to the good opponents, right? They just can't beat the great opponents. They're usually underdogs in those games. Can't go over the top.
Yeah.
This is an all-time bad
He
upset.
blame this one on travel too, by the way.
I'm sure he had a
I
lot of
mean, yeah.
excuses.
Blame it on anything you want.
When UCLA was winless, one of the worst teams in college football.
No excuses. Then you go to the Swamp in Gainesville.
Oh my gosh.
Where I believe CJ Vogel, who covers the Longhorns, says that was the most insane road environment he's ever been in. Like of all the ones he's ever been to, the Swamp was absolutely the loudest. So credit to them. But yeah, Arch Manning and that offense. Well,
by the way,
true. The defense too. Like Texas is just maybe just not anywhere close to as good as we thought they were at basically every single position.
The line of scrimmage has just been, they got run all over. The protection was poor. And I do think the skill talent, it's been a massive drop off from what we've seen the last few years. I mean, they graduated a ton of wide receivers are now in the league. I mean, Ryan Owingo I thought was going to be pretty good. And you can say some of that is on Arch as well. But my gosh, the dude's getting beaten to a pulp.
Mr. Vogel gets a trip here in a couple of weeks to Athens, Georgia. That will top his Georgia. Oh, that'll top his Florida one.
You think so?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I want to say he's been there before. I think he listed out Georgia and a bunch of other places that he's been to. And he's like, the Swamp was crazy.
I
take that back. He mentioned Ohio State, A&M, Tech, Michigan, Arkansas, but the Swamp is number one right now. So maybe Georgia
Swamp's
will change
tough,
that.
but wait till he sees Georgia coming up here in November. Yeah.
But I mean, how many pressures was it? Like 30 plus pressures on Arch?
Yeah,
in
and
that game, they can't run the ball to save their lives.
No,
dude.
and they don't really have great running backs right now. I mean, it's just it really is. It's trouble for Sark right now.
They're most likely going to lose 3 more games. Like this isn't ending anytime soon.
Is our quarterback at Oklahoma coming back this week?
No, they said. I think Venables said they're not expecting him to play.
That gives Texas a chance.
They probably watched Texas and thought that they don't need him. Yeah, it'd be very Texas to find a way to upset Oklahoma after dropping this game to Florida.
Yeah, you throw out the records in a game like that.
We do.
But dude, this is. Do you like that, Broadus?
What's up? What's this Texas OU game? Give it a stamp. What are you going to say it is?
Oh, well,
throw out the records.
No, you can't say that. You can't say throw out the record game.
Well, I think it could be a different type of game for each team. Like this needs to be a bounce back game for Texas. This is a for the season game for Texas. How about that?
Okay.
So for the season game.
Yeah, you find a way to upset OU all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Everyone's they forget about.
So you're saying this is an Alamo Bowl game?
Yeah, dude.
You lose this one, you're going to the Alamo Bowl?
I think so.
No offense to San Antonio. Alamo Bowl's a nice bowl, but
is Texas really favored? 972 Texas is favored in that game right now.
That's the Mateer line.
Yeah.
There's no way Texas. Oklahoma's 5th in the country.
Yeah,
Texas is favored by 2.5.
Oklahoma's defense is going to give them plenty of fits. That defensive line for OU is a bunch of studs.
It's really good.
So young Bennett Broaddus will be firing that cannon all day. Watch this one.
Oh yeah, he'll be there for it.
Firing that cannon.
How down bad is he right now? Just broken
God, he was
hearted
calling me
and
up. Yeah,
disgusted.
he's terrible right now.
You got to have him leave you like some angry voicemails so we can play him because this is just a bad football team right now. 99th in TFLs, 108 in fourth down conversions. They're ranked 109 in red zone efficiency, 116 third down rate, 127th in penalty yards. They're giving up they got 80 yards of penalties per game. And
the left tackle can't keep from being a legal motion guy.
Oh yeah, that was bad form. I mean, just across the board, man. We'll get more into it a little bit later, but it's just you can say what you want about Arch, and he has not been good. Everything about that Texas offense is bad right now.
Well, thank you, Chief. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We got some Cowboys Monday Cowboys Twitter top tweets going viral after their blowout win against the Jets yesterday. That's coming up next to your G-Bag Nation, The Fan.
Let's check.
A&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Shoot Chats Hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Krusty's Corner is coming up at 3:20. Brian's going to deliver some film takeaways, usually at 3:40 every day. So why the change? Brian Schottenheimer's Monday press conference coming up 3:45 right here on your home of the Cowboys. Let's do some Cowboys Twitter here. Top tweets going viral from game day. And here on this Cowboys Monday, got a question for you. What do you think of Shamar James? Through his first 2 NFL games, he has tallied 20 tackles, 15 of them yesterday. Has only 1 missed tackle on that stretch here from the Twitter account of Brandon Laurie. 95.2% tackle efficiency, the best among Cowboys linebackers. When I'm watching Shamar James, I don't see a guy that I'm expecting to have like an all-pro career. What do you guys see when you're watching him? Like, how much of a find is Shamar James here for the Cowboys defense?
Really good athlete. Certainly flies around. I thought it was all over the field yesterday. I know post-game you had the next-gen stats about the coverage stuff. Did that change at all when you went back and watched the All-22? Did he do a better job? I mean, he was really good, I thought, in terms of making tackles, but
I felt like he gave up every single reception that went his way. He gave it up, and then he just made the tackle.
Yeah, that was.
There's something to be said about that.
Yeah, the thing too. I thought he struggled in run defense. You know, there were a couple times where he ran under and around some blocks.
Yeah.
Where when they blocked like we always talk about, they blocked the front. They got guys pinned. They got guys turned, and now it's linebackers on blockers, and then instead of like being aware and running, like, okay, I see it, it's coming this way, he tried to go around a block, and now it's Breece Hall's, 10, 15 yards more up the field.
And I think that's the Achilles heel to this run defense. I mean, the linebacker play.
I think the linebacker play is not been really great. I'm going to say that I think the defensive line let you down last night playing run defense when you go back and watch them play.
Yeah, I mean, they were getting pushed around pretty bad.
They
Clowney,
Clark,
Thomas, Osa.
All of them. There was nobody that, and we talked about it after the game. Remember, we were just saying, well, the metrics are telling you that guys in the field, it was 8 yards of carry here, 7 yards of carry here. The All-22 showed that. They really struggled. They struggled as an offensive line, as a defensive line in making those plays.
Now, how do you like a future trio of James, Leafau, and Overshone? If you're looking at that group going into next year's offseason, do you want to spend some money? Do you want to draft a guy fairly high? Or are you like, you know what, we might have actually cobbled together a decent little group here?
I think you got to draft a guy pretty high.
Yeah. I think you do too. I think you need a legitimate Mike linebacker out of that group, is what I would say. I think that Leafau, you want to play him. I don't think you want him covered. Covered like a guy, like playing him as a strong side. I think you let him run. Yeah. Overshone, you got to let run. But yeah, they need a true Mike linebacker.
And James in coverage, that was the issue at Florida. He was a really good downhill player.
And
blitzing was good.
And he had some blitzes where he got a pressure, and you could see him. They used Murray as the spy guy in this game.
Yeah.
Is what they did. And then they would bring, then like you would see James and others and those guys rushing. But yeah, it was not a good day. The 15 tackles and stuff, a lot of it is because he's having to make a play. It wasn't.
He's giving up a pass 10 yards down the field, and he has to tackle
for making those tackles.
No, absolutely.
Sanborn was missing tackles. No, I think he was an upgrade over Jack Sanborn.
He needs to play before Sanborn. He absolutely.
No, Sanborn's terrible.
He needs to play before Sanborn.
But none of the linebackers are very good.
No.
Yeah. That's it's tough right there, and it's no wonder that you're going to have games like that throughout the season where you're just searching and looking for somebody. But I think at least you have guys that are doing some stuff well. I still feel like they're missing Overshone's blitz ability as well, Brian. Whenever they send extra guys, it's like they're not really getting home.
They did something yesterday they haven't done in 4 other games, and that's rush the passer.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But the other games too, they played a little bit better run defense. So you did get an upgrade rushing the passer, but you got clobbered on run defense.
Yeah.
And fortunately, your offense did enough to keep them from running the football.
Haven't they put enough good tape out there, though, that you would think, by and large, they are going to stop the run? It's a tough situation once you add a running quarterback into the mix. That changes everybody's instincts.
Man, that wasn't the factor. I don't think so. I think that they handed the ball to Breece Hall, and Breece Hall just attacks holes. It wasn't like, we're jumping out of gaps because we're worried about RPO stuff. It was just straight.
Yeah, but you had
straight down.
4 games of having a pretty good handle on it.
I wouldn't run the ball against Dallas if it was me in the first 4 games. I wouldn't have run the ball at all. Not the way that they lacked pass rush and the way they were covering, the way they were giving up big plays. No reason to run the ball against these guys.
Yeah, I still think the run defense is living a little bit on what happened versus Philadelphia at a time where we thought Philadelphia was going to be able to run the ball. We've learned that Philadelphia can't run the ball on anybody.
This group right here wasn't a compromised offensive line. They've faced some compromised offensive lines last several weeks with guys being out and stuff like that.
The Jets are a good run blocking line.
We knew it was probably going to be a little bit of a problem, but I do worry about this run defense, especially if you're going to tell me that they're going to block Kenny Clark one-on-one.
Yeah, because the linebackers aren't good.
Yeah, that's the biggest problem.
Yeah, if you get to the second level, I mean, that's been you just can't allow backs to get to the second level with ease.
All right, up next here on Cowboys Twitter, Javonte Williams, second among all running backs in yards after contact as well. That's 326 over 5 games after contact. Are you guys ready to get an extension done here? Like, how sold are you on Javonte Williams?
His evaluation is $10.7 million according to overthecap.com.
That's the type of value he's bringing to you?
Yeah, 10.7 million.
But yeah, I'm absolutely sold. I mean, this was a player that was a second-round pick and is now healthy again. And he's looking like the guy that his rookie year we felt, okay, this could be one of the best young running backs in the league. And then he has the injury, and now he's got the same contact balance, the ability to break tackles, run after contact. Like, he's been absolutely phenomenal, and he's always falling forward, and he is making people miss. I mean, that play we were breaking down in the postgame yesterday, Brian, that was
I thought it was a play of the game for him. You could talk about some of the runs, and he didn't have a whole lot. I mean, the long run, but the run he had where it was 3rd and 1, and he was trapped behind the line of scrimmage.
They're running out of shotgun.
I think it was they were on the Jets 30-yard line or 31, and
because the next play was the 26-yard touchdown to Ferguson.
Yeah, next play was the pass. So he gets a first down. If they don't get that first down, Shotty might be kicking a field goal there. So they went ahead and he got the first down after getting hit in the backfield. That thing could have been a -2. Very easy.
I would just add that, Rico Dowdle, while he had a monster game yesterday for Carolina, he was really good for the Cowboys last year, 6th in the league at run success rate. And now you have Javonte Williams. I mean, Miles Sanders has popped some pretty good runs. Jaden Blue didn't yesterday. But the point would be, is this replacement level plus light boxes in a good scheme? Like, how many more guys? Do you have to pay a guy $10 million?
He averaged, he averaged like 4.5 yards against the stack box yesterday. Yeah. So that's a good number for him.
So what's changed for him? Because last year he had a better offensive line in Denver and was at 3.6 in the
I don't think he was healthy.
Yeah, I think health.
Sean says he wasn't healthy. Sean's like, listen, the guy's 2 years removed. He's going to be a lot better for you. He goes, we just moved on, and I'm like, well, okay. And he goes, but trust me. He goes, the guy has ability. Sean was trying to convince me the guy was a really good player. He really did. And I was like, oh, okay, whatever. Thanks. But he was right. This guy, when you put the pads and you put him on the field to play games, he's a much better player than he is T-shirts and helmets.
Let's get a Jerry Jones quote from last night. It went viral. He says, the main thing I want to say is the credibility of our coaches just went up today in the eyes of the players, and everybody in my mind should have the same feeling. A great coaching job today. Shotty saying this football team is made up of the right stuff. That's why we're going to win a lot of games. There was an interesting amount of confidence going into this one, and the guys talked about it last night, how they just believed, even though they were down so many players, there's an aura of excitement around this football team. You heard it from Jerry and Steven last week right here on 105.3 The Fan. So I do feel that way about the coaches, and maybe I'm going to get killed on this on the text and on Twitter, but I feel like the coaches have done such a good job, and the way Dak Prescott is playing, I don't think this is their year, but I think their year is coming. They're at least getting back to an NFC Championship game at some point in the next 3 seasons. Buy it or sell it.
Ooh, well, I think they'll have, they should have the offense for it. hopefully they can keep some continuity when it comes to the coaching staff and things like that. But they've shown now that offensively they're going to be able to go toe to toe even when they're outmanned, and not only with the skill guys but also on the offensive line. So I think offensively they will have that rocking and rolling. But this defense is going to need a lot of help over those next 3 years before this team you can feel good about actually making a run here. But
yeah, they need 3 or 4 players, on defense at least.
Yeah, I would say at least, yeah.
But this offense, with everything that's gone, it makes me feel like Dak plus scheme. I'm making Fenoi look good.
Mm-hmm.
This is like Romo with Laurent Robinson. This is no. You have some things going on now with this team that you could really point, at the flaws of what the front office had identified with your coaching staff over the last 15 years. Like these guys just are not giving you an advantage on game day. Now the advantage is so significant that in situations in the past where you lose this many starters, your offense goes completely out. It was like it was just as good.
I know.
It was
awesome.
So I think that goes to the play calling, the marrying of your run game with your passing game, and keeping defenses guessing constantly on what are we doing? Are we running? Are we passing? What kind of run are we doing? And with the play diversity like that, in the offseason, Chief, when you would talk about how the difference of what a great coaching staff can get you, I thought you were overselling it. This has convinced me. The great coaching staff with average players can produce results week in and week out in the NFL as long as you have the right quarterback.
Yeah, and right now you absolutely do. And you mentioned it, like the diversity of the rushing attack and just the offense in general, keeping defenses on their heels. Everything is rocking right now. And there's no question that even though it was the Jets, if this was a previous coaching staff over the last 15 years, if you do win that game, you eke it out, and you got some crazy fortunate bounces. Probably some special team stuff happened, but by and large, like you're probably scoring like 17 points, and you're hoping you're beating a team that's constantly giving up 30.
Yeah, it's like, and I'm not sure I'm not an OC, so I don't know all the terminology, but like these trap blocks that the guard is coming over and knocking the living snot out of Quinnen Williams. Just a couple of those are gonna make defensive linemen think twice about I'm shooting through this gap. I've done it twice so far, and the opposite side guard has come over and ear-holed me, right? And that's something that, if you call the outside zone and he jumps through that gap, you hit your guy for a loss of 2. But when you're pulling that trap or the counter and guys are coming from the opposite side to come through and reinforce, now I got to think about as a defensive lineman 2-gapping a little bit because I'm sick of getting ear-holed and I'm sick of getting pushed out of position on these traps. And those are the things that the Cowboys are now doing that allow them to win when they are outmatched from some of these great fronts, whether it was the Giants or whoever it is that they face so far.
And shout out to the fullback stuff too. Like I thought Lipke played well yesterday.
Yeah, I mean the big third down conversion he had, and Fergie got the block downfield, but special teams wise, thought he was really good, and he did. I mean, I thought that the blocking also was pretty darn good with Lipke. He's really good at that one-man screen game too, which they'll throw out there.
Yes, they got a real screen game now. Holy cow!
That's probably their best screen. Yeah.
What do you call that? A convoy screen, or what?
I don't know. It's like a one-man screen is what it is. That are you talking about the touchdown or the one?
The one to Ferguson.
The one to Ferguson.
Yeah, 27 yards.
Actually, it's interesting because what they did was they pulled the center as the peel. That he came back to block inside.
Yeah.
The 2 tackles got out. So
Thomas had a big-time block, and then Steele's hauling ass out there.
It's usually to the side of the field, wherever you're running the screen, you get those 3 guys out. No, they brought their center, and they kept their 2 guards inside to block, and then brought their tackles, which is an interesting way of doing it. But man, they got everything out clean, though.
It looked to the defense like it was going to be a run going the other way, and that's just beautiful play design. Yeah. Dak has 38 career games with at least 3 touchdown passes now. He does surpass Favre for the 6th most ever by a player in his first 10 seasons in the NFL. Could Dak really be MVP? That's a conversation that's out there, and some of the fans that made the trip up to MetLife were chanting that out at him. I think the numbers got to be 11 games to make this legit, but man, that would be outperforming. You really got to go on a run here over these next 5 games before you get to that nightmare trio. I think it's Chiefs, Lions, and Eagles from like late November in through mid-December. Can you win every game until then? I think you can. Denver's not going to be a pushover. Washington in a couple of weeks is not going to be a pushover, but I think he's in the conversation, clearly. I mean, if Sam Darnold is up in Seattle, then Dak Prescott absolutely is. And I think as this season goes, if you maintain this level of play, as much as the media is into analytics right now, it's just going to continue to speak louder and louder and become more of a safe narrative. I feel like after 5 games, everything that Dak Prescott has been through, there's a lot of media members that have entrenched opinions, and it's going to take some time in order for them
A lot of fans have that too.
Yeah.
They're the fans. We caught this last night in the post-game show. You know, if you're a fan of Dak Prescott, good for you. If you don't like Dak Prescott, well, you know, it's a shame. You should probably like him for how he's playing.
At least like him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's people that are so dug in right now that they're not going to allow Dak having success. They don't want to believe it. They don't want to enjoy it. They don't want to believe it, and that's a shame. I mean,
it's a tough way to be a fan.
Listen, there's things we've said on this show about Dak, but I know that we've acknowledged that how well he is playing.
Yeah.
But there are people that are so dug in that they're like, you know, when the minute but it's on both ways. The people who are like, oh, I told you about Dak, and then there's the people like,
yeah,
well, I'll never pull for Dak.
This is different enough where it's at a point in his career where you reevaluate what you think of the guy.
Yeah.
You know, quarterbacks go through stages in their life. Like Rich Gannon wasn't good till he hit about 33 years old. And then he was playing at a damn MVP level. Like things happen, you get in better situations. You decide I'm not going to let this beat me anymore, and you show up a different player. And I think it's a testament to Dak, but also the greatness of the coaching staff around him, putting him in a much better position to succeed. And it's okay to reevaluate. You know, I think if you were opposed to believing that Dak is elite up until this season, I'd go there with you. Yeah. But through 5 games, the data is saying he's made a significant jump. The pressure's not bothering him like it used to.
No, it's not. And like I said, you can acknowledge, if you're not a Dak Prescott fan, you can acknowledge that he is playing very well. Even though the team is 2-2-1, you know, he's one of the reasons why you're hanging in there right now with all the things, all the craziness going on. And I just think you have to have that ability to say, hey, this guy he's playing at a very, very high level, and I didn't think he would do that, but here we are. Yeah.
817 Dak has to show he can do it in big games against big-time opponents. I mean, the Packers, 40 points. What more do you want from Dak there? And then no offensive lineman, CeeDee Lamb out, 37. You know, it's
their worst game was the Bears game by far.
Sure.
Offensively.
And you're going to have those.
Offensively, yeah.
You're going to have CD 6 plays in, and they weren't prepared for that.
Okay, Krusty's Corner's coming up next. Where you taking?
Yeah, let's keep talking about what we saw on tape. We'll do that next.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's the Gag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We usually do Krusty's Corner every Monday at 3:40, but they've scheduled a Brian Shottenheimer press conference for 3:40 today, so we'll get to that when it goes live. Right now, it's time for Brian. It's brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's the king.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Waters.
Thank you very much to my teammates here.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, my teammates, and thank you to Reliant as well. Appreciate you guys.
We love you.
Thank you, man.
Love you more if you'd pick the Cowboys to win.
I didn't pick them to win, for sure.
Today is going to suck.
Yeah.
I had the same feeling.
Yeah,
we all did. Especially after that 13-play drive to open up the game for the Jets. I'm like, oh boy, going to be
7
a long
minutes
one.
off the clock, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Nice run. And you're kind of like thinking,
Couldn't score.
Yeah,
a touchdown.
Yeah, I kind of felt like if all things were going to be equal, that maybe the Jets might have had the better offensive line. They didn't have the better quarterback yesterday for sure, and they weren't better coached than what you were yesterday.
Amen.
And you had some guys step up big time. Because we talked about this. I'll say this about I really do believe they're going to slow play this thing with these receivers coming back. And I'm not talking about Turpin.
Or Lamb.
Yeah. But I think
Imagine that. Imagine slow playing CeeDee Lamb. Oh yeah, CeeDee, we're good here.
No, but I think the Mingo thing, I think they're really going to take that thing all the way out. Just the way that Fenoi has played the last 2 weeks. I think he got a lot of confidence in that game yesterday. I think, well, take that back. The Green Bay game gave him confidence to play at the level. But we went into this game kind of feeling like that it was going to be Sauce Gardner and go after everybody else. And that's what they were able to do. They set some things up that were pretty good. And I know that the guy, I beat up on him a lot, and that's Tolbert. But I'll say this about him on the film. He did exactly what he needed to do to help. He had 1 target yesterday in 29 routes. But everything else he did helped them win the game by getting other guys. He drew on 2 really big plays. He drew double coverage. I mean double coverage that his route was to the point where you had the safety drive and then there was somebody behind the route.
Perfect.
And then even on the Pickens touchdown, his route brought the safety and it allowed the one-on-one on the outside to get. So just a tip of the cap to him on that.
Do your job.
I'll
Love
say
the
that,
game routes.
Yeah, he was trying. I mean, he doesn't. We're talking about replacing him.
Yeah, it's not that he's a bad player,
but like you said,
I just think Fenoi will be a better player.
He will be a better player.
But he did his job, and he's been blocking much better too. I'll give him credit for that.
I'll say this about Nate Thomas. Nice job of what he did yesterday, but I would tap the brakes on him replacing Guyton. I think they will keep working with Guyton here. Nate Thomas does need to be in the mix. I think he needs to be in the mix really on both sides. Good
swing tackle.
I don't think it's something that Shotty particularly wants to do. I think his line coaches have talked to him about we need to try and play Nate Thomas a little more here. And I think that's why Shotty's allowing it to happen.
Well, I don't know where you put him in because, Terrence Steele is doing so much good in the run game. On Javonte Williams' run, he gets inside of the middle linebacker to seal him off.
Yeah.
Like, he is a freaking, gymnast in there with his ability to jump into a new spot and get his body turned.
He's been really good in space.
Unbelievable.
That's probably when he's at his best, when he's able to move in space and be able to wall people off.
His ability, as you said, to play in space is super impressive. He is going to have those moments, though, where he gets walked.
Yeah, his pass pro.
He is going to get walked, and that's...
I wish you could combine him and Nate Thomas on.
Yeah,
Nate Thomas better in pass pro.
I'll tell you where Nate Thomas has some problems is when you rush him inside or you spin on him. I don't think he handles that. He's got to learn to play with more patience over there because he gets a little antsy. And when I mean antsy, he gets a little aggressive to try and get his hands on the guy. But McDonald got him a couple different times. The long pass that went down to Fenoi, that's all Dak. I mean, that is because Thomas is beat pretty quick on that spin. And Dak, just through his peripheral vision out of his left side, he feels McDonald, and you see him start to he knows that okay, I can feel this pressure from this left side, and he kind of gets to his right and then is able to throw that football, because if he does not move, that thing is a sack in the back, and that ball's probably flying out of there. I mean, it's probably going to be a fumble because Thomas was beat that quick on the play. So, just let's kind of keep an eye on what happens at the tackle spot for sure. That with Thomas, I thought there were some really good things he did, but I think this thing is still kind of a work in progress with making let him fit in a series or two here and there, kind of get him work, keep him going. But as far as the starter, I would say tap the brakes on that right now, is what I would say.
Well, that's good. I have no problem with that. It feels like Thomas can have a pretty good career. A lot of these backups, I think they're going to eventually get paid somewhere, but they need some seasoning, and I just don't think that's ever going to be in his skill set to be that quick, considering how big he is and kind of heavy-footed.
Yeah, he's like I said, there's a lot to like about him as a player. But I went in afterwards. I was thinking, man, okay, this was a really, really good game for him. It was a good game, but the really, really part, not as much. Yeah.
Your mic's off, Wilczek.
Guyton's been absolutely terrible.
Yeah.
And Guyton's shown improvement as well.
Yeah, I think there's things that both those guys clearly need to work out. This was a lot better game for Brock Hoffman, by the way, as a pass protector. Yeah, they once again they did a much better job. They did a much better job of kind of sorting some things out with the fronts and the movements and things like that inside. Javonte Williams is tremendous when he helps in protection. Give Jadon Blue some credit too. Matter of fact, there was a play where Jadon Blue had to step up,
blitz,
and a blitz pickup, and he got it right. Dak sent him one time. Remember, Chief, we were talking about if Dak moved him from one side to the other. Dak sent him out, moved him from the left to the right, and he was able to pick it up and get out to the right side where he needed to be. So good for him. You worry about Dak was going to move him from one spot to the other, and then all of a sudden it was going to be, oh, wait, is he going to short circuit because you moved him from one area to the other?
Yeah.
But he was able to pick up what he needed to do. We've talked a bunch about Williams running the football, the toughness that he's shown. On the defensive side of the ball, the run defense, I've mentioned it a bunch. The run defense, I don't think, was nearly as good at what it needs to be, and a lot of it had to do with they got blocked. They literally got blocked up front. Kenny Clark got blocked. Oso Digizua got blocked in the running game. Mozzie got blocked in the running game. Solomon Thomas got blocked in the running game. They had some problems. Clowney got blocked a couple of times. Clowney got knocked down way inside. Ball went to the outside of him. He was trying to. He didn't hold up very well. But I think they need to think about bringing Jay Toia inside back, taking over from Mozzie.
Couldn't agree more.
Yeah, there's a couple of things that Mozzie just has not. Mozzie has not held the point of attack like they needed to. Yeah, especially yesterday, they needed some guys holding the point. Really, none of these guys held the point of attack very well. And they got onto your linebackers and your linebackers straight. And we talked about James, the 15 tackles he had. There's a couple of them he ran around that caused big plays. The coverage aspect, we mentioned that. Probably not his strong suit of having to play some in coverage. We'll see about that. The Maris Leofau play, I will give Wilson a lot of credit. Wilson on the play was able to drive the ball carrier Hall into Maris. Like he made him cut back into, and then Maris was able to come from behind. Maris on the punch out was way off the play. I mean, they blocked that thing perfect up front, and Maris was on the right side of the defense. and had to retrace his steps and get all the way back. And then you got Wilson made Breece Hall come back to the outside, and that took him right to Leofau, and he was able to punch that ball out. So
I guess Shotty told Greg Olson he thinks he's the best peanut puncher in the game. Would you? I mean, if that is the case, if he's in the conversation, why are we taking him off the field? Because none of these guys can really cover and diagnose and be there.
Jerry's like, that's what he do.
Yeah, that's what he do.
That's what he do.
I think the thing with Maris is I know we saw this quite a bit when we were at training camp. Like, he is a punch the ball out guy.
That's what's going to keep him in the league.
Yeah, his ability to create turnovers.
He's a Tasmanian devil.
He's wrapping up while the hammer comes through.
Like every time he tackles, he's trying every time.
I have some concerns in the secondary about Deron Bland.
Yeah, I didn't think Bland. I mean, Bland got beat several times, and Fields just didn't throw the ball downfield.
Yeah, I think that Bland, and he might still be injured, might be hurt a little bit, but this crew is not moving as well as they need to move.
Might take him a while to get the confidence back.
I think Diggs. I think Diggs. I think Bland. I liked what I saw, like Wanye Thomas playing in the sub. I thought Wanye Thomas did a fine job of where he had to be, playing in the run game, back where it needed to be in the secondary. The coverage on that part of the field I thought was pretty good. But overall, like I say, if you're looking for some problems on that defense, the front seven weren't particularly good. And I'm talking about that. The pass rush stuff I thought was excellent. They did a nice job with that. I mean, if you give up run defense to rush the passer, well, maybe a pretty good game to do it in, because Fowler had one of his best games. Sam Williams did a nice job. Donovan Ezeraku continues to do a good job with that pass rush stuff. Osa and Solomon Thomas, all those guys were much better rushing the passer than what we've seen the last 4 games. But the run defense was poor, very poor. So, that's kind of where they're at. I just worry now about teams saying, okay, well, if Dallas
time to start running at them again.
Yeah, if Dallas is going to figure out a pass rush, well, it's going to be up to the offense to once again to kind of keep this defense from having to defend the run. I think the offense took them out of the run defense, or took them out of the run last night, just by the way they were having to score points and the Jets were chasing points. So if Dallas is going to keep rushing the passer and play that way, it's a good thing. And that was against a pretty decent offensive line.
All righty. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
I guess we have to say hello to the old nemesis, the run defense.
Yeah.
But before we do that, we'll get a Brian Schottenheimer press conference on the other side here on your home of the Cowboys. I want to chat Frankels with you before we...
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Pepper Lady? Was it Cinnamon Sisters?
maybe?
Pre-curb.
No.
Nothing.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in the all-price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
All right, and thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We're standing by for the Brian Schottenheimer press conference as the Cowboys beat the Jets and improved to 2-2-1 on the year. Another noon kickoff is coming up against the Carolina Panthers. Do you feel like you can be confident going on the road? Cowboys are a 3.5-point favorite going into this one, that they're going to take care of business, be another bad football team. I guess Bryce Young's back to being a bad young quarterback again.
Look, Dolphins got up on them 17-0. I think obviously Rico Dowdle was phenomenal yesterday. He ran for over 200 yards. He had plus 8.3 rushing EPA, third highest single game total for running back this season, behind only Montgomery and Kenneth Walker. So he's going to have certainly a chip on his shoulder going up against the Cowboys this week. But I still think that's a bad Panthers team. Cowboys, this has got to become a regular opponent. They've gone to Carolina now. This is the third straight year. So they've had to prep for them. I'm pretty confident that the Cowboys will get this thing done on the road, but that run defense is going to have to come to play.
Yeah, I guess that's the factor, right? Can you slow down Rico? But, man, even when a team is running it well, if they're not able to pass it consistently, efficiently, I don't know. I don't think you're going to be able to score enough to keep pace with the Cowboys' offense.
Yeah, like Tedero McMillan having a solid rookie season. That was a guy that we loved. Thought the Cowboys could be a target for him, and I think he would have been the pick if he were on the clock. But Carolina was able to snag him. That's a good player, but if they're able to get pressure on Bryce Young like they did Justin Fields, they'll be just fine.
All right, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. I wanted to ask you, Brian, if you got any updates on Tyler Smith over the weekend. I saw on Todd Archer's report it's the knee, but also ankle and hip, which sounds like he's compensating from the knee and now is starting to affect other joints. And, I'm just speculating here, but that doesn't sound good.
I did not get any update from anybody on that. I know that the knee was something that they were worried about. Archer has got, as you know, Archer's got a lot of the same sources and stuff. So I would anticipate what he is saying is absolutely, if you ask, that would be something that he's probably doing. He's dug in onto it a little bit deeper than I have. Like I say, I was told that the knee stuff that we heard last week is like, it's nothing new. So it makes sense with the hip, and then also with the ankle. That's something. It's good for them not to have to play him yesterday. Hopefully this another day, get him another week of rest. We'll see what happens this weekend with that whole thing. But at least you have an understanding if he can't go, that at least Adeniji has gotten a little work at that spot, and that'll be a good thing.
The way they handled Quinnen Williams. Like Derek Brown, we're going to talk about him this week, but you got to think, could you sit him another week?
There you go.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking.
Get ready for Washington.
You're going to get Guyton back, not Booker back. Maybe Cooper Beebe's another 2 weeks away. Is that an IR situation with
Steven, it sounded like Beebe's going to be one of the longer ones.
Yeah.
Like maybe post-bye week.
Yeah. They sound like they're going to have, they'll have most of their guys back after the bye is what they were talking about.
BB and Overshown, I think he was saying with KNC today that they're the farthest away.
Yeah.
Well, we are standing by for Shoddy, and hopefully he'll give us some injury updates here as they start to get ready for Carolina. Now, should Fenoi elevate to be your wide receiver 3 now that you're planning on getting involved in the game plan consistently? Does he maybe jump over what Javonte Turpin, who's more of a big play gadget type of receiver? How do you adjust Flanoy's snap count or role in this offense, considering he showed you yesterday he's a pretty dang good player, at least can be if you get him the targets?
I'm a believer. I would absolutely I think that Turpin has proven he deserves a role in this offense. I don't know, is he your traditional wide receiver 3? I think Fenoi would be more of that. But he's an all-pro kick returner, and I am concerned with his size, his ability to stay healthy with more snaps on offense and returning kicks. I think he's now been hurt twice this year and had to miss time. So, I think that the emergence of Fenoi might be able to help you limit the snaps that Turpin can get on offense, but Turpin has carved himself out a role no matter what.
Yeah, I think that Turpin brings something that they don't have. And that's an explosive player down the field. And also the threat of motion. In the game yesterday, we talked about Pickens doesn't move. I think I saw twice where he was moving on film, that they brought him in motion to try and, maybe free him up with get him away from Sauce Gardner to try and make something happen. But I think you need Turpin in these games to kind of give you that threat that maybe you're going to hand him the ball. Maybe you're going to throw him the ball. as long as you have that, that's kind of keeping defenses a little honest. I don't think they have anybody that has that kind of explosiveness like he does.
940 says he literally became Miles Austin one random Sunday afternoon in October. Maybe Miles Austin's a little bit too high of a ceiling for Fenoi. I'd settle for like a Laurent Robinson type of deal, but I think it's notable that
didn't Laurent Robinson have like 11 touchdowns?
He did. He did.
And
then he got a big payday with Jacksonville, and concussions unfortunately ruined his career.
And it was at around this age where Tony unleashed Laurent Robinson. He goes on to Jacksonville, and the concussions and everything, and but he got paid.
He did. Sure did.
So I think this might be one of those deals where Dak's at a point in his career where you can start to take, like Aaron Rodgers has always been good at taking 4s and 5s and making 6s and 7s out of them. Like, I can elevate you just a little bit if you can run the right role. And then, as Fenoi showed the ability to do something with it after he catches it. Trayvon Diggs on the coverage said, when we have pressure like that, we can call whatever. We can call prevent defense, and it would have won. I'm playing more man against the Jets. I definitely felt like it worked. We got off the field. The D-line was getting back there so fast. We say when they get back there fast, it's called instant grits. You know how you make the instant grits in the packet? You don't want oatmeal, he says. Oatmeal takes too long. You want instant grits, and we had instant grits on Sunday. I like the oatmeal in the packet. You put it in a bowl, put some water on it, throw it in the microwave, minute 20. Are grits faster than that? I'm not a homemade grits guy.
Not a grits guy.
I think grits, if you do it right with shrimp and grits, it takes a long time to make. It takes a lot of your attention to do it. So, there's things to add to it, milk, the cream, the cheese. There's all kinds of ways to kind of doll it up. But if you want to do it right, you cook it slow and stir it a lot and get it thick.
What do you think about the coverage? Is there reason to believe that? I mean, I know Diggs and Bland weren't great, but is there reason to believe that it's getting
pressure
better,
helped.
Or was that just all about the pressure? Yeah.
Pressure helped, man. Diggs was 3 for 3 on targets and receptions. That's 48 yards. Bland was 7 of 10. They went after him a little bit in this football game. He had to give up 55 yards. And so, it kind of, the pressure does help. I mean, the pressure helps, helps them play, and they played about 17% more of man coverage, even though they gave up a couple of touchdowns there. If they're feeling comfortable playing it, and the guys, and maybe he's sprinkling in here and there, I don't have a problem with that. But actually, yesterday, because of the pressure and the zone coverage, it actually worked out for them. Their zone coverage was better than their man coverage with pressure. So that's. The key to playing zone coverage is having good pressure. You saw that yesterday.
Maybe just coverage in general, man. Like, these guys have, like, Diggs and Bland have benefited over the course of their career from a great pass rush.
Yeah.
And this is the first time they haven't had it. Now it's like, and most corners are probably that way. It's like, you got to have a good pass rush for your corners to be awesome. But we're seeing kind of proof of it now. These guys are only as good as their pass rush.
Yeah, they didn't have anybody like Garrett Wilson was their most productive guy. He had 6 catches for 71 yards, and one of them I think was 18 yards, something like one of
his first catch of the game.
First catch of the game was a big one.
The field on Bland.
It's kind of what the Jets are. They really don't have anybody other than Garrett, and Mason Taylor had a nice day for him, and then Breece Hall's catching the ball too. So. They don't have a lot of skill guys. So that was a day where, that they were able to catch a little break. Some of these teams they've been playing have had 2 or 3 receivers that have kind of got after him a little bit.
All right, we're still standing by for Shotty. He's having a busy little Cowboys Monday, maybe celebrating the victory, going over some injury stuffs, and as soon as he's ready, he'll be up there yapping, and we'll go straight to Shotty up there at the Star. A football fix is coming up next, though, Wolchuk.
Did the Cowboys break the Jets? Rico sent in a message, and we got Petty Bill. That's next.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Was it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Shoot, yeah, here we go. It's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Still standing by for Shotty. We'll get there when we can. It's time for Wolchuk's Football Fix. Here's Zach.
Per Rich Cimini, who covers the Jets for ESPN, John Simpson got emotional discussing the Jets' 0-5 start, saying he still believes we're going to turn this bleep around as he wiped tears out of his eyes. Jets players were noticeably distraught and were crying in their locker yesterday after the game. I don't know if Aaron Glenn ripped them a new one. I don't know how many times you're able to do that over the course of a year before it just becomes every single game. But
that needed to be one of those like liar, liar kind of moments where he just kicks his own ass.
Oof. Well, here was Breece Hall, who certainly played well, but 0-5. Did the Cowboys break the Jets? Here was Breece.
I wouldn't say that. I just think we just got to win one and we'll be fine. It's going to be cool to get to London and all that and everything, but, I'm worried about winning football games. I'm not worried about having fun right now. I'm in my 4th year, and I don't have a lot of time left to prove, what I want to do and who I can be in this league. So at the end of the day, everything is all cool and all the outside stuff is cool, but I'm worried about winning games and, cementing myself, my teammates, and my coaches to, be better, do better, and I'm servicing my coaches and teammates in every way I can.
Wow. Sounds like an intimate locker room situation.
Very intimate.
Any way that he can.
Any way that he can.
Just for that one win. Was he talking about the whole season?
1-16, baby. We're good.
We just need to win one game.
Go tie. Yeah.
Just don't break the Lions record. Everything will be fine.
One more. But my gosh, ever since the Jets fired Bob Saleh, I think they've won a whopping 5 games.
It doesn't matter. That's tough right there. They were a top 5 defense under Saleh,
just
and
been terrible. It's just
fell apart.
It's all been bad.
But they were 5-12 last year with Aaron Rodgers in a top 5 defense pretty much for the balance of the season.
Very reminiscent of our teams in the 2000s.
You just can't have it all add up.
Bad quarterback play. You just can't. Offensively, you're terrible.
There's something in the water, though. Last year Wilson and Adams and Rodgers.
They have missed on players. It's at an alarming
Geno
rate.
Smith, Sam Darnold, Zach Wilson. You name the quarterbaks they've tried to draft.
How about offensive linemen that they've missed on too back in the day?
Oh yeah, it is bad. Woody Johnson has a toxic foundation there, and I don't know that anything's going to be able to fix the Jets. Aaron Glenn's trying, but. I don't know. The Jets just can't have nice things. Just when you think they're going in to maybe tie the game, Breece Hall, boom, fumble, here comes Maris Leaf, how great play. It's the Jets, man. Jets going to jet.
It's the Woody and Brick Johnson effect.
Yeah.
The combo of Woody and Brick.
It's terrible.
Have completely torpedoed.
Would they have 13 flags again yesterday?
Yeah. Dallas had 11.
Just gross. Just gross. It's bad. Now, Cowboys getting ready to take on Rico Dowdle. Rico said they got to buckle up, was his quote after the game. Rico's ready. Now, he did give the Cowboys, some love. He said they kept me around for 5 years. Obviously, they saw something in me. And look, Stephen Jones today with KNC was giving Rico some flowers as well. They thought really, really high of him, but obviously Will McClay loves Javonte Williams. Shout out to Will. That's worked out very well. But Rico yesterday, 206 yards leading Carolina to a comeback victory over Miami. But the person who stole the show might have been the announcer on Fox, Eric Collins, play-by-play voice of the Charlotte Hornets.
Oh, this guy's a legend.
He slides in to the Fox broadcast because they're shuffling stuff around because they also got Major League Baseball postseason. So Joe Davis usually would have been on our game with Greg Olson.
But we got to get to Shotty. Save that.
We'll get back to that.
Here we go.
I don't want his answers. That's probably a good point. Yeah. I'm gonna let you deal with him. How about that? I'm gonna let you do that.
Take care of me now. Sure. Calvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News. Considering offensively who you've missed this season at various times, your thoughts on how successful your offense has been through 5 weeks?
I like the balance. I like the ability to, when you're struggling to run the ball a little bit like we were yesterday, it doesn't take much. It takes an explosive run, great run, well blocked, but Javonte's run at the end of the first half was just incredible. I really, Calvin, I like how the ball's being spread around. I really do. I like the balls going to different people. I thought Flo played great yesterday. Fergie's had a couple really good weeks for a guy that went through a dry spell for a while. It's been good to get him in the end zone a few times, but at the end of the day, I'm pleased with the way we're playing up front, and I think that's what we talk about all the time is owning the line of scrimmage. And it's not always going to be perfect when you play in this league because of the elite defenders that you have on the defensive line, but I think it all starts up front there, and then of course, Dak's playing really, really well right now.
You haven't called plays in a while. Are you even surprising yourself at times about, man, this is working out the way I thought it was?
No, you never do that, man. Why would you ever do that? And then next week I come in, you can be like, man, you suck. And I'll be like, yeah, my kids were laughing the other day. They're like, Dad, how'd you do? And I was like, 6'7", whatever that thing means. And they're like, you know about that? I'm like, yeah, I'm 51. I'm not 90, But no, man, listen, you know me. I just I call to try to get guys involved, but the players are the ones that make the magic happen. And the staff's done a great job of getting our guys prepared to go with whatever we dial.
Two things. You talk about
Who are you? Oh, thank you. Yes, sir. Excuse me.
He's an arm of the PR staff. He's official
Tad, are you on this? Tad, are you on this?
He's official arm of the PR staff now. Anyway, Clarence Hill deal. That's Cowboys. Clayton Adams, and what he's done. If you just talk about the importance of he and Conor with the offensive line to get these guys ready to play. Last night you readily said you've never seen having to start 4 backups up front, and I know we've been around here where one backup up front, they couldn't get anything done.
Yeah.
And you guys are able to perform so well with 4 backups up front.
Well, first of all, I think even before I go into that, Clayton, number one's a excellent football coach. He has a tough job. When you're the coordinator for a guy that's the head coach and the play caller, I've lived it with Mike. It can be hard, right? Because there's things that you think and you believe, and you're kind of like, no, and sometimes we say that, you're like, no, we're not doing that. But so easy to work with. And then again, he's just, God, he loves it, man. He loves coaching O-line. He's in there every chance he gets. But again, really the day-to-day stuff, it's the fundamentals, man. It's what they do in the classroom, not just teaching scheme, but the fundamentals. Offensive line is that unique position, Clarence, because there's so many guys that have to work together. And, we didn't run the ball great yesterday. We had 9 runs, I think, that went for 2 yards or less. But why was that? Well, our fundamentals were off a little bit. But as the game went on, they got better. And so when I sit in their meetings, I listen to them talk about hand placement and footwork and strain and eyes under the chin and things like that. That's the stuff that as a head coach you get really excited about, because I'm a believer of fundamentals, and that goes back to my days of coaching quarterbacks and training quarterbacks. Is if you don't talk about fundamentals, I don't know how you're going to get the most out of your players, and they've done that.
When you identified, and your guys identified Javonte Williams, the guy you wanted to go after, what were you looking for? Because his physical style, did he remind Clayton of kind of James Conor and how he did things in Arizona? What was it about Javonte that stood out for you guys?
Yeah, I think it was, number one, the physical play style certainly jumps off the film. The quickness and the one-cut ability to make people miss. If there's one knock on Javonte, you'd say that, hey, he doesn't maybe have the long speed. But again, it was really cool for him to have his longest run of his career yesterday. It was a hell of a run. Defensive end closed, and he was unblocked. And he has the strength to pull through that, and then the pad level. But no, we never really compared him to anybody. He's his own player, but I would say, and I think I've said this before, I am not surprised by how well he's playing. We saw it in training camp. Really, you go back, you look at the Denver film, there was a lot of those same type plays that, were on the film. Just, when you're sometimes coming back from an injury, it takes you a little bit longer, especially at that position.
Brian Todd Archer with ESPN, back on Clayton for a second. What is that dynamic like during the week? Is he the run game guy, or how do you guys come up with the plan during the week?
We do pods. So there's basically a run pod and a pass pod, and it differs and changes, but there's basically a couple different meetings going on, and we get together. We have what's called checkpoint meetings, where we come together about 4 or 5 times before we sit down on Tuesday afternoon and kind of finalize the first and second down game plan. And Clayton really drives the run pod. I drive kind of the pass pod, and then he and I usually get together on Monday night, for a few minutes and kind of talk about some stuff, getting ready for Tuesday. And then Tuesday we come in early and we go back to our pods and we get the ideas from the other guys. And then he and I kind of get together for about an hour and make sure there's some marriage and stuff. And then we bring the first and second down run game plan to the staff, and they shoot holes in it and they challenge us on things, which is great. You know me, I love hard conversations. And then we tweak it a little bit more, and then we finish the pass game, and then that's kind of how it comes together. So it's a lot of guys sharing information, but we don't sit in a room like this and like we used to do in the old days. Used to drive me crazy, where you sit in a room and there's all 12 of your offensive coaches watching every first and second down run, or I just think that's time not well spent.
And then you mentioned Ferguson a little bit there. How quarterback friendly, or how important is a tight end to a quarterback?
I think because of the areas of the field that they work, they're extremely important. I think you've seen Jake. Jake's a guy that we love, his ability to run after catch. I thought the screen was probably one of the best executed plays we had yesterday, the tight end screen. The timing of it between Dak and Fergie were great. We had Fenoi did a great job blocking the corner. You had Terrence Steele shooting. Nate Thomas was coming from the backside. But there's a trust that's developed, but you can't just say the tight end position. I think it's who that guy is, what their relationship is with the quarterback, how much trust is there. It was fun for me getting on the plane. Yesterday we were watching the film, and Dak and I were giving Fergie a hard time because the first third down of the game down there in the red zone where we barely missed him, we just were challenging his speed. And he said, I was just peeking. I was looking quick. I was trying to. But he's a joy to coach, man. Dak loves him, trusts him. But really, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention how well Scooney and Brevin are playing as well. That room in general is a good, very, very talented room that we have a lot of confidence in.
The ball hits the sky, Cam. Have you ever seen something like that before? Did you know? I think they were supposed to get the play back.
They should have done that. They should have replayed the down. Yeah. The bigger question was Kenny going to catch it? Now, he said he was. He said he was. And defensive me, he said he was. So then Flus had a great comeback question, which I thought was great. Okay, are you going to make Justin Fields miss? And he was less committal on that. So, but yes, they should have replayed the down.
Have you seen that before?
I've seen the scoreboard get hit with a punt, but I've never seen that. No.
Chapman showed it with the Athletic. It was a little surprising in preseason that you guys didn't play Javonte at all. Was this the plan all along? Did you think that, hey, we don't need to see anything from him, that you kind of had this vision of what you're seeing right now from him?
Yeah, I think, John, it goes back to the importance of practice, how we just really, I talked about it a ton in training camp. Like, you get such great work against our defense, and we saw what we're seeing now without the tackling part of it. We saw that every day in practice against our defense, and the decisiveness, the quickness, the ability to make people miss, the ability to run through people. Like, I can't remember who. It was one of our, it might have been Elijah Clark, caught him one day a little high, Javonte. And so 2 or 3 plays later, Javonte was going through the hole, and like he should have kept going straight, but Elijah was over to the left, and he just went on a beeline to go make contact. But yeah, I mean, you don't have to play when you're a veteran. You don't necessarily have to play in the preseason to get yourself ready to play a 17, maybe soon to be 18-game season.
And then with his run, Javonte's run on that 3rd and 1 early in the second quarter, that
well-blocked play, that excellent play that it was exactly the way we drew it up, where you don't block the defensive end, and then the guy crosses Fergie's face, there's no one there. Yeah, that one? Yeah, I remember that one, yeah. It's a great call. I say all the time, right? That was one of my best calls of the day.
But for him to, it looked like he probably should have lost 2 or 3 yards, but he ends up spinning out of that, getting 2 yards, and then the very next play you guys score. There was a lot of big plays obviously in the game for you guys, but how important do you think a play like that was?
It was huge. We were probably going to go for it. That's what we had kind of talked about. That's why we went with that play. But it just, again, goes to show you, I always say the ultimate team game, and I really believe that. But that was just an incredible, incredible effort by a fiery, doesn't say much, ultra competitive baller. And, it's one of the best 1.5-yard runs I've ever seen.
Tom.
Tommy Arsh, DallasCowboys.com. Do you have a sense if you'll get some of the guys that are banged up, like CD or any of the Tylers, back for Sunday?
Yeah, it's still early. I think, we'll find out a little bit more next couple of days. I think we're trending in the right direction on a few guys. I'm seeing progress on all the guys, but whether they're able to make it for this weekend, we'll see. But I do think that we're closing in on some good markers for these guys in the next couple weeks.
And then when you have these guys that are coming back or starting to come back, how do you balance getting them back into the fold, but also rewarding the guys that are playing well in their place, like a Nate Thomas or a Ryan Fenoi?
Yeah, I think it's a fine line. There's positives when young guys have to play. They learn, they realize they belong. So proud and so happy of Flo. Just the confidence he played with yesterday was so cool for me to see. He doesn't say much, he just works. And I thought that was great. But, all 68 or whatever snaps was for Nate Thomas were invaluable. Going against a great pass rusher like Will McDonald was a great challenge for him. And, I think that's positive. But at the end of the day, when guys come back off injuries, it doesn't mean we're not going to need them at some point. It means that they should be more confident when they do get the call.
Joe.
Joe White, Dallas Morning News. One more Javonte question. You've said you're the president of the fan club. You guys signed him the first day of free agency. It was your first signing. Obviously, there was something you guys saw that made you want to go after him. What was that? What specifically was it? Did you see that? I guess a lot of people, other people might not have seen.
Well, again, I guess I probably repeat myself a little bit, but it was the physical play style. This is a guy that, as a pass protector, he's elite. Playing away from the football, he's elite. He's violent with his chips and so smart and so intelligent. Who was it that said Javonte had a V for valedictorian? That was bad information. He said it had nothing to do with that. Somebody asked me that question. They thought Javonte, the V, meant valedictorian. He was his valedictorian in class, but I asked him that. Somebody told me that. I don't know who it was. But yeah, just the way he played the game in Denver, man. And I get it, the injury sucked, and, it took him a little while to get back, but and then you're around him, and you just see that he is all about football, man. So when you talk about a guy that, compete every day to be the best version of yourself, man. He gives us everything he has on Monday today, and on Wednesday he will, and on Friday he will, Saturday at the walkthrough he will. And how can you not want to have a guy like that on your roster?
He's on pace for a career high in terms of rushing attempts right now. How much do you kind of, at this point in the season, kind of have to look at that? And obviously he's earned the bell cow kind of spread right now, but do you have to kind of monitor that a little bit, and how does that kind of management go?
No, we're mindful of it. I think, it's a situation where you never want to, put that thing into the atmosphere of what could happen, but it is a violent position, and he's playing great. But I think you see us, when you get a guy like Jaden Blue, some exposure, he played well yesterday. His numbers won't say that. We blocked one play like shit on the perimeter. It was probably a bad call on my part, but he didn't really have a chance on that. But you look at the explosiveness on the kick return he almost took, and so like that's where sometimes we get the bird's eye view. We see it live, then you watch the video of it, and you see the stats, and you're kind of like, oh, Jaden didn't play very well, but that's not the case at all. He actually did some really good things, and but Javonte, he's the bell cow, and he's earned that. We believe in him, and that's the way we'll approach moving forward.
Garrett
Podell, CBS Sports. Brian, I think at the end of the game, you guys paid homage to Tom Landry with the victory formation. How much, if anything, do you pull from that era of football when you put together your game plans every week?
Well, I see the pictures every day walking out of my office of literally, there's a cool picture outside my office of Tom Landry on a chalkboard with Roger Staubach. And they're running some gap scheme, some trap or something. That's something that's been around here, Garrett, for a while. And when I took over, it was certainly something we were going to keep because of the tradition, and I'm kind of a dork when it comes to tradition and things like that, but I will share with you guys this. So on every Saturday practice, we end with that. So the defense comes off, and we end with that. And because of the moving parts, we've actually had to reload those. So you normally don't want to have to reload the Landry shift, but when you've got 4 new pieces and one guy doesn't do it quite right or right on timing, and I'll embarrass Brock. Brock screwed up the first time he was in there, and we were like, all right, reload it for Brock. He doesn't know. Yeah, man, I mean, we're the Dallas Cowboys, and I remember those days, and I remember watching pro football and seeing them do it, so it's pretty cool.
Babe
Lofberg, 105.3.
Babe, did you ever do it? Were you ever in the huddle when they did that, or no? No? Okay. You did play, though, of course. I mean, yeah.
Jimmy didn't pay.
Yeah,
Jimmy didn't pay homage to
Hey, Brad, you hush back there, Brad. Hush.
I can keep going.
Yeah.
Two-part question here. One for you, one's about a particular play. And Tad shunned me last week, and so I get 2 today. But I know you're going to say it's players, but I had a veteran coach one time. Guys were out and all that, and offensive coordinator, and I said, basically, gosh, how are you going to handle that? And he said, well, that's why they put coach in front of your name. It's up to me to figure it out. So the win yesterday with all those people out, is it even more satisfying for you and this coaching staff when you got to get all these guys up to speed in a very short period of time?
Yeah, I'm going to give the staff a ton of credit for that. I mean, they're elite coaches. It was a great plan. I was really just proud of the way we fought. But, we have confidence in all of our guys. And it goes back to what we talked about a little bit in the spring about, we were very active in free agency, trying to get, depth. And, injuries are nothing new around here. I mean, it's part of the game. And, again, I said last night, and I still can't think of one where I've ever gone in with 4, different starting offensive linemen. But, yeah. But, again, I think, at the end of the day, the players are the ones that make it come to life. And we have to come up with plans that we think feature what they do well, along with attacking your opponent. But at the end of the day, the players are the magic.
And then the play, it's got to be a backstory because you hit the screen to Fergie, and I saw Dak doing this. Clearly somebody had wanted to put it in. Maybe somebody didn't like it. Well, yeah, you got something.
No, I think, that was one of the plays that we liked early in the week, and he and I talked about, and but it's more the emotion of the game, man. And I probably haven't called enough screens, to be honest with you. And but when they come off, screens are, The best way to call screens is to look at them as runs. That's what I've learned in my career, is when you call a screen, you need to look at it like effective run is 4 yards or more. Well, it's hard to get that, but a screen has a chance for more of an explosive play. So, like, there's a great example. When you look at screens like they're runs, if you make 4 or more, you're ecstatic. But when they go for 27 or 28 or whatever it was, I thought that was Staubach again coming back. No? Yeah. But no, I think that's just the emotion of Dak being such a fiery competitor.
Nicole.
Nicole Hutchinson, DallasCowboys.com. Tyler Smith told me that Javonte is one of the hardest runners he's ever seen. Where would you rank him amongst running backs that you've coached and seen?
Wow. Great question. His run style's different, so I hate comparing players. I was around Michael Turner in San Diego. He ran with that physical style. Thomas Jones was another very physical runner. Sean Green. Javonte's ability to get his pads down and to strike with power and leg drive, and it's unique. But like, if you watch him and what he does pre-practice, getting ready for practice, post-practice, working on his leg strength and things like that, it's no surprise that he has bounced back the way that he has, and that he has been as effective as he's been.
Nui
Scruggs, NBC5. Brian, can you take me in your mind, just when you call that play for Javonte, the big run there, what were you seeing beforehand, how you set it up, and then just to get that play done and to make that right call?
Yeah. We got the touchdown. We had the 2 timeouts left. They come out, they threw an incompletion on first down, so then we knew we were in good position. The defense stepped up. They did really good. I think they got sacked on second down. And so we basically want to see where we got the ball, Dewey. Like, if we got the ball where we did, we knew we were going to try to go, but we were going to be smart with the first call to see what would happen. And we thought we'd get a favorable box. It was a 6-man box. Safety was dropping down. But it's a little bit like you kind of stick your toe in the water, like, hey, let's see if this goes. And it was not called to go for 60-something yards. It was not called that way. And then when Javonte started to break, it was like, okay, good. This is awesome. Okay, he might not score. Please get out of bounds. Please get out of bounds. And he did. Shows the IQ, the football IQ of Javonte. And at that point, we were obviously very comfortable because we knew we were going to get a couple shots at the end zone. But if that run goes for a yard or two, I'd be lying if I said we were going to go 2-minute. But if it would have gone for 10, 12, 15, we would have gone.
Skyler Dixon with TAP. You guys have talked some about 3 defensive systems in 3 years for the guys who have been around that long. How much do you think the trending in the right direction is that the adjustment versus the changes you all have made in the last couple of weeks?
Yeah, I think the changes are important because I think when you make changes, you give the players confidence. I think that the fact that we're making these guys all compete every day to earn their spot, keep their spot, whatever it is. You're all right. It's kind of cool, very soothing. Man, it's still going. Skyler's still going. Hey, Skyler, just you and I, babe. Hey, just you and I. We're just having a conversation right here. Yeah. Yeah. Man, it's so distracting. It was. Now I got to go back to where I was going. Like, see if I can make up this story again. No, but I think it starts with the changes, right? We were going to make changes. I thought the coverage was way better. The pass rush was excellent. I think that goes back to what we want to do. And we see we carry a lot of defensive linemen because it's important to us and goes back to the whole win the line of scrimmage thing. But, I think because of the pressure we were able to get, it certainly helps the pass coverage. Now, let's be honest. We didn't play the run very well yesterday. And we gave up, I think, 6 explosives, and a lot of that was some of the alignments. The linebackers got to adjust and move and change, and Shamar James is going to be an incredible player in this league. I really do believe that. And K9 got forced into a spot he hadn't been playing when you lose Sanborn. But I'm proud of those guys because of the adjustments that they were able to make and to go out there. And literally, we held them to 6 points in the first three quarters. And obviously, we played a little bit conservative late and tried to keep the ball in front of us and slow the game down.
With Bryce Young, I don't know how much you've studied him yet, but yesterday they're down 17-0. Former top pick, probably catching a lot of heat. When they come back and win a game like that, is that something for a team that's looking for some kind of spark that can give them some juice, you think? And your thoughts on Bryce Young?
Yeah, again, I didn't do Bryce coming out. I'm very close with their quarterback coach, Will Harriger, who's here on our staff, and I think he's an incredible coach and has a very, very bright future in this league. And I think it goes back to your point. If you do that, you draw from that. You gain confidence. He's got some very, very good weapons. He's got Leggett. He's got Renfro. Sounds like, Tet McMillan's playing great. And then, of course, I think the main thing they want to do is run the football, whether it's, Hubbard or Rico. And it'd be good to see Rico this weekend. I know we're going to have to buckle up, he said. So we'll bring our seat belts, Rico. We'll buckle up. I can't wait to see him, though. But, no, I think, Bryce is a young player, and he's playing a lot of football, and that helps him, gain confidence.
You mentioned hard conversations. Were you that way in New York and Seattle as a play caller?
Yeah, I think I've always been that way. It's kind of authentic. I think, when you grow up with a dad that always had hard conversations with you, I laugh because about 5 of them just popped into my brain that he and I used to have. I think in this business, you owe it to these young men, coaches as well. I have hard conversations with coaches and staff members all the time, but it goes back to the thing of being authentic and being who you are.
Joe.
James Houston, very efficient, obviously in his pass rushing right now, 27 snaps on defense yesterday. Is that kind of the number you want for him, or is there a chance maybe you want to see more snaps for him?
Yeah, number one, he's playing really well. I think he has 3.5 sacks maybe. It seems like he's always involved, and there is a fine line, just because he's not the biggest guy. He's playing better against the run now, but there's areas in the run game he can still improve, which is awesome and scary for the league. But I think we're very comfortable with what we're doing with him. But, again, 270-plus play games or 70-minute-plus games, and we're pretty deep, though, at that position. And he does look fresh when he's rushing that passer.
Good.
Thanks, guys.
All right.
Thank you.
There it is, the Brian Schottenheimer press conference here on a victorious Cowboys Monday on 105.3 The Fan. A lot to unpack there. Plus, we're in the midst of Woolchuck's daily football fix and mixed bag, right? So we have plenty of sports content coming up, and we're back with it here. It's the Gag Nation and The Fan.
remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper?
Yeah, buddy. Welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. And this segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Shotty singing his players' praises and the coaches as well as they get the win against New York, and our Cowboys Victory Monday continues. In addition to football's finest coming up at 5 o'clock, little Monday sports mix next, Wolchuk?
Yeah, let's do it. We'll get back to the Eric Collins call that is making the NFL rounds and all of your other football headlines. That's next year in the nation.
Hazel babes.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron squad?
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in the all-price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, enjoying a nice little Monday afternoon with the Cowboys victorious. Here's Zach Wolchuk with some more sporting content.
All right, the Rangers announced that, Bobby Wilson announced that Rangers catching coach will not be returning to the team next year. He put out a post on Instagram thanking all the fans and the organization. So Skip Schumacher, who was officially named your new manager for the Texas Rangers over the weekend, will be looking for a new catcher's coach. I think Bobby Wilson did an excellent job over his time here. I think defensively, when it comes to the pitch framing, you saw the catchers really improve in that stat. And I hope Bobby Wilson has a ton of success wherever he goes. And I wonder who will be next in line to join Skip's new staff. So we'll monitor all things Rangers over the course of the offseason. But let's get back to Eric Collins, who was the big story of this weekend on Fox. Here was his play-by-play, Rico Dowdle in Carolina. He's the play-by-play voice of the Charlotte Hornets. But he got an opportunity to do some NFL stuff, and now fans are like, man, Fox, you need to give this guy a full-time gig. What do you say?
Tunga Bailoa has Waddle! He's open! Touchdown! And Dowdle, look at him! What kind of speed do you get, young man? To the end zone. Achan, did he? He did! Look at this! Dowdle still on his feet! Caught back in the end zone! Xavier Liggett! Tunga Bailoa got his man! Touchdown! Waller! Young caught! It's Horn! Bryce Young got his man! Touchdown! 13!
I mean, he really crushed the Tagovailoa.
He did. He nailed the Tagovailoa every single time. And, gosh, the energy is
got a little Gus Johnson in him.
Absolutely.
You know? Maybe the Gus Johnson of the pros.
He's
and look,
just cranked up on a 1,000 the whole time.
When you have been calling crappy Charlotte Hornets basketball since 2015, I guess this is an opportunity you can't pass up. And he made the most of it, man. My guy crushed it out of the park.
To be fair, I mean, Lucius, you got like an Eric Collins folder in there, because even with the crappy Hornets, this dude he goes buck wild every time.
Yeah, he screams from the top of his lungs on three-pointers.
Yes, he does.
Yeah.
Preseason, down by 30.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter, dude.
Now
This
the
guy
NFL's
goes
getting a
hard.
taste, man. And look at him. Not only basketball, but the NFL. He might have earned himself a big-time national job.
He worked with
next man up.
He worked with Stink in this game.
Okay, this is great. We can tee Stink up for this tomorrow.
Yeah, we could ask.
What do you think about Eric Collins? Did you enjoy working
Was he
with
too
him?
much, or was he? You know,
Because you know Stink is good and bitter.
Yeah.
He's too excited.
He's not worth a squirt of urine.
I hated this guy. Are you kidding me? Way too much excitement.
But we can also get the old Panther scouting report.
That's true. And he got to see Rico Dowdle up close and personal. How
Did
good
you
his
hear the
question.
guy on the Cowboys game kind of throwing shade at Schlereth?
Oh, because he usually is the one that works with Stink.
Yeah, it was Jason Benetti.
Yeah.
They were talking about a Washington game coming up in a couple of weeks, and he was like, "Well, I think I'll be there." And Greg's like, "Well, I probably won't. Who are you going to be with?" And he goes, "Mark." And he goes, "Oh yeah, you're working with Stink." And he's like, Benetti goes, "Yeah, I really like working with you."
Yeah, he did.
I
He
was
did
like,
say that.
Wow.
Love
Might be a
working
little
with you,
spicy
Greg.
up there.
We should pull that and
Maybe we got
play
some
it for Stink
fights.
tomorrow.
Yeah, just go ahead and start some bitter rivalry here between these play-by-play. Who'd you like more? Maybe if he badmouths Eric Collins, then you play that for him. He'll be like, no, Eric is my guy, actually. Bring back Eric Collins.
So all that musical chairs was based on Mark Sanchez getting stabbed?
No.
Joe
That
Davis.
would've been amazing.
Joe
Davis
Davis
started
baseball
to call
playoffs.
baseball.
Yeah.
So everyone kind of got moved around on the Fox broadcast, and this will happen all through the rest of October. Lions running backs David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs, they are amazing together as a duo. They are the first pair of teammates to each run for touchdowns in the same game 11 times, and they tied an NFL record by each scoring a touchdown in the same game for a 14th time. Who did they share that record with?
Ooh,
Say it again one more time,
It's
please.
two running backs, two teammates that have 14 touchdowns.
14 times they have each scored a touchdown in the same game.
Okay. So
Detroit? Is it Detroit dudes?
Yeah, it's the Detroit guys.
Detroit dudes. I'm sorry. I was trying to figure out the one-man screen name for Chief. Who asked me about the one-man screen? You asked me about one-man screen. Okay, my bad. Go ahead.
We're doing a lot.
With Emmitt Smith and Daryl Johnston.
Oh, look at that.
Just a couple of Cowboys.
Old Moose.
Crushing it.
That's great.
Absolutely crushing it. I loved it. Ravens, their season's done. They're toast. Stick a fork in them. They're just decimated by injuries right now. They're spiraling out of control. Zach Orr not going to be fired, though, the defensive coordinator, and I hope not. Zach Orr, DeSoto legend, North Texas Mean Green legend, had his career cut short, was a really good linebacker when he played for Baltimore. Second year, though, as a defensive coordinator, and it's the worst in franchise history in 30 years of the franchise there. C.J. Stroud, they put up 44 points, most points they've ever put up on the board in a road game in Houston Texans history.
Oh.
No Roquan Smith, no Kyle Hamilton, Justin Matabike's out for the season, no Lamar Jackson, Cooper Rush not able to get the victory, but 44-10, and Harbaugh might be on the hot seat there in Baltimore now. Things aren't looking too good for him.
Could be all she wrote.
Still the betting favorite to win the division somehow.
Isn't that weird?
That's crazy.
I guess the division, like Cleveland and Cincinnati, no. But Pittsburgh, I think, is probably going to run away with that.
They got Aaron Rodgers for a quarterback, though.
They're at 3-1, and they have Cleveland, Cincinnati coming up, so you can pencil them in for 5-1.
Maybe they can make a little run.
Cleveland's becoming a bit of a tough out. But
they could possibly make something happen.
Cleveland coming back from London, huh?
Yeah.
I think Aaron Rodgers is the only AFC quarterback who has not been hurt or benched at this point in the season.
Well, and there was some crazy stat out there just to show how bad the Bengals were, like the amount of points that they've been outscored by. I wonder if Joe Burrow could be the first MVP award winner by getting hurt. Like, it just shows how damn valuable he is.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable just how bad the Bengals offense has been. And even Jamar Chase is still out here putting up stats, but they just have no shot in hell right now to do
I got
anything.
a Jamar Chase stat of the day for you here in a minute.
It's really bad. Last thing here as we shut this down, Bill Belichick. He's banned UNC social media accounts from hyping up Patriots quarterback Drake May. Drake May did go to North Carolina. It's like, Bill, come on. I get you're petty. I get you had a bad breakup with the Patriots. But let's be real. You got more to worry about than Drake May's alma mater giving him his flowers. The dude played great last night. They got a big win, statement win in the Vrabel era. Like, give them some love.
It's managing success. He had so much of it. He has become kind of a tyrant and a toxic micromanager of the environment.
Gross.
It's not a good look, Wolchuk, and I guess they've lost more games by 2 touchdowns or more than UNC has in the entire last half decade.
Yeah, it's been a problem.
First play of the game, it's a trick play, 75-yard, bang,
They
touchdown.
made the Clemson offense look good. It's tough to do.
That is tough to do.
They're a bad football team.
All righty. Well, thank you, Wolchuk. We got 3 down and 2 to go here. Football's finest coming up next, Chief.
The craziest win of the season and never poked the bear. That is Baker Mayfield, next in the nation.
I tell you what, though, if you want to head into Men's T Clinic, you're going to be living your best life. You're going to feel like the strongest, most alpha.
squad.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 4, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. We're celebrating Cowboys victory, and we have the G-Bag of the day coming up at 5:30, LA Live at 5:40. Here's the Chief with an edition of football's finest.
Yes, sir. A little PSA tomorrow. I'll be in Lake Worth, Home Depot at 3950 Jim Wright Freeway. That'll be from 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. for Pro Extra Week. I'll have G-Bag flags, free coffee, and Home Depot's rolling out the red carpet. So Home Depot, Lake Worth, 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. tomorrow. Get you a G-Bag flag, get you some coffee, have ourselves a fantastic morning. Start your TD Tuesday off right.
Yeah, and we got a hell of a tour coming up on Saturday to announce. We're going to have the tailgate party, and we're going to do the OU and UT game, and that's going to be a hell of a fan hang. Hope to see you all there. But Saturday morning, we're going to be out and about. Nice, so can't wait to drop off flags to anybody and everybody.
The old tour day DFW.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful time.
Yes, sir.
All right, and Flagtober kind of kicks off as well with Cooper Flag tonight.
Yeah.
Preseason debut at Dickies Arena.
Ooh. At Dickies Arena in Fort Worth.
I saw we got a couple of seats on the press row.
The Fan?
Yeah.
Blake Elliott?
I hope.
No, he's doing the show tonight.
He got a show tonight.
He's got work to do.
Yeah, he's got
him
work.
and Fred, the traveling too.
That's true.
Yeah.
All right, so a couple of things from yesterday. The funniest things were obviously Nate Thomas going 3 pumps and getting a flag, right?
Yeah, I mean, I understand the flag, but you know what? I think the Cowboys should pay that fine for him.
It's a rookie mistake, you know.
2 pumps, bro.
2 pump max.
2
that
pump
we
max.
figured out last year.
Yeah. 3 draws the laundry. And, referee crews like what we had yesterday, they're looking for it. They cannot wait to toss that yellow flag out of their pocket.
Yeah.
The other one was the video of Jerry Jones flipping the bird to a Jets fan.
I liked it.
Seemed like it was all fun, too. Like, Jets fans love it. That's their love language.
Yeah.
Right? Like, catching a middle bird is...
basically hello.
It's like a thumbs up in the morning. You're like, okay, today's going to be a good day.
It's a good day.
So that was pretty entertaining.
When you're in New York, you got to match their energy.
Yeah.
Sometimes you're like, well, that's unbecoming of an owner, or that's not how North Texas sports fans do it. But
Be that
when
guy
in
in
New York,
Carolina and throw drinks on people. Didn't he do that?
Yes, he did.
Carolina guy?
Jerry Richardson. Yeah, you don't
No, not Jerry Richardson, the new one.
Oh, yeah, Tepper.
He like the fans, and he just took his drink
Yeah.
and just threw it right.
He's had a couple of run-ins.
They'll bring out the worst in you or the best in you, depending on how you look at it.
I also wanted to shout out Deron Bland, not because he played a great game yesterday or anything, because I don't think he did.
No, he didn't.
But the tackle on Fields,
incredible!
at the
Loved it.
1 yard line, like on
Yeah.
that first drive,
And he had another one banged
Make
up
him
his
settle for
shoulder.
3.
But he'll smack some people.
He will.
I appreciate
we
that.
do appreciate the fact that he's got a little bit of that dog in him. And
He
so
does.
right there at the pylon, bang, get you down and make him settle for 3. Thank you, Deron Bland. Okay, now what do you do with, I thought it was a great question, like how do we approach the Ryan Fenoi situation now with Turpin coming back?
Hell of a player.
He is a hell of a player.
Trying to tell everyone.
Wolchuk's been the voice of the Fenoi.
Flanois.
He has been the single member of the Fenoi student section, if you will.
At least on our show.
It was a great coming out party for him yesterday, and now it's sort of like an embarrassment of riches once you get all your guys back.
It's nice.
And I don't know. I guess it's kind of like a platooning situation. It's just like, hey, we definitely still want to see Turpin, but then we also want to see Fenoi. So you give Turpin a bit of a spell. Both those guys interchangeable, different skill sets, but very useful. So I'm looking forward to seeing how this thing all goes offensively, especially once you start getting these guys back. Dude.
Yeah.
This offense is something to love.
Yeah, if you can imagine Fenoi matched up with the other team's third best defensive back, there should be plenty of opportunities, and you have so many options now. I mean, I hate to say it, they're all you kind of have like 3 number 4 wide receivers. But I wouldn't be surprised if by the end of the year, Fenoi has firmly established himself as the best option.
Yeah. Yeah, just maybe a better
moving forward.
down in, down out, consistent kind of dude. Physical, tough. You mentioned the yards after catch stuff. Like, that's an element that most of those guys don't really have once you start getting into Tolberts and stuff like that.
I think it's his body control as well as the ball's coming in. Like good routes, good yak, good hands, and ability to sort of get back to the ball. That's not something that I would expect to see on a guy with his draft profile or lack thereof.
Yeah, and I'm wondering, I know Olsen was giving a lot of credit to Dak on the play that ends up being it's the offside, so it's just free play, throw it down to Fenoi. One, heady play by Hoffman. You could tell Dak was almost a little bit startled by the snap.
Yeah, he bobbled it.
So shout out to Hoffman for that. Shout out to Dak, of course. And then I'm wondering, was that the play call? Like Fenoi was streaking down the field anyways, or did he make the heady play to say, "Oh, I'm just going now"?
When you look at the route, he went vertical right off the jump.
So that was happening either way. Dak just knew it. And
he was running. Yeah,
okay. I didn't know if Fenoi adjusted his own route.
He picked the side where
I'd like to say he did.
He picked the side.
Heck yeah,
he took off like he was running a 40-yard dash.
Yeah, just awareness.
It wasn't like like it was
IQ.
like popped up or anything like that and said, "Oh, just throw me the ball." But no, he did it. He took off running.
It'd be the CD Lamb and Ryan Fenoi show in 2026. Pick and two.
Yeah, I guess the F in Fenoi stands for football IQ. Old
Absolutely.
Chuck. You saw it coming. All right, your stat of the day comes courtesy of Jamar Chase, who at this point in the season has more tackles than touchdowns.
Okay, that's pretty nuts. 3 tackles?
5 tackles.
5 tackles? 5 tackles now?
That's the amount of interceptions. Like, he's having to play defense, dude. He's having to play defense.
Hey, Jake.
He might have a little Travis Hunter in him. Get that guy going 2-way. Watch out. All right, the craziest game. There was some great moments yesterday.
I'm watching this. I went back. I've just learned that the Minnesota tried to kick a field goal that hit a television cable.
Yes.
Yeah, it almost cost them the game. The NFL would have had something on their hands there. Yeah. It's like 9 minutes to go in the game. Missed field goal for the Vikings.
Yeah, it's a 51-yarder from the right hash, and I'm trying to get the end zone copy to see what happened. I thought he pushed the thing.
No, it ended up deflecting off of one of the
I'm trying to see if the end zone copy will show me what happened.
Cables. Yeah, they should have been a re-kick.
Should have been a re-kick.
You should have had a re-kick. You should have had a replay. Shotty just talked about that.
You should have had a re-kick. Shotty just was talking about that. It hit the, but I'm trying to see if it hit the. I can't tell.
It hit the wire.
I can't tell. It looks like the TV camera thing. The field camera is going straight up. But I don't see. It's behind the kicker. Is it a wire to the right that hit it, or I can't tell?
No, ruined the trajectory of the football.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they're saying no good.
What's the one that they have?
Skycam.
Skycam. That's what I was calling.
We got the Skycam situation yesterday. That was the other funny thing that happened with Justin Fields just throwing the ball right into the face of Dante Fowler, and then it doinked into the Skycam.
Yeah.
But the craziest thing yesterday was what happened with the Arizona Cardinals.
What?
Oh boy.
We've got a real issue with these
that
players.
coach punched that player on the sideline.
I think Gannon punched him.
Rightly
Gannon punched him.
TCU Horned Frog Zone DeMercado. Like, come on, man. We just saw this happen with Adonai Mitchell. Just hold the damn ball while you cross the plane. Just hold on to the football. Why are we doing this, guys? This is happening way too often.
Yeah, it's jarring. I wonder how many teams are going to make this like a focal point in practice, have like a 5-minute drill where it's like, hey, run for a touchdown and don't drop the ball. That's the drill.
Yeah.
That's the drill.
I think it was a pretty good hustle play to get there. Who was a guy? Sneed, yeah. Sneed ran that thing down to try and, he's the one that kind of got there and made him cough it up.
Just dropped the ball.
Yeah, well.
He dropped the ball.
Yeah.
We'd be the 2 hands over the goal line team from this point forward in perpetuity. We talked about the one with Mitchell last week, how at least he was just moving the ball to try to bring it up for some sort of a celebration. Like, this was an intentional drop. This was your Deshaun Jackson special.
This is bad.
It's amazing, though.
I don't think he hit him. I think he was trying to 5 him on his way out. And we just see, like, the body shielding where all that arm went and where the player's hand was.
Oh, you don't think the coach punched him?
No.
It looks like you're right. Maybe
I think if he did punch him with that body language, if he was punched, we would have heard about it by now.
Yeah.
Like that, the NFLPA would have been hot.
There's an issue.
Yeah,
I think he hit him in the chest twice. I think
it looks like he nails him.
It looks like he
chest hit.
He hits him because you see this body kind of move.
Yeah, jolts back a little bit.
He kind of jumps back a little bit.
Maybe it was incidental.
I don't think that was incidental. I think he was punching the guy in the chest, like he was hand checking him. In the chest.
Wake up.
Listen,
it cost him the game.
It's understandable because there was so much about that game that was ridiculous. The DeMercado play, dropping it at the goal line, is kind of the headliner.
You can't hit players.
No.
You can't grab your face
Smack
mask.
them around a little bit.
No, not at all. I'm not going to be advocating for that. But just the general frustration because of how bad this was. You had a Kyler Murray fumble off his face. That was a turnover.
You might have got concussed.
Yeah, the ball snapped right into his face. Fumble. You also had, they're up 21-6 in the fourth quarter.
Yeah,
and then you also have the interception. Cardinals intercept the ball, and
kick it around,
and then they fumble the ball, and the ball goes into the end zone, and the Titans recover it.
It's the craziest touchdown I've maybe ever seen.
It has to be. I cannot wait for that
crazy.
call on TD Tuesday tomorrow. But it was very, very slim chances when you look at like the win probability for the Cardinals on that just during that game, and especially late in that game. It was a 1.8% chance for them to win that game pretty late into that fourth quarter. Like, what?
That's the chance before the game UCLA had to beat Penn State. 1.8%.
And they found a way. But it was a wild day of NFL football across the board. And it wasn't just the Cardinals who fumble farted it.
That's what happens when you get two teams on the same field who have a condition of and a culture of losing. Just, which team is going to catch the breaks that each team is making ping down their leg. I think that's maybe the best thing about where Dak is right now is you just have the ultimate faith that his calming hand over the team. You're not going to be that squad.
Titans overcome an 18-point deficit to win. Panthers overcome a 17-point deficit to win. Broncos overcome a 14-point deficit to win. Saints overcome an 11-point deficit to win. And the Commanders overcome a 10-point deficit to win.
Bo Nix in the fourth quarter was money yesterday.
I told you Spencer Rattler wasn't that bad.
And thank goodness. Who? Oh, Spencer Rattler, yeah.
Dude,
I saw a stat. He was the first drafted Saints quarterback to win a game since 1998.
Wow. Aaron Brooks?
Maybe. That's a good pull. Yeah. Because Breeze, obviously they signed. They didn't draft him. That's nuts, dude.
That's insane.
Aaron Brooks, yeah.
1998.
That's jarring.
That's crazy.
Chuck, I can't even fathom. Now, I think maybe the game of the year to this point, and I'll be excited to see which game can top it, but that Seahawks and Bucks game.
Oh, it was fantastic. And the jerseys. I loved it.
The freaking color clash on that was amazing. Both wearing the throwbacks. It was beautiful. And
very 1976 of those teams.
And both of them should just make that permanent.
Before the game, you have a Seahawks fan right there by the Bucks tunnel, just ripping into Baker, and they're having it back and forth. Baker's calling him the P word, all these different things, like you're going to eat your words. And then sure enough, Baker goes scorched, 29 of 33 for 379 yards. Darnold was awesome as well. 28 of 34, 341 yards. And that game on Sunday, first in NFL history where both quarterbacks threw for 325 or more yards and completed 80% or more of their passes. It was just it was as fun a football game as you could imagine.
The highlights, I haven't seen much of the game, but all the highlights that I watched today, I watched those extended ones. It looked like maybe the best quarterback game we've seen all year, and it looks like Baker Mayfield's in complete control.
Yeah, it was his best game that I can remember him playing.
And Emeka Egbuka is just on a tear right now. I mean, he is on a historic rookie pace.
Indeed. Well, thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
An edition of the finest is in the books here on a magnificent Cowboys Monday. They get the win against the Jets and now get set to visit the Carolina Panthers. That'll be another 9 o'clock pregame with the kickoff at noon. And coming up next, we'll hit the Expressway. G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 5:30. Are you with me in believing that these Cowboys will end the drought? Let me say something that might get me a little bit of trouble with the text and the tweets, but I'm going to speak my mind and tell you why I'm now more confident in the Cowboys than I think at any point in the last 15 years. That's coming up next, The Nation.
All right, let's talk East Dallas Diesel. It was awesome on Saturday. Thank you so much to all the Tolos that came on out, said what's up. It was an absolute family affair at East Dallas Diesel with owner Tony Alberti. Of course, Fernando was out there, big-time Tolo, the sales staff.
tickets. This week, come feast on a $6 party box and hang out after to meet your Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders. Come see us at Taco Bueno at 7940 North Central Expressway in Dallas this Friday, 10 to 2.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by BuyersBarricades.com.
Buyers Barricades is a full-service traffic control provider, taking care of your project from the evaluation and planning to setting up, maintaining, and taking down the equipment when the project is complete. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
Shoot, yeah, boy, welcome back. We got the G-Bag today coming up here in just over 6 minutes. And then LA Live's coming up at 5:40 here. The Expressway is brought to you by the On-Time Experts. Yeah, I believe they're going to end this drought at some point in the next 3.5 years by the 2028 season. Cowboys NFC title game, maybe beyond. And that's assuming Dak health. But Dak's just the best version of himself. I think Dak plus Shotty gives you a leadership and communication on this team that is contagious, and it's paying off after just 5 weeks. Now they have a scheme on offense that can give you a massive advantage. They just went out with backup offensive line, no CD Lamb, and executed like it was no problem. I think I think we're missing the big picture story here so far, and that is the Cowboys are starting to become a model franchise. And that really starts with how important the coach-quarterback combination is. I'll get you the quote from Dak on what he told the offensive lineman here in just a second. But I believe part of this is Shotty has gaslit them into believing, and I think that's really worth something. And then he's gotten a tremendous amount of buy-in. And you could see it immediately when we got to camp, the shift in the mentality and the enthusiasm from a guy like CD Lamb, how everybody was rallying around Sam Williams. So, we're going to do it for the family. Like, they have built this amazing culture that Shotty said was his first item of business when he got here. Check that off. Culture established. And this is a team that entered the game 1-2-1. And had lost to the Chicago Bears, right? This isn't 4-0. Hey, everything is amazing, right? Anybody can have good vibes when you're 4-0. This is, we've looked really bad on defense. It's actually one of the worst defenses. You got to go back into the 1970s to find one statistically worse. And then you go to George Pickens. Players that come into great environments, they lock in because they want to be a part of it. They don't say, oh, well, forget you guys. I'm amazing. They say, hey, what do I got to do to fit in here? Okay, then you go pass rush. They got that figured out. And the most important part might be Jerry is a believer, because you're going to have to manage up as a coach. Jerry loves everything that Shotty is bringing to the table, and I think is willing to go along with what Shotty says, which includes the draft. They drafted well in Shotty's first draft, didn't they? So I thought they really got into a rut under Mike McCarthy. Mike McCarthy plus Will McClay did not do nearly as well as Will McClay plus Jason Garrett, especially by the end. By the end of Jason Garrett and Will McClay, they were getting 4 and 5 players out of every draft.
Don't think they liked each other.
Didn't like each other?
Probably not.
Worked well together. Here's the quote from Dak. He said, I had a conversation with a young lineman earlier in the week about, how I became a starter. If there's ever going to be somebody believing somebody's going to step up to the plate when their number is called and people don't think they're going to be ready, it's going to be me. And again, that's the combination of leadership. It's one thing if the coach wants it, like Steve Kerr wanted it in Golden State. Steph Curry insisted on it becoming reality, what Steve Kerr wanted. So it's been a long time. I think a lot of people aren't willing to even believe that it is possible. And I mean, in the end, it really shouldn't be that big of a goal over the next 3 years. I'm saying you're going to get back to an NFC title game. There should be the hope. There should be about a 40% chance that's going to happen for any team. But I really think Dak has entered this point in his career where he's going to be able to carry you through tough times.
You're going to have to win one of these games against the Commanders or go to Denver. And then you got the run.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this year, I don't know if they're going to make the playoffs this year.
Yeah, see, to me, and I like what you're selling.
They got extra picks. They got money.
Yeah, and will they use all those right? That's always been the key.
Yeah, and is Clayton Adams still here? Like, are they able to keep Clayton Adams around? Because I think the rushing success is him.
You have, okay, and I'm not asking this in a negative way. Coach Riley.
No, I mean, I put out a tweet last week. I think the MVPs this season through the quarter mark
But if you lose
Clayton Adams and Conor Riley, but we the rushing attack is Clayton Adams. He did that with Arizona. And the numbers are clear. They're night and day. Arizona is now last in the league. Losing him has had a massive impact on their ability to run the football. James Conner also being down. But clearly, Clayton Adams has now done this at 2 stops where he's taken offensive linemen that have been meh, and he's now created a very successful rushing attack.
You study a lot of tape. What have they done differently scheme-wise?
Well, all the trap blocks. I mean, they used to just line up, and it's just very generic runs. Like, you weren't seeing as many pulling tackles and guards, and like they would do some of the combo blocks. But I think the traps really, that has been huge. I mean, even some of the stuff that they've done with the tight ends and the sniffer element of it with Hunter Lipke and all of that, it just looks like a much more modern rushing attack than you're just going to line up and run a stretch right. You're just your traditional old school offense that they were running under Mike.
I'd be curious at how many traps they've really run. I'd be curious. I mean, I understand the pullers and stuff like that.
You don't think this rushing attack is very different?
I don't.
Really?
I don't. I think where it's different is I think you've got what have we always said about Terrence Steele?
He's a good run blocker.
Bad pass blocker.
Yeah.
Now you take Span Ford and you let Span Ford be a point of attack blocker, right? Yeah. And now you've got, I think, adding Booker has made a big difference. BB, you've loved BB from the jump.
Sure.
I think this is a more physical offensive line.
It is.
I don't think it has to. I think there's some elements of the pulling game.
I mean, it's a lot.
But it's not. This is not the most athletic. With the tackles.
The tackles are athletic, yeah.
The tackles are athletic,
and that's where you're really like.
I'll tell you where it's seen different. And I'm still trying to get your one-man screen. I can't get anybody. I just get players.
I'm looking to learn here, man. Bring that up for me.
But what I think what's different is instead of using guards and center, use the center on that screen, the touchdown screen. It was the 2 tackles who are
the more athletic guys.
Yeah.
But again, that's using your player's skill set.
Yeah, but I don't know
the best of their abilities.
I think this team, if we go back and I could pull it on Next Gen and see every one of their runs, I'm going to be interested to see how many like trap blocks and things like that. I think it's
all the movement along the front.
I think
I haven't seen this in 10 years from this team.
I think a lot of it is this power gap scheme stuff that they've been doing. I think this back has been really, really good at finding creases.
Well, I think Williams has been really good, but
the tight end's been good. The tackles
and the tight ends weren't great last year.
No, that's what I'm saying. I don't know if that's scheme or is that you just figured out that Span Ford is a better blocker than he is. They don't throw him the ball at all.
Well, I think the coaching element of Clayton Adams is also part of this.
Where's number 89? He might as well be an offensive tackle.
We'll get back into this Cowboys conversation coming up in the 6th. It's time now to go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius Alexander has your G-Bag of the day.
All right, G-Bag of the day. We do it every weekday on the Fan, 5:30. Replay the Champ, 2:30. Catch that earlier. My name is L.A. Lucius Alexander. You can hit me up at Lucky Lucius P on social media. All right, this is day 2 for this champion audio. MMA fighter Marab. He was talking about his opponent's nuts. Apparently his opponent has some small nuts.
Dang.
And this happened before the fight.
I said I will finish Sean O'Malley second fight. I did. So now this is my second challenge.
Not happening, Marab. Not happening.
I'll show you.
You all of those guys. You shot 60 times on Marab.
Shut up, bro. You are sharing your balls picture on OnlyFans. How dare you? How you talk to me?
And I made $2 million. I made $2 million with that.
I saw those pictures. Your balls are very small.
They are kind of small. You're right, Marab.
Yeah, I have Georgian balls.
He was inspecting the picture with the balls and everything. That's kind of crazy when you think about it. I've seen your balls, sir. I was inspecting that photo.
Balls kind of small.
Yeah, it's pretty wild, bro. Let's see what else we got right here for a Monday. Let's go to North Carolina A&T. I believe they call it the Yard. North Carolina A&T. Head coach called out his football players. Said they're tough in the locker room when they get out in that field, though.
Somebody came in our locker room before the game. Oh, they'd be in trouble. When they're in there listening to that NBA young boy, oh, man, we tough. All right, but once the game starts, where does all that go? Where does all that go?
Wow. It's pretty embarrassing. Coach said, y'all studio thugs.
Yeah, it's hard when you get out there and the other team's fighting back. It's easy when that music is on, you know.
You can do the finger guns in the mirror and everything.
Yeah,
it's all
that's right.
good then.
You don't really want it with me.
When they start giving you that hat, though.
Yeah.
Let's stay with this North Carolina situation. North Carolina fan goes viral. I'm pretty sure you guys seen this.
Young lady?
Yeah. Yep. After getting beat by Dowdle, Luther King, and Clemson.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
TCU I went to that game, and that was one of the saddest feelings I've had in university so far, and I've failed midterms before, so it's saying something.
It's only really gotten worse for him as the season's gone on.
Worse than failing midterms, watching your North Carolina Tar Heels play. It's a low there. That's a fireable offense right there for Belichick. Just got to wait till that money starts flowing, though.
Yeah.
You know he's going to start bringing it in before too long.
Trying.
Who wouldn't want to be a part of that?
Yeah.
But seriously, this time next year, if it hasn't fixed, you think he's gone then?
Yeah, I think they buy him out.
Must be nice.
Not that bad.
Buy him
though.
out, yeah.
Not that bad.
Brian said never feel bad for those coaches.
Never feel bad.
Never
feel bad for a head coach that gets fired. There's always a buyout.
The golden parachute.
Yep. Feel bad for the assistants. Don't feel bad for the head coach.
Yeah. Let's go to Sunday Night Football, where a Bills fan stole the ball, dipped.
Yeah, this is cool.
Dipped.
Got to have a plan.
You got to have a plan. Listen, man, when I was sitting courtside with Derek Holland, and when the balls came over there, the basketball, I said, if it ever gets over here again, I'm telling you right now, Derek, I'm taking the ball and I'm walking the hell up out of here. Yeah. I'll catch you after the game.
Taking it.
Yeah. I'll give you my location after the game for the ride home, bro, but I'm taking the ball, fam. It comes over here.
Ultimate souvenir.
Yeah.
Well, why not? They do it in baseball.
Yeah, why not? I'm taking it, bro. Here we go.
Allen. Pressure comes. Josh turns. And throw it away. There's a catch there. Oh, he's gone. Milano's going to go. He's in row 10. He's in row 15. He might get a beer. Milano, where are you going, man? It's your moment. Milano, row 40. Led by Allen. He's going to take it the distance. Maybe it wasn't his seat. Maybe he doesn't want to be on TV. He's gone.
He channeled Kevin Harlan.
Yeah, did a little Kevin Harlan right there.
That's
He
good
was
stuff.
inspired.
Yeah, he was inspired by Kevin Harlan there.
I think Josh Allen was channeling somebody else. It was like he escaped that pocket for no reason. A half second after he runs to the right, his receiver wide open.
To the left.
I mean, it was touchdown city.
Yeah.
Touchdown city.
But
It was.
if you're that fan, so you take the ball, but
I like
then
Fuel City tacos.
But he's had like a great seat, and there's still so much time left in the game, and you just punt
I'm dipping,
on
bro.
that, I guess.
I'm dipping. I got the ball. I'm out of here.
Maybe you had to go already. You know, maybe you're thinking, oh my goodness, I can't believe I got to leave this game early. The ball shows up. You're like, wow, that's perfect.
This is go time.
But I think this was a decision that he most likely made just out of the desire to have that ball.
I get that.
A game-used, Josh Allen thrown football.
And he'll always remember every time he looks at that ball the night that Drake May had.
Yeah. I mean, if you put that on eBay, what do you think you're getting for it? $300-400?
Yeah, honestly, I'm not totally sure. I'm not totally sure, but it's a cool keepsake.
Yeah, I'm keeping it. I'm not selling that joint. I'm keeping it.
Oh, yeah, that's going. That's the piece in your man cave.
Yeah, I'm keeping
with
this
a little
one.
video playing right next to you. Mike Tirico calling your escape.
And hopefully, like the local, sports radio guys do their thing and talk about it a little bit to give me some lore.
Yeah.
Give me a little bit of lore.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see how much time I got. Yeah, yesterday was a church day. Pray you got your blessing. Shout out to my Reverend Dr. Pastor Freddie Haynes. Get well, sir. Hey. The music section of this church was struggling.
Oh, need an organ.
Yeah, that's like when your buddy invites you over to check out their band. They're like, man, I'm thinking about going and playing at some bars. Why don't you swing through and check this out? And that happens. You're like, guys, how could you think this is good? Are you not listening back?
Oh, it's like when Lil Wayne was doing his rock thing. He would start and be like, hold on, excuse me. Ding, ding, hold on. Ding, dong, hold on.
Just a fail.
Yeah.
I mean, playing the guitar is insanely hard.
It really is. My brother plays the bass. It's crazy. I'm quit. All right, go ahead.
Is it our champ, the UFC fighter, talking about his opponent's OnlyFans account, one time looking for two? NCAA coach calling out his players for not being tough when the game comes on. I mean, sometimes you can be good at fighting, but not at the sport. Yeah. You know, so maybe they'd be better if it turned into an MMA school. North Carolina A&T, there it is. North Carolina fan goes viral. Watching his team is worse than failing midterms. Sunday Night Football, Josh Allen threw it away, or the music section at church struggling. I'm going to go with the Tar Heel fan myself, Chief. How about you?
I'm going to rock with the champ.
Lucius?
Yeah, the champ is here.
Wolchuk?
Yeah, I got to stick with the champ.
And Brian?
Yeah, let's go with the champ.
By a score of 4-1, and your new G-Bag your G-Bag of the Day champ. You know what? Here's Lucius. Let's go into the Pimp Cup. It's time for LA Live.
I wanted the Westwood One call of, was it Oliver Wilson? Is that guy's name? Who was calling the Browns-Vikings situation? Oh, it was great. He had so much accent and everything. Oh, hopefully you guys can find it.
Was it a Londoner?
I'll look for it tonight.
Mr. Oliver Wilson. I found his name, but I couldn't find any clips.
Mr. Oliver.
Yeah, it was great. All right, let's get into a Monday, Friday edition of LA Live right after the great Rick James.
All right, you squares. Time to smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke.
And the Brian Basket.
Dance to some of everything.
It's great calls.
Everybody get high.
You ain't never heard a crackhead say, I ain't got no money today, so I ain't about to go smoke no crack. You ain't never heard that. Why? Because they do it no matter what.
Yeah.
They get it done. Go out there today with that crackhead energy. Go be a crackhead. I mean, don't go smoke crack. I'm just trying to give some morning motivation, man. I don't know how else to say this. Hone in on that crackhead energy.
Yeah.
Don't do crack, but be a crackhead. But not a crackhead. Just have a fucking good day.
Hey, this is LA Live for Monday, October 6, 2025. It is a Monday, Friday here in LA Live. Shout out to the now disbanded Dallas hip-hop group PPD for naming today Monday, Friday. Hope you had a peaceful weekend here. LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. Has anyone here seen One Battle After Another yet?
No, what's this?
Not yet, sir. I'm excited, though, man.
Oh, my gosh. All right, so we can't talk about it yet. Yeah, One Battle After Another. Tolos, if you have seen this, tell me what you think about it on the fan text. I seen it last week. It's still amazing. I want to go see it again. Good God, it's so good.
Can I watch it from home yet?
No, not yet. It just came out. But soon. Soon, my man. Soon. The Rock had a movie drop this weekend. You guys check that out.
Seen the previews for this. Yeah.
Smashing Machine. Now, it did not do all the box
Okay,
office.
yep, the Smashing Machine. It made about $6 million opening weekend domestically. Not good. Lowest opening weekend for The Rock. Okay, this is the lowest opening weekend for The Rock, fam.
Get up!
Get up, Rock. Get up, Rock.
Gonna knock Rock out. Get up, Rock.
Get up, Rock. Yeah, the budget for this flick was $50 million. It only made $6 million domestically so far. And they gave this guy a 15-minute standing ovation at the Venice Film Festival for this movie. They had The Rock crying. They had him in tears.
That's right. I remember that.
Yeah. They was clapping for him. Y'all got to go out there and help this movie, I guess. Yeah. I haven't seen it. It's about an MMA fighter, apparently.
Yeah, I think he might be a little too old for that kind of a role these days. Maybe it's like a...
Did he have a toupee on? Did I see that?
He's
a lot of makeup. Yeah, something weird going on, man. It definitely looked crazy up there on the top of his head.
Yeah.
Yeah, go check that out, bro. I got another question, too. This is for the Tolos that have Wingstop knowledge. Wingstop knowledge. Is it a mandate for Wingstop not to play live sports on their televisions when you go up there and pick up some food to go? Is it a mandate? Because every time I go in, it can be Saturday. You can get a local college game, ABC, NBC, CBS, right?
Yeah.
Why was it on Nickelodeon? It seems like every time I go in there, when there's a live football something, we're not on those channels. And is there a mandate? Do they want us not to, gather in their little lobbies so they get you in and get you out? I don't know what it is, but it seems like you don't have it on. I know you have ESPN, and when it's time for a game, you don't have it. What are we doing? It seems like you just deliberately are not on sports.
Because I'm going to be trying to run up here before the game or at halftime.
Halftime.
I'd like to get a little glimpse as I'm picking up my order and running back to the car, trying to get back to the house.
I think it has something to do with the employees.
They're just not paying attention?
I think the
not sports fans.
So every single Wingstop I go to, they're just all the way wrong?
I think the employees probably put it on what they want to watch.
Bring your kid to work.
Yeah. I think they probably don't care anything about sports, and let's put on something other than sports.
I guess it's just the ones I go to.
Yeah.
I wonder if they really just want people picking up their food and getting the hell out of there.
That's what I was thinking for a while. But like, how do you just deliberately not on sports every single time I'm here? During the sports situations.
Feels like a mistake.
Feels like a very big mistake. I'm not sure. But
especially because they advertise so much during sports. It's like they're co-branded with a sporting event.
You can't have Fox 4 on? Like, I see you with Fox 4 on, but it's not the times it's supposed to be on. So I don't get it. I don't know. I don't know, man. I just had to ask that.
Let's get the CEO on the horn here. We got to get this remedied.
Get Whackstop trending on Twitter.
Yeah. If anybody knows, let me know, bro. And another thing I was kind of paying attention to this weekend. I am tired of seeing NFL players crash into each other. 100%. Stop crashing into your teammate.
Friendly fire.
The friendly fire. Yeah. You're almost giving them ending injuries. Maybe career-ending injuries by crashing into each other.
It's usually how the worst ones happen.
I'm thinking so, bro.
Right.
It's got to be. I'm tired of seeing it. Are you not paying attention out there? What's going on?
I mean, this was the main reason that football was not for me. Just running through the traffic and the junk and, running into people's butts, getting ear-holed. There's so much chaos going on out there. I wish it was as easy as just paying attention a little bit more, but you have to have like spidey sense to not run into people.
I mean, look,
and the contact balance just to stay on your feet while playing football for multiple downs. The way I'm
seeing it is bad. Okay, we were taught to wrap up. If you were going over there to wrap up, you would probably know not to crash into this guy. Now y'all went helmet to helmet, and you could have paralyzed both of each other. Oh. I'm seeing a lot of it. I'm tired of it.
Dude, I think the craziest thing I saw was that Sooners player. The deep
crash into the wall?
Oh,
that was terrible. You could hear it.
Oh, that.
Like the stone.
The architecture of that stadium. There's a brick wall, 10 feet away from the back of the end zone.
Yeah. They got to put some padding there.
Yeah, that's a bad design in a sense. And we can't be crashing into each other. Be paying attention out there. What you're doing, man? You're almost taking your guy out. I've seen it too many times this weekend.
It's a lot of Donovan Wilsons out there that they're just trying to hit anything that's moving.
You're just reckless. Pay attention, man.
Heads up football.
God.
Is Lewis okay?
Rock out. Get up, Rat.
Is the Sooner okay?
I don't know. I'm gonna have to look that up. I don't know.
Keontez Lewis.
It's pretty bad, man.
I'll try to get to the bottom of this. Get an update.
Yeah. So let me get this straight. Mark Sanchez got hammered, broke into someone's truck, attacked a 69-year-old man, and got stabbed for it.
Sounds like it.
And pepper sprayed.
Now he's facing felony charges and a lawsuit. That fast, by the way.
Yeah, and
lawsuit is, they came around quick.
Suing him and Fox. Well, why would Fox get the lawsuit?
I guess
because
he's
working for the money. Yeah, he was in town for their game.
Okay.
That's wild, though. If I'm Fox, I'm showing up like,
we're not at fault here.
No. If the judge decides we're giving any money to this dude because we hired a guy who was in town on the day of this event, we will drag this thing out in court for the next 40 years.
Yeah, and
that's wild.
Do so.
Yeah, Mark Sanchez should be held accountable. I'm sure he's got more than enough money to cover the gentleman's damages and then some. Punitive damages.
The pictures of that guy were pretty rough.
Yeah, it looked like he might have sliced